In a college class once, this was at the University of Maine, a real college from which I had obtained a real BS degree, I heard a psychology prof opine that humans actually do possess a sixth sense. He called it hunch think, and said it was most well developed in mystics and outlaws. I was no mystic, but I was both an exile from my own time and a murderer. I might consider the shooting of Frank Dunning justified, but the police certainly wouldn't see it that way. If those things didn't make me an outlaw, nothing could. My advice to you in situations where danger appears to threaten, the prof said that day in 1995, is heed the hunch. I decided to do just that in July of 1960. I was becoming increasingly uneasy about Eduardo Gutierrez. He was a little guy, but there were those reputed mob connections to consider, and the glint in his eyes when he'd paid off on my derby bet, which I now considered foolishly large. Why had I made it when I was still far from broke? It wasn't greed. It was more the way a good hitter feels, I suppose, when he's presented with a hanging curveball. In some cases, you just can't help swinging for the fences. I swang, as Leo the Lip DeRocher used to put it in his colorful radio broadcasts, but now I regretted it. I purposely lost the last two wagers I put down with Gutierrez, trying my best to make myself look foolish. Just a garden-variety plunger who happened to get lucky once and would presently lose it all back, but my hunch think told me it wasn't playing very well. My hunch think didn't like it when Gutierrez started greeting me with, "Oh, see? Here comes my Yankee from Yankee Land." Not the Yankee, my Yankee. Suppose he had detailed one of his poker-playing friends to follow me back to Sunset Point from Tampa. Was it possible he might send some of his other poker-playing friends or a couple of muscle boys hungry to get out from under whatever loan shark vig Gutierrez was currently charging, to do a little salvage operation and get back whatever remained of that 10,000? My front mind thought that was the sort of lame plot device that turned up on PI shows like 77 Sunset Strip. But hunch said something different. Hunch said that the little man with the thinning hair was perfectly capable of green-lighting a home invasion and telling the black baggers to beat the shit out of me if I tried to object. I didn't want to get beaten up, and I didn't want to be robbed. Most of all, I didn't want to risk my pages falling into the hands of a mob-connected bookie. I didn't like the idea of running away with my tail between my legs, but hell, I had to make my way to Texas sooner or later in any case. So, why not sooner? Besides, discretion is the better part of valor. I learned that at my mother's knee. So, after a mostly sleepless July night when the sonar pings of hunch had been particularly strong, I packed my worldly goods. The lockbox containing my memoir and my cash I hid beneath the Sunliner's spare tire, left a note and a final rent check for my landlord, and headed north on US 19. I spent my first night on the road in a decaying Defuniak Springs motor court. The screens had holes in them, and until I turned out my room's one light, an unshaded bulb dangling on a length of electrical cord, I was beset by mosquitoes the size of fighter planes. Yet I slept like a baby. There were no nightmares, and the pings of my interior radar had fallen silent. That was good enough for me. I spent the 1st of August in Gulfport, Mississippi, although the first place I stopped at on the town's outskirts refused to take me. The clerk of the Red Top Inn explained to me that it was for Negroes only, and directed me to the Southern hospitality, which he called Gulfport's finest. Maybe so, but on the whole I think I would have preferred the Red Top. The slide guitar coming from the bar and barbecue next door had sounded terrific. New Orleans wasn't precisely on my way to Big D, but with the hunch sonar quiet, I found myself in a touristy frame of mind, although it wasn't the French Quarter, the Bienville Street steamboat landing, or the Vieux Carré I wanted to visit. I bought a map from a street vendor and found my way to the one destination that did interest me. I parked and after a 5-minute walk found myself standing in front of 4905 Magazine Street, where Lee and Marina Oswald would be living with their daughter June in the last spring and summer of John Kennedy's life. It was a shambling, not quite wreck of a building with a waist-high iron fence surrounding an overgrown yard. The paint on the lower story, once white, was now a peeling shade of urine yellow. The upper story was unpainted gray barnboard. A piece of cardboard blocking a broken window up there read, "For rent, call MU3 4192. Rusty screens enclosed the porch where, in September of 1963, Lee Oswald would sit in his underwear after dark, whispering, "Pow, pow, pow," under his breath and dry-firing what was going to become the most famous rifle in American history at passing pedestrians. I was thinking of this when someone tapped me on the shoulder and I almost screamed. I guess I did jump because the young black man who had accosted me took a respectful step backward, raising his open hands. "Sorry, sir. Sorry, sure didn't mean to make you startle." "It's all right," I said. "It's totally my fault." This declaration seemed to make him uneasy, but he had business on his mind and pressed ahead with it, although we had to come close again because his business entailed a tone of voice lower than the conversational. He wanted to know if I might be interested in buying a few joysticks. I thought I knew what he was talking about, but wasn't entirely sure until he added, "High-quality swamp weed, sir." I told him I'd pass, but if he could direct me to a good hotel in the Paris of the South, it would be worth half a rock to me. When he spoke again, his speech was a good deal crisper. "Opinions differ, but I'd say the Hotel Monteleone." He gave me good directions. "Thanks," I said, and handed over the coin. It disappeared into one of his many pockets. "Say, what are you looking at that place for, anyway?" He nodded toward the ramshackle apartment house. "You thinking about buying it?" A little twinkle of the old George Amberson surfaced. "You must live around here. Do you think it would be a good deal?" "Some on this street might be, but not that one. To me, it looks haunted." "Not yet," I said, and headed for my car, leaving him to look after me, perplexed. I took the lockbox out of the trunk and put it on the Sunliner's passenger seat, meaning to hand-carry it up to my room at the Monteleone. And I did. Just that. But while the doorman was getting the rest of my bags, I spotted something on the floor of the back seat that made me flush with a sense of guilt that was far out of proportion to what the object was. But childhood teachings are the strongest teachings, and another thing I was taught at my mother's knee was to always return library books on time. "Mr. Doorman, would you hand me that book, please?" I asked. "Yes, sir. Happy to." It was the Chapman Report, which I'd borrowed from the Nokomis Public Library a week or so before deciding it was time to put on my traveling shoes. The sticker in the corner of the transparent protective cover, "7 days only, be kind to the next borrower," reproached me. When I got to my room, I checked my watch and saw it was only 6 p.m. In the summer, the library didn't open until noon, but stayed open until 8. Long distance is one of the few things more expensive in 1960 than in 2011, but that childish sense of guilt was still on me. I called the hotel operator and gave her the Nokomis Library's telephone number, reading it off the card pocket pasted to the back flyleaf of the book. The little message below it, "Please call if you will be more than 3 days late in your return," made me feel more like a dog than ever. My operator talked to another operator. Behind them, faint voices babbled. I realized that in the time I came from, most of those distant speakers would be dead. Then the phone began to ring on the other end. "Hello? Nokomis Public Library?" It was Hattie Wilkerson's voice, but that sweet old lady sounded like she was stuck in a very large steel barrel. "Hello? Mrs. Wilkerson? Hello? Hello? Do you hear me? Drat it, long distance." "Hattie!" I was shouting now. "It's George Amberson calling." "George Amberson! Oh, my soul! Where are you calling from, George?" I almost told her the truth, but the hunch radar gave out a single very loud ping, and I bellowed, "Baton Rouge!" "In Louisiana?" "Yes, I have one of your books. I just realized I'm going to send it back." "You don't need to shout, George. The connection is much better now. The operator must not have stuck our little plug in the whole way. I'm so glad to hear from you. It's God's providence that you weren't there. We were worried, even though the fire chief said the house was empty." "What are you talking about, Hattie? My place on the beach?" "But really, what else?" "Yes, someone threw a flamin' bottle of gasoline through the window. The whole thing went up in a matter of minutes. Chief Durand thinks it was kids who were out drinking and carousing. There's so many bad apples now. It's because they're afraid of the bomb. That's what my husband says." "So, George, are you still there?" "Yes," I said. "Which book do you have?" "What? Which book do you have?" "Don't make me check the card catalog." "Oh, the Chapman report." "Well, send it back as soon as you can, won't you? We have quite a few people waiting for that one. Irving Wallace is extremely popular." "Yes," I said, "I'll be sure to do that. And I'm very sorry about your house. Did you lose your things?" "I have everything important with me." "Thank God for that. Will you be coming back soon?" There was a click loud enough to sting my ear, then the burr of an open line. I replaced the receiver in the cradle. Would I be coming back soon? I saw no need to call back and answer that question, but I would watch out for the past, because it senses change agents, and it has teeth. I sent the Chapman report back to the Nokomis Library first thing in the morning. Then I left for Dallas. 3 days later, I was sitting on a bench in Dealey Plaza and looking at the square brick cube of the Texas School Book Depository. It was late afternoon and blazingly hot. I had pulled down my tie. If you don't wear one in 1960, even on hot days, you're apt to attract unwanted attention, and unbuttoned the top button of my plain white shirt, but it didn't help much. Neither did the scant shade of the elm behind my bench. When I checked into the Adolphus Hotel on Commerce Street, I was offered a choice: air conditioning or no air conditioning. I paid the extra $5 for a room where the window unit lowered the temperature all the way to 78. And if I had a brain in my head, I'd go back to it now before I keeled over with heat stroke. When night came, maybe it would cool off, just a little. But that brick cube held my gaze. And the windows, especially the one on the right corner of the 6th floor, seemed to be examining me. There was a palpable sense of wrongness about that building. You, if there ever is a you, might scoff at that, calling it nothing but the effect of my unique foreknowledge, but that didn't account for what was really holding me on that bench in spite of the beating heat. What did that was the sense that I had seen the building before. It reminded me of the Kitchener Ironworks in Derry. The book depository wasn't a ruin, but it conveyed the same sense of sentient menace. I remembered coming on that submerged, soot-blackened smokestack, lying in the weeds like a giant prehistoric snake dozing in the sun. I remembered looking into its dark bore, so large I could have walked into it. And I remember feeling that something was in there, something alive, something that wanted me to walk into it so I could visit, maybe for a long, long time. "Come on in," the 6th floor window whispered. "Take a look around. Place is empty now. The skeleton crew that works here in the summer has gone home, but if you walk around to the loading dock by the railroad tracks, you'll find an open door. I'm quite sure of it. After all, what is there in here to protect? Nothing but school books, and even the students they're meant for don't really want them. As you well know, Jake. So come in. Come on up to the 6th floor. In your time, there's a museum here. People come from all over the world, and some of them still weep for the man who was killed and all he might have done. But this is 1960. Kennedy's still a senator, and Jake Epping doesn't exist. Only George Amberson exists. A man with a short haircut and a sweaty shirt and a pulled-down tie. A man of his time, so to speak. So come on up. Are you afraid of ghosts? How can you be when the crime hasn't happened yet? But there were ghosts up there, maybe not on Magazine Street in New Orleans, but there, oh yes. Only I'd never have to face them because I was going to enter the book depository no more than I had ventured into that fallen smokestack in Derry. Oswald would get his job stacking textbooks just a month or so before the assassination, and waiting that long would be cutting things far too close. No. I intended to follow the plan Al had roughed out in the closing section of his notes, the one titled Conclusions on How to Proceed. Sure as he was about his lone gunman theory, Al had held on to a small but statistically significant possibility that he was wrong. In his notes, he called it the window of uncertainty, as in 6th floor window. He had meant to close that window for good on April 10th, 1963, over half a year before Kennedy's trip to Dallas, and I thought his idea made sense. Possibly later that April, more likely on the night of the 10th, why wait? I would kill the husband of Marina and the father of June, just as I had Frank Dunning, and with no more compunction. If you saw a spider scuttering across the floor toward your baby's crib, you might hesitate. You might even consider trapping it in a bottle and putting it out in the yard so it could go on living its little life. But if you were sure that spider was poisonous, a black widow, in that case you wouldn't hesitate, not if you were sane. You'd put your foot on it and crush it. I had a plan of my own for the years between August of 1960 and April of 1963. I'd keep my eye on Oswald when he came back from Russia, but I wouldn't interfere. Because of the butterfly effect, I couldn't afford to. If there's a stupider metaphor than a chain of events in the English language, I don't know what it is. Chains, other than the ones we all learned to make out of strips of colored paper in kindergarten, I suppose, are strong. We use them to pull engine blocks out of trucks and to bind the arms and legs of dangerous prisoners. That was no longer reality as I understood it. Events are flimsy, I tell you. They are houses of cards. And by approaching Oswald, let alone trying to warn him off a crime which he had not yet even conceived, I would be giving away my only advantage. The butterfly would spread its wings, and Oswald's course would change. Little changes at first, maybe, but as the Bruce Springsteen song tells us, from small things, baby, big things one day come. They might be good changes, ones that would save the man who was now the junior senator from Massachusetts. But I didn't believe that, because the past is obdurate. In 1962, according to one of Al's scribbled marginal notes, Kennedy was going to be in Houston at Rice University making a speech about going to the moon. "Open auditorium, no bulletproof podium," Al had written. Houston was less than 300 miles from Dallas. What if Oswald decided to shoot the president there? Or, suppose Oswald was exactly what he claimed to be, a patsy. What if I scared him out of Dallas and back to New Orleans and Kennedy still died, the victim of some crazy mafia or CIA plot? Would I have courage enough to go back through the rabbit hole and start all over, save the Dunning family again, save Carolyn Poulin again? I'd already given nearly 2 years to this mission. Would I be willing to invest 5 more with the outcome as uncertain as ever? Better not to have to find out. Better to make sure. On my way to Texas from New Orleans, I had decided the best way to monitor Oswald without getting in his way would be to live in Dallas while he was in the sister city of Fort Worth, then relocate to Fort Worth when Oswald moved his family to Dallas. The idea had the virtue of simplicity, but it wouldn't work. I realized that in the weeks after looking at the Texas School Book Depository for the first time, and feeling very strongly that it was like Nietzsche's abyss looking back at me. I spent August and September of that presidential election year driving the Sunliner around Dallas, apartment hunting even after all this time, sorely missing my GPS unit and frequently stopping to ask for directions. Nothing seemed right. At first, I thought that was about the apartments themselves. Then, as I began to get a better sense of the city, I realized it was about me. The simple truth was that I didn't like Dallas. And 8 weeks of hard study was enough to make me believe there was a lot not to like. The Times-Herald, which many Dallasites routinely called the Slimes Herald, was a tiresome juggernaut of nickel boosterism. The morning news might wax lyrical, talking about how Dallas and Houston were in a race to the heavens, but the skyscrapers of which the editorial spoke were an island of architectural blah, surrounded by rings of what I came to think of as the great American flat cult. The newspapers ignored the slum neighborhoods where the divisions along racial lines were just beginning to melt a little. Further out were endless middle-class housing developments, mostly owned by veterans of World War II and Korea. The vets had wives who spent their days pledging the furniture and maytagging the clothes. Most had 2.5 children. The teenagers mowed lawns, delivered the Slimes Herald on bicycles, turtle-waxed the family car, and listened, furtively, to Chuck Berry on transistor radios, maybe telling their anxious parents he was white. Beyond the suburban houses with their whirling lawn sprinklers were those vast, flat tracts of empty. Here and there, rolling irrigators still serviced cotton crops, but mostly king cotton was dead, replaced by endless acres of corn and soybeans. The real Dallas County crops were electronics, textiles, bullshit, and black money petrodollars. There weren't many derricks in the area, but when the wind blew from the west, where the Permian Basin is, the Twin Cities stank of oil and natural gas. The downtown business district was full of Sharpies hustling around in what I came to think of as the full Dallas. Checked sport coats, narrow neckwear held down with bloated tie clips. These clips, the 60s version of bling, usually came with diamonds or plausible substitutes sparkling in their centers, white Sansa-belt pants, and gaudy boots with complex stitching. They worked in banks and investment companies. They sold soybean futures and oil leases and real estate to the west of the city, land where nothing would grow except Jimson and tumbleweed. They clapped each other on the shoulders with beringed hands and called each other son. On their belts, where businessmen in 2011 carry their cell phones, many carried handguns in hand-tooled holsters. There were billboards advocating the impeachment of Supreme Court Chief Justice Earl Warren, billboards showing a snarling Nikita Khrushchev. "Niet, Comrade Khrushchev," the billboard copy read. "We will bury you." There was one on West Commerce Street that read, "The American Communist Party favors integration." Think about it. That one had been paid for by something called the Tea Party Society. Twice, on businesses whose names suggested they were Jewish-owned, I saw soaped swastikas. I didn't like Dallas, no sir, no ma'am, no way. I hadn't liked it from the moment I checked into the Adolphus and saw the restaurant maitre d' gripping a cringing young waiter by the arm and shouting into his face. Nevertheless, my business was here, and here I would stay. That was what I thought then. On the 22nd of September, I finally found a place that looked livable. It was on Blackwell Street in North Dallas, a detached garage that had been converted into a pretty nice duplex apartment. Greatest advantage? Air conditioning. Greatest disadvantage? The owner, landlord, Ray Mac Johnson, was a racist who shared with me that if I took the place, it would be wise to stay away from nearby Greenville Avenue, where there were a lot of mixed-race juke joints and coons with the kind of knives he called switchers. "I got everything in the world against niggers," he told me. "No, sir. It was God who cursed them to their position, not me. You know that, don't you?" I guess I missed that part of the Bible. He squinted suspiciously. "What are you, Methodist?" "Yes," I said. It seemed a lot safer than saying I was, denominationally speaking, nothing. "You need to get in the Baptist way of churching, son. Ours welcomes newcomers. You take this place, and maybe some Sunday you can come with me and my wife." "Maybe so," I agreed, reminding myself to be in a coma that Sunday, possibly dead. Mr. Johnson, meanwhile, had returned to his original scripture. "You see, Noah got drunk this one time on the ark, and he was a-layin' on his bed, naked as a jaybird. 2 of his sons wouldn't look at him. They just turned the other way and put a blanket over him. I don't know, it might have been a sheet. But Ham, he was the coon of the family, looked on his father in his nakedness, and God cursed him and all his race to be hewers of wood and drawers of water. So there it is. That's what's behind it. Genesis chapter 9. You go on and look it up, Mr. Amberson." "Uh-huh," I said, telling myself that I had to go someplace. I couldn't afford to stay at the Adolphus indefinitely. Telling myself I could live with a little racism. I wouldn't melt. Telling myself it was the temper of the times, and it was probably the same just about everywhere, only I didn't quite believe it. "I'll think it over and let you know in a day or two, Mr. Johnson." "You don't want to wait too long, son. This place will go fast. You have a blessed day now." The blessed day was another scorcher, and apartment hunting was thirsty work. After leaving Ray Mac Johnson's learned company, I felt in need of a beer. I decided to get one on Greenville Avenue. If Mr. Johnson discouraged the neighborhood, I thought I ought to check it out. He was correct on 2 counts. The street was integrated, more or less, and it was rough. It was also lively. I parked and strolled, savoring the carny atmosphere. I passed almost 24 bars, a few second-run movie houses. "Come in, it's cool inside," read the banners flapping from the marquees in a hot, oil-smelling Texas wind. And a striptease joint where a street-side barker yelled, "Girls, girls, girls, best burlicue in the whole damn world, best burlicue you've ever seen, these ladies shave if you know what I mean." I also passed 3 or 4 check-cashing and quickie loan storefronts. Standing bold as brass in front of one, Faith Financial, where trust is our watchword, was a chalkboard with the Daily Line printed at the top and "For amusement only" at the bottom. Men in straw hats and suspenders, a look only dedicated punters can pull off, were standing around it discussing the posted odds. Some had racing forms, some had the morning news sports section. For amusement only, I thought. Yeah, right. For a moment I thought of my beachfront shack, burning in the night, the flames pulled high into the starry black by the wind off the Gulf. Amusement had its drawbacks, especially when it came to betting. Music and the smell of beer wafted out of open doorways. I heard Jerry Lee Lewis singing "Whole Lot of Shakin' Going On" from one juke, and Furlan Husky emoting "Wings of a Dove" from the one next door. I was propositioned by 4 hookers and a sidewalk vendor who was selling hubcaps, rhinestone glittery straight razors, and Lone Star State flags embossed with the words, "Don't mess with Texas." Try translating that one into Latin. That troubling sense of déjà vu was very strong, that feeling that things were wrong here, just as they'd been wrong before, which was crazy. I'd never been on Greenville Avenue in my life, but it was also undeniable, a thing of the heart rather than the head. All at once I decided I didn't want a beer, and I didn't want to rent Mr. Johnson's converted garage either, no matter how good the air conditioning was. I had just passed a watering hole called the Desert Rose, where the Rockola was blasting muddy waters. As I turned to start back to where my car was parked, a man came flying out the door. He stumbled and went sprawling on the sidewalk. There was a burst of laughter from the bar's dark interior, and a woman yelled, "And don't come back, you dickless wonder!" This produced more and heartier laughter. The ejected patron was bleeding from the nose, which was bent severely to one side, and also from a scrape that ran down the left side of his face, from temple to jawline. His eyes were huge and shocked. His untucked shirt flapped almost to his knees as he grabbed a lamppost and pulled himself to his feet. Once on them, he glared around at everything, seeing nothing. I took a step or two toward him, but before I could get there, one of the women who'd asked me if I'd like a date came swaying up on stiletto heels. Only she wasn't a woman. Not really. She couldn't have been more than 16, with large dark eyes and smooth coffee-colored skin. She was smiling, but not in a mean way, and when the man with the bloody face staggered, she took his arm. "Easy, sweetheart," she said. "You need to settle down before you—" He raked up the hanging tails of his shirt. The pearl-handled grip of a pistol, much smaller than the one I'd bought at Macon Sporting Goods, really not much more than a toy, lay against the pale fat hanging over the beltless waistband of his gabardine slacks. His fly was half unzipped, and I could see boxer shorts with red racing cars on them. I remember that. He pulled the gun, pressed the muzzle against the streetwalker's midriff, and pulled the trigger. There was a stupid little pop, the sound of a ladyfinger firecracker going off in a tin can, no more than that. The woman screamed and sat down on the sidewalk with her hands laced over her belly. "You shot me!" She sounded more outraged than hurt, but blood had begun to spill through her fingers. "You shot me, you pissant bugger! Why did you shoot me?" He took no notice, only yanked open the door of the Desert Rose. I was still standing where I'd been when he shot the pretty young hooker, partly because I was frozen by shock, but mostly because all of this happened in a matter of seconds, longer than it would take Oswald to kill the President of the United States, maybe, but not much. "Is this what you want, Linda?" he shouted. "If this is what you want, I'll give you what you want." He put the muzzle of the gun into his ear and pulled the trigger. I folded my handkerchief and pressed it gently over the hole in the young girl's red dress. I don't know how badly she was hurt, but she was lively enough to produce a steady stream of colorful phrases she had probably not learned from her mother. On the other hand, who knows? And when one man in the gathering crowd moved a little too close to suit her, she snarled, "Quit looking up my dress, you nosy bastard. For that you pay." "This poor old sumbitch here is dead as can be," someone remarked. He was kneeling beside the man who'd been thrown out of the desert rose. A woman began to shriek. Approaching sirens, they were shrieking too. I noticed one of the other ladies who'd approached me during my stroll down Greenville Avenue, a redhead in capri pants. I beckoned to her. She touched her chest in a "Who, me?" gesture, and I nodded. "Yes, you." "Hold this handkerchief on the wound," I told her. "Try to stop the bleeding. I've got to go." She gave me a wise little smile. "Don't want to hang around for the cops?" "Not really. I don't know any of these people. I was just passing by." The redhead knelt by the bleeding, cursing girl on the sidewalk and pressed down on the sodden handkerchief. "Honey," she said, "aren't we all?" I couldn't sleep that night. I'd start to drift, then see Ray Mac Johnson's sweaty, oily, complacent face as he blamed 2,000 years of slavery, murder, and exploitation on some teenage kid eyeballing his father's gear shift. I'd jerk awake, settle back, drift, and see the little man with the unzipped fly sticking the muzzle of his hideout gun in his ear. "Is this what you want, Linda?" One final burst of petulance before the big sleep, and I'd start awake again. Next time it was men in a black sedan throwing a gasoline bomb through the front window of my place on Sunset Point, Eduardo Gutierrez attempting to get rid of his Yankee from Yankee Land. Why? Because he didn't like to lose big, and that was all. For him, that was enough. Finally, I gave up and sat down by the window where the hotel air conditioner was rattling gamely away. In Maine, the night would be crisp enough to start bringing color to the trees, but here in Dallas, it was still 75 at 2:30 in the morning, and humid. "Dallas, Derry," I said as I looked down into the silent ditch of Commerce Street. The brick cube of the book depository wasn't visible, but it was close by, walking distance. Derry, Dallas. Each name comprised of 2 syllables that broke on the double letter, like a stick of kindling over a bent knee. I couldn't stay here. Another 30 months in Big D would send me crazy. How long would it be before I started seeing graffiti like, "I will kill my mother soon," or glimpsed a Juju Jesus floating down the Trinity River? Fort Worth might be better, but Fort Worth was still too close. Why do I have to stay in either? This thought came to me shortly after 3 a.m., and with the force of a revelation. I had a fine car, a car I'd sort of fallen in love with, to tell you the truth, and there was no shortage of good, fast roads in Central Texas, many of them recently built. By the turn of the 21st century, they would probably be choked with traffic, but in 1960, they were almost eerily deserted. There were speed limits, but they weren't enforced. In Texas, even the state cops were believers in the gospel of put the pedal to the metal and let her bellow. I could move out from beneath the suffocating shadow I felt over this city. I could find a place that was smaller and less daunting, a place that didn't feel so filled with hate and violence. In broad daylight, I could tell myself I was imagining those things, but not in the ditch of the morning. There were, undoubtedly, good people in Dallas, thousands upon thousands of them, the great majority. But that undercord was there, and sometimes it broke out, as it had outside the Desert Rose.
Bevy from the levee had said that in Derry I think the bad times are over. I wasn't convinced about Derry, and I felt the same way about Dallas, even with its worst days still over 3 years away.
"I'll commute," I said. "George wants a nice, quiet place to work on his book. But since the book is about a city, a haunted city, he really has to commute, doesn't he? To get material." It was no wonder it took me almost 2 months to think of this. Life's simplest answers are often the easiest to overlook. I went back to bed and fell asleep almost at once. That next day I drove south, out of Dallas on Highway 77. An hour and a half took me into Denholm County. I turned west onto State Road 109, mostly because I liked the billboard marking the intersection. It showcased a heroic young football player wearing a gold helmet, black jersey, and gold leggings. Denholm Lions, the billboard proclaimed, 3-time district champs, state championship bound in 1960. We've got gym power. Whatever that is, I thought. But of course, every high school has its secret signs and signals. It's what makes kids feel like they're on the inside. 5 miles up Highway 109, I came to the town of Jody. Population 1,280, the sign said. Welcome, stranger. Halfway up the wide, tree-lined main street, I saw a little restaurant with a sign in the window reading, Best shakes, fries, and burgers in all of Texas. It was called Al's Diner. Of course it was. I parked in one of the slant spaces out front, went in, and ordered the pronghorn special, which turned out to be a double cheeseburger with barbecue sauce. It came with mesquite fries and a rodeo thick shake, your choice of vanilla, chocolate, or strawberry. A pronghorn wasn't quite as good as a fat burger, but it wasn't bad. And the fries were just the way I liked them, crispy, salty, and a little overdone. Al turned out to be Al Stevens, a skinny, middle-aged guy who looked nothing like Al Templeton. He had a rockabilly hairdo, a gray-streaked bandito mustache, a thick Texas drawl, and a paper hat worn jauntily cocked over one eye. When I asked him if there was much to rent in the town of Jody, he laughed and said, "Take your pick. But when it comes to jobs, this ain't exactly a center of commerce. Ranch land mostly, and you'll pardon me saying, but you don't look like the cowboy type." "I'm not," I said. "Actually, I'm more the book-writing type." "Get out. Anything I might have read?" "Not yet," I said. "I'm still trying. I've got about half a novel written, and a couple of publishers have shown some interest. I'm looking for a quiet place to finish." "Well, Jody's quiet, all right." Al rolled his eyes. "When it comes to quiet, I reckon we could take out a patent. Only gets noisy on Friday nights." "Football?" "Yes, sir. Whole town goes. Halftime comes, they all roar like lions, then give out the Jim yell. You can hear 'em 2 miles away. It's pretty comical." "Who's Jim?" "Ledoux, the quarterback. We've had us some good teams, but ain't never been a QB like Ledoux on a Denholm team. And he's only a junior. People been talking about the state championship. That seems a tad optimistic to me, with those big Dallas schools just up the road, but a little hope never hurt anybody. That's what I reckon." "Football aside, how's the school?" "It's real fine. A lot of people were doubtful about this consolidation thing at first. I was one of them. But it's turned out to be a good thing. They got over 700 this year. Some of them bus in an hour or more. But they don't seem to mind. Probably saves them chores at home." "Is your book about high school kids, blackboard jungle kind of thing?" "Because there ain't no gangs or anything out here. Out here, kids still mind their manners." "Nothing like that. I've got savings, but I wouldn't mind stretching what I've got with some substitute work. I can't teach full-time and still write." "Course not," he said respectfully. "My degree's from Oklahoma, but—" I shrugged to show Oklahoma wasn't in Texas's league, but a man could hope. "Well, you ought to talk to Dick Simmons. He's the principal. Comes in for dinner most evenings. His wife died a couple of years back." "Sorry to hear that," I said. "Oh, we all were. He's a nice man. Most people are in these parts, Mr. Amberson, George Amberson." "Well, George, we're pretty sleepy, except on Friday nights. But you could do worse. Might could even learn to roar like a lion at halftime." "Maybe I could," I said. "You come on back around 6. That's usually the time Deke comes in." He put his arms on the counter and leaned over them. "Want a tip?" "Sure." "He'll probably have his lady friend with him, Miss Corcoran, the librarian up to the school. He's kind of been sparking her since last Christmas or so. I've heard that Mimi Corcoran's the one who really runs Denholm Consolidated because she runs him. If you impress her, I reckon you're in like Flynn." "I'll keep that in mind," I said. Weeks of apartment hunting in Dallas had netted me exactly one possible, which turned out to be owned by a man I didn't want to rent from. It took me 3 hours in Jody to find a place that looked fine. Not an apartment, but a tidy little 5-room shotgun house. It was for sale, the real estate agent told me, but the couple who owned it would be willing to rent to the right party. There was an elm-shaded backyard, a garage for the Sunliner, and central air conditioning. The rent was reasonable, given the amenities. Freddie Quinlan was the agent's name. He was curious about me. I think the Maine license plate on my car struck him as exotic, but not unduly so. Best of all, I felt I was out from under the shadow that had lain over me in Dallas, Derry, and Sunset Point, where my last long-term rental now lay in ashes. "Well," Quinlan asked, "what do you think?" "I want it, but I can't give you a yes or no this afternoon. I have to see a fellow first. I don't suppose you'll be open tomorrow, will you?" "Yes, sir, I will. Saturdays I'm open until noon. Then I go home and watch the game of the week on TV. Looks like it could be a heck of a series this year." "Yes," I said, "it certainly does." Quinlan extended his hand. "It was nice meeting you, Mr. Amberson. I bet you'd like Jody. We're good people around here. Hope it works out for you." I shook with him. "So do I." Like the man said, a little hope never hurt anybody. That evening I returned to Al's diner and introduced myself to the principal of Denholm Consolidated and his librarian lady friend. They invited me to join them. Deke Simmons was tall, bald, and 60-ish. Mimi Corcoran was bespectacled and tanned. The blue eyes behind her bifocals were sharp, looking me up and down for clues. She walked with the aid of a cane, handling it with the careless, almost contemptuous dexterity of long use. Both of them, I was amused to see, were carrying Denholm pennants and wearing gold buttons that read, "We've got gym power." It was Friday night in Texas. Simmons asked me how I was liking Jody. A lot. How long I'd been in Dallas, since August, and if I enjoyed high school football. Yes, indeed. The closest he got to anything substantive was asking me if I felt confident in my ability to make kids mind, because he said a lot of substitutes had a problem with that. "These young teachers send them to us in the office like we didn't have anything better to do," he said, and then chomped his pronghorn burger. "Sauce, Deke," Mimi said, and he obediently wiped the corner of his mouth with a paper napkin from the dispenser. She, meanwhile, was continuing her inventory of me. Sport coat, tie, haircut, the shoes she'd taken a good look at as I crossed to her booth. "Do you have references, Mr. Amberson?" "Yes, ma'am. I did quite a bit of substitute teaching in Sarasota County." "And in Maine?" "Not so much there, although I taught for 3 years in Wisconsin on a regular basis before quitting to work full-time on my book, or as much full-time as my finances would allow." I did have a reference from St. Vincent's High School in Madison. It was a good reference. I had written it myself. Of course, if anyone checked back, I'd be hung. Deke Simmons wouldn't do it, but sharp-eyed Mimi with the leathery cowboy skin might. "And what is your novel about?" This might also hang me, but I decided to be honest. As honest as possible, anyway, given my peculiar circumstances. "A series of murders and their effect on the community where they happen." "Oh, my goodness," Deke said. She tapped his wrist. "Hush! Go on, Mr. Amberson." My original setting was a fictional Maine city. I called it Dawson, but then I decided it might be more realistic if I set it in an actual city, a bigger one. I thought Tampa at first, but it was wrong somehow. She waved Tampa away. Too pastel, too many tourists. You were looking for something a little more insular, I suspect. A very sharp lady. She knew more about my book than I did. That's right. So I decided to try Dallas. I think it's the right place, but you wouldn't want to live there? Exactly. I see. She picked at her piece of deep-fried fish. Deke was looking at her with a mildly poleaxed expression. Whatever it was he wanted as he went cantering down the backstretch of life, she appeared to have it. Not so strange. Everybody loves somebody sometime, as Dean Martin would so wisely point out, but not for another few years. And when you're not writing, what do you like to read, Mr. Amberson? Oh, just about everything. Have you read The Catcher in the Rye? Uh-oh, I thought. Yes, ma'am. She looked impatient at this. Oh, call me Mimi. Even the kids call me Mimi, although I insist they put a Ms. with it for propriety's sake. What do you think of Mr. Salinger's cri de coeur? Lie or tell the truth? But it wasn't a serious question. This woman would read a lie the way I could read, well, an impeach Earl Warren billboard. I think it says a lot about how lousy the 50s were, and a lot about how good the 60s can be. If the Holden Caulfields of America don't lose their outrage, that is, and their courage. Picking plenty at her fish, but not eating any that I could see. No wonder she looked like you could staple a string to the back of her dress and fly her like a kite. Do you believe it should be in the school library? I sighed, thinking how much I would have enjoyed living and teaching part-time in the town of Jody, Texas. Actually, ma'am, Mimi, I do. Although I believe it should be checked out only to certain students and at the librarian's discretion. The librarians, not the parents? No, ma'am, that's a slippery slope. Mimi Corcoran burst into a wide smile and turned to her beau. Deke, this fellow doesn't belong on the substitute list. He should be full-time. Mimi, I know, no vacancy in the English department, but if he sticks around, maybe he can step in after that idiot Phil Bateman retires. Memes, that is very indiscreet. Yes, she said, and actually dropped me a wink. Also very true. Send Deke your references from Florida, Mr. Amberson. They should do nicely. Better yet, bring them in yourself next week. The school year has started. No sense in losing time. Call me George, I said. Yes, indeed, she said. She pushed her plate away. Deke, this is terrible. Why do we eat here? Because I like the burgers and you like Al's strawberry shortcake. Oh, yes, she said, the strawberry shortcake. Bring it on. Mr. Amberson, can you stay for the football game? Not tonight, I said. I've got to get back to Dallas. Maybe next week's game, if you think you can use me? If Mamie likes you, I like you, Deke Simmons said. I can't guarantee you a day every week, but some weeks there'll be 2 or even 3. It'll all average out. I'm sure it will. The substitute's salary isn't much. I'm afraid. I know that, sir. I'm just looking for a way to supplement my income. That Catcher book will never be in our library, Deke said with a regretful side glance at his purse-lipped paramour. School board won't have it. Mimi knows that. Another big bite of his prong burger. Times change, Mimi Corcoran said, pointing first to the napkin dispenser and then to the side of his mouth. Deke, sauce. The following week I made a mistake. I should have known better. Making another major wager should have been the last thing on my mind after all that had happened to me. You'll say I should have been more on my guard. I did understand the risk, but I was worried about money. I had come to Texas with something less than $16,000. Some was the remainder of Al's stake money, but most of it was the result of two very large bets, one placed in Derry and one in Tampa. But staying at the Adolphus for 7 weeks or so had eaten up over $1,000. Getting settled in a new town would easily cost another $400 or $500. Food, rent, and utilities aside, I was going to need a lot more clothes, and better ones, if I was going to look respectable in a classroom. I'd be based in Jody for 2.5 years before I could conclude my business with Lee Harvey Oswald. $14,000 or so wasn't going to cut it. The substitute teaching salary? $15.50 a day. Yeehaw. Okay, maybe I could have scraped through on 14 grand, plus 30 and sometimes even $50 a week as a sub. But I'd have to stay healthy and not have any accidents, and I couldn't bank on that, because the past is sly as well as obdurate. It fights back. And yes, maybe there was an element of greed involved too. If so, it was based less on the love of money than on the intoxicating knowledge that I could beat the usually unbeatable house whenever I wanted to. I think now, if Al had researched the stock market as thoroughly as who won all those baseball games, football games, and horse races, but he didn't. I think now, if Freddie Quinlan hadn't mentioned that the World Series was shaping up to be a doozy, but he did. And I went back to Greenville Avenue. I told myself that all those straw-hatted punters I'd seen standing out in front of Faith Financial, where trust is our watchword, would be betting the series, and some of them would be laying down serious cash. I told myself that I'd be one among many, and a middling bet from Mr. George Amberson, who'd claimed to be living in a nice converted garage duplex on Blackwell Street, right here in Dallas, should anyone inquire, would attract no attention. Hell, I told myself the guys running Faith Financial probably don't know Senor Eduardo Gutierrez of Tampa from Adam, or from Noah's son Ham, for that matter. Oh, I told myself lots of things, and they all boiled down to the same two things, that it was perfectly safe and that it was perfectly reasonable to want more money, even though I currently had enough to live on. Dumb, but stupidity is one of two things we see most clearly in retrospect. The other is missed chances. On September 28th, a week before the series was scheduled to start, I walked into Faith Financial and, after some dancing, put down $600 on the Pittsburgh Pirates to beat the Yankees in 7. I accepted 2-to-1 odds, which was outrageous considering how heavily favored the Yankees were. On the day after Bill Mazeroski hit his unlikely 9th-inning home run to seal the deal for the Buccos, I drove back to Dallas and Greenville Avenue. I think that if Faith Financial had been deserted, I would have turned around and driven right back to Jody, or maybe that's just what I tell myself now. I don't know for sure. What I do know is there was a queue of bettors waiting to collect, and I joined it. That group was a Martin Luther King dream come true. 50% black, 50% white, 100% happy. Most guys came out with nothing but a few fives or maybe a double sawbuck or two, but I saw several who were counting C notes. An armed robber who had chosen that day to hit Faith Financial would have done well indeed. The money man was a stocky fellow wearing a green eye shade. He asked me the standard first question. "Are you a cop? If you are, you have to show me your ID." And when I answered in the negative, he asked for my name and a look at my driver's license. It was a brand new one which I had received by registered mail the week before. Finally, a piece of Texas identification to add to my collection, and I was careful to hold my thumb over the Jody address. He paid me my $1,200. I stuffed it in my pocket and walked quickly to my car. When I was back on Highway 77 with Dallas falling behind and Jody growing closer with every turn of the wheels, I finally relaxed. Stupid me. We're going to take another leap forward in time. Narratives also contain rabbit holes when you stop to think of it. But I need to recount one more thing from 1960 first. Fort Worth, November 16th, 1960. Kennedy, the president-elect, for a little over a week. The corner of Ballinger and West 7th. The day was cold and overcast. Cars puffed white exhaust. The weatherman on K-Life, all the hits, all the time, was forecasting rain that might thicken to sleet by midnight. So be careful on the highways, all you rockers and rollers. I was bundled into a rawhide ranch coat. A felt cap with flaps was jammed down over my ears. I was sitting on a bench in front of the Texas Cattle Raisers Association, looking down West 7th. I'd been there for almost an hour, and I didn't think the young man would visit with his mother much longer than that. According to Al Templeton's notes, all 3 of her boys had gotten away from her as soon as they possibly could. What I was hoping was that she might come out of her apartment building with him. She was recently back in the area after several months in Waco, where she had been working as a ladies' home companion. My patience was rewarded. The door of the Rotary Apartments opened, and a skinny man who bore an eerie resemblance to Lee Harvey Oswald came out. He held the door for a woman in a tartan car coat and blocky white nurse's shoes. She was only shoulder-high to him, but solidly built. Her graying hair was scooped back from a prematurely lined face. She wore a red kerchief. Matching lipstick outlined a small mouth that looked dissatisfied and pugnacious, the mouth of a woman who believes the world is against her and has had plenty of evidence over the years to prove it. Lee Oswald's elder brother went quickly down the concrete path. The woman scurried after and grabbed the back of his topcoat. He turned to her on the sidewalk. They appeared to argue, but the woman did most of the talking. She shook her finger in his face. No way I could tell what she was scolding him about. I was a prudent block and a half away. Then he started toward the corner of West 7th and Summit Avenue, as I had expected. He had come by bus, and that was where the nearest stop was. The woman stood where she was for a moment, as if undecided. "Come on, Mama," I thought. "You're not going to let him get away that easily, are you? He's just half a block down the street. Lee had to go all the way to Russia to get away from that wagging finger." She went after him, and as they neared the corner, she raised her voice, and I heard her clearly. "Stop! Robert, don't walk so fast. I'm not done with you." He looked over his shoulder but kept walking. She caught up to him at the bus stop and tugged on his sleeve until he looked at her. The finger resumed its tick-tock wagging. I caught isolated phrases. "You promised," and "gave you everything," and "I think." "Who are you to judge me?" I couldn't see Oswald's face because his back was to me, but his slumped shoulders said plenty. I doubted if this was the first time Mama had followed him down the street, jabbering away the whole time, oblivious of spectators. She spread a hand above the shelf of her bosom, that timeless mom gesture that says, "Behold me, ye thankless child." Oswald dug into his back pocket, produced his wallet, and gave her a bill. She stuffed it in her purse without looking at it and started back toward the Rotary Apartments. Then she thought of something else and turned to him once more. I heard her clearly, raised to shout across the 15 or 20 yards now between them. That reedy voice was like fingernails drawn down a slate blackboard. "And call me if you hear from Lee again, hear? I'm still on the party line. It's all I can afford until I get a better job, and that Sykes woman from downstairs is on it all the time. I spoke to her. I gave her a real piece of my mind. 'Mrs. Sykes,' I said." A man passed her. He stuck a theatrical finger in one ear, grinning. If Mama saw, she took no notice. She certainly took no notice of her son's grimace of embarrassment. "Mrs. Sykes," I said, "you're not the only one who needs the phone, so I'd thank you to keep your calls short. And if you won't do it on your own, I may have to call a representative of the telephone company to make you do it." That's what I said. "So you call me, Rob. You know I need to hear from Lee." Here came the bus. As it pulled up, he raised his voice to be heard over the chuff of the air brakes. He's a damn commie, Ma, and he's not coming home. Get used to it." "You call me!" she shrilled. Her grim little face was set. She stood with her feet planted apart like a boxer ready to absorb a blow. Any blow, every blow.
Her eyes glared from behind black-rimmed harlequin glasses. Her kerchief was double-knotted beneath her chin.
The rain had begun to fall now, but she paid it no mind. She drew in breath and raised her voice to something just short of a scream. "I need to hear from my good boy. You hear?" Robert Oswald bolted up the steps and into the bus without replying. It pulled away in a chuff of blue exhaust, and as it did, a smile lit her face. It did something of which I would have thought a smile incapable. It made her simultaneously younger and uglier. A workman passed her. He didn't bump or even brush her as far as I could see, but she snapped, "Watch where you're going! You don't own the sidewalk!" Marguerite Oswald started back toward her apartment. When she turned away from me, she was still smiling. I drove back to Jody that afternoon shaken and thoughtful. I wouldn't see Lee Oswald for another year and a half, and I remained determined to stop him, but I already felt more sympathy for him than I ever had for Frank Dunning. Chapter 13. It was 7:45 on the evening of May 18th, 1961. The light of a long Texas dusk lay across my backyard. The window was open and the curtains fluttered in a mild breeze. On the radio, Troy Shondell was singing "This Time." I was sitting in what had been the little house's second bedroom and was now my study. The desk was a cast-off from the high school. It had one short leg, which I had shimmed. The typewriter was a Webster Portable. I was revising the first 150 or so pages of my novel, The Murder Place, mostly because Mimi Corcoran kept pestering me to read it, and Mimi, I had discovered, was the sort of person you could put off with excuses for only so long. The work was actually going well. I'd had no problem turning Derry into the fictional town of Dawson in my first draft, and turning Dawson into Dallas was even easier. I had started making the changes only so the work in progress would support my cover story when I finally let Mimi read it, but now the changes seemed both vital and inevitable. It seemed the book had wanted to be about Dallas all along. The doorbell rang. I put a paperweight on the manuscript pages so they wouldn't blow around and went to see who my visitor was. I remember all of this very clearly. The dancing curtains, the smooth river-stone paperweight, "This Time" playing on the radio, the long light of Texas evening, which I had come to love. I should remember it. It was when I stopped living in the past and just started living. I opened the door and Michael Kozloff stood there. He was weeping. "I can't, Mr. Amberson," he said. "I just can't." "Well, come in, Mike," I said. "Let's talk about it." I wasn't surprised to see him. I had been in charge of Lisbon High's little drama department for 5 years before running away to the era of universal smoking, and I'd seen plenty of stage fright in those years. Directing teenage actors is like juggling jars of nitroglycerin, exhilarating and dangerous. I've seen girls who were quick studies and beautifully natural in rehearsal freeze up completely on stage. I've seen nerdy little guys blossom and seem to grow a foot taller the first time they utter a line that gets a laugh from an audience. I've directed dedicated plodders and the occasional kid who showed a spark of talent, but I'd never had a kid like Mike Kozloff. I suspect there are high school and college faculty who've been working dramatics all their lives and never had a kid like him. Mimi Corcoran really did run Denholm Consolidated High School, and it was she who coaxed me into taking over the junior-senior play when Alfie Norton, the math teacher who'd been doing it for years, was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia and moved to Houston for treatments. I tried to refuse on the grounds that I was still doing research in Dallas, but I wasn't going there very much in the winter and early spring of 1961. Mimi knew it because whenever Deke needed an English sub during that half of the school year, I was usually available. When it came to Dallas, I was basically marking time. Lee was still in Minsk, soon to marry Marina Prusakova, the girl in the red dress and white shoes. "You've got plenty of time on your hands," Mimi had said. Her own hands were fisted on her non-existent hips. She was in full take-no-prisoners mode that day. "And it pays." "Oh, yeah," I said. "I checked that out with Deke. $50. I'll be living large in the hood." "In the what?" "Never mind, Mimi. For the time being, I'm doing all right for cash. Can't we leave it at that?" No, we couldn't. Miss Mimi was a human bulldozer, and when she met a seemingly immovable object, she just lowered her blade and revved her engine higher. Without me, she said, there would be no junior-senior play for the first time in the high school's history. The parents would be disappointed. The school board would be disappointed. "And," she added, drawing her brows together, "I will be bereft." "God forbid you should be bereft, Miss Mimi," I'd said. "Tell you what, if you let me pick the play, something not too controversial, I promise, I'll do it." Her frown had disappeared into the brilliant Mimi Corcoran smile that always turned Deke Simmons into a simmering bowl of oatmeal, which, temperamentally speaking, was not a huge transformation. "Excellent! Who knows, you may find a brilliant thespian lurking in our halls." "Yes," I said, "and pigs may whistle." But life is a joke. I had found a brilliant thesp, a natural, and now he sat in my living room on the night before our show opened for the first of 4 performances, taking up almost the entire couch, which bowed humbly beneath his 270 pounds, bawling his freaking head off. Mike Coslaw, also known as Lenny Small in George Amberson's OK for High School adaptation of John Steinbeck's Of Mice and Men. If that was, I could talk him into showing up tomorrow. I thought about handing him some Kleenex and decided they weren't up to the job. I fetched a dish wiper from the kitchen drawer instead. He scrubbed his face with it, got himself under some kind of control, then looked at me desolately. His eyes were red and raw. He hadn't started crying as he approached my door. This looked like it had been going on all afternoon. "Okay, Mike, make me understand. Everybody on the team's making fun of me, Mr. Amberson. Coach started calling me Clark Gable. This was at the Lion Pride Spring Picnic, and now everybody's doing it. Even Jimmy's doing it," meaning Jim Ledoux, the team's hot rod quarterback and Mike's best friend. I wasn't surprised about Coach Borman. He was a thud who preached the gospel of gung-ho and didn't like anyone poaching on his territory, either in season or out. And Mike had been called far worse. While hall monitoring, I'd heard him called Bohunk Mike, George of the Jungle, and Godzilla. He laughed the nicknames off. That amused, even absent-minded reaction to slurs and japes may be the greatest gift height and size conveys on large boys. And at 6'7" and 270, Mike made me look like Mickey Rooney. There was only one star on the Lions football team, and that was Jim Ledoux. Didn't he have his own billboard at the intersection of Highway 77 and Route 109? But if there was any player who made it possible for Jim to star, it was Mike Coslaw, who planned to sign with Texas A&M as soon as his senior high school season was over. Ledoux would be rolling with the Bama Crimson Tide, as both he and his father would be happy to tell you. But if someone had asked me to pick the one most likely to go pro, I would have put my money on Mike. I liked Jim, but to me, he looked like a knee injury or shoulder separation waiting to happen. Mike, on the other hand, seemed built for the long haul. What does Bobby Jill say? Mike and Bobby Jill Allnut were practically joined at the hip. Gorgeous girl? Check. Blonde? Check. Cheerleader? Why even ask? He grinned. Bobby Jill's behind me 1,000%. Says to man up and stop letting those other guys get my goat. Sounds like a sensible young lady. Yeah, she's the absolute best. Anyway, I suspect a little name-calling isn't what's really on your mind. And when he didn't reply, Mike, talk to me. I'm going to get up there in front of all those people and make a fool of myself. Jimmy told me so. Jimmy's a hell of a quarterback, and I know the two of you are pals. But when it comes to acting, he doesn't know jack shit. Mike blinked. In 1961, you usually didn't hear the word shit from teachers, even if they had a mouthful. But of course, I was only a substitute, and that freed me up some. I think you know that. As they say in these parts, you may stagger, but you ain't stupid. People think I am, he said in a low voice. And I'm strictly a C student. Maybe you don't know that. Maybe subs don't get to see the records, but I am. I made it a point to see yours after the second week of rehearsals. When I saw what you could do on stage. You're a C student because as a football player, you're supposed to be a C student. It's part of the ethos. The what? Figure it out from the context and save the dumb act for your friends. Not to mention Coach Borman, who probably has to tie a string on his whistle so he can remember which end to blow. Mike snickered at that, red eyes and all. Listen to me. People automatically think anyone as big as you is stupid. Tell me different if you want to. According to what I hear, you've been walking around in that body since you were 12, so you should know. He didn't tell me different. What he said was, everybody on the team tried out for Lenny. It was a joke, a goof. He added hastily, nothing against you, Mr. A. Everybody on the team likes you. Even Coach likes you. A bunch of players had crashed the tryouts, intimidating the more scholarly aspirants into silence and all claiming they wanted to read for the part of George Milton's big, dumb friend. Of course it had been a joke, but Mike's reading of Lenny had been the farthest thing in the world from funny. What it had been was a goddamn revelation. I would have used an electric cattle prod to keep him in the room if that's what it took, but of course there was no need of such extreme measures. You want to know the best thing about teaching? Seeing that moment when a kid discovers his or her gift. There's no feeling on earth like it. Mike knew his teammates would make fun of him, but he took that part anyway. And of course Coach Borman didn't like it. The Coach Bormans of the world never do. In this case, however, there wasn't much he could do about it, especially with Mimi Corcoran on my side. He certainly couldn't claim he needed Mike for football practice in April and May, so he was reduced to calling his best lineman Clark Gable. There are guys who can't rid themselves of the idea that acting is for girls, and queers who sort of wish they were girls. Gavin Borman was that kind of guy. At Don Haggerty's annual April Fool's keg party, he'd whined to me about putting ideas in that big galoot's head. I told him he was certainly welcome to his opinion. Like assholes, everybody had one. Then I walked away, leaving him with a paper cup in his hand and a perplexed look on his face. The Coach Bormans of the world are also used to getting their way through a kind of jocular intimidation, and he couldn't understand why it wasn't working on the lowly sub who'd stepped into Alfie Norton's director's shoes at the last minute. I could hardly tell Borman that shooting a guy to keep him from killing his wife and kids has a way of changing a man. Basically, Coach never had a chance. I cast some of the other football players as townspeople, but I meant to have Mike as Lenny from the moment he opened his mouth and said, I remember about the rabbits, George. He became Lenny. He hijacked not just your eyes, because he was so damn big, but the heart in your chest. You forgot everything else, the way people forget their everyday cares when Jim Ledoux faded back to throw a pass. Mike might have been built to crash the opposing line in humble obscurity, but he had been made. By God, if there is such a deity, by a roll of the genetic dice if there is not, to stand on a stage and disappear into someone else. It was a goof for everyone but you, I said. Oh, me too, at first. Because at first you didn't know. No, I didn't. Husky, almost whispering, he lowered his head because the tears were coming again, and he didn't want me to see them. The coach had called him Clark Gable, and if I called the man on it, he'd claim it was just a joke, a goof, a yuck, as if he didn't know the rest of the squad would pick up on it and pile on. As if he didn't know that shit would hurt Mike in a way being called Bohunk Mike never could. Why do people do that to gifted people? Is it jealousy? Fear? Both, maybe. But this kid had the advantage of knowing how good he was, and we both knew Coach Borman wasn't really the problem. The only person who could stop Mike from going on stage tomorrow night was Mike. You've played football in front of crowds 9 times bigger than the one that'll be in that auditorium. Hell, when you boys went down to Dallas for the regionals last November, you played in front of 10 or 12,000, and they were not friendly. Football's different. When we hit the field, we're all wearing the same uniform and helmets. Folks can only tell us apart by our numbers. Everybody's on the same side. There are 9 other people in this show with you, Mike. And that's not counting the townspeople I wrote in to give your football buddies something to do. They're a team too. It's not the same. Maybe not quite. But one thing is the same. If you let them down, the shit falls apart and everybody loses. The actors, the crew, the pep club girls who did the publicity, and all the people who are planning to come in for the show, some of them from ranches 50 miles out. Not to mention me. I lose too. I guess that's so, he said. He was looking at his feet, and mighty big feet they were. I could stand to lose Slim, or Curly. I'd just send someone out with the book to read the part. I guess I could even stand to lose Curly's wife. I wish Sandy was a little better, Mike said. She's pretty as hell, but if she ever hits her mark, it's an accident. I allowed myself a cautious inward smile. I was starting to think this was going to be all right. What I couldn't stand, what the show couldn't stand, is to lose you or Vince Knowles. Vince was playing Lenny's road buddy, George, and actually, we could have stood the loss if he'd gotten the flu or broken his neck in a road accident. Always a possibility, given the way he drove his daddy's farm truck. I would have gone on in Vince's place if push came to shove, even though I was much too big for the part. And I wouldn't need just to read, either. After 6 weeks of rehearsals, I was as off the book as any of my actors, more than some. But I couldn't replace Mike. No one could replace him. With his unique combination of size and actual talent, he was the linchpin. "What if I fuck up?" he asked, then heard what he'd said and clapped a hand to his mouth. I sat down beside him on the couch. There wasn't much room, but I managed. Right then I wasn't thinking of John Kennedy, Al Templeton, Frank Dunning, or the world I'd come from. Right then I was thinking of nothing but this big boy and my show. Because at some point it had become mine, just as this earlier time, with its party line telephones and cheap gas, had become mine. At that moment I cared more about Of Mice and Men than I did about Lee Harvey Oswald. But I cared even more about Mike. I took his hand off his mouth, put it on one huge thigh, put my hands on his shoulders, looked into his eyes. "Listen to me," I said. "Are you listening?" "Yes, sir." "You are not going to fuck up. Say it." Say it." "I'm not going to fuck up." What you're going to do is amaze them. I promise you that, Mike. Gripping his shoulders tighter, it was like trying to sink my fingers into stones. He could have picked me up and broken me over his knee, but he only sat there looking at me from a pair of eyes that were humble, hopeful, and still rimmed with tears. Do you hear me? I promise. The stage was a beachhead of light. Beyond it was a lake of darkness where the audience sat. George and Lenny stood on the bank of an imaginary river. The other men had been sent away, but they wouldn't be gone long. If the big, vaguely smiling hulk of a man in the overalls were to die with any dignity, George would have to see to it himself. "George, where are them guys going?" Mimi Corcoran was sitting on my right. At some point, she had taken my hand and was gripping it, hard. We were in the first row. Next to her, on her other side, Deke Simmons was staring up at the stage with his mouth slightly hung open. It was the expression of a farmer who sees a dinosaur cropping grass in his North 40. "Hunting. They're going hunting. Sit down, Lenny." Vince Knowles was never going to be an actor. What he was going to be most likely was a salesman at Jody Chrysler Dodge, like his father. But a great performance can lift all the actors in a production, and that had happened tonight. Vince, who in rehearsals had only once or twice achieved even low levels of believability, mostly because his ratty, intelligent little face was Steinbeck's George Milton, had caught something from Mike. All at once, about halfway through Act 1, he finally seemed to realize what it meant to go rambling through life with a Lenny as your only friend, and he'd fallen into the part. Now, watching him push an old felt hat from props back on his head, I thought that Vince looked like Henry Fonda in The Grapes of Wrath. "George?" "Yeah?" "Ain't you gonna give me hell?" "What do you mean?" "You know George." Smiling, the kind of smile that says, "Yeah, I know I'm a dope, but we both know I can't help it." Sitting down beside George on the imaginary river bank, taking off his own hat, tossing it aside, rumpling his short blonde hair, imitating George's voice. Mike had nailed this with eerie ease in the very first rehearsal, with no help from me. "If I was alone, I could live so easy. I could get a job and not have no more mess." Then resuming his own voice, or Lenny's, rather, "I can go away. I can go right up in the hills and find a cave. If you don't want me." Vince Knowles lowered his head, and when he raised it and spoke his next line, his voice was thick and hitching. It was a simulacrum of sorrow he'd never approached in even his best rehearsals. "No, Lenny, I want you to stay here with me." "Then tell me like you done before, about other guys, and about us." That was when I heard the first low sob from the audience. It was followed by another, and then a third. This I had not expected, not in my wildest dreams. A chill raced up my back, and I stole a glance at Mimi. She wasn't crying yet, but the liquid sheen in her eyes told me that she soon would be. Yes, even her, hard old baby that she was. George hesitated, then took hold of Lenny's hand, a thing Vince never would have done in rehearsals. "That's queer boy stuff," he would have said. "Guys like us, Lenny, guys like us got no families. They got nobody that gives a hoot in hell about them." Touching the prop gun hidden under his coat with his other hand, taking it part way out, putting it back, then steeling himself and taking it all the way out, laying it along his leg. "But not us, George. Not us. Isn't that right?" Mike was gone. The stage was gone. Now it was only the two of them, and by the time Lenny was asking George to tell him about the little ranch and the rabbits and living off the fat of the land, half the audience was weeping audibly. Vince was crying so hard he could hardly deliver his final lines, telling poor, stupid Lenny to look over there. The ranch they were going to live on was over there. If he looked hard enough, he could see it. The stage lends slowly to full dark. Cindy McComas for once running the lights perfectly. Bertie Jameson, the school janitor, fired a blank cartridge. Some woman in the audience gave a little scream. That sort of reaction is usually followed by nervous laughter, but tonight there was only the sound of people weeping in their seats. Otherwise, silence. It went on for 10 seconds. Or maybe it was only 5. Whatever it was, to me, it seemed forever. Then the applause broke. It was the best thunder I ever heard in my life. The house lights went up. The entire audience was on its feet. The front 2 rows were reserved for faculty, and I happened to glance at Coach Borman. Damned if he wasn't crying too. 2 rows back, where all the school jocks were sitting together, Jim Ledoux leaped to his feet. "You rock, Coslaw!" he shouted. This elicited cheers and laughter. The cast came out to take their bows. First the football player townspeople, then Curly and Curly's wife, then Candy and Slim and the rest of the farmhands. The applause started to die a little, and then Vince came out, flushed and happy, his own cheeks still wet. Mike Coslaw came last, shuffling as if embarrassed, then looking out in comical amazement as Mimi shouted, "Bravo!" Others echoed it, and soon the auditorium resounded with it. "Bravo! Bravo! Bravo!" Mike bowed, sweeping his hat so low it brushed the stage. When he stood again, he was smiling, but it was more than a smile. His face was transformed with the happiness that's reserved for those who are finally allowed to reach all the way up. Then he shouted, "Mr. Amberson! Come up here, Mr. Amberson!" The cast took up the chant of, "Director! Director!" "Don't kill the applause," Mimi growled from beside me. "Get up there, you goofball!" So I did, and the applause swelled again. Mike grabbed me, hugged me, lifted me off my feet, then set me down and gave me a hearty smack on the cheek. Everyone laughed, including me. We all grabbed hands, lifted them to the audience, and bowed. As I listened to the applause, a thought occurred to me, one that darkened my heart. In Minsk, there were newlyweds. Lee and Marina had been man and wife for exactly 19 days. 3 weeks later, just before school let out for the summer, I went to Dallas to take some photographs of the 3 apartments where Lee and Marina would live together. I used a small Minox, holding it in the palm of my hand and allowing the lens to peep out between 2 spread fingers. I felt ridiculous, more like the trench-coated caricatures in Mad Magazine's Spy vs. Spy feature than James Bond. But I had learned to be careful about such things. When I returned to my house, Mimi Corcoran's sky-blue Nash Rambler was parked at the curb, and Mimi was just sliding in behind the wheel. When she saw me, she got out again. A brief grimace tightened her face. Pain or effort. But when she came up the drive, she was wearing her usual dry smile, as if I amused her, but in a good way. In her hand, she was carrying a bulky manila envelope which contained the 150 pages of The Murder Place. I'd finally given in to her pesterings. But that had been only the day before. "Either you liked it one hell of a lot or you never got past page 10, I said, taking the envelope. "Which was it?" Her smile now looked enigmatic as well as amused. "Like most librarians, I'm a fast reader. Can we go inside and talk about it? It isn't even the middle of June, and it's already so hot." Yes, and she was sweating. Something I'd never seen before. Also, she looked as if she'd lost weight. Not a good thing for a lady who had no pounds to give away. Sitting in my living room with big glasses of iced coffee, me in the easy chair, she on the couch, Mimi gave her opinion. I enjoyed the stuff about the killer dressed up as a clown. Call me twisted, but I found that deliciously creepy." "If you're twisted, I am too." She smiled. "I'm sure you'll find a publisher for it. On the whole, I liked it very much." I felt a little hurt. The murder place might have begun as camouflage, but it had become more important to me as I got deeper into it. It was like a secret memoir. One of the nerves. That on the whole stuff reminds me of Alexander Pope, damning with faint praise. I didn't quite mean it that way. More qualification. It's just that, God damn it, George, this isn't what you were meant to do. You were meant to teach. And if you publish a book like this, no school department in the United States will hire you." She paused. "Except maybe in Massachusetts." I didn't reply. I was speechless. "What you did with Mike Coslaw, what you did for Mike Coslaw, was the most amazing and wonderful thing I've ever seen." "Mimi, it wasn't me. He's just naturally talented." "I know he's naturally talented. That was obvious from the moment he walked on stage and opened his mouth. But I'll tell you something, my friend. Something 40 years in high schools and 60 years of living has taught me, and taught me well. Artistic talent is far more common than the talent to nurture artistic talent. Any parent with a hard hand can crush it, but to nurture it is much more difficult. That's a talent you have, and in much greater supply than the one that drove this." She tapped the sheaf of pages on the coffee table in front of her. "I don't know what to say." "Say thank you and compliment me on my acute judgment." "Thanks. And your insight is only exceeded by your good looks." That brought the smile back, drier than ever. "Don't exceed your brief, George." "Yes, Miss Mimi." The smile disappeared. She leaned forward. The blue eyes behind her glasses were too big, swimming in her face. The skin under her tan was yellowish, and her formerly taut cheeks were hollow. When had this happened? Had Deke noticed? But this was ridic, as the kids said. Deke wouldn't notice that his socks were mismatched until he took them off at night. Probably not even then. She said, "Phil Bateman is no longer just threatening to retire. He's done pulled the pin and tossed the grenade, as our delightful Coach Borman would say, which means there's a vacancy on the English faculty. Come and teach full-time at DCHS, George. The kids like you. And after the junior-senior play, the community thinks you're the second coming of Alfred Hitchcock. Deke is just waiting to see your application. He told me so just last night. Please, publish this under a pseudonym if you have to, but come and teach. That's what you were meant to do." I wanted badly to say yes, because she was right. My job wasn't writing books, and it certainly wasn't killing people, no matter how much they deserved killing. And there was Jody. I'd come to it as a stranger who'd been displaced from his home era as well as his hometown, and the first words spoken to me here by Al Stevens at the diner had been friendly words. If you've ever been homesick or felt exiled from all the things and people that once defined you, you'll know how important welcoming words and friendly smiles can be. Jody was the anti-Dallas, and now one of its leading citizens was asking me to be a resident instead of a visitor. But the watershed moment was approaching, only it wasn't here yet. Maybe. "George, you have the most peculiar look on your face." "That's called thinking. Will you let me do it, please?" She put her hands to her cheeks and rounded her mouth in a comic "oh" of apology. "Well, braid my hair and call me Buckwheat." I paid no attention because I was busy flicking through Al's notes. I no longer had to look at them to do that. When the new school year started in September, Oswald was still going to be in Russia, although he had already started what would be a lengthy paperwork battle to get back to America with his wife and daughter, June, with whom Marina would be pregnant any day now. It was a battle Oswald would eventually win, playing one superpower bureaucracy off against the other with instinctive if rudimentary cleverness. But they wouldn't step off the SS Mazdam and onto American soil until the middle of the next year, And as for Texas, Memes, the school year usually ends the first week in June, doesn't it? Always. The kids who need summer jobs have to nail them down. As for Texas, the Oswalds were going to arrive on the 14th of June, 1962. And any teaching contract I signed would be probationary, right, as in 1 year? With an option to renew if all parties are satisfied, yes. Then you've got yourself a probationary English teacher. She laughed, clapped her hands, got to her feet, and held her arms out. Marvelous! Huggies for Miss Mimi! I hugged her, then released her quickly when I heard her gasp. What the hell is wrong with you, ma'am? She went back to the couch, picked up her iced coffee, and sipped. Let me give you 2 pieces of advice, George. The first is never call a Texas woman ma'am if you come from the northern climes. It sounds sarcastic. The second is never ask any woman what the hell is wrong with her. Try something slightly more delicate, like, are you feeling quite all right? Are you? Why wouldn't I? I'm getting married. At first I couldn't match this particular zig with a corresponding zag, except the grave look in her eyes suggested she wasn't zigging at all. She was circling something. Probably not a nice something either. Say, congratulations, Miss Mimi. Congratulations, Miss Mimi. Deke first popped the question almost a year ago. I put him off, saying it was too soon after his wife died and it would cause talk. As time passes, that has become less effective as an argument. I doubt if there would have been all that much talk anyway, given our ages. People in small towns realize that folks like Deke and me can't afford the luxury of decorum quite so much once we reach a certain, shall we say, plateau of maturity. Truth is, I like things fine just the way they were. The old fellow loves me quite a lot more than I love him, but I like him plenty. And at the risk of embarrassing you, even ladies who've reached a certain plateau of maturity aren't adverse to a nice boink on a Saturday night. Am I embarrassing you? No, I said. Actually, you're delighting me. The dry smile. Lovely. Because when I swing my feet out of bed in the morning, my first thought as they hit the floor is, might there be a way I can delight George Amberson today? And if so, how shall I go about it? Don't exceed your brief, Miss Mimi. Spoken like a man. She sipped her iced coffee. I had 2 objectives when I came here today. I've accomplished the first. Now I'll move on to the second so you can get on with your day. Deke and I are going to be married on July 21st, which is a Friday. The ceremony will be a small, private affair in his home, just us, the preacher, and a few family members. His parents, they're quite vigorous for dinosaurs, are coming from Alabama, and my sister from San Diego. The reception will be a lawn party at my house the following day, 2 p.m. until drunk o'clock. We're inviting almost everyone in town. There's going to be a piñata and lemonade for the little kiddies, barbecue and kegs of beer for the big kiddies, and even a band from San Antone. Unlike most bands from San Antone, I believe they are able to play Louie Louie as well as La Paloma. If you don't favor us with your presence, you'll be bereft. Indeed I will. Will you save the date? Absolutely. Good. Deke and I'll be leaving for Mexico on Sunday, by which time his hangover will have dissipated. We're a little old for a honeymoon, but there are certain resources available south of the border that are not available in the six-gun state. Certain experimental treatments. I doubt if they work, but Deke is hopeful, and hell, it's worth a try. Life, she gave a rueful sigh. Life is too sweet to give up without a fight, don't you think? Yes, I said. Yes. So, one holds on. She looked at me closely. Are you going to cry, George? No. Good, because that would embarrass me. I might even cry myself, and I don't do it well. No one would ever write a poem about my tears. I croak."
"How bad is it, may I ask?"
"Quite bad." She said it offhandedly. "I might have 8 months, possibly a year, assuming the herbal treatments or peach pits or whatever down Mexico way don't affect a magical cure, that is."
"I'm very sorry to hear it."
"Thank you, George. Expressed to a nicety. Any more would be sloppy." I smiled. "I have another reason for inviting you to our reception, although it goes without saying that your charming company and sparkling repartee would be enough. Phil Bateman isn't the only one who's retiring."
"Mimi, don't do that. Take a leave of absence if you have to, but—" She shook her head decisively.
"Sick or well, 40 years is enough. It's time for younger hands, younger eyes, and a younger mind. On my recommendation, Deke has hired a well-qualified young lady from Georgia. Her name is Sadie Clayton. She'll be at the reception. She'll know absolutely no one, and I expect you to be especially nice to her." "Mrs. Clayton?" "I wouldn't quite say that." Mimi looked at me guilelessly. "I believe she intends to reclaim her maiden name at some point in the near future, following certain legal formalities." "Mimi, are you matchmaking?" "Not at all," she said, then snickered. "Hardly at all, although you will be the only teacher on the English faculty who's currently unattached, and that makes you a natural to act as her mentor." I thought that a gigantic leap into illogic, especially for such an ordered mind. But I accompanied her to the door without saying so. What I said was, "If it's as serious as you say, you should be seeking treatment now, and not from some quack doctor in Juarez either. You should be at the Cleveland Clinic." I didn't know if the Cleveland Clinic even existed yet, but just then I didn't care. "I think not. Given the choice between dying in a hospital room somewhere, stuck full of tubes and wires, and dying in a seaside Mexican hacienda, that is, as you like to say, a no-brainer. And there's something else as well." She looked at me unflinchingly. "The pain isn't too bad yet, but I'm told it will be. In Mexico, they are far less apt to strike moral poses about large doses of morphine, or Nembutal if it comes to that. Trust me, I know what I'm doing." Based on what had happened to Al Templeton, I guessed that was true. I put my arms around her, this time hugging very gently. I kissed one leathery cheek. She bore it with a smile, then slipped away. Her eyes searched my face. "I'd like to know your story, my friend." I shrugged. "I'm an open book, Miss Mimi." She laughed. "What a crock of shit. You say you're from Wisconsin, but you showed up in Jody with a New England drawl in your mouth and Florida plates on your auto. You say you're commuting to Dallas for research purposes, and your manuscript purports to be about Dallas, but the people in it speak like New Englanders. In fact, there are a couple of places where characters actually say "ayah." You might want to change those." And I thought my rewrite had been so clever. Actually, Mimi, New Englanders say "ayah," not "ayah." "Noted." She continued to search my face. It was a struggle not to drop my eyes, but I managed. "Sometimes I've actually caught myself wondering if you might not be a space alien, like Michael Rennie in The Day the Earth Stood Still, here to analyze the natives and report back to Alpha Centauri on whether there's still hope for us as a species, or if we should be exploded by plasma rays before we can spread our germs to the rest of the galaxy." "That's very fanciful," I said, smiling. "Good. I'd hate to think our whole planet was being judged by Texas. If Jody were used as a sample, I'm sure Earth would get a passing grade." "You like it here, don't you?" "Yes." "Is George Amberson your real name?" "No. I changed it for reasons that are important to me but wouldn't be to anyone else. I'd prefer you kept that to yourself, for obvious reasons." She nodded. I can do that. I'll see you around, George. The diner, the library, and at the party, of course. You'll be nice to Sadie Clayton, won't you?" "Nice as pie," I said. That made her laugh. When she was gone, I sat in my living room for a long time, not reading, not watching TV, and working on either of my manuscripts was the farthest thing from my mind. I thought about the job I'd just agreed to, a year of teaching full-time English at Denholm Consolidated High School, home of the Lions. I decided I had no regrets. I could roar at halftime with the best of them. Well, I did have one regret, but it wasn't for me. When I thought about Mimi and her current situation, I had regrets aplenty. On the subject of love at first sight, I'm with the Beatles. I believe that it happens all the time. But it didn't happen that way for me and Sadie, although I held her the first time I met her, and with my right hand cupping her left breast. So I guess I'm also with Mickey and Sylvia, who said love is strange. South Central Texas can be savagely hot in mid-July, but the Saturday of the post-wedding party was damn near perfect, with temperatures in the upper 70s and lots of fat white clouds hustling across a sky the color of faded overalls. Long shutters of sun and shadow slipped down Mimi's backyard, which was on a mild slope ending at a muddy trickle of water she called Nameless Crick. There were streamers of yellow and silver, Denholm High colors, strung from the trees, and there was indeed a piñata hung temptingly low from the jutting branch of a sugar pine. No child passed near it without giving it a longing glance. "After dinner the kids'll get sticks and beat away on it," someone said from just behind my left shoulder. "Candy and toys for all de niños." I turned and beheld Mike Coslaw, resplendent and a little hallucinatory, in tight black jeans and a white open-throated shirt. A sombrero on a tug-string hung down on his back, and he wore a multicolored sash around his waist. I saw a number of other football players, including Jim Ledoux, dressed in the same semi-ridiculous manner, circulating with trays. Mike held his out with a slightly crooked smile. "Canapé, Signor Amberson?" I took a baby shrimp on a toothpick and dipped it in the sauce. "Nice get-up, kind of a Speedy Gonzales thing." "Don't start. If you want to see a real get-up, check Vince Knowles." He pointed beyond the net to where a group of teachers was playing a clumsy but enthusiastic game of volleyball. I beheld Vince dressed up in tails and a top hat. He was surrounded by fascinated children who were watching him pull scarves out of thin air. It worked well, if you were still young enough to miss the one poking out of his sleeve. His shoe-polish mustache gleamed in the sun. "On the whole, I prefer the Cisco Kid look," Mike said. "I'm sure you all make terrific waiters, but who in God's name persuaded you to dress up? And does Coach know?" "He ought to. He's here." "Oh, I haven't seen him." "He's over by the barbecue pit getting hammered with the Boosters Club." As for the outfit, Ms. Mimi can be pretty persuasive. I thought of the contract I'd signed. "I know." Mike lowered his voice. "We all know she's sick. Besides, I think of this as acting." He struck a bullfighter pose, not easy when you're carrying a tray of canapés. "Arriba!" "Not bad, but—" "I know. I'm not really inside the part yet. Gotta submerge myself, right?" "It works for Brando. How are you guys going to be this fall, Mike?" "Senior year, Jim in the pocket, me, Hank Alvarez, Chip Wiggins, and Carl Crockett on the line. We're going to state, and that gold ball's going into the trophy case." "I like your attitude." "Are you going to do a play this fall, Mr. Amberson?" "That's the plan." "Good. Great. Save me a part. But with football, it'll have to be a small one. Check out the band. They're not bad." The band was a lot better than not bad. The logo on the snare drum proclaimed them the Knights. The teenage lead singer counted off, and the band launched into a hot version of Ooh, My Head, the old Ritchie Valens song, and not really so old in the summer of '61, although Valens had been dead for almost 2 years. I got my beer in a paper cup and walked closer to the bandstand. The kid's voice was familiar. So was the keyboard, which sounded like it desperately wanted to be an accordion. And suddenly it clicked. The kid was Doug Somm, and not so many years from now he would have hits of his own. She's About a Mover, for one. Mendocino, for another. That would be during the British invasion, so the band, which basically played Tejano rock, would take a pseudo-British name, the Sir Douglas Quintet. "George, come here and meet someone, would you?" I turned. Mimi was coming down the slope of the lawn with a woman in tow. My first impression of Sadie? Everyone's first impression, I have no doubt, was her height. She was wearing flats, as were most of the women here, knowing that they'd be spending the afternoon and evening traipsing around outside. But this was a woman who had probably last worn heels to her own wedding, and even for that occasion she might have picked a dress that would hide just one more pair of low or no heels, chosen so she wouldn't tower comically over the groom as they stood at the altar. She was 6 feet at least, maybe a little more. I still had her by at least 3 inches, but other than Coach Borman and Greg Underwood of the history department, I was probably the only man at the party who did. And Greg was a beanpole. Sadie had, in the argot of the day, a really good build. She knew it and was self-conscious about it rather than proud. I could tell that from the way she walked. "I know I'm a little too big to be considered normal," that walk said. The set of her shoulders said more. "It's not my fault. I just growed that way, like Topsy." She was wearing a sleeveless dress printed over with roses. Her arms were tanned. She had dashed on a little pink lipstick, but no other makeup. Not love at first sight, I'm pretty sure of it, but I remember that first sight with surprising clarity. If I told you I remember with similar clarity the first time I saw the former Christy Epping, I'd be lying. Of course, it was at a dance club, and we were both toasted, so maybe I get a pass on that. Sadie was good-looking in an artless, what-you-see-is-what-you-get American girl way. She was something else as well. On the day of the party, I thought that something else was plain old big-person clumsiness. Later, I found out she wasn't clumsy at all, was in fact the farthest thing from it. Mimi looked good, or at least no worse than she had on the day she'd come to my house and convinced me to teach full-time, but she was wearing makeup, which was unusual. It didn't quite conceal the hollows under her eyes, probably caused by a combination of sleeplessness and pain, or the new lines at the corners of her mouth. But she was smiling, and why not? She had married her fella, she'd thrown a party that was obviously a roaring success, and she had brought a pretty girl in a pretty summer dress to meet the school's only eligible English teacher. "Hey, Mimi," I said, starting up the mild slope toward her, weaving my way around the card tables borrowed from the AmVets Hall, where people would later sit to eat barbecue and watch the sunset. "Congratulations! I guess now I'll have to get used to calling you Ms. Simmons?" She smiled her dry smile. "Please stick to Mimi. It's what I'm used to. I have a new faculty member I want you to meet. This is—" Someone had neglected to push one of the folding chairs all the way back in, and the big blonde girl, already holding her hand out to me and composing her "how nice to meet you" smile, tripped over it and went spilling forward. The chair came with her, tipping up, and I saw the potential for a nasty accident if one of the legs speared her in the stomach. I dropped my cup of beer in the grass, took a giant step forward, and grabbed her as she fell. My left arm went around her waist. My right hand landed higher, grabbing something warm and round and slightly yielding. Between my hand and her breast, the cotton of her dress slipped over the smooth nylon or silk of whatever she was wearing beneath. It was an intimate introduction, but we had the banging angles of the chair for a chaperone, and although I staggered a little against the momentum of her 150 or so pounds, I kept my feet and she kept hers. I took my hand away from the part of her that is rarely grasped when strangers are introduced, and said, "Hello, I'm Jake." I came within a hair of giving my 21st century name, but caught it at the very last moment. "I'm George. How nice to make your acquaintance." She was blushing to the roots of her hair. I probably was too, but she had the good grace to laugh. "Nice to make yours. I think you just saved me from a very nasty accident." Probably I had, because that was it, you see. Sadie wasn't clumsy. She was accident-prone. It was amusing until you realized what it really was, a kind of haunting. She was the girl, she told me later, who got the hem of her dress caught in a car door when she and her date arrived at the senior prom and managed to tear her skirt right off as they headed for the gym. She was the woman around whom water fountains malfunctioned, giving her a faceful. The woman who was apt to set an entire book of matches on fire when she lit a cigarette, burning her fingers or singeing her hair. The woman whose bra strap broke during parents' night, or who discovered huge runs in her stockings before school assemblies at which she was scheduled to speak. She was careful to mind her head going through doors, as all sensible tall folks learn to be. But people had a tendency to open them incautiously in her face just as she was approaching them. She'd been stuck in elevators on 3 occasions, once for 2 hours, and the year before, in a Savannah department store, the recently installed escalator had gobbled one of her shoes. Of course, I knew none of this then. All I knew on that July afternoon was that a good-looking woman with blonde hair and blue eyes had fallen into my arms. "I see you and Miss Dunhill are already getting along famously," Mimi said. "I'll leave you to get to know one another." So, I thought, the change from Mrs. Clayton to Miss Dunhill had already been effected, legal formalities or not. Meanwhile, the chair was stuck into the sod by one leg. When Sadie tried to tug it free, it wouldn't come at first. When it did, the back of the chair ran nimbly up her thigh, hiking her skirt and revealing one stocking top all the way to the garter, which was as pink as the roses on her dress. She gave a little cry of exasperation. Her blush darkened to an alarming shade of firebrick. I took the chair and set it firmly aside. "Miss Dunhill, Sadie, if I ever saw a woman who could use a cold beer, that woman is you. Come with me." "Thank you," she said. "I'm so sorry. My mother told me never to throw myself at men, but I've never learned." As I led her toward the line of kegs, pointing out various faculty members along the way, and taking her arm to steer her around a volleyball player who looked like he was going to collide with her as he backpedaled to return a high lob, I felt sure of one thing. We could be colleagues, and we could be friends, maybe good friends, but we'd never be any more than that, no matter what Mimi might hope for. In a comedy starring Rock Hudson and Doris Day, our introduction would have undoubtedly qualified as meet cute. But in real life, in front of an audience that was still grinning, it was just awkward and embarrassing. Yes, she was pretty. Yes, it was very nice to be walking with such a tall girl and still be taller. And sure, I had enjoyed the yielding firmness of that breast, cupped inside its thin double layer of proper cotton and sexy nylon. But unless you're 15, an accidental grope at a lawn party does not qualify as love at first sight. I got the newly minted or reminted Miss Dunhill a beer, and we stood conversing near the makeshift bar for the requisite amount of time. We laughed when the dove Vince Knowles had rented for the occasion poked its head out of his top hat and pecked his finger. I pointed out more Denholm educators, many already leaving Sobriety City on the Alcohol Express. She said she would never get to know them all, and I assured her she would. I asked her to call on me if she needed help with anything. The requisite number of minutes, the expected conversational gambits. Then she thanked me again for saving her from a nasty fall, and went to see if she could help gather the kids into the piñata-bashing mob they would soon become. I watched her go, not in love, but a little in lust. I'll admit I mused briefly on the stocking top and the pink garter. My thoughts returned to her that night as I got ready for bed. She filled a large amount of space in a very nice way, and my eye hadn't been the only one following the pleasant sway of her progress in the print dress, but really, that was it. What more could there be? I'd read a book called A Reliable Wife not too long before leaving on the world's strangest trip, and as I climbed into bed, a line from the novel crossed my mind. He had lost the habit of romance. That's me, I thought as I turned out the light. Totally out of the habit. And then as the crickets sang me to sleep, but it wasn't just the breast that was nice, it was the weight of her in my arms. As it turned out, I hadn't lost the habit of romance at all. August in Jody was an oven, with temperatures at least in the 90s every day and often breaking 100. The air conditioning in my rented house on Mesa Lane was good, but not good enough to withstand that sort of sustained assault. Sometimes, if there was a cooling shower, the nights were a little better, but not by much. I was at my desk on the morning of August 27th, working away at the murder place in a pair of basketball shorts and nothing else when the doorbell rang. I frowned. It was Sunday. I'd heard the sound of competing church bells not too long previous, and most of the people I knew attended one of the town's 4 or 5 places of worship. I pulled on a T-shirt and went to the door. Coach Borman was standing there, with Ellen Dougherty, the former head of the home ec department and DCHS's acting principal for the coming year. To no one's surprise, Deke had tendered his resignation on the same day Mimi tendered hers. Coach was stuffed into a dark blue suit and a loud tie that looked like it was strangling his plug of a neck. Ellen was wearing a prim gray outfit relieved by a spray of lace at her throat. They looked solemn. My first thought, as persuasive as it was wild, they know. Somehow they know who I am and where I came from. They're here to tell me. Coach Borman's lips were trembling, and although Ellen didn't sob, tears filled her eyes. Then I knew. Is it Mimi? Coach nodded. Deke called me. I got Ellie. I usually take her to church, and we're letting people know. The one she liked the best. I'm sorry to hear, I said. How's Deke? He seems to be bearing up, Ellen said, then glanced at Coach with some asperity. According to him, at least. Yeah, he's okay, Coach said. Broken up, of course. Sure he is. He's going to have her cremated. Ellen's lips thinned in disapproval. Said it was what she wanted. I thought about it. We should have some sort of special assembly once school's back in. Can we do that? People can speak. Maybe we could put together a slideshow. People must have lots of pictures of her. That's a wonderful idea, Ellen said. Could you organize it, George? I'd be happy to try. Get Miss Dunhill to help you. And before the suspicion of more matchmaking could even begin to cross my mind, she added, I think it will help the boys and girls who loved memes to know her hand-picked replacement helped plan the memorial assembly. It will help Sadie, too. Of course it would. As a newcomer, she could use a little banked goodwill to start the year with. Okay, I'll talk to her. Thank you both. Are you going to be okay? Sure, Coach said stoutly, but his lips were still trembling. I liked him for that. They went slowly down to his car, which was parked at the curb. Coach had his hand on Ellen's elbow. I liked him for that, too. I closed the door, sat down on the bench in the little dab of front hall, and thought about Mimi saying she would be bereft if I didn't take over the junior-senior play, and if I didn't sign on to teach full-time for at least a year. Also, if I didn't come to her wedding party. Mimi, who thought Catcher in the Rye belonged in the school library, and who wasn't averse to a nice boink on Saturday night. She was one of those faculty members the kids remember long after graduation and sometimes come back to visit when they're no longer kids. The kind who sometimes shows up in a troubled student's life at a critical moment and makes a critical difference. Who can find a virtuous woman? The proverb asks. For her price is above rubies. She seeketh wool and flax, and worketh willingly with her hands. She is like the merchant's ships that bringeth food from afar. There are more clothes than the ones you put on your body. Every teacher knows that. And food isn't just what you put in your mouth. Miss Mimi had fed and clothed many, including me. I sat there on a bench I'd bought at a Fort Worth flea market with my head lowered and my face in my hands. I thought about her, and I was very sad, but my eyes remained dry. I've never been what you'd call a crying man. Sadie immediately agreed to help me put together a memorial assembly. We worked on it for the last 2 weeks of that hot August, driving around town to line up speakers. I tapped Mike Coslaw to read Proverbs 31, which describes the virtuous woman, and Al Stevens volunteered to tell the story, which I'd never heard from Mimi herself, about how she had named the prong burger, his spécialité de la maison. We also collected over 200 photographs. My favorite showed Mimi and Deke doing the twist at a school dance. She looked like she was having fun. He looked like a man with a fair-sized stick up his ass. We culled the photos in the school library, where the nameplate on the desk now read Miss Dunhill instead of Ms. Mimi. During that time, Sadie and I never kissed, never held hands, never even looked into each other's eyes for longer than a passing glance. She didn't talk about her busted marriage or her reasons for coming to Texas from Georgia. I didn't talk about my novel or tell her about my largely made-up past. We talked about books. We talked about Kennedy, whose foreign policy she considered jingoistic. We discussed the nascent civil rights movement. I told her about the board across the creek at the bottom of the path behind the Humble Oil Station in North Carolina. She said she'd seen similar toilet facilities for colored people in Georgia, but believed their days were numbered. She thought school integration would come, but probably not until the mid-'70s. I told her I thought it would be sooner, driven by the new president and his attorney general kid brother. She snorted, "You have more respect for that grinning Irishman than I do. Tell me, does he ever get his hair cut?" We didn't become lovers, but we became friends. Sometimes she tripped over things, including her own feet, which were large, and on 2 occasions I steadied her. But there were no catches as memorable as the first one. Sometimes she'd declare she just had to have a cigarette, and I'd accompany her out to the student smoking area behind the metal shop. "I'll be sorry not to be able to come out here and sprawl on the bench in my old blue jeans," she said one day. This was less than a week before school was scheduled to start. "There's always such a fug in teachers' rooms." Someday that'll all change. Smoking will be banned on school grounds for teachers as well as students. She smiled. It was a good one because her lips were rich and full, and the jeans, I must say, looked good on her. She had long, long legs, not to mention just enough junk in her trunk. "A cigarette-free society? Negro children and white children studying side by side in perfect harmony? No wonder you're writing a novel. You've got one hell of an imagination. What else do you see in your crystal ball, George? Rockets to the moon?" "Sure, but it'll probably take a little longer than integration." "Who told you I was writing a novel?" "Miss Mamie," she said, and butted her cigarette in one of the 6 sand urn ashtrays. "She said it was good. And speaking of Miss Mamie, I suppose we ought to get back to work. I think we're almost there with the photographs, don't you?" "Yes." "And are you sure playing that West Side Story song over the slideshow isn't going to be too corny?" I thought Somewhere was cornier than Iowa and Nebraska put together, but according to Ellen Doherty, it had been Mimi's favorite song. I told Sadie this, and she laughed doubtfully. I didn't know her all that well, but it sure doesn't seem like her. Maybe it's Ellie's favorite song. Now that I think about it, that seems all too likely. Listen, Sadie, do you want to go to the football game with me on Friday? Kind of show the kids that you're here before school starts on Monday? I'd love to. Then she paused, looking a little uncomfortable. As long as you don't, get any ideas. I'm not ready to date just yet. Maybe not for a long time. Neither am I. She was probably thinking about her ex. But I was thinking about Lee Oswald. Soon he'd have his American passport back. Then it would only be a matter of wrangling a Soviet exit visa for his wife. But friends sometimes go to the game together. That's right, they do. And I like going places with you, George. Because I'm taller. She punched my arm playfully, a big sister kind of punch. That's right, partner. You're the kind of man I can look up to. At the game, practically everybody looked up to us, and with faint awe, as though we were representatives of a slightly different race of humans. I thought it was kind of nice, and for once Sadie didn't have to slouch to fit in. She wore a Lion Pride sweater and her faded jeans. With her blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, she looked like a high school senior herself, a tall one, probably the center on the girls' basketball team. We sat in faculty row and cheered as Jim Ledoux riddled the Arnett Bears' defense with half a dozen short passes and then a 60-yard bomb that brought the crowd to its feet. At halftime, the score was Denholm 31, Arnett 6. As the players ran off the field and the Denholm band marched onto it with their tubas and trombones wagging, I asked Sadie if she wanted a hot dog and a Coke. You bet I do, but right now the line'll be all the way out to the parking lot. Wait until there's a timeout in the third quarter or something. We have to roar like lions and do the gym cheer. I think you can manage those things on your own. She smiled at me and gripped my arm. No, I need you to help me. I'm new here, remember? At her touch, I felt a warm little shiver I did not associate with friendship. And why not? Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were sparkling. Under the lights and the greeny blue sky of a deepening Texas dusk, she was way beyond pretty. Things between us might have progressed faster than they did, except for what happened during that halftime. The band marched around the way high school bands do, in step but not completely in tune, blaring a medley you couldn't quite figure out. When they finished, the cheerleaders trotted to the 50-yard line, dropped their pom-poms in front of their feet, and put their hands on their hips. "Give us an L!" We gave them what they required, and when further importuned, we obliged with an I, an O, an N, and an S. "What's that spell?" "Lions!" Everybody on the home bleachers up and clapping. "Who's gonna win?" "Lions!" Given the halftime score, there wasn't much doubt about it. "Then let us hear you roar!" We roared in the traditional manner, turning first to the left and then to the right. Sadie gave it her all, cupping her hands around her mouth, her ponytail flying from one shoulder to the other. What came next was the gym cheer. In the previous 3 years, yes, our Mr. Ledoux had started at QB even as a freshman. This had been pretty simple. The cheerleaders would yell something like, "Let us hear your lion pride. Name the man who leads our side." And the hometown crowd would bellow, "Jim! Jim! Jim!" After that, the cheerleaders would do a few more cartwheels and then run off the field so the other team's band could march out and tootle a tune or two. But this year, possibly in honor of Jim's valedictory season, the chant had changed. Each time the crowd yelled, "Jim!" the cheerleaders responded with the first syllable of his last name, drawing it out like a teasing musical note. It was new, but it wasn't complicated, and the crowd caught on in a hurry. Sadie was doing the chant with the best of them until she realized I wasn't. I was just standing there with my mouth open. "George, are you okay?" I couldn't answer. In fact, I barely heard her, because most of me was back in Lisbon Falls. I had just come through the rabbit hole. I had just walked along the side of the drying shed and ducked under the chain. I had been prepared to meet the yellow card man, but not to be attacked by him, which I was. Only he was no longer the yellow card man. Now he was the orange card man. "You're not supposed to be here," he had said. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" And when I'd started to ask him if he'd tried AA for his drinking problem, he'd said, "George?" Now she sounded worried as well as concerned. "What is it? What's wrong?" The fans had totally gotten into the call and response thing. The cheerleaders shouted, "Jim!" and the bleacher creatures shouted back, "La!" "Fuck off, Jim La!" That was what the yellow card man, who'd become the orange card man, although not yet the dead-by-his-own-hand black card man, had snarled at me. And that was what I was hearing now, tossed back and forth like a medicine ball between the cheerleaders and the 2,500 fans watching them. "Jim La! Jim La! Jim La!" Sadie grabbed my arm and shook me. "Talk to me, mister. Talk to me, because I'm getting scared." I turned to her and managed a smile. It did not come easy, believe me. "Just crashing for sugar, I guess. I'm going to grab those Cokes." "You aren't going to faint, are you? I can walk you to the aid station if—" "I'm fine," I said, and then without thinking about what I was doing, I kissed the tip of her nose. Some kid shouted, "Way to go, Mr. A!" Rather than looking irritated, she wriggled her nose like a rabbit, then smiled. "Get out of here, then, before you damage my reputation. And bring me a chili dog. Lots of cheese." "Yes, ma'am." The past harmonizes with itself. That much I already understood. But what song was this? I didn't know, and it worried me plenty. In the concrete runway leading to the refreshment stand, the chant was magnified, making me want to put my hands over my ears to block it out. "Jim-la! Jim-la! Jim-la!" Part 4. Sadie and the General. Chapter 14. The memorial assembly was held at the end of the new school year's first day, and if one can measure success by damp hankies, the show Sadie and I put together was boffo. I'm sure it was cathartic for the kids, and I think Miss Mimi herself would have enjoyed it. "Sarcastic people tend to be marshmallows underneath the armor," she once told me. "I'm no different." The teachers held it together through most of the eulogies. It was Mike who started to get to them with his calm, heartfelt recitation from Proverbs 31. Then, during the slide show with the accompanying schmaltz from West Side Story, the faculty lost it too. I found Coach Borman particularly entertaining, with tears streaming down his red cheeks and large quacking sobs emerging from his massive chest. Denholm's football guru reminded me of everybody's second favorite cartoon duck, Baby Huey. I whispered this observation to Sadie as we stood beside the big screen with its marching images of Miss Mimi. She was crying too, but had to step off the stage and into the wings as laughter first fought with and then overcame her tears. Safely back in the shadows, she looked at me reproachfully and then gave me the finger. I decided I deserved it. I wondered if Miss Mimi would still think Sadie and I were getting along famously. I thought she probably would. I picked 12 angry men for the fall play, accidentally on purpose neglecting to inform the Samuel French Company that I intended to retitle our version The Jury, so I could cast some girls. I would hold tryouts in late October and start rehearsals on November 13th, after the Lions' last regular season football game. I had my eye on Vince Knowles for juror number 8, the holdout who'd been played by Henry Fonda in the movie, and Mike Kozloff for what I considered the best part in the show, bullying abrasive juror number 3. But I had begun to focus on a more important show, one that made the Frank Dunning affair look like a paltry vaudeville skit by comparison. Call this one Jake and Lee in Dallas. If things went well, it would be a tragedy in one act. I had to be ready to go on stage when the time came, and that meant starting early. On the 6th of October, the Denholm Lions won their 5th football game on their way to an undefeated season that would be dedicated to Vince Knowles, the boy who'd played George in Of Mice and Men, and who would never get a chance to act in the George Amberson version of 12 Angry Men. But more of that later. It was the start of a 3-day weekend because the Monday following was Columbus Day. I drove to Dallas on the holiday. Most businesses were open, and my first stop was one of the pawn shops on Greenville Avenue. I told the little man behind the counter that I wanted to buy the cheapest wedding ring he had in stock. I walked out with an $8 band of gold, at least it looked like gold, on the third finger of my left hand. Then I drove downtown to a place on Lower Main Street I'd bird-dogged in the Dallas Yellow Pages, Silent Mike's Satellite Electronics. There I was greeted by a trim little man who wore horn-rimmed glasses and a weirdly futuristic button on his vest. "Trust nobody," it said. "Are you Silent Mike?" I asked. "Yep." "And are you truly silent?" He smiled. "Depends on who's listening." "Let's assume nobody," I said, and told him what I wanted. It turned out I could have saved my $8, because he had no interest at all in my supposedly cheating wife. It was the equipment I wanted to buy that interested the proprietor of Satellite Electronics. On that subject he was loquacious, Mike. "Mister, they may have gear like that on whatever planet you come from, but we sure don't have it here." That stirred a memory of Ms. Mimi comparing me to the alien visitor in The Day the Earth Stood Still. "I don't know what you mean." "You want a small wireless listening device? Fine. I got a bunch in that glass case right over there to your left. They're called transistor radios. I stock both Motorola and GE, but the Japanese make the best ones." He stuck out his lower lip and blew a lock of hair off his forehead. "Ain't that a kick in the behind? We beat 'em 15 years ago by bombing 2 of their cities to radioactive dust, but do they die? No. They hide in their holes until the dust settles, then come crawling back out armed with circuit boards and soldering irons instead of Nambu machine guns. By 1985, they'll own the world. The part of it I live in, anyway." "So you can't help me?" "What, are you kidding? Sure I can. Silent Mike McKeekern's always happy to help fill a customer's electronic needs. But it'll cost." "I'd be willing to pay quite a bit. It could save me even more when I get that cheating bitch into divorce court." "Uh-huh. Wait here a minute while I get something out of the back. And turn that sign in the door over to closed, would you? I'm going to show you something that's probably not, well, maybe it is legal, but who knows? Is Silent Mike McKeekern an attorney?" "I'm guessing not." My guide to 60s-era electronica reappeared with a weird-looking gadget in one hand and a small cardboard box in the other. The printing on the box was in Japanese. The gadget looked like a dildo for pixie chicks, mounted on a black plastic disc. The disc was 3 inches thick and about the diameter of a quarter, with a spray of wires coming out of it. He put it on the counter. "This is an Echo, manufactured right here in town, son. If anyone can beat the sons of Nippon at their own game, it's us. Electronics is going to replace banking in Dallas by 1970. Mark my words." He crossed himself, pointed skyward, and added, "God bless Texas." I picked the gadget up. What exactly is an echo when it's at home with its feet up on the hassock? The closest thing to the kind of bug you described to me that you're going to get. It's small because it doesn't have any vacuum tubes and doesn't run on batteries. It runs on ordinary AC house current. You plug it into the wall? Sure, why not? Your wife and her boyfriend can look at it and say, "How nice, someone bugged the place while we were out. Let's have a nice noisy shag, then talk over all our private business." He was a geek, all right. Still, patience is a virtue, and I needed what I needed. What do you do with it, then? He tapped the disc. This goes inside the base of a lamp. Not a floor lamp unless you're interested in recording the mice running around inside the baseboards, you dig? A table lamp, so it's up where people talk. He brushed the wires. The red and yellow ones connect to the lamp cord. Lamp cord's plugged into the wall. The bug's dead until someone turns on the lamp. When they do, bingo, you're off to the races. This other thing is the mic? Yep. And for American-made, it's a good one. Now, you see the other two wires, the blue and green ones? Uh-huh. He opened the cardboard box with the Japanese writing on it and took out a reel-to-reel recorder. It was bigger than a pack of City's Winstons, but not by much. Those wires hook up to this. Base unit goes in the lamp, recorder goes in a bureau drawer, or maybe under your wife's scanties, or drill a little hole in the wall and put it in the closet. The recorder also draws power from the lamp cord. Naturally. Could I get 2 of these echoes? I could get you 4 if you wanted. Might take a week, though. 2 will be fine. How much? Stuff like this ain't cheap. A pair'd run you $140, best I can do, and it would have to be a cash deal. He spoke with a regret that suggested we'd been having a nice little techno dream for ourselves, but now the dream was almost over. How much more would it cost me to have you do the installation? I saw his alarm and hastened to dispel it. I don't mean the actual black bag job, nothing like that. Just to put the bugs in a couple of lamps and hook up the tape recorders. Could you do that? Of course I could, Mr. Let's say Mr. Doe. John Doe. His eyes sparkled as I imagined E. Howard Hunt's would when he first beheld the challenge that was the Watergate Hotel. Good name. Thanks, and it would be good to have a couple of options with the wires. Something short, if I can place it close by, something longer if I need to hide it in a closet or on the other side of a wall. I can do that, but you don't want more than 10 feet or the sound turns to mud. Also, the more wire you use, the greater the chance that someone will find it. Even an English teacher could understand that. How much for the whole deal? 180? He looked ready to haggle, but I didn't have the time or the inclination. I put 5 20s down on the counter and said, "You get the rest when I pick them up, but first we test them out and make sure they work, agreed?" "Yeah, fine." One other thing, get used lamps, kind of grungy. Grungy? Like they were picked up at a yard sale or a flea market for $0.25 apiece. After you direct a few plays, counting the ones I'd worked on at LHS, Of Mice and Men had been my 5th. You learn a few things about set decoration. The last thing I wanted was someone stealing a bug-loaded lamp from a semi-furnished apartment. For a moment he looked puzzled, then a complicitous smile dawned on his face. I get it. Realism. That's the plan, Stan. I started for the door, then came back, leaned my forearms on the transistor radio display case and looked into his eyes. I can't swear that he saw the man who had killed Frank Dunning, but I can't say for sure that he didn't either. You're not going to talk about this, are you? No! Of course not. He zipped 2 fingers across his lips. That's the way, I said. When? Give me a few days. I'll come back next Monday. What time do you close? 5? I calculated the distance from Jody to Dallas and said, an extra 20 if you stay open until 7. It's the soonest I can make it. That work for you? Yeah. Good. Have everything ready. I will. Anything else? Yeah. Why the hell do they call you Silent Mike? I was hoping he'd say because I can keep a secret, but he didn't. When I was a kid, I thought that Christmas carol was about me. It just kind of stuck. I didn't ask, but halfway back to my car it came to me, and I started to laugh. Silent Mike. Holy Mike. Sometimes the world we live in is a truly weird place. When Lee and Marina returned to the United States, they'd live in a sad procession of low-rent apartments, including the one in New Orleans I'd already visited, but based on Al's notes, I thought there were only 2 I needed to focus on. One was at 214 West Neely Street in Dallas. The other was in Fort Worth, and that was where I went after my visit to Silent Mike's. I had a map of the city, but still had to ask directions 3 times. In the end, it was an elderly black woman clerking at a mom and pop who pointed me the right way. When I finally found what I was looking for, I wasn't surprised that it had been hard to locate. The ass end of Mercedes Street was unpaved hardpan, lined with crumbling houses little better than sharecroppers' shacks. It spilled into a huge, mostly empty parking lot where tumbleweeds blew across the crumbling asphalt. Beyond the lot was the back of a cinder-block warehouse. Printed on it in whitewashed letters, 10 feet tall, was "Property of Montgomery Ward," and "Trespassers will be prosecuted," and "Police take note." The air stank of cracked petroleum from the direction of Odessa Midland, and raw sewage much closer at hand. The sound of rock and roll spilled from open windows. I heard the DeVelles, Johnny Burnett, Lee Dorsey, Chubby Checker, and that was in the first 40 yards or so. Women were hanging clothes on rusty whirligigs. They were all wearing smocks that had probably been purchased at Zayre's or Mammoth Mart, and they all appeared to be pregnant. A filthy little boy and an equally filthy little girl stood on a cracked clay driveway and watched me go by. They were holding hands and looked too much alike not to be twins. The boy, naked except for a single sock, was holding a cap pistol. The girl was wearing a saggy diaper below a Mickey Mouse Club t-shirt. She was clutching a plastic baby doll as filthy as she was. 2 bare-chested men were throwing a football back and forth between their respective yards, both of them with cigarettes hanging from the corners of their mouths. Beyond them, a rooster and 2 bedraggled chickens pecked in the dust near a scrawny dog that was either sleeping or dead. I pulled up in front of 2703, the place to which Lee would bring his wife and daughter when he could no longer stand Marguerite Oswald's pernicious brand of smother love. 2 concrete strips led up to a bald patch of oil-stained ground where there would have been a garage in a better part of town. The wasteland of crabgrass that passed for a lawn was littered with cheap plastic toys. A little girl in ragged pink shorts was kicking a soccer ball repeatedly against the side of the house. Each time it hit the wooden siding, she said, "Jumba!" A woman with her hair in large blue rollers and a cigarette plugged in her gob shoved her head at the window and shouted, "You keep doing that, Rosette. I'm going to come out and beat you snotty." Then she saw me. "What you want?" "If it's a bill, I can't help you. My husband does all that. He got work today." "It's not a bill," I said. Rosette kicked the soccer ball at me with a snarl that became a reluctant smile when I caught it with the side of my foot and booted it gently back. "I just wanted to speak to you for a second." "Oh, y'all gotta wait then. I ain't decent." Her head disappeared. I waited. Rosette kicked the soccer ball high and wide this time.
Chamba!"
But I managed to catch it on one palm before it hit the house.
"Ain't supposed to use your hands, dirty old sumbitch," she said. "That's a penalty. Rosette, what I told you about that goddamn mouth?"
Mom's came out on the stoop, securing a filmy yellow scarf over her rollers. It made them look like cocooned insects, the kind that might be poisonous when they hatched.
"Dirty old fucking sumbitch!"
Rosette shrieked, and then scampered up Mercedes Street in the direction of the Monkey Ward warehouse, kicking her soccer ball and laughing maniacally.
"What you want?"
Mom's was 22, going on 50. Several of her teeth were gone, and she had the fading remains of a black eye. "Want to ask you some questions?" I said.
"What makes my business your business?"
I took out my wallet and offered her a $5 bill. "Ask me no questions, and I'll tell you no lies."
"You ain't from around here. You sound like a Yankee."
"Do you want this money or not, missus?"
"Depends on the questions. I ain't telling you my goddamn bra size."
"I want to know how long you've been here for a start."
"This place? 6 weeks, I guess. Harry thought he might catch on at the Monkey Ward warehouse, but they ain't hiring. So he went on over to Manpower. You know where that is?"
"Day labor?"
"Yeah, and he working with a bunch of niggers. $9 a day, working with a bunch of goddamn niggers side of the road. He says it's like being a West Texas correctional again."
"How much rent do you pay?"
$50 a month.
"Furnished?"
"Semi. Well, you could say. Got a goddamn bed and a goddamn gas stove, gonna kill us all, most likely. And I ain't taking you in, so don't ask. I don't know you from goddamn Adam."
"Did it come with lamps and such?"
"You're crazy, mister."
"Did it?"
"Yeah, couple. One that works and one that didn't. I ain't staying here, be goddamned if I will. He tell how he don't want to move back in with my mama down Moselle, but Tough Titty said the kitty. I ain't staying here. You smell this place?"
"Yes, ma'am."
"That ain't nothing but shit, Sonny Jim. Not cat shit, not dog shit. That's people shit. Work with niggers, that's one thing, but live like one, no, sir. You done?"
I wasn't quite, although I wished I were. I was disgusted by her, and disgusted with myself for daring to judge. She was a prisoner of her time, her choices, and this shit-smelling street. But it was the rollers under the yellow headscarf that I kept looking at, fat blue bugs waiting to hatch. "Nobody stays there for long, I guess?"
"On Sadie's Street?"
She waved her cigarette at the hard pan leading to the deserted parking lot and the vast warehouse filled with nice things she would never own. At the elbow-to-elbow shacks with their steps of crumbling cinder block and their broken windows blocked up with pieces of cardboard. At the roiling kids. At the old rust-eaten Fords and Hudsons and Studebaker Larks. At the unforgiving Texas sky. Then she uttered a terrible laugh filled with amusement and despair.
"Mister, this is a bus stop on the road to nowhere. Me and Bratty Sue's sailing back to Moselle. If Harry won't go with us, we'll sail without him."
I took the map out of my hip pocket, tore off a strip, and scribbled my Jody telephone number on it. Then I added another $5 bill. I held them out to her. She looked, but didn't take.
"What I want your telephone number for? I ain't got no goddamn phone." "That there ain't no DFW change anyway. That's goddamn long distance."
"Call me when you get ready to move that. That's all I want. You call me and say, 'Mister, this is Rosette's mama, and we're moving.' That's all it is." I could see her calculating. It didn't take her long. $10 was more than her husband would make working all day in the hot Texas sun. Because Manpower knew from nothing about time and a half on holidays, and this would be $10 he knew from nothing about.
"Give me another 75 cents, she said.
for the long distance.
Here, take a buck, live a little. And don't forget.
I won't.
No, you don't want to. Because if you forgot, I might just be apt to find my way to your husband and tattle. This is important business, Mrs. To me it is. What's your name, anyway?
Ivy Templeton.
I stood there in the dirt and the weeds, smelling shit, half-cooked oil, and the big farty aroma of natural gas.
Mister? What's wrong with you? You come over all funny.
Nothing, I said, and maybe it was nothing. Templeton is far from an uncommon name. Of course, a man can talk himself into anything if he tries hard enough. I'm walking, talking proof of that.
What's your name?
Puddentane, I said. Ask me again and I'll tell you the same. At this touch of grammar school raillery, she finally cracked a smile. You call me, Mrs.
Yeah, okay. Go on now. You was to run over that little hell bitch of mine on your way out, you'd probably be doing me a favor.
I drove back to Jody and found a note thumbtacked to my door. George, would you call me? I need a favor. Sadie. And that's the trouble. Which meant exactly what? I went inside to call her and find out. Coach Borman's mother, who lived in an Abilene nursing home, had broken her hip, and this coming Saturday was the DCHS Sadie Hawkins dance. Coach talked me into chaperoning the dance with him. He said, and I quote, "How can you resist going to a dance that's practically named after you?" Just last week this was, and like a fool I agreed. Now he's going down to Abilene, and where does that leave me? Chaperoning 200 sex-crazed 16-year-olds doing the twist and the filly. I don't think so. What if some of the boys bring beer? I thought it would be amazing if they didn't, but felt it best not to say so. Or what if there's a fight in the parking lot? Ellie Doherty said a bunch of boys from Henderson crashed the dance last year, and 2 of their kids and 2 of ours had to go to the hospital. George, can you help me out here, please? Have I just been Sadie Hawkinsed by Sadie Dunhill? I was grinning. The idea of going to the dance with her did not exactly fill me with gloom. Don't joke, it's not funny. Sadie, I'd be happy to go with you. Are you going to bring me a corsage? I'd bring you a bottle of champagne if that's what it took. She considered this. Well, no, not on my salary. A bottle of cold duck, though. Doors open at 7:30? Actually, I knew they did. The posters were up all over the school. Right. And it's just a record hop. No band. That's good. Why? Live bands can cause problems. I chapped a dance once where the drummer sold homebrew beer at intermission. That was a pleasant experience. Were there fights? She sounded horrified. Also fascinated. Nope, but there was a whole lot of puking. The stuff was spunky. This was in Florida? It had been at Lisbon High in 2009. So I told her yes, in Florida. I also told her I'd be happy to co-chaperone the hop. Thank you so much, George. My pleasure, ma'am. And it absolutely was. The pep club was in charge of the Sadie Hawkins, and they'd done a bang-up job. Lots of crepe streamers wafting down from the gymnasium rafters. Silver and gold, of course. Lots of ginger ale punch, lemon snap cookies, and red velvet cupcakes provided by the future homemakers of America. The art department, small but dedicated, contributed a cartoon mural that showed the immortal Miss Hawkins herself, chasing after the eligible bachelors of Dogpatch. Mattie Shaw and Mike's girlfriend, Bobby Jill, did most of the work, and they were justifiably proud. I wondered if they still would be 7 or 8 years from now, when the first wave of women's libbers started burning their bras and demonstrating for full reproductive rights. Not to mention wearing T-shirts that said things like, "I am not property," and "A woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle." The night's DJ and master of ceremonies was Donald Bellingham, a sophomore. He arrived with a totally ginchy record collection in not one, but 2 Samsonite suitcases. With my permission, Sadie just looked bewildered, he hooked up his Webcore phonograph and his dad's preamp to the school's PA system. The gym was big enough to provide natural reverb, and after a few preliminary feedback shrieks, he got a booming sound that was awesome. Although born in Jody, Donald was a permanent resident of Rockville, in the state of Daddy Cool. He wore pink-rimmed specs with thick lenses, belt in the back slacks, and saddle shoes so grotesquely square they were authentically crazy, man. His face was an exploding zit factory below a Brill cream-loaded Bobby Rydell duck's ass. He looked like he might get his first kiss from a real-live girl around the age of 42. But he was fast and funny with the mic and his record collection, which he called the Stack of Wax. And Donnie B's round mound of sound was, as previously noted, the ginchiest. "Let's kickstart this party with a blast from the past, a rock and roll relic from the grooveyard of cool, a golden gasser, a platter that matters. Move your feet to the real gone beat of Danny and the Juniors." At the Hop nuked the gym. The dance started as most of them do in the early 60s, just the girls jitterbugging with the girls. Feet in penny loafers flew, petticoats swirled. After a while, though, the floor started to fill up with boy-girl couples. For the fast dances, at least. More current stuff, like Hit the Road Jack and Quarter to Three. Not many of the kids would have made the cut on Dancing with the Stars, but they were young and enthusiastic, and obviously having a ball. It made me happy to see them. Later, if Donnie B. didn't have the good sense to lower the lights a bit, I'd do it myself. Sadie was nervous at first, ready for trouble, but these kids had just come to have fun. There were no invading hordes from Henderson or any other school. She saw that and began to loosen up a little. After about 40 minutes of non-stop music and 4 red velvet cupcakes, I leaned toward Sadie and said, "Time for Warden Amberson to do his first circuit of the building and make sure no one in the exercise yard is engaged in inappropriate behavior. Do you want me to come with you? I want you to keep an eye on the punch bowl. If any young man approaches it with a bottle of anything, even cough syrup, I want you to threaten him with electrocution or castration, whichever you think might be more effective." She leaned back against the wall and laughed until tears sparkled in the corners of her eyes. "Get out of here, George. You're awful." I went. I was glad I'd made her laugh. But even after 3 years, it was easy to forget how much more effect sexually tinged jokes have in the land of ago. I caught a couple making out in one of the more shadowy nooks on the east side of the gym. He prospecting inside her sweater, she apparently trying to suck his lips off. When I tapped the young prospector on the shoulder, they leapt apart. "Save it for the bluffs after the dance," I said. "For now, go on back to the gym. Walk slow, cool off, get some punch." They went, she buttoning her sweater, he walking slightly bent over in that well-known male adolescent gait known as the blue ball scuttle. 24 red fireflies winked from behind the metal shop. I waved, and a couple of the kids in the smoking area waved back. I poked my head around the east corner of the wood shop and saw something I didn't like. Mike Coslaw, Jim Ledoux, and Vince Knowles were huddled there, passing something back and forth. I grabbed it and heaved it over the chain-link fence before they even knew I was there. Jim looked momentarily startled, then gave me his lazy football hero smile. "Hello to you too, Mr. A." "Spare me, Jim. I'm not some girl you're trying to charm out of her panties, and I'm most assuredly not your coach." He looked shocked and a little scared, but I saw no offended sense of entitlement in his face. I think that if this had been one of the big Dallas schools, there might have been. Vince had backed away a step. Mike stood his ground, but looked downcast and embarrassed. No, it was more than embarrassment. It was outright shame. "A bottle at a record hop?" I said. "It's not that I expect you to stick to all the rules, but why would you be so stupid when it comes to violating them? Jimmy, you get caught drinking and kicked off the football team, what happens to your Bama scholarship?" "Probably get redshirted, I guess," he said. "That's all." "Right, and sit out a year. Actually have to make grades. Same with you, Mike. And you'd get kicked out of the drama club. Do you want that?" "No, sir." Hardly more than a whisper. "Do you, Vince?" "No, Mr. A, absolutely. Nitsy. Are we still going to do the jury one? Because if we are, don't you know enough to shut up when a teacher's scolding you?" "Yes, sir, Mr. A." "You boys don't get a pass from me next time, but this is your lucky night. What you get tonight is a valuable piece of advice. Do not fuck up your futures. Not over a pint of 5-Star at a school dance you won't even remember a year from now. Do you understand that?" "Yes, sir," Mike said. "I'm sorry." "Me too," Vince said. "Absolutely," and crossed himself, grinning. Some of them are just built that way, and maybe the world needs a cadre of smartasses to liven things up, who knows. "Jim?" "Yes, sir," he said. "Please don't tell my daddy." "Nope, this is between us." I looked them over. "You boys will find plenty of places to drink next year at college, but not at our school. You hear me?" This time they all said yes, sir. "Now go back inside, drink some punch, and rinse the smell of whiskey off your breath." They went. I gave them time, then followed at a distance, head down, hands stuffed deep in pockets, thinking hard. Not at our school, I had said. Ours. "Come and teach," Mimi had said. "That's what you were meant to do." 2011 had never seemed more distant than it did then. Hell, Jake Epping had never seemed so distant. A growling tenor sax was blowing in a party-lit gym deep in the heart of Texas. A sweet breeze carried it across the night. A drummer was laying down an insidious off-your-seat and on-your-feet shuffle. I think that's when I decided I was never going back. The growling sax and hoochie-coochie drummer were backing a group called the Diamonds. The song was The Stroll. The kids weren't doing that dance, though. Not quite. The Stroll was the first step Christy and I learned when we started going to Thursday night dance classes. It's a 2x2 dance, a kind of icebreaker where each couple jives down an aisle of clapping guys and girls. What I saw when I came back into the gym was different. Here, the boys and the girls came together, turned in each other's arms as if waltzing, then separated again, ending up across from where they had been. When they were apart, their feet went back on their heels and their hips swayed forward, a move that was both charming and sexy. As I watched from beside the snack table, Mike, Jim, and Vince joined the guys' side. Vince didn't have much. To say he danced like a white boy would be an insult to white boys everywhere. But Jim and Mike moved like the athletes they were, which is to say, with unconscious grace. Pretty soon most of the girls on the other side were watching them. "I was starting to worry about you," Sadie shouted over the music. "Is everything all right out there?" "Fine," I shouted back. "What's that dance?" "The Madison. They've been doing it on bandstand all month. Want me to teach you?" "Lady," I said, taking her by the arm, "I'm going to teach you." The kids saw us coming and made room, clapping and shouting. "Way to go, Mr. A!" and "Show 'em how you work, Miss Dunhill." Sadie laughed and tightened the elastic holding her ponytail. Color mounted high in her cheeks, making her more than pretty. She got back on her heels, clapping her hands and shaking her shoulders with the other girls, then came forward into my arms, her eyes turned up to mine. I was glad I was tall enough for her to do that. We turned like a wind-up bride and groom on a wedding cake, then came apart. I dipped low and spun on my toes with my hands held out like Al Jolson singing Mammy. This brought more applause and some pre-Beatles shrieks from the girls. I wasn't showing off. Okay, maybe a little. Mostly, I was just happy to be dancing. It had been too long. The song ended, the growling sax fading off into that rock and roll eternity our young DJ was pleased to call the groove yard, and we started to walk off the floor.
God, that was fun, she said. She took my arm and squeezed it. You're fun.
Before I could answer, Donald blared out through the PA, "In honor of two chaperones who can actually dance, a first in the history of our school, here's a blast from the past, gone from the charts but not from our hearts. A platter that matters, straight from my own Daddy-O's record collection, which he doesn't know I brought, and if any of you cool cats tell him, I'm in trouble. Dig it, all you steady rockers, this is how they did it when Mr. A and Miss D were in high school." They all turned to look at us, and, well, you know how when you're out at night and you see the edge of a cloud light up a bright gold, you know the moon is going to come out in a second or two. That was the feeling I had right then, standing among the gently swaying crepe streamers in the Denholm Gymnasium. I knew what he was going to play. I knew we were going to dance to it. And I knew how we were going to dance. Then it came, that smooth brass intro. Glenn Miller, In the Mood. Sadie reached behind her and pulled the elastic, releasing the ponytail. She was still laughing and beginning to hip sway just a little bit. Her hair slipped smoothly from one shoulder to the other. "Can you swing?" Raising my voice to be heard over the music, knowing she could, knowing she would. "Do you mean like the Lindy Hop?" she asked. "That's what I mean." "Well, go, Miss Dunhill," one of the girls said. "We want to see it." And two of her friends pushed Sadie toward me. She hesitated. I did another spin and held up my hands. The kids cheered as we moved out on the floor. They gave us room. I pulled her toward me, and after the smallest of hesitations, she spun, first to the left and then to the right, the A-line of the jumper she was wearing giving her just enough room to cross her feet as she went. It was the Lindy variation Richie from the Ditchy and Bevy from the Levee had been learning that day in the fall of 1958. It was the Hellzapoppin'. Of course it was, because the past harmonizes. I brought her to me by our clasped hands, then let her go back. We separated. Then, like people who'd practiced these moves for months, possibly to a slowed-down record in a deserted picnic area, we bent and kicked, first to the left, then to the right. The kids laughed and cheered. They had formed a clapping circle around us in the middle of the polished floor. We came together and she twirled like a hopped-up ballerina beneath our linked hands. "Now you squeeze to tell me left or right." The light squeeze came on my right hand as if the thought had summoned it, and she whirled back like a propeller, her hair flying out in a fan that gleamed first red, then blue in the lights. I heard several girls gasp. I caught her and went down on one heel with her bent over my arm, hoping like hell that I wouldn't pop my knee. I didn't. I came up. She came with me. She went out, then came back into my arms. We danced under the lights. Dancing is life. The hop ended at 11, but I didn't turn the Sunliner into Sadie's driveway until midnight on Sunday morning. One of the things nobody tells you about the glamorous job of chaperoning teenage dances is that the chaps are the ones who have to make sure everything's picked up and locked away once the music ends. Neither of us said much on the way back. Although Donald played several other tempting big band jump tunes and the kids pestered us to swing dance again, we declined. Once was memorable. Twice would have been indelible. Maybe not such a good thing in a small town. For me, it already was indelible. I couldn't stop thinking about the feel of her in my arms or her quick breath on my face. I cut the engine and turned to her. Now she'll say, "Thank you for bailing me out," or "Thanks for a lovely evening," and that'll be that. But she didn't say either of those things. She didn't say anything. She just looked at me. Hair on her shoulders, top 2 buttons of the man's Oxford cloth shirt beneath the jumper undone. Earrings gleaming. Then we were together, first fumbling, then holding on tight. It was kissing, but it was more than kissing. It was like eating when you've been hungry or drinking when you've been thirsty. I could smell her perfume and her clean sweat under the perfume, and I could taste tobacco, faint but still pungent, on her lips and tongue. Her fingers slipped through my hair, one pinky tickling for just a moment in the cup of my ear and making me shiver, then locked at the back of my neck. Her thumbs were moving, stroking bare skin at the nape that once in another life would have been covered by hair. I slipped my hand first beneath and then around the fullness of her breast, and she murmured, "Oh, thank you. I thought I was going to fall." "My pleasure," I said, and squeezed gently. We necked for maybe 5 minutes, breathing harder as the caresses grew bolder. The windshield of my Ford steamed up. Then she pushed me away, and I saw her cheeks were wet. When in God's name had she started to cry? "George, I'm sorry," she said. "I can't. I'm too scared." Her jumper was in her lap, revealing her garters, the hem of her slip, the lacy froth of her panties. She pulled the skirt down to her knees. I guessed it was being married, and even if the marriage was busted, it still mattered. This was the mid-20th century, not the early 21st. Or maybe it was the neighbors. The houses looked dark and fast asleep, but you couldn't tell for sure, and in small towns, new preachers and new teachers are always interesting topics of conversation. It turned out I was wrong on both counts, but there was no way I could have known. "Sadie, you don't have to do anything you don't want to. I'm not—" "You don't understand. It's not that I don't want to. That's not why I'm scared. It's because I never have." Before I could say anything else, she was out of the car and running for the house, fumbling in her purse for her key. She didn't look back. I got home at 20 to 1, walking from the garage to the house in my own version of the blue ball scuttle. I had no more than turned on the kitchen light when the phone began to ring. 1961 is 40 years from caller ID, but only one person would be calling me at such an hour and after such a night. "George, it's me." She sounded composed, but her voice was thick. She had been crying, and hard from the sound. "Hi, Sadie. You never gave me a chance to thank you for a lovely time, during the dance and after. I had a good time, too. It's been so long since I danced. I'm almost afraid to tell you who I learned to Lindy with." "Well," I said, "I learned with my ex-wife. I'm guessing you might have learned with your estranged husband?" Except it wasn't a guess. It was how these things went. I was no longer surprised by it. But if I told you I ever got used to that eerie chiming of events, I'd be lying. "Yes." Her tone was flat. "Him. John Clayton of the Savannah Claytons. And estranged is just the right word, because he's a very strange man." "How long have you been married?" "Forever and a day. If you want to call what we had a marriage, that is." She laughed. It was Ivy Templeton's laugh, full of humor and despair. "In my case, forever and a day adds up to a little over 4 years. After school lets out in June, I'm going to make a discreet trip to Reno. I'll get a summer job as a waitress or something. The residency requirement is 6 weeks, which means in late July or early August I'll be able to shoot this joke I got myself into, like a horse with a broken leg." "I can wait," I said, but as soon as the words were out of my mouth, I wondered if they were true, because the actors were gathering in the wings, and the show would soon start. By June of '62, Lee Oswald would be back in the USA, living first with Robert and Robert's family, then with his mother. By August, he'd be on Mercedes Street in Fort Worth and working at the nearby Leslie Welding Company, putting together aluminum windows and the kind of storm doors that have initials worked into them. "I'm not sure I can." She spoke in a voice so low I had to strain to hear her. "I was a virgin bride at 23, and now I'm a virgin grass widow at 28. That's a long time for the fruit to hang on the tree, as they say back where I come from, especially when people, your own mother for one, assume you started getting your practical experience and all that birds and bees stuff 4 years ago. I've never told anyone that, and if you repeated it, I think I'd die. It's between us, Sadie, and always will be." "Was he impotent?" "Not exact—" She broke off. There was silence for a moment, and when she spoke again her voice was full of horror. "George, is this a party line?" "No. For an extra $350 a month, this baby is all mine." "Thank God. But it's still nothing to be talking about on the phone, and certainly not at Al's diner over prong burgers. Can you come for supper? We could have a little picnic in my backyard, say around 5. "That would be fine. I'll bring a pound cake or something." "That's not what I want you to bring." "What then?" "I can't say it on the phone, even if it's not a party line. Something you buy in a drugstore, but not the Jody drugstore." "Sadie, don't say anything, please. I'm going to hang up and splash some cold water on my face. It feels like it's on fire." There was a click in my ear. She was gone. I undressed and went to bed, where I lay awake a long time, thinking long thoughts about time and love and death. Chapter 15. At 10 o'clock on that Sunday morning, I jumped into the Sunliner and drove 20 miles to Round Hill. There was a drugstore on the main drag, and it was open, but I saw a "We Roar for the Denholm Lions" sticker on the door and remembered Round Hill was part of Consolidated District 4. I drove on to Killeen. There, an elderly druggist, who bore an eerie but probably coincidental resemblance to Mr. Keene back in Derry, winked at me as he gave me a brown bag and my change. "Don't do anything against the law, son." I returned the wink in the expected fashion and drove back to Jody. I'd had a late night, but when I lay down and tried to nap, I didn't even get in sleep's neighborhood. So I went to the Weingartens and bought a pound cake after all. It looked Sunday stale, but I didn't care and didn't think Sadie would either. Picnic supper or no picnic supper, I was pretty sure food wasn't the #1 item on today's agenda. When I knocked on her door, there was a whole cloud of butterflies in my stomach. Sadie's face was free of makeup. She wasn't even wearing lipstick. Her eyes were large, dark, and frightened. For one moment I was sure she was going to slam the door in my face, and I'd hear her running away just as fast as her long legs would carry her, and that would be that. But she didn't run. "Come on in," she said. "I made chicken salad." Her lips began to tremble. "I hope you like plenty of may—" Her knees started to buckle. I dropped the box with the pound cake inside on the floor and grabbed her. I thought she was going to faint, but she didn't. She put her arms around my neck and held tight like a drowning woman to a floating log. I could feel her body thrumming. I stepped on the goddamn pound cake. Then she did. Squish. "I'm scared," she said. "What if I'm no good at it?" "What if I'm not?" This was not entirely a joke. It had been a long time, at least 4 years. She didn't seem to hear me. "He never wanted me, not the way I expected, and his way is the only way I know. The touching, then the broom." "Calm down, Sadie. Take a breath." "Did you go to the drugstore?" Yes, in Killeen, but we don't have to. We do! I do! Before I lose what little courage I have left, come on!" Her bedroom was at the end of the hall. It was Spartan. A bed, a desk, a couple of prints on the walls, chintz curtains dancing in the soft breath of the window air conditioning unit turned down to low. Her knees started to give way again, and I caught her again. It was a weird kind of swing dancing. There were even Arthur Murray footprints on the floor. Pound cake. I kissed her, and her lips fastened on mine, dry and frantic. I pushed her away gently and braced her back against the closet door. She looked at me solemnly, her hair in her eyes. I brushed it away, then very gently began to lick her dry lips with the tip of my tongue. I did it slowly, being sure to get the corners. "Better?" I asked. She answered not with her voice, but with her own tongue. Without pressing my body against hers, I began to very slowly run my hand up and down the long length of her, from where I could feel the rapid beat of her pulse on both sides of her throat, to her chest, her breasts, her stomach, the flat tilted plane of her pubic bone around to one buttock, then down to her thigh. She was wearing jeans. The fabric whispered under my palm. She leaned back, and her head bonked on the door. "Ouch," I said. "Are you all right?" She closed her eyes. "I'm fine. Don't stop. Kiss me some more." Then she shook her head. "No, don't kiss me. Do my lips again. Lick me. I like that." I did. She sighed and slipped her fingers under my belt at the small of my back, then around to the front, where the buckle was. I wanted to go fast. Every part of me was yelling for speed, telling me to plunge deep, wanting that perfect gripping sensation that is the essence of the act, but I went slow, at least at first. Then she said, "Don't make me wait. I've had enough of that." And so I kissed the sweaty hollow of her temple and moved my hips forward, as if we were doing a horizontal version of the Madison. She gasped, retreated a little, then raised her own hips to meet me. "Sadie, all right?" "Oh, my God, yes," she said, and I laughed. She opened her eyes and looked up at me with curiosity and hopefulness. "Is it over, or is there more?" "A little more," I said. "I don't know how much. I haven't been with a woman in a long time." It turned out there was quite a bit more. Only a few minutes in real time, but sometimes time is different, as no one knew better than I. At the end, she began to gasp. "Oh, dear! Oh, my dear! Oh, my dear, dear God! Oh, sugar!" It was the sound of greedy discovery and her voice that put me over the edge, so it wasn't quite simultaneous. But a few seconds later she lifted her head and buried her face in the hollow of my shoulder. A small fisted hand beat on my shoulder blade once, twice, then opened like a flower and lay still. She dropped back onto the pillow. She was staring at me with a stunned, wide-eyed expression that was a little scary. "I came," she said. "I noticed. My mother told me it didn't happen for women, only for men. She said orgasms for women were a myth." She laughed shakily. Oh, my God, what she was missing! She got up on one elbow, then took one of my hands and put it on her breast. Beneath it her heart was pounding and pounding. "Tell me, Mr. Amberson, how soon before we can do it again?" As the reddening sun sank into the everlasting gas and oil smog to the west, Sadie and I sat in her tiny backyard under a nice old pecan tree, eating chicken salad sandwiches and drinking iced tea. No pound cake, of course. The pound cake was a total loss. "Is it bad for you having to wear those drugstore things?" "It's fine," I said. It really wasn't, and never had been. There would be improvements in a great many American products between 1961 and 2011, but take it from Jake, rubbers stay pretty much the same. They may have fancier names and even a taste component for those with peculiar tastes, but they remain essentially a girdle you snap on over your dick. "I used to have a diaphragm," she said. There was no picnic table, so she'd spread a blanket on the grass. Now she picked up a Tupperware container with the remains of a cucumber and onion salad inside it and began snapping the lid open and closed, a form of fidgeting some people would have considered Freudian, including me. "My mother gave it to me a week before Johnny and I were married. She even told me how to put it in, although she couldn't look me in the eye, and if you'd flicked a drop of water on one of her cheeks, I'm sure it would have sizzled. Don't start a baby for the first 18 months, she said. 2 years if you can make him wait. That way you can live on his salary and save yours." Not the world's worst advice. I was being cautious. We were in a minefield. She knew it as well as I did. "Johnny's a science teacher. He's tall, although not quite as tall as you are. I was tired of going places with men who were shorter than me, and I think that's why I said yes when he first asked me out. Eventually, going out with him got to be a habit. I thought he was nice, and at the end of the night he never seemed to grow an extra pair of hands. At the time, I thought those things were love. I was very naive, wasn't I?" I made a seesaw gesture with my hand. "We met at Georgia Southern and then got jobs at the same high school in Savannah, co-ed but private. I'm pretty sure his daddy pulled a wire or two to make that happen. The Claytons don't have money, not anymore, although they did once, but they're still high in Savannah society. Poor but genteel, you know." I didn't. Questions of who was in society and who wasn't were never big issues when I was growing up. But I murmured in assent. She had been sitting on top of this for a long time and looked almost hypnotized. "So I had a diaphragm, yes, I did, in its own little plastic lady box with a rose on the cover. Only I never used it, never had to. Finally threw it in the trash after one of those getting it outs. That's what he called it, getting it out. 'I have to get it out,' he used to say. Then the broom, you see." I didn't see at all. Sadie laughed, and I was again reminded of Ivy Templeton. "Wait 2 years," she said. "We could have waited 20 and no diaphragm required." What happened? I gripped her upper arms lightly. "Did he beat you? Beat you with a broom handle?" There was another way a broom handle could be used. I'd read Last Exit to Brooklyn, but apparently he hadn't done that. She'd been a virgin, all right. The proof was on the sheets. "No, the broom wasn't for beating. George, I don't think I can talk about this anymore. Not now. I feel, I don't know, like a bottle of soda that's been shaken up. Do you know what I want?" I thought so, but did the polite thing and asked. "I want you to take me inside and then take the cap off." She raised her hands over her head and stretched. She hadn't bothered putting her bra back on, and I could see her breasts lift under her blouse. Her nipples made tiny shadows like punctuation marks against the cloth in the late night. She said, "I don't want to relive the past today. Today I only want a fizz." An hour later I saw she was drowsing. I kissed her first on the forehead and then on the nose to wake her up. "I have to go, if only to get my car out of your driveway before your neighbors start to call their friends." "I suppose so. It's the Sanfords next door, and Lila Sanford is this month's student librarian." And I was pretty sure that Lila's father was on the school board, but I didn't say so. Sadie was glowing, and there was no need to spoil that. For all the Sanfords knew, we were sitting on the couch with our knees together, waiting for Dennis the Menace to finish and Ed Sullivan's Really Big Shoe to come on. If my car was still in Sadie's driveway at 11, their perceptions might change. She watched me dress. What happens now, George? With us? I want to be with you, if you want to be with me. Is that what you want? She sat up, the sheet puddled around her waist, and reached for her cigarettes. Very much. But I'm married, and that won't change until next summer in Reno. If I tried for an annulment, Johnny would fight me. Hell, his parents would fight me. If we're discreet, everything will be fine. But we have to be discreet. You know that, right? She laughed and lit up. Oh, yes, I know that. Sadie, have you had discipline problems in the library? Huh? Some, sure. The usual. She shrugged. Her breasts bobbed. I wished I hadn't dressed quite so fast. On the other hand, who was I kidding? James Bond might have been up for a third go-round, but Jake/George was tapped out. I'm the new girl in school. They're testing me. It's a pain in the keister, but nothing I didn't expect. Why? I think your problems are about to vanish. Students love it when teachers fall in love. Even the boys. It's like a TV show to them. Will they know that we've... I thought about it. Some of the girls will. The ones with experience. She huffed out smoke. Great. But she didn't look entirely displeased. How about dinner out at the Saddle in Round Hill? Get people used to seeing us as a couple. All right, tomorrow? No, I have something to do in Dallas tomorrow. Research for your book? Mm-hmm. Here we were, brand new, and I was lying already. I didn't like it, but saw no way around it. As for the future, I refused to think about that now. I had my own glow to protect. Tuesday? Yes. And George? What? We have to find a way to keep doing this. I smiled. Love will find a way. I think this part is more lust. It's both, maybe. You're a sweet man, George Amberson. Christ, even the name was a lie. I'll tell you about Johnny and me when I can. And if you want to hear, I want to. I thought I had to. If this was going to work, I had to understand. About her, about him, about the broom. When you're ready. As our esteemed principal likes to say, students, this will be challenging, but worthwhile. I laughed. She butted out her cigarette. One thing I wonder about, would Miss Mimi approve of us? I'm pretty sure she would. I think so, too. Drive home safe, my dear, and you better take those. She was pointing at the paper bag from the Killeen Pharmacy. It was sitting on top of her dresser. If I had the kind of nosy company who checks the medicine cabinet after they TT, I'd have some explaining to do. Good idea. But keep them handy, honey. And she winked. On the way home, I found myself thinking about those rubbers. Trojan brand, and ribbed for her pleasure, according to the box. The lady didn't have a diaphragm any longer, although I guessed she might arrange for one on her next trip to Dallas, and birth control pills wouldn't be widely available for another year or two. Even then, doctors would be wary about prescribing them if I remembered my modern sociology course correctly. So, for now, it was Trojans. I wore them not for her pleasure, but so she wouldn't have a baby, which was amusing when you considered that I wouldn't be a baby myself for another 15 years. Thinking about the future is confusing in all sorts of ways. The following evening I revisited Silent Mike's establishment. The sign in the door was turned to closed, and the place looked empty, but when I knocked, my electronics buddy let me in. "Right on time, Mr. Doe. Right on time."
he said. "Let's see what you think." "Me? I think I outdid myself."
I stood by the glass case filled with transistor radios and waited while he disappeared into the back room. He returned holding a lamp in each hand. The shades were grimy as if they'd been adjusted by a great many dirty fingers. The base of one was chipped, so it stood crooked on the counter. The leaning lamp of Pisa. They were perfect, and I told him so. He grinned and put 2 of the boxed tape recorders next to the lamps. Also a drawstring bag containing several lengths of wire, so thin it was almost invisible.
"Want a little tutorial?"
"I think I've got it," I said, and put 520s down on the counter. I was a little touched when he tried to push one back.
$180 was the price we agreed on.
"The other 20 is for you to forget I was ever here." He considered this for a moment, then put a thumb on the stray 20 and pulled it into the group with its little green friends.
"I already did that. Why don't I consider this a tip?"
As he put the stuff into a brown paper bag, I was struck by simple curiosity and asked him a question.
"Kennedy? I didn't vote for him, but as long as he doesn't go taking his orders from the Pope, I think he'll be okay. The country needs somebody younger. It's a due age, you know."
"If he were to come to Dallas, do you think he'd be all right?"
"Probably. Can't say for sure, though. On the whole, if I were him, I'd stay north of the Mason-Dixon line."
I grinned. "Where all is calm, all is bright?" Silent Mike, Holy Mike said,
"Don't start."
There was a rack of pigeonholes for mail and school announcements in the first-floor teacher's room. On Tuesday morning, during my free period, I found a small sealed envelope in mine. "Dear George, if you still want to take me to dinner tonight, it'll have to be 5-ish, because I'll have early mornings all this week and next, getting ready for the fall book sale. Perhaps we could come back to my place for dessert. I have pound cake, if you'd like a slice. Sadie."
"What are you laughing about, Amberson?"
Danny Laverty asked. He was correcting themes with a hollow-eyed intensity that suggested hangover.
"Tell me, I could use a giggle."
"No," I said. "Private joke. You wouldn't get it." But we got it. Pound cake became our name for it, and we ate plenty that fall. We were discreet, but of course there were people who knew what was going on. There was probably some gossip, but no scandal. Small-town folks are rarely mean folks. They knew Sadie's situation, at least in a general way, and understood we could make no public commitment, at least for a while. She didn't come to my house. That would have caused the wrong kind of talk. I never stayed beyond 10 o'clock at hers. That also would have caused the wrong kind of talk. There was no way I could have put my Sunliner in her garage and stayed the night, because her Volkswagen Beetle, small as it was, filled it almost wall to wall. I wouldn't have done so in any case, because someone would have known. In small towns, they always do. I visited her after school. I dropped by for the meal she called supper. Sometimes we went to Al's Diner and ate prong burgers or catfish fillets. Sometimes we went to the Saddle. Twice I took her to the Saturday night dances at the local Grange. We saw movies at the Gem in town, or at the Mesa in Round Hill, or at the Starlight Drive-In in Killeen, which the kids called the submarine races. At a nice restaurant like the Saddle, she might have a glass of wine before dinner and I might have a beer with, but we were careful not to be seen at any of the local taverns. Certainly not at the Red Rooster, Jody's one and only juke joint, a place our students talked about with longing and awe. It was 1961, and segregation might finally be softening in the middle. Negroes had won the right to sit at the Woolworth's lunch counters in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston, but school teachers didn't drink in the Red Rooster. Not if they wanted to keep their jobs. Never, never, never. When we made love in Sadie's bedroom, she always kept a pair of slacks, a sweater, and a pair of moccasins on her side of the bed. She called it her emergency outfit. The one time the doorbell bonged while we were naked, a state that she had taken to calling in flagrante delicious, She got into those threads in 10 seconds flat. She came back, giggling and waving a copy of The Watchtower. Jehovah's Witnesses, I told them I was saved, and they went away. Once, as we ate ham steaks and okra in her kitchen afterward, she said our courtship reminded her of that movie with Audrey Hepburn and Gary Cooper, Love in the Afternoon. Sometimes I wonder if it would be better at night. She said this a little wistfully. When regular people do it. You'll get a chance to find out, I said. Hang in there, baby. She smiled and kissed the corner of my mouth. You turn some cool phrases, George. Oh, yes, I said. I'm very original. She pushed her plate aside. I'm ready for dessert. How about you? Not long after the Jehovah's Witnesses came calling at Sadie's place. This must have been early November, because I'd finished casting my version of 12 Angry Men. I was out raking my lawn when someone said, "Hello, George, how's it going?" I turned around and saw Deke Simmons, now a widower for the second time. He had stayed in Mexico longer than anyone had thought he would, and just when folks began to believe he was going to remain there, he had come back. This was the first time I'd seen him. He was very brown, but far too thin. His clothes bagged on him, and his hair, iron gray on the day of the wedding reception, was now almost all white and thinning on top. I dropped my rake and hurried over to him. I meant to shake his hand, but hugged him instead. It startled him. In 1961, real men don't hug. But then he laughed. I held him at arm's length. "You look great." "Nice try, George, but I feel better than I did. Meme's dying. I knew it was going to happen, but it still knocked me for a loop. Head could never get through to heart on that one, I reckon. Come on in and have a cup of coffee." "I'd like that." We talked about his time in Mexico. We talked about school. We talked about the undefeated football team and the upcoming fall play. Then he put down his cup and said, "Ellen Docherty asked me to pass on a word or two about you and Sadie Clayton." Uh-oh. And I'd thought we were doing so well. "She goes by Dunhill now. It's her maiden name. I know all about her situation. Knew when we hired her. She's a fine girl, and you're a fine man, George. Based on what Ellie tells me, the two of you are handling a difficult situation with a fair amount of grace." I relaxed a little. "Ellie said she was pretty sure neither of you knew about Candlewood Bungalows, just outside of Killeen. She didn't feel right about telling you, so she asked if I would." "Candlewood Bungalows?" "I used to take Memes there on a lot of Saturday nights." He was fiddling at his coffee cup with hands that now looked too big for his body. "It's run by a couple of retired school teachers from Arkansas, or Alabama. One of those A states, anyway. Retired men, school teachers, if you know what I mean." "I think I'm following you, yes." "They're nice fellows, very quiet about their own relationship and about the relationships of some of their guests." He looked up from his coffee cup. He was blushing a little, but also smiling. "This isn't a hot sheet joint, if that's what you're thinking. Farthest thing from it. The rooms are nice, the prices are reasonable, and the little restaurant down the road is country fare. Sometimes a gal needs a place like that, and maybe a man does too. So they don't have to be in such a hurry, and so they won't feel cheap." "Thank you," I said. "Very welcome. Mimi and I had many pleasant evenings at the Candlewood. Sometimes we only watched the TV in our pajamas and then went to bed, but that can be as good as anything else when you get to a certain age." He smiled ruefully, or almost. We'd go to sleep listening to the crickets, or sometimes a coyote would howl very far away out in the sage. At the moon, you know. They really do that. They howl at the moon. He took a handkerchief from his back pocket with an old man's slowness and mopped his cheeks with it. I offered my hand, and Deke took hold. "She liked you, although she never could figure out what to make of you. She said you reminded her of the way they used to show ghosts in those old movies from the 30s. He's bright and shiny, but not all here," she said. "I'm no ghost," I said, "I promise you." He smiled. "No. I finally got around to checking your references. This was after you'd been subbing for us a while and did such a bang-up job with the play. The ones from the Sarasota School District are fine, but beyond there—" He shook his head, still smiling. "And your degree is from a mill in Oklahoma." Clearing my throat did no good. I couldn't speak at all. "And what's that to me, you ask? Not much. There was a time in this part of the world when if a man rode into town with a few books in his saddlebag, spectacles on his nose, and a tie around his neck, he could get hired on as a schoolmaster and stay for 20 years. Wasn't that long ago, either. You're a damn fine teacher. The kids know it, I know it, and Memes knew it, too. And that's a lot to me. Does Ellen know I faked my other references? Because Ellen Dougherty was acting principal, and once the school board met in January, the job would be hers permanently. There were no other candidates. Nope, but she's not going to. Not for me, at least. I feel like she doesn't need to. He stood up. But there's one person who does need to know the truth about where you've been and what you've done. And that's a certain lady librarian. If you're serious about her, that is. Are you? Yes, I said, and Deke nodded as if that took care of everything. I only wished it did. Thanks to Deke Simmons, Sadie finally got to find out what it was like to make love after sundown. When I asked her how it was, she told me it had been wonderful. But I'm looking forward to waking up next to you in the morning even more. Do you hear the wind? I did. It hooted around the eaves. Doesn't that sound make you feel cozy? Yes. I'm going to say something now. I hope it doesn't make you uncomfortable. Tell me. I guess I've fallen in love with you. Maybe it's just the sex. I've heard that's a mistake people make, but I don't think so. Sadie? Yes? She was trying to smile, but she looked frightened. I love you, too. No maybe or mistake about it. Oh, thank God, she said, and snuggled close. On our second visit to the Candlewood bungalows, she was ready to talk about Johnny Clayton. But turn out the light, would you? I did as she asked. She smoked 3 cigarettes during the telling. Toward the end, she cried hard, probably not from remembered pain so much as simple embarrassment. For most of us, I think it's easier to admit doing wrong than being stupid. Not that she had been. There's a world of difference between stupidity and naivete. And like most good middle-class girls who came to maturity in the 1940s and 50s, Sadie knew almost nothing about sex. She said she'd never actually looked at a penis until she'd looked at mine. She'd had glimpses of Johnny's, but she said if he caught her looking, he would take hold of her face and turn it away with a grip that stopped just short of painful. But it always did hurt, she said. You know. John Clayton came from a conventionally religious family. Nothing nutty about them. He was pleasant, attentive, reasonably attractive. He didn't have the world's greatest sense of humor. Almost none might have been closer to the mark. But he seemed to adore her. Her parents adored him. Claire Dunhill was especially crazy about Johnny Clayton. And, of course, he was taller than Sadie, even when she was in heels. After years of beanpole jokes, that was important. The only troubling thing about the marriage was his compulsive neatness, Sadie said. He had all his books alphabetized, and he got very upset if you moved them around. He was nervous if you took even one off the shelf. You could feel it, a kind of tensing. He shaved 3 times a day and washed his hands all the time. If someone shook with him, he'd make an excuse to rush off to the lab and wash just as soon as he could. Also color-coordinated clothes, I said, on his body and in the closet, and woe to the person who moved them around. Did he alphabetize the stuff in the pantry, or get up sometimes in the night to check that the stove burners were off and the doors were locked? She turned to me, her eyes wide and wondering in the dark. The bed squeaked companionably. The wind gusted. A loose window pane rattled. "How do you know that?" "It's a syndrome, obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD for short. Howard—" I stopped. "Howard Hughes has a bad case of it," I'd started to say. But maybe that wasn't true yet. Even if it was, people probably didn't know. An old friend of mine had it, Howard Temple. Never mind. Did he hurt you, Sadie?" "Not really, no beating or punching. He slapped me once, that's all. But people hurt people in other ways, don't they?" "Yes." "I couldn't talk to anyone about it, certainly not my mother. Do you know what she told me on my wedding day? That if I said half a prayer before and half a prayer during, everything would be fine. During was as close as she could come to the word intercourse. I tried to talk to my friend Ruthie about it, but only once. This was after school, and she was helping me pick up the library. What goes on behind the bedroom door is none of my business, she said. I stopped, because I didn't really want to talk about it. I was so ashamed. Then it came in a rush. Some of what she said was blurred by tears, but I got the gist. On certain nights, maybe once a week, maybe twice, he would tell her he needed to get it out. They would be lying side by side in bed, she in her nightgown. He insisted she wear ones that were opaque. He in a pair of boxer shorts. Boxers were the closest she ever came to seeing him naked. He would push the sheet down to his waist, and she would see his erection tenting them. Once he looked at that little tent himself, only once that I remember. And you know what he said? No. How disgusting we are. Then he said, get it over with so I can get some sleep. She would reach beneath the sheet and masturbate him. It never took long, sometimes only seconds. On a few occasions he touched her breasts as she performed this function, but mostly his hands remained knotted high on his chest. When it was over, he would go into the bathroom, wash himself off, and come back in wearing his pajamas. He had 7 pairs, all blue. Then it was her turn to go into the bathroom and wash her hands. He insisted that she do this for at least 3 minutes, and under water hot enough to turn her skin red. When she came back to bed, she held her palms out to his face. If the smell of Lifebuoy wasn't strong enough to satisfy him, she would have to do it again. And when I came back, the broom would be there. He would put it on top of the sheet if it was summer, on the blankets if it was winter, running straight down the middle of the bed, his side and her side. If I was restless and happened to move it, he'd wake up. No matter how fast asleep he was, he'd push me back to my side, hard. He called it transgressing the broom. The time he slapped her was when she asked how they would ever have children if he never put it in her. He was furious. That's why he slapped me. He apologized later, but what he said right then was, "Do you think I'd put myself in your germy woman hole and bring children into this filthy world? It's all going to blow up anyway. Anyone who reads the paper can see that coming. And the radiation will kill us. We'll die with sores all over our bodies and coughing up our lungs. It could happen any day." Jesus, no wonder you left him, Sadie. Only after 4 wasted years, it took me that long to convince myself that I deserved more from life than color-coordinating my husband's sock drawer, giving him hand jobs twice a week, and sleeping with a goddamn broom. That was the most humiliating part, the part I was sure I could never talk about to anyone, because it was funny. I didn't think it was funny. I thought it was somewhere in the twilight zone between neurosis and outright psychosis. I also thought I was listening to the perfect 50s fable. It was easy to imagine Rock Hudson and Doris Day sleeping with a broom between them. If Rock hadn't been gay, that was. And he hasn't come looking for you? No. I applied to a dozen different schools and had the answers sent to a post office box. I felt like a woman having an affair, sneaking around, and that's how my mother and father treated me when they found out. My dad has come around a little. I think he suspects how bad it was, although, of course, he doesn't want to know any of the details. But my mother, not her. She's furious with me. She had to change churches and quit the sewing bee because she couldn't hold her head up, she says. In a way, this seemed as cruel and crazy as the broom, but I didn't say so. A different aspect of the matter interested me more than Sadie's conventional Southern parents. Clayton didn't tell them you were gone? Have I got that right? Never came to see them? No. My mother understood, of course. Sadie's ordinarily faint Southern accent deepened. I just shamed that poor boy so bad that he didn't want to tell anyone. She dropped the drawl. I'm not being sarcastic either. She understands shame, and she understands covering up. On those two things, Johnny and my mama are in perfect harmony. She's the one he should have married. She laughed a little hysterically. Mama probably would have loved that old broom. Never a word from him? Not even a postcard saying, "Hey, Sadie, let's tie up the loose ends so we can get on with our lives." How could there be? He doesn't know where I am, and I'm sure he doesn't care. Is there anything you want from him? Because I'm sure a lawyer— She kissed me. The only thing I want is here, in bed, with me. I kicked the sheets down to her ankles. Look at me, Sadie. No charge. She looked, and then she touched. I drowsed afterward, not deep. I could still hear the wind and that one rattling window pane, but I got far enough down to dream. Sadie and I were in an empty house. We were naked. Something was moving around upstairs. It made thudding, unpleasant noises. It might have been pacing, but it seemed as if there were too many feet. I didn't feel guilty that we were going to be discovered with our clothes off. I felt scared. Written in charcoal on the peeling plaster of one wall were the words, "I will kill the president soon." Below it, someone had added, "Not soon enough, he's full of disease." This had been printed in dark lipstick, or maybe it was blood. Thud, clump, thud, from overhead. "I think it's Frank Dunning," I whispered to Sadie. I gripped her arm. It was very cold. It was like gripping the arm of a dead person, a woman who'd been beaten to death with a sledgehammer, perhaps. Sadie shook her head. She was looking up at the ceiling, her mouth trembling. Clud, thump, clud, plaster dust sifting down. Then, "It's John Clayton," I whispered. "No," she said, "I think it's the yellow card man. He brought the Jimla." Above us, the thudding stopped abruptly. She took hold of my arm and began to shake it. Her eyes were eating up her face. It's the Jimla, and it hurt us. The Jimla knows we're here." "Wake up, George, wake up!" I opened my eyes. She was propped on one elbow beside me, her face a pale blur. What time is it? Do we have to go?" But it was still dark, and the wind was still high. "No, it isn't even midnight. You were having a bad dream." She laughed a little nervously. "Maybe about football? Because you were saying Jimla, Jimla." "Was I?" I sat up. There was the scrape of a match, and her face was momentarily illuminated as she lit a cigarette. "Yes, you said all kinds of stuff." That was not good. "Like what?" "Most of it I couldn't make out, but one thing was pretty clear. Derry is Dallas, you said. Then you said it backwards. Dallas is Derry. What was that about? Do you remember?" "No." But it's hard to lie convincingly when you're fresh out of sleep, even a shallow doze, and I saw skepticism on her face. Before it could deepen into disbelief, there was a knock at the door. 1:45? A knock? We stared at each other. The knock came again. It's the Jimla. This thought was very clear, very certain. Sadie put her cigarette in the ashtray, gathered the sheet around her, and ran to the bathroom without a word. The door shut behind her. "Who is it?" I asked. "It's Mr. Yority, sir, Bud Yority," one of the gay retired teachers who ran the place. I got out of bed and pulled on my pants. "What is it, Mr. Yority?" "I have a message for you, sir. Lady said it was urgent." I opened the door. He was a small man in a threadbare bathrobe. His hair was a sleep-frizzed cloud around his head. In one hand he held a piece of paper. "What lady?" "Ellen Docherty?" I thanked him for his trouble and closed the door. I unfolded the paper and read the message. Sadie came out of the bathroom still clutching the sheet. Her eyes were wide and frightened. "What is it?" "There's been an accident," I said. Vince Knowles rolled his pickup truck outside of town. Mike Coslaw and Bobby Jill were with him. Mike was thrown clear. He has a broken arm. Bobby Jill has a nasty cut on her face, but Ellie says she's okay otherwise. "Vince?" I thought of the way everyone said Vince drove, as if there were no tomorrow. Now there wasn't, not for him. "He's dead, Sadie." Her mouth dropped open. "He can't be. He's only 18 years old." "I know." The sheet fell free of her relaxing arms and puddled around her feet. She put her hands over her face. My revised version of 12 Angry Men was canceled. What took its place was Death of a Student, a play in 3 acts: the viewing at the funeral parlor, the service at Grace Methodist Church, the graveside service at West Hill Cemetery. This mournful show was attended by the whole town, or near enough to make no difference. The parents and Vince's stunned kid sister starred at the viewing, sitting in folding chairs beside the coffin. When I approached them with Sadie at my side, Mrs. Knowles rose and put her arms around me. I was almost overwhelmed by the odors of White Shoulders perfume and Eudora antiperspirant. "You changed his life," she whispered in my ear. "He told me so. For the first time he made his grades because he wanted to act." "Mrs. Knowles, I'm so sorry," I said. Then a terrible thought crossed my mind, and I hugged her tighter as if hugging could make it go away. Maybe it's the butterfly effect. Maybe Vince is dead because I came to Jody. The coffin was flanked by photomontages of Vince's too brief life. On an easel in front of it, all by itself, was a picture of him in his Of Mice and Men costume and that battered old felt hat from Props. His ratty, intelligent face peered out from beneath. Vince really hadn't been much of an actor, but that photo caught him wearing an absolute, perfect, wise-ass smile. Sadie began to sob, and I knew why. Life turns on a dime, sometimes toward us, but more often it spins away, flirting and flashing as it goes. So long, honey. It was good while it lasted, wasn't it? And Jody was good for me. In Derry, I was an outsider, but Jody was home. Here's home. The smell of the sage, and the way the hills flush orange with Indian blanket in the summer, the faint taste of tobacco on Sadie's tongue, and the squeak of the oiled wood floorboards in my homeroom. Ellie Docherty caring enough to send us a message in the middle of the night, perhaps so we could get back to town undiscovered, but probably just so we'd know. The nearly suffocating mixture of perfume and deodorant as Mrs. Knowles hugged me. Mike putting his arm, the one not buried in a cast, around me at the cemetery, then pressing his face against my shoulder until he could get himself under control again. The ugly red slash on Bobby Jill's face is home, too. and thinking that unless she had plastic surgery, which her family could not afford, it would leave a scar that would remind her for the rest of her life of how she'd seen a boy from just down the road dead at the side of the road, his head mostly torn off his shoulders. Home is the black armband that Sadie wore, that I wore, that the whole faculty wore for a week after, and Al Stevens posting Vince's photo in the window of his diner, and Jimmy Ledoux's tears as he stood up in front of the whole school and dedicated the undefeated season to Vince Knowles. Other things, too. People saying howdy on the street, people giving me a wave from their cars. Al Stevens taking Sadie and me to the table at the back that he had started calling our table, playing cribbage on Friday afternoons in the teacher's room with Danny Laverty for a penny a point, arguing with elderly Miss Mayer about who gave the better newscast, Chet Huntley and David Brinkley, or Walter Cronkite. My street, my shotgun house, getting used to using a typewriter again, having a best girl, and getting S&H green stamps with my groceries, and real butter on my movie popcorn. Home is watching the moon rise over the open, sleeping land and having someone you can call to the window so you can look together. Home is where you dance with others, and dancing is life. The year of our Lord 1961 was winding down. On a drizzly day about 2 weeks before Christmas, I came into my house after school, once more bundled into my rawhide ranch coat, and heard the phone ringing.
"This is Ivy Templeton," a woman said. "You probably don't even remember me, do you?"
"I remember you very well, Miss Templeton."
"I don't know why I even bothered to call. That goddamn $10 is long since spent. Just something about you stuck in my head. Rosette, too. She calls you the man who cotched my ball."
"You're moving out, Miss Templeton?"
"That's 100% goddamn right. My mama's coming up from Moselle tomorrow in the truck."
"Don't you have a car, or did it break down?"
"Car's running okay for a junker, but Harry ain't gonna be riding in it, or driving it ever again. He was working one of those goddamn manpower jobs last month. Fell in a ditch, and a gravel truck run over him while it was backing up, broke his spine."
Closed my eyes and saw the smashed remains of Vince's truck being hauled down Main Street behind the wrecker from Goji's Sunoco, blood all over the inside of the cracked windshield. I'm sorry to hear that, Miss Templeton.
"He gonna live, but he ain't never gonna walk again. He gonna sit in a wheelchair and pee in a bag. That's what he gonna do. But first he's gonna ride down Moselle in the back of my mama's truck. We'll steal the mattress out in the bedroom for him to lay on. Be like taking your dog on vacation, won't it?"
She started to cry. "I'm running out on 2 months' back rent, but that don't confront me none. You know what does confront me, Mr. Puddin'? Ask me again, and I'll tell you the same. I got $35 goddamn dollars, and that's the end of it. Goddamn asshole Harry, if he could have kept his feet, I wouldn't be in this fix. I thought I was in one before, but now look at this." There was a long, watery snork in my ear.
"Know what? The mailman been giving me the glad eye, and I think for $20 I'd roll him a fuck on the goddamn living room floor. If the goddamn neighbors across the street couldn't watch us while we was going at it. Can't very well take him in the bedroom, can I? That's where my broke-back husband is."
She rasped out a laugh.
"Tell you what, why don't you come on over in your fancy convertible? Take me to a motel somewhere, spend a little extra, get one with a setting room. Rosette can watch TV and I'll roll you a fuck. You look like you's doing okay."
I said nothing. I just had an idea that was as bright as a flashbulb.
If the goddamn neighbors across the street couldn't watch us going at it.
There was a man I was supposed to be watching for, besides Oswald himself, that was. A man whose name also happened to be George, and who was going to become Oswald's only friend.
"Don't trust him,"
Al had written in his notes.
You there, Mr. Puddentane? No? If not, fuck you and goodbye.
Don't hang up, Miss Templeton. Suppose I were to pay your back rent and throw in $100 on top of that. It was far more than I needed to pay for what I wanted, but I had it and she needed it.
Right now I'd do you with my father watching for $200.
You don't have to do me at all, Miss Templeton. All you have to do is meet me in that parking lot at the end of the street and bring me something. It was dark by the time I got to the parking lot of the Montgomery Ward warehouse, and the rain had started to thicken a little, the way it does when it's trying to be sleet. That doesn't happen often in the hill country south of Dallas, but sometimes isn't never. I hoped I could make it back to Jody without sliding off the road. Ivy was sitting behind the wheel of a sad old sedan with rusty rocker panels and a cracked rear window. She got into my Ford and immediately leaned toward the heater vent, which was going full blast. She was wearing 2 flannel shirts instead of a coat and shivering.
Feels good. That Chev's colder'n a witch's tit. Heater's bust. You bring the money, Mr. Puddentane?
I gave her an envelope. She opened it and riffled through some of the 20s that had been sitting on the top shelf of my closet ever since I'd collected on my World Series bet at Faith Financial over a year before. She lifted her substantial bottom off the seat, shoved the envelope into the back pocket of her jeans, then fumbled in the breast pocket of the shirt closer to her body. She brought out a key and slapped it into my hand.
That do you?
It did me very well. It's a dupe, right?
Just like you told me. I had it made at the hardware store on McLaren Street. Why you want a key to that glorified shithouse? For $200 you could rent it for 4 months.
I've got my reasons. Tell me about the neighbors across the street, the ones that could watch you and the mailman doing it on the living room floor. She shifted uneasily and pulled her shirts a little closer across her equally substantial bosom.
I was just joking about that.
I know. I didn't, and I didn't care. I just want to know if the neighbors can really see into your living room.
Course they can, and I could see into theirs if they didn't have curtains, which I would have bought for our place could I afford 'em. When it comes to privacy, we all might as well be living outside. I suppose I could have put up burlap, scavenged it from right over there.
She pointed to the trash bins lined up against the east side of the warehouse.
But it looks so slutty.
The neighbors with the view live at what, 2704?
2706. It used to be Slider Burnett and his family, but they moved out just after Halloween. He was a substitute rodeo clown. Do you believe it? Who knew there was such a job? Now it's some fellow named Hazard and his 2 kids, and I think his mother. Rosette won't play with the kids, says they're dirty, which is a newsflash coming from that little pig pen. Old Grammy tries to talk and it comes out all mush. Side of her face won't move. Don't know what help she can be to him, dragging around like she does. If I get like that, just shoot me. Doggies. She shook her head. Tell you one thing, they won't be there long. No one stays on Sadie Street. Got a cigarette? I had to give 'em up. When you can't afford a quarter for fags, that's when you know for sure you're on your goddamn uppers.
I don't smoke. She shrugged.
What the hell? I can afford my own now, can't I? I'm goddamn rich. You ain't married, are you?
No.
Got a girlfriend, though. I can smell perfume on this side of the car, the nice stuff.
That made me smile. Yes, I've got a girlfriend.
Good for you. Does she know you're sneaking around the south side of Fort Worth after dark doing funny business?
I said nothing, but sometimes that's answer enough.
Never mind. That's between you and her. I'm warm now, so I'll go on back. If it's still rainy and cold like this tomorrow, I don't know what we're going to do about Harry in the back of my ma's truck.
She looked at me, smiling. When I was a kid, I used to think I was going to grow up to be Kim Novak. Now,
Rosette, she thinks she's going to replace Darlene on the Musketeers. Howdy fucking ho.
She started to open the door, and I said, "Wait." I raked the crap out of my pockets, lifesavers, Kleenex, book of matches Sadie had tucked in there, notes for a freshman English test I meant to give before the Christmas break, and then gave her the ranch coat. "Take this."
I ain't taking your goddamn coat.
She looked shocked. "I've got another one at home." I didn't, but I could buy one, and that was more than she could do.
What am I going to tell Harry? That I found it under a goddamn cabbage leaf?
I grinned. "Tell him you rolled the mailman a fuck and bought it with the proceeds. What's he going to do, chase you down the driveway and beat you up?" She laughed, a harsh rainbird caw that was strangely charming, and took the coat. "Regards to Rosette," I said. "Tell her I'll see her in her dreams." She stopped smiling. "I hope not, mister. That one she had about you was a nightmare. About screamed the house down, she did. Woke me out of a dead sleep at 2 a.m. She said the man who cotched her ball had a monster in the back seat of his car, and she was afraid it would eat her up. Scared the life out of me, she did, screaming like that." "Did the monster have a name?" "Of course it did. She said it was a Jimlaw? Probably meant a genie, like in those stories about Aladdin and the 7 Veils. Anyway, I gotta go. You take care of yourself." "You too, Ivy. Merry Christmas." She cawed her rainbird laugh again.
Almost forgot about that.
"You have one, too. Don't forget to give your girl a present." She trotted to her old car with my coat, her coat now, thrown over her shoulders. I never saw her again. The rain only froze on the bridges, and I knew from my other life, the one in New England, to be careful on those. But it was still a long drive back to Jody. I had no more than put the water on for a cup of tea when the phone rang. This time it was Sadie. "I've been trying to get you since supper time to ask you about Coach Borman's Christmas Eve bash. It starts at 3. I'll go if you want to take me, because then we can get away early. Say we've got dinner reservations at the Saddle or something. I need to RSVP, though." I saw my own invitation lying next to my typewriter and felt a little twinge of guilt. It had been there for 3 days, and I hadn't even opened it. "Do you want to go?" I asked. "I wouldn't mind making an appearance." There was a pause. "Where have you been all this time?" "Fort Worth." I almost added Christmas shopping, but I didn't. The only thing I'd bought in Fort Worth was some information and a house key. "Were you shopping?" Again I had to fight not to lie. Sadie, I really can't say." There was a long, long pause. I found myself wishing I smoked. Probably I'd developed a contact addiction. God knew I was smoking by proxy all day, every day. The teacher's room was a constant blue haze. "Is it a woman, George? Another woman, or am I being nosy?" Well, there was Ivy, but that wasn't the kind of woman she was talking about. "In the woman department, there's only you." Another of those long, long pauses. In the world, Sadie could move carelessly. In her head, she never did. At last she said, "You know a lot about me, things I never thought I could tell anyone, but I know almost nothing about you." I guess I just realized that. Sadie can be stupid, George, can't she? You're not stupid, and one thing you do know is that I love you. Yes. She sounded doubtful. I remembered the bad dream I'd had that night at the Candlewood Bungalows and the caution I'd seen in her face when I told her I didn't remember it. Was that the same look on her face now? Or perhaps an expression a little deeper than mere caution? "Sadie, are we all right?" "Yes," sounding a little more sure now. "Sure we are. Except for Coach's party. What do you want to do about it? Remember that the whole darn school department will be there, and most of them will be drunk on their fannies by the time Mrs. Coach puts on the buffet." "Let's go," I said, too heartily. "Party down and kick out the jams."
Kick out the what?
Have some fun. That's all I meant. We'll pop in for an hour, maybe an hour and a half, then pop back out. Dinner at the Saddle. That work for you?
Fine.
We were like a couple negotiating for a second date after the first one had been inconclusive.
We'll enjoy ourselves.
I thought about Ivy Templeton smelling the ghost of Sadie's perfume and asking if my girl knew I was sneaking around South Fort Worth after dark doing funny business. I thought about Deke Simmons saying there was one person who deserved to know the truth about where I'd been and what I'd done. But was I going to tell Sadie I'd killed Frank Dunning in cold blood so he wouldn't murder his wife and 3 of his 4 children? That I'd come to Texas to prevent an assassination and change the course of history? That I knew I could do that because I came from a future where we could have been IMing this conversation via computer? "Sadie, this is going to work out, I promise you that." Again she said, "Fine." Then she said, "I'll see you tomorrow, George, in school," and hung up very gently and politely. I held the telephone in my hand for several seconds, staring straight ahead at nothing. A rattling began on the windows facing my backyard. The rain had turned to sleet, after all. Chapter 16. Coach Borman's Christmas Eve bash was a bust, and the ghost of Vince Knowles wasn't the only reason. On the 21st, Bobby Jill Allnut got tired of looking at that red slash running all the way down the left side of her face to the jawline and took a bunch of her mother's sleeping pills. She didn't die, but she spent 2 nights in Parkland Memorial, the hospital where both the president and the president's assassin would expire, unless I changed things. There are probably closer hospitals in 2011, almost certainly in Killeen, maybe even in Round Hill, but not during my 1 year of full-time teaching at DCHS. Dinner at the Saddle wasn't so hot either. The place was packed and convivial with pre-Christmas cheer, but Sadie refused dessert and asked to go home early. She said she had a headache. I didn't believe her. The New Year's Eve dance at Bountiful Grange No. 7 was a little better. There was a band from Austin called the Jokers, and they were really laying it down. Sadie and I danced beneath sagging nets filled with balloons until our feet were sore. At midnight, the Jokers swung into a venture-style version of Auld Lang Syne, and the band's lead band shouted, "May all your dreams come true in 1962. The balloons drifted down around us. I kissed Sadie and wished her a Happy New Year as we waltzed, but although she had been gay and laughing all evening, I felt no smile on her lips. "And a Happy New Year to you, George. Could I have a glass of punch? I'm very thirsty." There was a long line at the spiked punch bowl, a shorter one at the unspiked version. I ladled the mixture of pink lemonade and ginger ale into a Dixie cup, but when I brought it back to where she had been standing, Sadie was gone. "Think she went out for some air, champ," Carl Jacoby said. He was one of the high school's 4 shop teachers, and probably the best, but I wouldn't have let him within 200 yards of a power tool that night. I checked the smokers clustered under the fire escape. Sadie wasn't among them. I walked to the Sunliner. She was sitting in the passenger seat, with her voluminous skirts billowing all the way up to the dashboard. God knows how many petticoats she was wearing. She was smoking and crying. I got in and tried to take her in my arms. "Sadie, what is it? What is it, hon?" As if I didn't know. As if I hadn't known for some time. "Nothing," crying harder. "I've got my period, that's all. Take me home." It was only 3 miles, but that seemed like a very long drive. We didn't talk. I turned into her driveway and cut the motor. She'd stopped crying, but she still didn't say anything. Neither did I. Some silences can be comfortable. This one felt deadly. She took her Winstons out of her handbag, looked at them, and put them back. The snick of the catch was very loud. She looked at me. Her hair was a dark cloud surrounding the white oval of her face. "Is there anything you want to tell me, George?" What I wanted to tell her, more than anything, was that my name wasn't George. I had come to dislike that name, almost to hate it. 2 things. The first is that I love you. The second is that I'm not doing anything I'm ashamed of. Oh, and 2A, nothing you'd be ashamed of. Good. That's good. And I love you, George, but I'm going to tell you something if you'll listen. I'll always listen. But she was scaring me. Everything can stay the same for now. While I'm still married to John Clayton, even if it's just on paper and was never properly consummated in the first place, there are things I don't feel I have the right to ask you or of you. Sadie. She put her fingers to my lips. For now. But I won't ever allow another man to put a broom in the bed. Do you understand me? She put a quick kiss where her fingers had been, then dashed up the walk to her door, fumbling for her key. That was how 1962 started for the man who called himself George Amberson. New Year's Day dawned cold and clear, with the forecaster on the morning farm report threatening freezing mist in the lowlands. I had stowed the 2 bugged lamps in my garage. I put one of them in my car and drove to Fort Worth. I thought if there was ever a day when the raggedy-ass carnival on Mercedes Street would be shut down, it was this one. I was right. It was as silent as, well, as silent as the Tracker Mausoleum when I dragged Frank Dunning's body into it. Overturned trikes and a few toys lay in balding front yards. Some party boy had left a larger toy, a monstrous old Mercury, parked beside his porch. The car doors were still open. There were a few sad, leftover crepe streamers on the unpaved hardpan of the street and a lot of beer cans, mostly Lone Star, in the gutters. I glanced around at 2706 and saw no one looking out the large front window, but Ivy had been right. Anyone standing there would have a perfect line of sight into the living room of 2703. I parked on the concrete strips that passed for a driveway, as if I had every right to be at the former home of the unlucky Templeton family. I got my lamp and a brand-new toolbox and went to the front door. I had a bad moment when the key refused to work, but it was just new. When I wetted it with some saliva and jiggled it a little, it turned, and I went in. There were 4 rooms, if you counted the bathroom, visible through a door that hung open on one working hinge. The biggest was a combined living room and kitchen. The other 2 were bedrooms. In the larger one, there was no mattress on the bed. I remembered Ivy saying, "Be like taking your dog on vacation, won't it?" In the smaller one, Rosette had drawn Crayola girls on walls where the plaster was decaying and the lathing showed through. They were all wearing green jumpers and big black shoes. They had out-of-proportion pigtails as long as their legs, and many were kicking soccer balls. One had a Miss America tiara perched on her hair and a big old red lipstick smile. The house still smelled faintly of whatever fried meat Ivy had cooked for their final meal before going back to Moselle to live with her mama, her little hellion, and her broke-back husband. This was where Lee and Marina would begin the American phase of their marriage. They'd make love in the bigger of the 2 bedrooms, and he would beat her there. It was where Lee would lie awake after long days, putting together storm doors and wondering why the hell he wasn't famous. Hadn't he tried? Hadn't he tried hard? And in the living room, with its hilly up-and-down floor and its threadbare bile-green carpet, Lee would first meet the man I wasn't supposed to trust, the one that accounted for most, if not all, of the doubts Al had held on to about Oswald's role as the lone gunman. That man's name was George de Mohrenschildt, and I wanted very much to hear what he and Oswald had to say to each other. There was an old bureau on the side of the main room that was closest to the kitchen. The drawers were a jumble of mismatched silverware and crappy cooking utensils. I pulled the bureau away from the wall and saw an electrical socket. Excellent. I put the lamp on top of the bureau and plugged it in. I knew someone might live here a while before the Oswalds moved in, but I didn't think anyone would be apt to take the leaning lamp of Pisa when they decamped. If they did, I had a backup unit in my garage. I drilled a hole through the wall to the outside with my smallest bit, pushed the bureau back into place, and tried the lamp. It worked fine. I packed up and left the house, being careful to lock the door behind me. Then I drove back to Jody. Sadie called and asked me if I would like to come over and have some supper. Just cold cuts, she said, but there was pound cake for dessert if I cared for some. I went over. The dessert was as wonderful as ever, but things weren't the same, because she was right, there was a broom in the bed. Like the gimla Rosette had seen in the back of my car, it was invisible, but it was there. Invisible or not, it cast a shadow. Sometimes a man and a woman reach a crossroads and linger there, reluctant to take either way, knowing the wrong choice will mean the end, and knowing there's so much worth saving. That's the way it was with Sadie and me during that unrelenting gray winter of 1962. We still went out to dinner once or twice a week, and we still went to the Candlewood bungalows on the occasional Saturday night. Sadie enjoyed sex, and that was one of the things that kept us together. On 3 occasions we shapped hops together. Donald Bellingham was always the DJ, and sooner or later we'd be asked to reprise our first Lindy Hop. Kids always clapped and whistled when we did, not out of politeness either. They were authentically wowed, and some of them started to learn the moves themselves. Were we pleased? Sure, because imitation really is the most sincere form of flattery, but we were never as good as that first time, never so intuitively smooth. Sadie's grace wavered. Once she missed her grip on a flyaway and would have gone sprawling if there hadn't been a couple of husky football players with quick reflexes standing nearby. She laughed it off, but I could see the embarrassment on her face and the reproach, as if it had been my fault, which in a way it was. There was bound to be a blow-up. It would have come sooner than it did if not for the Jody Jamboree. That was our greening, a chance to linger a little and think things over before we were forced into a decision neither of us wanted to make. Ellen Doherty came to me in February and asked me 2 things. First, would I please reconsider and sign a contract for the 62-63 school year? And second, would I please direct the junior-senior play again, since last year's had been such a smash hit? I refused both requests, not without a tug of pain. "If it's your book, you'd have all summer to work on it," she coaxed. "It wouldn't be long enough," I said, although at that point I didn't give shit one about the murder place. "Sadie Dunhill says she doesn't believe you care a fig for that novel." It was an insight she hadn't shared with me. It shook me, but I tried not to show it. Sadie doesn't know everything." "The play, then? At least do the play. As long as it doesn't involve nudity, I'll back anything you choose. Given the current composition of the school board and the fact that I myself only have a 2-year contract as principal, that's a mighty big promise. You can dedicate it to Vince Knowles, if you like." "Vince has already had a football season dedicated to his memory, Ellie. I think that's enough." She went away, beaten. The second request came from Mike Kozlaw, who would be graduating in June, and told me he intended to declare a theater major at college. "But I'd really like to do one more play here, with you, Mr. Amberson, because you showed me the way." Unlike Ellie Doherty, he accepted the excuse about my bogus novel without question, which made me feel bad. Terrible, really. For a man who didn't like to lie, who had seen his marriage collapse because of all the ones he'd heard from his "I can stop whenever I want" wife, I was certainly telling a passel of them, as we said in my Jody days. I walked Mike out to the student parking lot where his prized possession was parked, an old Buick sedan with fender skirts, and asked him how his arm felt now that the cast was off. He said it was fine, and he was sure he'd be set for football practice this coming summer. "Although," he said, "if I got cut, it wouldn't break my heart. Then maybe I could do some community theater as well as school stuff. I want to learn everything. Set design, lighting, even costumes." He laughed. "People will start calling me queer." "Concentrate on football, making grades, and not getting too homesick the first semester," I said. "Please, don't screw around." He did a zombie Frankenstein voice. "Yes, master." "How's Bobby Jill?" "Better," he said. "There she is." Bobby Jill was waiting by Mike's Buick. She waved at him, then saw me, and immediately turned away as if interested in the empty football field and the rangeland beyond. It was a gesture everyone in the school had gotten used to. The scar from the accident had healed to a fat red string. She tried to cover it with cosmetics, which only made it more noticeable. Mike said, "I tell her to quit with the powder already. It makes her look like an advertisement for Some's mortuary, but she won't listen. I also tell her I'm not going with her out of pity, or so she won't swallow any more pills. She says she believes me, and maybe she does, on sunny days." I watched him hurry to Bobby Jill, grab her by the waist, and swing her around. I sighed, feeling a little stupid and a lot stubborn. Part of me wanted to do the damn play. Even if it was good for nothing else, it would fill the time while I was waiting for my own show to start. But I didn't want to get hooked into the life of Jody in more ways than I already was. Like any possible long-term future with Sadie, my relationship with the town needed to be on hold. If everything went just right, it was possible I could wind up with the girl, the gold watch, and everything. But I couldn't count on that, no matter how carefully I planned. Even if I succeeded, I might have to run, and if I didn't get away, there was a good chance that my good deed on behalf of the world would be rewarded by life in prison or the electric chair in Huntsville. It was Deke Simmons who finally trapped me into saying yes. He did it by telling me I'd be nuts to even consider it. I should have recognized that as, "Oh, Brer Fox, please don't throw me in that briar patch" shtick. But he was very sly about it, very subtle. A regular Brer Rabbit, you might say. We were in my living room drinking coffee on a Saturday afternoon while some old movie played on my snow-fuzzy TV, cowboys in Fort Hollywood, standing off 2,000 or so attacking Indians. Outside, more rain was falling. There must have been at least a few sunny days during the winter of '62, but I can't recall any. All I can remember are cold fingers of drizzle always finding their way to the barbered nape of my neck in spite of the turned-up collar of the sheepskin jacket I'd bought to replace the ranch coat. "You don't want to worry about that damn play just because Ellen Dougherty's got her underwear all in a bunch about it," Deke said. "Finish your book, get a bestseller, and never look back. Live the good life in New York. Have a drink with Norman Mailer and Irwin Shaw at the White Horse Tavern." "Uh-huh," I said. John Wayne was blowing a bugle. "I don't think Norman Mailer has to worry too much about me. Irwin Shaw either. Also, you had such a success with Of Mice and Men," he said. "Anything you did as a follow-up would probably be a disappointment by compare—" "Oh, geez, look at that. John Wayne just got an arrow through his hat. Lucky it was the 20-gallon deluxe." I was more miffed by the idea that my second effort might fall short than I should have been. It made me think about how Sadie and I couldn't quite equal our first performance on the dance floor, despite our best efforts. Deke seemed completely absorbed in the TV as he said, "Besides, Ratty Sylvester has expressed an interest in the junior-senior. He's talking about arsenic and old lace. Says he and the wife saw it in Dallas 2 years ago, and it was a regular old knee-slapper." Good God, that chestnut? And Fred Sylvester of the science department as director? I wasn't sure I'd trust Ratty to direct a grammar school fire drill. If a talented but still very damp around the edges actor like Mike Coslaw ended up with Ratty at the helm, it could set his maturing process back 5 years. Ratty and arsenic and old lace? Jesus wept. There wouldn't be time to put on anything really good anyway, Deke went on. So I say let Ratty take the fall. I never liked the scurrying little sumbitch anyway. Nobody really liked him, so far as I could tell, except maybe for Mrs. Ratty, who scurried by his side to every school and faculty function wrapped in acres of organdy. But he wouldn't be the one to take the fall. That would be the kids. They could put on a variety show, I said. There'd be time enough for that. Oh, Christ, George, Wallace Beery just took an arrow in the shoulder. I think he's a goner. Deke? No, John Wayne's dragging him to safety. This old shoot-'em-up doesn't make a lick of sense, but I love it, don't you? Did you hear what I said? A commercial came on. Keenan Wynn climbed down off a bulldozer, doffed his hard hat, and told the world he'd walk a mile for a camel. Deke turned to me. No, I must have missed it. Sly old fox, as if. I said there'd be time to put on a variety show. A review. Songs, dances, jokes, and a bunch of sketches. Everything but girls doing the hoochie-coo? Or were you thinking of that, too? Don't be a dope. So that makes it vaudeville. I always liked vaudeville. Good night, Mrs. Calabash, wherever you are, and all that. He dragged his pipe out of the pocket of his cardigan, stuffed it with Prince Albert, and fired it up. You know, we actually used to do something like that down to the Grange. The show was called Jody Jamboree. Not since the late 40s, though. Folks got a little embarrassed by it, although no one ever came right out and said so. And vaudeville wasn't what we called it. What are you talking about? It was a minstrel show, George. All the cowboys and farmhands joined in. They wore blackface, sang and danced, told jokes in what they imagined was a Negro dialect. They're more or less based on Amos and Andy. I began to laugh. Did anyone play the banjo? As a matter of fact, on a couple of occasions our current principal did. Ellen played the banjo in a minstrel show? Careful. You're starting to speak in iambic pentameter. That can lead to delusions of grandeur, pard. I leaned forward. Tell me one of the jokes. Deke cleared his throat and began speaking in two deep voices. Say there, Brother Tambo, what did you buy that jar of Vaseline for? Well, I believes it was 49 cents. He looked at me expectantly, and I realized that had been the punchline. Did they laugh? I almost feared the answer. Split their guts and hollered for more. You heard those jokes around the square for weeks after. He looked at me solemnly, but his eyes were twinkling like Christmas lights. We're a small town. Our needs when it comes to humor are quite humble. Our idea of Rabelaisian wit is a blind feller slipping on a banana peel. I sat thinking. The Western came back on, but Deke seemed to have lost interest in it. He was watching me. That stuff could still work, I said. George, that stuff always does. It wouldn't need to be funny blackfellers either. Couldn't do it that way anymore anyway, he said. Maybe in Louisiana or Alabama, but not on the way to Austin, which the folks at the Slimes Herald call Com Simp City. And you wouldn't want to, would you? No. Call me a bleeding heart, but I find the idea repulsive. And why bother? Corny jokes. Boys in big old suits with padded shoulders instead of corn-pone overalls. Girls in knee-high flapper dresses with lots of fringes. I'd love to see what Mike Coslaw could do with a comedy skit. Oh, he'd kill it, Deke said, as if that were a foregone conclusion. Pretty good idea. Too bad you don't have time to try it out." I started to say something, but then another of those lightning flashes hit me. It was just as bright as the one that had lit up my brain when Ivy Templeton had said that her neighbors across the street could see into her living room. "George, your mouth is open. The view is good, but not appetizing." "I could make time," I said, "if you could talk Ellie Dougherty into one condition." He got up and snapped off the TV without a single glance, although the fighting between Duke Wayne and the Pawnee Nation had now reached the critical point, with Fort Hollywood burning merry hell in the background. "Name it." I named it, then said, "I've got to talk to Sadie right now." She was solemn at first. Then she began to smile. The smile became a grin, and when I told her the idea that had come to me at the end of my conversation with Deke, she threw her arms around me. But that wasn't good enough for her, so she climbed until she could wrap her legs around me as well. There was no broom between us that day. "It's brilliant. You're a genius. Will you write the script?" "You bet. It won't take long either." Corny old jokes were already flying around in my head. "Coach Borman looked at the orange juice for 20 minutes because the can said concentrate. Our dog had an ingrown tail. We had to x-ray him to find out if he was happy. I rode on a plane so old that one restroom was marked Orville and the other was marked Wilbert. But I need plenty of help with other stuff. What it comes down to is I need a producer. I'm hoping you'll take the job." "Sure." She slipped back to the floor with her body still pressed against mine. This produced a regrettably brief flash of bare leg as her skirt pulled up. She began to pace her living room, smoking furiously. She tripped over the easy chair for probably the 6th or 8th time since we'd been on intimate terms,
and caught her balance without even seeming to notice, although she was going to have a pretty fine bruise on her shin by nightfall.
"If you're thinking 20s-style flapper stuff, I can get Joe Pete to run up the costumes." Joe was the new head of the home ec department, having succeeded to the position when Ellen Dougherty was confirmed as principal. "That's great. Most of the home ec girls love to sew. And to cook. George, we'll need to serve evening meals, won't we, if the rehearsals run extra long, and they will, because we're starting awfully late." "Yes, but just sandwiches." "Oh, we can do better than that. Lots. And music. We'll need music. It'll have to be recorded because the band could never pull a thing like this together in time." And then together we said, "Donald Bellingham," in perfect harmony. "What about advertising?" I asked. We were starting to sound like Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland getting ready to put on a show in Aunt Millie's barn. "Carl Jacoby and his graphic design kids. Posters not just here, but all over town, because we want the whole town to come, not just the relatives of the kids in the show. Standing room only." "Bingo," I said, and kissed her nose. I loved her excitement. I was getting pretty excited myself. "What do we say about the benefit aspect?" Sadie asked. "Nothing, until we're sure we can make enough money. We don't want to raise any false hopes. What do you think about taking a run to Dallas with me tomorrow and asking some questions?" "Tomorrow's Sunday, hon." "After school on Monday, maybe even before it's out if you can get period 7 free." "I'll get Deke to come out of retirement and cover remedial English," I said. "He owes me." Sadie and I went to Dallas on Monday, driving fast to get there before the close of business hours. The office we were looking for turned out to be on Harry Hines Boulevard, not far from Parkland Memorial. There we asked a bushel of questions, and Sadie gave a brief demonstration of what we were after. The answers were more than satisfactory, and 2 days later I began my second-to-last showbiz venture as director of Jody Jamboree, an all-new, all-hilarious vaudeville song and dance show, and all to benefit a good cause. We didn't say what that cause was, and nobody asked. 2 things about the Land of a Go. There's a lot less paperwork. and a hell of a lot more trust. Everybody in town did turn out, and Deke Simmons was right about one thing. Those lame jokes never seemed to get old, not 1,500 miles from Broadway at least. In the persons of Jim Ledoux, who wasn't bad and could actually sing a little, and Mike Coslaw, who was flat-out hilarious, our show was more Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis than Mr. Bones and Mr. Tambo. The skits were of the knockabout type, and with a couple of athletes to perform them, they worked better than they probably had a right to. In the audience, knees were slapped and buttons were busted. Probably a few girdles were popped as well. Ellen Doherty dragged her banjo out of retirement. For a lady with blue hair, she played a mean breakdown. And there was hoochie coo after all. Mike and Jim persuaded the rest of the football team to perform a spirited can-can, wearing petticoats and bloomers down south and nothing but skin up north. Joe Pete found wigs for them, and they stopped the show. The town ladies seemed especially crazy about those bare-chested young men, wigs and all. For the finale, the entire cast paired off and filled the gymnasium stage with frenetic swing dancing as In the Mood blared from the speakers. Skirts flew, feet flashed, football players, now dressed in zoot suits and stingy brim hats, spun limber girls. Most of the latter were cheerleaders who already knew a few things about how to cut a rug. The music ended. The laughing, winded cast stepped forward to take their bows, and as the audience rose to its feet for the third or maybe it was the fourth time since the curtain went up, Donald started up In the Mood again. This time the boys and girls scampered to opposite sides of the stage, grabbed the dozens of cream pies waiting for them on tables in the wings, and began to pelt each other. The audience roared its approval. This part of the show our cast had known about and looked forward to, although since no actual pies had been flung during rehearsals, I wasn't sure how it would play out. Of course, it went splendidly, as cream pie fights always do. So far as the kids knew, this was the climax, but I had one more trick up my sleeve. As they came forward to take their second bows, faces dripping cream and costumes splattered, In the Mood started up for the third time. Most of the kids looked around puzzled, and so did not see the faculty row rise to its feet holding the cream pies Sadie and I had stashed beneath their seats. The pies flew and the cast was doused for the second time. Coach Borman had 2 pies, and his aim was deadly. He got both his quarterback and his star defenseman. Mike Coslaw, face dripping cream, began to bellow, "Mr. A, Miss D! Mr. A, Miss D!" The rest of the cast took it up, then the audience clapping in rhythm. We went up on stage hand in hand, and Bellingham started that goddamn record yet again. The kids formed lines on either side of us shouting, "Dance! Dance! Dance!" We had no choice, and although I was convinced my girlfriend would go sliding in all that cream and break her neck, we were perfect for the first time since the Sadie Hawkins. At the end of it, I squeezed both of Sadie's hands, saw her little nod, "Go on, go for it, I trust you," and shot her between my legs. Both of her shoes flew into the first row, her skirt skidded deliriously up her thighs, and she came magically to her feet in one piece, with her hands first held out to the audience, which was going insane, and then to the sides of her cream-smeared skirt in a ladylike curtsy. The kids turned out to have a trick up their sleeves as well, one almost certainly instigated by Mike Coslaw, although he would never own up to it. They had saved some pies back, and as we stood there soaking up the applause, we were hit by at least a dozen flying from all directions. And the crowd, as they say, goes wild. Sadie pulled my ear close to her mouth, wiped whipped cream from it with her pinky, and whispered, "How can you leave all this?" And it still wasn't over. Deke and Ellen walked to center stage, finding their way almost magically around the streaks, splatters, and clots of cream. No one would have dreamed of tossing a cream pie at either of them. Deke raised his hands for silence, and when Ellen Doherty stepped forward, she spoke in a clear classroom voice that carried easily over the murmurs and residual laughter. "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's performance of Jody Jamboree will be followed by 3 more." This brought another wave of applause. "These are benefit performances," Ellie went on when the applause died down. "And it pleases me, yes, it pleases me very much, to tell you to whom the benefit will accrue. Last fall, we lost one of our valued students, and we all mourned the passing of Vincent Knowles, which came far, far, far too soon." Now there was dead silence from the audience. "A girl you all know, one of the leading lights of our student body, was badly scarred in that accident. Mr. Amberson and Miss Dunhill have arranged for Roberta Jillian Allnut to have facial reconstructive surgery this June in Dallas. There will be no cost to the Allnut family. I'm told by Mr. Sylvester, who has served as the Jody Jamboree accountant, that Bobby Jill's classmates and this town have assured that all the costs of the surgery will be paid in full." There was a moment of quiet as they processed this. Then they leaped to their feet. The applause was like summer thunder. I saw Bobby Jill herself on the bleachers. She was weeping with her hands over her face. Her parents had their arms around her. This was one night in a small town, one of those burgs off the main road that nobody cares about much except for the people who live there. And that's okay, because they care. I looked at Bobby Jill, sobbing into her hands. I looked at Sadie. There was cream in her hair. She smiled. So did I. She mouthed, "I love you, George." I mouthed back, "I love you too." That night, I loved all of them, and myself, for being with them. I never felt so alive or happy to be alive. How could I leave all this indeed? The blow-up came 2 weeks later. It was a Saturday, grocery day. Sadie and I had gotten into the habit of doing it together at Weingarten's on Highway 77. We'd push our carts companionably side by side while Montavani played overhead, examining the fruit and looking for the best buys on meat. You could get almost any kind of cut you wanted, as long as it was beef or chicken. It was okay with me. Even after nearly 3 years, I was still wowed by the rock-bottom prices.
That day I had something other than groceries on my mind. The Hazard family living at 2706 Mercedes, a shotgun shack across the street and a little to the left of the rotting duplex that Lee Oswald would soon call home.
Jody Jamboree had kept me very busy, but I'd managed 3 trips back to Mercedes Street that spring. I parked my Ford in a lot in downtown Fort Worth and took the Winscott Road bus, which stopped less than half a mile away. On these trips I dressed in jeans, scuffed boots, and a faded denim jacket I'd picked up at a yard sale. My story, if anyone asked for it, I was looking for a cheap rent because I'd just gotten a night watchman job at Texas Sheet Metal in West Fort Worth. That made me a trustworthy individual as long as no one checked up, and supplied a reason why the house would be quiet with the shades drawn during the daylight hours. On my strolls up Mercedes Street to the Monkey Ward warehouse and back, always with a newspaper folded open to the rental section of the classifieds, I spotted Mr. Hazard, a hulk in his mid-30s, the 2 kids Rosette wouldn't play with, and an old woman with a frozen face who dragged one foot as she walked. Hazard's mama eyed me suspiciously from the mailbox on one occasion as I idled slowly past along the rut that served as a sidewalk, but she didn't speak. On my 3rd recon, I saw a rusty old trailer hooked to the back of Hazard's pickup truck. He and the kids were loading it with boxes while the old lady stood nearby on the just greening crabgrass, leaning on her cane and wearing a stroke sneer that could have masked any emotion. I was betting on utter indifference. What I felt was happiness. The Hazards were moving on. As soon as they did, a working stiff named George Amberson was going to rent 2706. The important thing was to make sure I was first in line. I was trying to figure out if there was any foolproof way to do that as we went about our Saturday shopping chores. On one level, I was responding to Sadie, making the right comments, kidding her when she spent too much time at the Derry case, pushing the cart loaded with groceries out to the parking lot, putting the bags in the Ford's trunk. But I was doing it all on autopilot, most of my mind worrying over the Fort Worth logistics, and that turned out to be my undoing. I wasn't paying attention to what was coming out of my mouth, and when you're living a double life, that's dangerous. As I drove back to Sadie's place with her sitting quietly, too quietly, beside me, I was singing, because the Ford's radio was on the fritz. The valves had gotten wheezy, too. The Sunliner still looked snappy, and I was attached to it for all sorts of reasons, but it was 7 years downstream from the assembly line, and there were over 90,000 miles on the clock. I carried Sadie's groceries into the kitchen in a single load, making heroic grunting noises and staggering for effect. I didn't notice that she wasn't smiling, and had no idea that our little period of greening was over. I was still thinking about Mercedes Street and wondering what kind of a show I'd have to put on there, or rather, how much of a show. It would be delicate. I wanted to be a familiar face because familiarity breeds disinterest as well as contempt, but I didn't want to stand out. Then there were the Oswalds. She didn't speak English, and he was a cold fish by nature, all to the good, but 2706 was still awfully close. The past might be obdurate, but the future was delicate. A house of cards, and I had to be very careful not to change it until I was ready, so I'd have to... That was when Sadie spoke to me, and shortly after that, life, as I had come to know it and love it, in Jody came crashing down.
George, can you come in the living room? I want to talk to you.
Hadn't you better put your hamburger and pork chops in the fridge? And I think I saw ice cream. Let it melt! She shouted, and that brought me out of my head in a hurry. I turned to her, but she was already in the living room. She picked up her cigarettes from the table beside the couch and lit one. At my gentle urging, she had been trying to cut down, at least around me, and this seemed somehow more ominous than her raised voice. I went into the living room. "What is it, honey? What's wrong?" "Everything." "What was that song?" Her face was pale and set. She held the cigarette in front of her mouth like a shield. I began to realize that I had slipped up, but I didn't know how or when, and that was scary. "I don't know what you're... The song you were singing in the car when we were coming home. The one you were bellowing at the top of your lungs." I tried to remember and couldn't. All I could remember was thinking I'd always have to dress like a slightly down-on-his-luck workman on Mercedes Street so I'd fit in. Sure, I'd been singing, but I often did when I was thinking about other things. Doesn't everybody? Just some pop thing I heard on K-Life, I guess. Something that got into my head. You know how songs do that. I don't understand what's got you so upset.
Something you heard on K-Life, with lyrics like "I met a gin-soaked barroom queen in Memphis. She tried to take me upstairs for a ride."
It wasn't just my heart that sank. Everything below my neck seemed to drop 5 inches. Honky-tonk women. That's what I'd been singing. A song that wouldn't be recorded for another 7 or 8 years by a group that wouldn't even have an American hit for another 3. My mind had been on other things, but still, how could I have been so dumb? She blew my nose, and then she blew my mind? On the radio? The FCC would shut down a station that played something like that. I started to get angry then, mostly at myself, but not entirely at myself. I was walking a goddamn tightrope, and she was shouting at me over a Rolling Stones tune. Chill, Sadie. It's just a song. I don't know where I heard it. That's a lie, and we both know it. You're freaking out. I think maybe I better take my groceries and head home. I tried to keep my voice calm. The sound of it was very familiar. It was the way I'd always tried to speak to Christy when she came home with a snoot full. Skirt on crooked, blouse half untucked, hair all crazy. Not to mention the smeared lipstick, from the rim of a glass or from some fellow barfly's lips. Just thinking about it made me angrier. Wrong again, I thought. I didn't know if I meant Sadie or Christy or me. At that moment, I didn't care. We never get so mad as when we get caught, do we? I think maybe you better tell me where you heard that song if you ever want to come back here. And where you heard what you said to the kid at the checkout when he said he'd double-bag your chicken so it wouldn't leak. I don't have any idea. Excellent, dude. That's what you said? I think maybe you better tell me where you heard that. And kick out the jams, and boogie shoes, and shake your booty, chill, and freaking out. I want to know where you heard those, too. Why you say them and no one else does. I want to know why you were so scared of that stupid Jimla chant that you talked about in your sleep. I want to know where Derry is, and why it's like Dallas. I want to know when you were married, and to who, and for how long. I want to know where you were before you were in Florida, because Ellie Dougherty says she doesn't know. That some of your references are fake, appear to be fanciful, is how she put it. I was sure Ellen hadn't found out from Deke, but she had found out. I actually wasn't too surprised, but I was infuriated that she had blabbed to Sadie. She had no right to tell you that. She smashed out her cigarette, then shook her hand as bits of live coal jumped up and stung it. Sometimes it's like you're from, I don't know, some other universe. One where they sing about screwing drunk women from Memphis. I tried to tell myself all that doesn't matter, that love conquers all, except it doesn't. It doesn't conquer lies. Her voice wavered, but she didn't cry, and her eyes stayed fixed on mine. If there had only been anger in them, it would have been a little easier, but there was pleading, too. Sadie, if you'd only— I won't! Not anymore. So don't start up with the stuff about how you're not doing anything you're ashamed of, and I wouldn't be either. Those are things I need to decide for myself. It comes down to this: either the broom goes or you'll have to. If you knew, you wouldn't. Then tell me. I can't! The anger popped like a pricked balloon, leaving an emotional dullness behind. I dropped my eyes from her set face, and they happened to fall on her desk. What I saw there stopped my breath. It was a little pile of job applications for her time in Reno this coming summer. The top one was from Harrah's Hotel and Casino. On the first line, she'd printed her name in neat block letters. Her full name, including the middle one I'd never thought to ask her about. I reached down very slowly and put my thumbs over her first name and the second syllable of her last name. What that left was Doris Dunn. I remembered the day I had spoken to Frank Dunning's wife, pretending to be a real estate speculator with an interest in the West Side wreck. She'd been 20 years older than Sadie Doris Clayton, née Dunhill, but both women had blue eyes, exquisite skin, and fine, full-breasted figures. Both women were smokers. All of it could have been coincidental, but it wasn't, and I knew it. "What are you doing?" The accusatory tone meant the real question was, why do you keep dodging and evading? But I was no longer angry, not even close. "Are you sure he doesn't know where you are?" I asked. "Who? Johnny? Do you mean Johnny? Why?" That was when she decided it was useless. I saw it in her face. "George, you need to leave." "But he could find out," I said. Because your parents know, and your parents thought he was just the bee's knees. You said so yourself. I took a step toward her. She took a step back, the way you'd step back from a person who's revealed himself to be of unsound mind. I saw the fear in her eyes and the lack of comprehension, and still I couldn't stop. Remember that I was scared myself. Even if you told them not to say, he'd get it out of them because he's charming. Isn't he, Sadie? When he's not compulsively washing his hands or alphabetizing his books or talking about how disgusting it is to get an erection, he's very, very charming. He certainly charmed you. Please go away, George. Her voice was trembling. I took another step toward her instead. She took a compensatory step back, struck the wall, and cringed. Seeing her do that was like a slap across the face to a hysteric, or a glass of cold water flung into the face of a sleepwalker. I retreated to the arch between the living room and the kitchen, my hands held up to the sides of my face like a man surrendering, which was what I was doing. I'm going. But Sadie, I just don't understand how you could do it, she said. The tears had come. They were rolling slowly down her cheeks. Or why you refused to undo it. We had such a good thing. We still do. She shook her head. She did it slowly but firmly. I crossed the kitchen in what felt like a float rather than a walk, plucked the tub of vanilla ice cream from one of the bags standing on the counter, and put it in the freezer of her cold spot. Part of me was thinking this was all just a bad dream and I'd wake up soon. Most of me knew better. Sadie stood in the arch watching me. She had a fresh cigarette in one hand and the job applications in the other. Now that I saw it, the resemblance to Doris Dunning was eerie, which raised the question of why I hadn't seen it before. Because I'd been preoccupied with other stuff? Or was it because I still hadn't fully grasped the immensity of the things I was fooling with? I went out through the screen door and stood on the stoop, looking at her through the mesh. Watch out for him, Sadie. Johnny's mixed up about a lot of things, but he's not dangerous, she said, and my parents would never tell him where I am. They promised. People can break promises and people can snap. Especially people who've been under a lot of pressure and are mentally unstable to begin with. You need to go, George. Promise me that you'll watch out for him, and I will. She shouted, I promise! I promise! I promise! The way her cigarette trembled between her fingers was bad. The combination of shock, loss, grief, and anger in her red eyes was much worse. I could feel them following me all the way back to my car. Goddamned Rolling Stones. Chapter 17. A few days before the end of your testing cycle began, Ellen Docherty summoned me to her office. After she closed the door, she said, I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused, George. But if I had it to do over again, I'm not sure I would behave any differently. I said nothing. I was no longer angry, but I was still stunned. I'd gotten very little sleep since the blow-up, and I had an idea that 4 a.m. and I were going to be close friends in the near future. Clause 25 of the Texas School Administrative Code, she said, as if that explained everything. I beg your pardon, Ellie? Nina Wallingford was the one who brought it to my attention. Nina was the district nurse. She put tens of thousands of miles on her Ford Ranch wagon each school year, circling Denholm County's 8 schools, 3 of them still of the 1 or 2 room variety. Clause 25 concerns the state's rules for immunization in schools. It covers teachers as well as students, and Nina pointed out she didn't have any immunization records for you. No medical records of any kind, in fact. And there it was. The fake teacher exposed by his lack of a polio shot. Well, at least it wasn't my advanced knowledge of the Rolling Stones or inappropriate use of disco slang. You being so busy with the jamboree and all, I thought I'd write to the schools where you taught and save you the trouble. What I got back from Florida was a letter stating that they don't require immunization records from substitutes. What I got from Maine and Wisconsin was never heard of him. She leaned forward behind her desk, looking at me. I couldn't meet her gaze for long. What I saw in her face before I redirected my gaze to the backs of my hands was an unbearable sympathy. Would the State Board of Education care that we had hired an impostor? Very much. They might even institute legal action to recoup their year's salary. Do I care? Absolutely not. Your work at DCHS has been exemplary. What you and Sadie did for Bobby Jill Allnut was absolutely wonderful. The kind of thing that garners State Teacher of the Year nominations. Thanks, I muttered. I guess. I asked myself what Mimi Corcoran would do. What Memes said to me was if he had signed a contract to teach next year and the year after, you'd be forced to act. But since he's leaving in a month, it's actually in your interest and the school's to say nothing. Then she added, but there's one person who has to know he's not who he says he is. Ellie paused. I told Sadie that I was sure you'd have some reasonable explanation, but it seems you do not. I glanced at my watch. If you're not firing me, Miss Ellie, I ought to get back to my Period 5 class. We're diagramming sentences. I'm thinking of trying them on a compound that goes, I am blameless in this matter, but I cannot say why. What do you think? Too tough? Too tough for me, certainly, she said pleasantly. One thing, I said, Sadie's marriage was difficult. Her husband was strange in ways I don't want to go into. His name is John Clayton. I think he might be dangerous. You need to ask Sadie if she has a picture of him so you'll know what he looks like if he shows up and starts asking questions. And you think this because I've seen something like it before. Will that do? I suppose it will have to, won't it? That wasn't a good enough answer. Will you ask her? Yes, George. She might mean it, she might only be humoring me. I couldn't tell. I was at the door when she said, as if only passing the time of day, You're breaking that young woman's heart. I know, I said, and left. Mercedes Street, late May. Welder, are you? I was standing on the porch of 2706 with the landlord, a fine American named Mr. J. Baker. He was stocky, with a huge gut he called the house that Shiner built. We had just finished a quick tour of the premises, which Baker had explained to me was prime to the bus stop, as if that made up for the sagging ceilings, water-stained walls, cracked toilet tank, and general air of decrepitude. Night watchman, I said. Yeah, that's a good job. Plenty of time to fuck the dog on a job like that. This seemed to require no response. No wife or kiddies? Divorced, they're back east. Pay alimony, do you? I shrugged. He let it go. So, do you want the place, Amberson? I guess so, I said and sighed. He took a long rent book with a floppy leather cover out of his back pocket. First month, last month, damage deposit. Damage deposit? You have to be kidding. Baker went on as if he hadn't heard me. Rent's due on the last Friday of the month. Come up short or late, and you're on the street, courtesy of Fort Worth PD. Me and them get along real good. He took the charred cigar stub from his breast pocket, stuck the chewed end in his gob, and popped a wooden match alight with his thumbnail. It was hot on the porch. I had an idea it was going to be a long, hot summer. I sighed again. Then, with a show of reluctance, I took out my wallet and began to remove $20 bills. "In God we trust," I said. "All others pay cash." He laughed, puffing out clouds of acrid blue smoke as he did so. "That's good. I'll remember that, especially on the last Friday of the month." I couldn't believe I was going to live in this desperate shack and on this desperate street after my nice house south of here, where I'd taken pride in keeping an actual lawn mowed. Although I hadn't even left Jody yet, I felt a wave of homesickness. "Give me a receipt, please," I said. That much I got for free. It was the last day of school. The classrooms and hallways were empty. The overhead fans paddled air that was already hot, although it was only the 8th of June. The Oswald family had left Russia. In another 5 days, according to Al Templeton's notes, the SS Mazdam would dock in Hoboken, where they would walk down the gangplank and onto United States soil. The teacher's room was empty except for Danny Laverty. "Hey, champ, understand you're going off to Dallas to finish that book of yours." "That's the plan." Fort Worth was actually the plan, at least to begin with. I began cleaning out my pigeonhole, which was stuffed with end-of-school communiques. "If I was footloose and fancy-free instead of tied down to a wife, 3 rugrats, and a mortgage, I might try a book myself," Danny said. "I was in the war, you know." I knew. Everyone knew, usually within 10 minutes of meeting him. "Got enough to live on?" "I'll be okay."
I had more than enough to take me through to next April, when I expected to conclude my business with Lee Oswald.
I wouldn't need to make any more expeditions to Faith Financial on Greenville Avenue. Going there even once had been incredibly stupid. If I wanted, I could try to tell myself that what had happened to my place in Florida had just been the result of a prank gone bad, but I'd also tried to tell myself that Sadie and I were doing fine, and look how that had turned out. I tossed the wad of paperwork from my pigeonhole into the trash and saw a small sealed envelope I had somehow missed. I knew who used envelopes like that. There was no salutation on the sheet of notepaper inside, and no signature except for the faint, perhaps even illusory scent of her perfume. The message was brief. "Thank you for showing me how good things can be. Please don't say goodbye." I held it for a minute, thinking, then stuck it in my back pocket and walked rapidly down to the library. I don't know what I planned to do or what I meant to tell her, but none of it mattered because the library was dark and the chairs were up on the tables. I tried the knob anyway, but the door was locked. The only 2 cars left at the faculty end of the parking lot were Danny Laverty's Plymouth sedan and my Ford. The ragtop now looked rather raggedy. I could sympathize. I felt a bit raggedy myself. "Mr. A! Wait up, Mr. A!" It was Mike and Bobby Jill, hurrying across the hot parking lot toward me. Mike was carrying a small wrapped present, which he held out to me. "Bobby and me got you something." "Bobby and I. And you shouldn't have, Mike." "We had to, man." I was moved to see that Bobby Jill was crying, and pleased to see that the thick coating of Max Factor had disappeared from her face. Now that she knew the disfiguring scar's days were numbered, she had stopped trying to conceal it. She kissed me on the cheek. "Thank you so much, Mr. Amberson. I'll never forget you." She looked at Mike. "We'll never forget you." And they probably wouldn't. That was a good thing. It didn't make up for the locked and dark library, but yes, it was a very good thing. "Open it," Mike said. "We hope you like it. It's for your book." I opened the package. Inside was a wooden box about 8 inches long and 2 inches wide. Inside the box, cradled in silk, was a Waterman fountain pen with the initials G.A. engraved on the clip. "Oh, Mike," I said, "this is too much." "It wouldn't be enough if it was solid gold," he said. "You changed my life." He looked at Bobby. "Both our lives." "Mike," I said, "it was my pleasure." He hugged me, and in 1962 that is not a cheap gesture between men. I was glad to hug him back. "You stay in touch," Bobby Jill said. "Dallas ain't far." She paused. "Isn't." "I will," I said, but I wouldn't, and they probably wouldn't either. They were going off into their lives, and if they were lucky, their lives would shine. They started away, then Bobby turned back. "It's a shame you two broke up. It makes me feel real bad." "It makes me feel bad, too," I said. "But it's probably for the best." I headed home to pack up my typewriter and my other belongings, which I reckoned were still few enough to fit into no more than a suitcase and a few cardboard boxes. At the one stoplight on Main Street, I opened the little box and looked at the pen. It was a beautiful thing, and I was very touched that they had given it to me. I was even more touched that they had waited to say goodbye. The light turned green. I snapped the lid of the box closed and drove on. There was a lump in my throat, but my eyes were dry. Living on Mercedes Street was not an uplifting experience. Days weren't so bad. They resounded with the shouts of children recently released from school, all dressed in too big hand-me-downs, housewives kvetching at mailboxes or backyard clotheslines, teenagers driving rusty beaters with glass-packed mufflers and radios blaring K-Life. The hours between 2 and 6 a.m. weren't so bad either. Then a kind of stunned silence fell over the street as colicky babies finally slept in their cribs or dresser drawers, and their daddies snored toward another day of hourly wages in the shops, factories, or outlying farms. Between 4 and 6 in the afternoon, however, the street was a jangle of mamas screaming at kids to get the hell in and do their chores, and papas arriving home to scream at their wives, probably because they had no one else to scream at. Many of the wives gave back as good as they got. The drunk-a-daddies started to roll in around 8, and things really got noisy around 11, when either the bars closed or the money ran out. Then I heard slamming doors, breaking glass, and screams of pain as some loaded drunk-a-daddy tuned up on the wife, the kiddies, or both. Often red lights would strobe in through my drawn curtains as the cops arrived. A couple of times there were gunshots, maybe fired at the sky, maybe not. And one early morning, when I went out to get the paper, I saw a woman with dried blood crusting the lower half of her face. She was sitting on the curb in front of a house 4 down from mine, drinking a can of Lone Star. I almost went down to check on her, even though I knew how unwise it would be to get involved with the life of this low-bottom working neighborhood. Then she saw me looking at her and hoisted her middle finger. I went back inside. There was no welcome wagon, and no women named Muffy or Buffy trotting off to junior league meetings. What there was on Mercedes Street was plenty of time to think. Time to miss my friends and Jody. Time to miss the work that had kept my mind off what I'd come here to do. Time to realize that teaching had done a lot more than pass the time. It had satisfied my mind the way work does when you care about it, when you feel like you might actually be making a difference. There was even time to feel bad about my formerly spiffy convertible. Besides the non-functional radio and the wheezy valves, it now blatted and backfired through a rusty tailpipe, and there was a crack in the windshield caused by a rock that had bounced off the back of a lumbering asphalt truck. I'd stopped washing it, and now, sad to say, it fit in perfectly with the other busted-up transpo on Mercedes Street. Mostly, there was time to think about Sadie. "You're breaking that young woman's heart," Ellie Doherty had said, and mine wasn't doing so well either. The idea of spilling everything to Sadie came to me one night as I lay awake listening to a drunken argument next door. "You did." "I didn't." "You did." "I didn't." "Fuck you." I rejected the idea, but it came back the following night, rejuvenated. I could see myself sitting with her at her kitchen table, drinking coffee in the strong afternoon sunlight that slanted through the window over the sink, speaking calmly, telling her my real name was Jacob Epping. I wouldn't actually be born for another 14 years. I had come from the year 2011 via a fissure in time that my late friend Al Templeton called the rabbit hole. How would I convince her of such a thing? By telling her that a certain American defector who had changed his mind about Russia was shortly going to move in across the street from where I now lived, along with his Russian wife and their baby girl, by telling her that the Dallas Texans, not yet the Cowboys, not yet America's team, were going to beat the Houston Oilers 20-17 this fall in double overtime? Ridiculous. But what else did I know about the immediate future? Not much, because I'd had no time to study up. I knew a fair amount about Oswald, but that was all. She'd think I was crazy. I could sing her lyrics from another dozen pop songs that hadn't been recorded yet, and she'd still think I was crazy. She'd accuse me of making them up myself. Wasn't I a writer, after all? And suppose she did believe it. Did I want to drag her into the shark's mouth with me? Wasn't it bad enough that she'd be coming back to Jody in August, and that if John Clayton was an echo of Frank Dunning, he might come looking for her? "All right, get out then!" a woman screamed from the street, and a car accelerated away in the direction of Winscott Road. A wedge of light probed briefly through a crack in my drawn curtains and flashed across the ceiling. "Cocksucker!" she yelled after it, to which a male voice, a little more distant, yelled back, "You can suck mine, lady. Maybe it'll calm you down." That was life on Mercedes Street in the summer of '62. Leave her out of it. That was the voice of reason. It's just too dangerous. Maybe at some point she can be part of your life again. A life in Jody even, but not now. Only there was never going to be a life for me in Jody. Given what Ellen now knew about my past, teaching at the high school was a fool's dream. And what else was I going to do? Pour concrete? One morning I put on the coffee pot and went for the paper on the stoop. When I opened the front door, I saw that both of the Sunliner's rear tires were flat. Some bored-out-too-late kid had slashed them with a knife. That was also life on Mercedes Street in the summer of '62. On Thursday, the 14th of June, I dressed in jeans, a blue work shirt, and an old leather vest I'd picked up at a second-hand store on Camp Bowie Road. Then I spent the morning pacing through my house. I had no television, but I listened to the radio. According to the news, President Kennedy was planning a state trip to Mexico later in the month. The weather report called for fair skies and warm temperatures. The DJ yammered a while, then played Palisades Park. The screams and roller coaster sound effects on the record clawed at my head. At last I could stand it no longer. I was going to be early. But I didn't care. I got into the Sunliner, which now sported 2 retread black walls to go with the white walls on the front, and drove the 40-odd miles to Love Field in northwest Dallas. There was no short-term or long-term parking, just parking. It cost 75 cents a day. I clapped my old summer straw on my head and trudged approximately half a mile to the terminal building. A couple of Dallas cops stood at the curb drinking coffee, but there were no security guards inside and no metal detectors to walk through. Passengers simply showed their tickets to a guy standing by the door, then walked across the hot tarmac to planes belonging to one of 5 carriers: American, Delta, TWA, Frontier, and Texas Airways. I checked the chalkboard mounted on the wall behind the Delta counter. It said that Flight 194 was on time. When I asked the clerk to make sure, she smiled and told me it had just left Atlanta. "But you're awfully early." "I can't help it," I said. "I'll probably be early to my own funeral." She laughed and wished me a nice day. I bought a time and walked across to the restaurant where I ordered the Cloud 9 chef salad. It was huge, and I was too nervous to be hungry. It's not every day that a man gets to see the person who's going to change world history. But it gave me something to pick at while I waited for the plane carrying the Oswald family to arrive. I was in a booth with a good view of the main terminal. It wasn't very crowded, and a young woman in a dark blue traveling suit caught my eye. Her hair was twisted into a neat bun. She had a suitcase in each hand. A Negro porter approached her. She shook her head, smiling, then banged her arm on the side of the traveler's aid booth as she passed it. She dropped one of her suitcases, rubbed her elbow, then picked up the case again and forged onward. Sadie, leaving to start her 6-week residency in Reno. Was I surprised? Not at all. It was that convergence thing again. I'd grown used to it. Was I almost overwhelmed by an impulse to run out of the restaurant and catch up to her before it was too late? Of course I was. For a moment it seemed more than possible. It seemed necessary. I'd tell her fate, rather than some weird time travel harmonic, had brought us together at the airport. Stuff like that worked in the movies, didn't it? I'd asked her to wait while I bought my own ticket to Reno, and tell her that once we were there I'd explain everything, and after the obligatory 6 weeks we could buy a drink for the judge who had granted her divorce before he married us. I actually started to get up. As I did, I happened to look at the cover of the Time I'd bought at the newsstand. Jacqueline Kennedy was on the cover. She was smiling, radiant, wearing a sleeveless dress with a V-neck. "The President's Lady Dresses for Summer," the caption read. As I looked at the photo, the color drained away to black and white, and the expression changed from a happy smile to a vacant stare. Now she was standing next to Lyndon Johnson on Air Force One and no longer wearing the pretty and slightly sexy summer dress. A blood-spattered wool suit had taken its place. I remembered reading, not in Al's notes, somewhere else, that not long after Mrs. Kennedy's husband had been pronounced dead, Lady Bird Johnson had moved to embrace her in the hospital corridor and had seen a glob of the dead president's brains on that suit. A head-shot president, and all the dead who would come after standing behind him in a ghostly file that stretched away into infinity. I sat back down again and watched Sadie carry her suitcases toward the Frontier Airlines counter. The bags were obviously heavy, but she carried them con brio, her back straight, her low heels clicking briskly. The clerk checked them and put them on a baggage trolley. He and Sadie conferred. She passed him the ticket she had bought through a travel agency 2 months ago, and the clerk scribbled something on it. She took it back and turned for the gate. I lowered my head to make sure she wouldn't see me. When I looked up again, she was gone. 40 long minutes later, a man, a woman, and 2 small children, a boy and a girl, passed the restaurant. The boy was holding his father's hand and chattering away. The father was looking down at him, nodding and smiling. The father was Robert Oswald. The loudspeakers blared, "Delta's Flight 194 is now arriving from Newark and Atlanta Municipal Airport. Passengers can be met at Gate 4. Delta Flight 194 now arriving." Robert's wife, Veda, according to Al's notes, swept the little girl into her arms and hurried along faster. There was no sign of Marguerite. I picked at my salad, chewing without tasting. My heart was beating hard. I could hear the approaching roar of engines and saw the white nose of a DC-8 as it pulled up to the gate. Greeters piled up around the door. A waitress tapped me on the shoulder, and I almost screamed. "Sorry, sir," she said in a Texas accent that was thick enough to cut. "Just wanted to ask if I could get you all anything else." "No," I said, "I'm fine." "Well, that's good." The first passengers began cutting across the terminal. They were all men wearing suits and prosperous haircuts, of course. The first passengers to deplane were always from first class. "Sure I can't get you a piece of peach pie? It's fresh today." "No, thanks." "You sure, hon?" Now the coach class passengers came in a flood, all of them festooned with carry-on bags. I heard a woman squeal. Was that Veda greeting her brother-in-law? "I'm sure," I said, and picked up my magazine. She took the hint. I sat stirring the remains of my salad into an orange soup of French dressing and watched. Here came a man and woman with a baby, but the kid was almost a toddler, too old to be June. The passengers passed the restaurant, chattering with the friends and relatives who had come to pick them up. I saw a young man in an army uniform pat his girlfriend's bottom. She laughed, slapped his hand, then stood on tiptoe to kiss him. For 5 minutes or so, the terminal was almost full. Then the crowd began to thin out. There was no sign of the Oswalds. A wild certainty came to me. They weren't on the plane. I hadn't just traveled back in time. I had bounced into some sort of parallel universe. Maybe the yellow card man had been meant to stop something like that from happening, but the yellow card man was dead, and I was off the hook. No Oswald? Fine. No mission. Kennedy was going to die in some other version of America, but not in this one. I could catch up with Sadie and live happily ever after. The thought had no more than crossed my mind when I saw my target for the first time. Robert and Lee were side by side, talking animatedly. Lee was swinging what was either an oversized attaché case or a small satchel. Robert had a pink suitcase with rounded corners that looked like something out of Barbie's closet. Veda and Marina came along behind. Veda had taken one of the 2 patchwork cloth bags. Marina had the other slung over her shoulder. She was also carrying June, now 4 months old, in her arms, and laboring to keep up. Robert and Veda's 2 kids flanked her, looking at her with open curiosity. Veda called to the men, and they stopped almost in front of the restaurant. Robert grinned and took Marina's carry bag. Lee's expression was amused, knowing, maybe both. The tiniest suggestion of a smile dimpled the corners of his mouth. His nondescript hair was neatly combed. He was, in fact, the perfect A.J. squared away, in his pressed white shirt, khakis, and shined shoes. He didn't look like a man who had just completed a journey halfway around the world. There wasn't a wrinkle on him, and not a trace of beard shadow on his cheeks. He was just 22 years old, and looked younger, like one of the teenagers in my last American Lit class. So did Marina, who wouldn't be old enough to buy a legal drink for another month. She was exhausted, bewildered, and staring at everything. She was also beautiful, with clouds of dark hair and upturned, somehow rueful, blue eyes. June's arms and legs were swaddled in cloth diapers. Even her neck was wrapped in something, and although she wasn't crying, her face was red and sweaty. Lee took the baby. Marina smiled her gratitude, and when her lips parted, I saw that one of her teeth was missing. The others were discolored, one of them almost black. The contrast with her creamy skin and gorgeous eyes was jarring. Oswald leaned close to her and said something that wiped the smile off her face. She looked up at him warily. He said something else, poking her shoulder with one finger as he did so. I remembered Al's story and wondered if Oswald was saying the same thing to his wife now. Pucha da sucha. Walk, bitch. But no, it was the swaddling that had upset him. He tore it away, first from the arms, then the legs, and flung the diapers at Marina, who caught them clumsily. Then she looked around to see if they were being watched. Veda came back and touched Lee's arm. He paid no attention to her, just unwrapped the makeshift cotton scarf from around baby June's neck and flung that at Marina. It fell to the terminal floor. She bent and picked it up without speaking. Robert joined them and gave his brother a friendly punch on the shoulder. The terminal had almost entirely cleared out now. The last of the deplaning passengers had passed the Oswald family, and I heard what he said clearly. Give her a break, she just got here. She doesn't even know where here is yet. Look at this kid, Lee said, and raised June for inspection. At that, she finally began to cry. She's got her wrapped up like a damn Egyptian mummy. Because that's the way they do it back home. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Staria Baba. Old woman. He turned back to Marina with the bawling baby in his arms. She looked at him fearfully. Staria Baba. She tried to smile the way people do when they know the joke is on them, but not why. I thought fleetingly of Lenny in Of Mice and Men. Then a grin, cocky and a little sideways, lit Oswald's face. It made him almost handsome. He kissed his wife gently, first on one cheek, then the other. USA, he said, and kissed her again. USA, Rena. Land of the free and home of the turds. Her smile became radiant. He began to speak to her in Russian, handing back the baby as he did so. He put his arm around her waist as she soothed June. She was still smiling as they left my field of vision and shifted the baby to her shoulder so she could take his hand. I went home, if I could call Mercedes Street home, and tried to take a nap. I couldn't get under, so I lay there with my hands behind my head, listening to the uneasy street noises and speaking with Al Templeton. This was a thing I found myself doing quite often now that I was on my own. For a dead man, he always had a lot to say. I was stupid to come to Fort Worth, I told him. If I try to hook up that bug to the tape recorder, someone's apt to see me. Oswald himself might see me, and that would change everything. He's already paranoid. You said so in your notes. He knew the KGB and MVD were watching him in Minsk, and he's going to be afraid that the FBI and the CIA are watching him here. And the FBI actually will be, at least some of the time. Yes, you'll have to be careful, Al agreed. It won't be easy, but I trust you, buddy. It's why I called you in the first place. I don't even want to get near him. Just seeing him in the airport gave me a Class A case of the willies. I know you don't, but you'll have to. As someone who spent damn near his whole life cooking meals, I can tell you that no omelet was ever made without breaking eggs. And it would be a mistake to overestimate this guy. He's no super criminal. Also, he's going to be distracted, mostly by his batshit mother. How good is he going to be at anything for a while, except shouting at his wife and knocking her around when he gets too pissed off for shouting to be enough? I think he cares for her, Al. At least a little. and maybe a lot, in spite of the shouting.
Yeah, and it's guys like him who are most likely to fuck up their women. Look at Frank Dunning. You just take care of your business, buddy.
And what am I going to get if I do manage to hook up that bug? Tape recordings of arguments? Arguments in Russian? That'll be a big help.
You don't need to decode the man's family life. It's George de Mohrenschildt you need to find out about. You have to make sure de Mohrenschildt isn't involved in the attempt on General Walker. Once you accomplish that, the window of uncertainty closes. And look on the bright side. If Oswald catches you spying on him, his future actions might change in a good way. He might not try for Kennedy after all.
Do you really believe that?
No. Actually, I don't.
Neither do I. The past is obdurate, doesn't want to be changed.
He said, "Buddy, now you're cooking."
With gas. I heard myself muttering. Now I'm cooking with gas. I opened my eyes. I'd fallen asleep after all. Late light was coming in through the drawn curtains. Somewhere, not far away, on Davenport Street in Fort Worth, the Oswald brothers and their wives would be sitting down to dinner, Lee's first meal back on his old stomping grounds. Outside my own little bit of Fort Worth, I could hear a skip-rope chant. It sounded very familiar. I got up, went through my dim living room, furnished with 2 thrift shop easy chairs, but nothing else, and twitched back one of the drapes an inch or so. Those drapes had been my very first installation. I wanted to see. I didn't want to be seen. 2703 was still deserted, with the for rent sign double-tacked to the railing of the rickety porch, but the lawn wasn't deserted. There, 2 girls were twirling a jump rope while a third stutter-stepped in and out. Of course, they weren't the girls I'd seen on Cosset Street in Derry. These 3, dressed in patched and faded jeans instead of crisp new shorts, looked runty and underfed. But the chant was the same, only now with Texas accents. "Charlie Chaplin went to France just to watch the ladies dance. Salute to the captain, salute to the queen. My old man drives a submarine." The skip-rope girl caught her foot and went tumbling into the crabgrass that served as 2703's front lawn. The other girls piled on top of her, and all 3 of them rolled in the dirt. Then they got to their feet and went pelting away. I watched them go, thinking, I saw them, but they didn't see me. That's something. That's a start. But Al, where's my finish? De Mohrenschildt was the key to the whole deal, the only thing keeping me from killing Oswald as soon as he moved in across the street. George de Mohrenschildt, a petroleum geologist who speculated in oil leases, a man who lived the playboy lifestyle, mostly thanks to his wife's money. Like Marina, he was a Russian exile, but unlike her, from a noble family. He was, in fact, Baron de Mohrenschildt, the man who was going to become Lee Oswald's only friend during the few months of life Oswald had left. The man who was going to suggest to Oswald that the world would be much better off without a certain racist right-wing ex-general. If de Mohrenschildt turned out to be part of Oswald's attempt to kill Edwin Walker, my situation would be vastly complicated. All the nutty conspiracy theories would then be in play. Al, however, believed all the Russian geologist had done or would do, as I've said, living in the past is confusing, was egg on a man who was already obsessed with fame and mentally unstable. Al had written in his notes, if Oswald was on his own, on the night of April 10th, 1963, chances that there was another gunman involved in the Kennedy assassination 7 months later dropped to almost 0. Below this, in capital letters, he had added his final verdict. Good enough to take the son of a bitch out! Seeing the little girls who hadn't seen me made me think of that old Jimmy Stewart suspenser, Rear Window. A person could see a lot without ever leaving his own living room, especially if he had the right tools. The next day I went to a sporting goods store and bought a pair of Bausch & Lomb binoculars, reminding myself to be wary of sun flashes on the lenses. Since 2703 was on the east side of Mercedes Street, I thought I'd be safe enough in that regard any time after noon. I poked the glasses through the gap in my drapes, and when I adjusted the focus knob, the crappy living room kitchen across the way became so bright and detailed that I might have been standing in it. The leaning lamp of Pisa was still on the old bureau where the kitchen utensils were stored, waiting for someone to turn it on and activate the bug. But it would do me no good unless it was hooked up to the cunning little Japanese reel-to-reel, which could record up to 12 hours on its slowest speed. I had tried it out, actually speaking into the spare bugged lamp, which made me feel like a character in a Woody Allen comedy. And while the playback was draggy, the words were understandable, all of which meant I was good to go, if I dared to. July 4th on Mercedes Street was busy. Men with the day off watered lawns that were beyond saving. Other than a few afternoon and evening thunderstorms, the weather had been hot and dry. Then plopped down in lawn chairs, listening to baseball games on the radio and drinking beer. Sub-teen posses threw fireworks at stray dogs and the few roving chickens. One of the latter was struck by a cherry bomb and exploded in a mass of blood and feathers. The child who tossed it was dragged screaming into one of the houses farther down the street by a mother wearing nothing but a slip and a Farmall baseball cap. I guessed by her unsteady gait that she had downed a few brewskis herself. The closest thing to fireworks came just after 10 o'clock, when someone, possibly the same kid who slashed my convertible's tires, torched an old Studebaker that had been sitting abandoned in the parking lot of the Montgomery Ward warehouse for the last week or so. Fort Worth FD came to put it out, and everyone turned out to watch. Hail Columbia! The next morning, I walked down to inspect the burned-out hulk, which sat sadly on the puddled remains of its tires. I spotted a telephone booth near one of the warehouse loading bays, and, on impulse, called Ellie Doherty, getting the operator to find the number and connect me. I did it partly because I was lonely and homesick, mostly because I wanted news of Sadie. Ellie answered on the second ring, and she seemed delighted to hear my voice, standing there in an already roasting phone booth with Mercedes Street sleeping off the glorious 4th behind me and the smell of charred car in my nostrils. That made me smile. Sadie's fine. I've had 2 postcards and a letter. She's working at Harrah's as a waitress. She lowered her voice. I believe as a cocktail waitress, but the school board will never hear that from me. I visualized Sadie's long legs in a short cocktail waitress's skirt. I visualized businessmen trying to see the tops of her stockings or into the valley of her décolletage as she bent to put drinks on a table. She asked after you, Ellie said, and that made me smile again. I didn't want to tell her that you'd sailed off the edge of the earth as far as anyone in Jody knew, so I said you were busy with your book and doing fine. I hadn't added a word to The Murder Place in a month or more, and on the 2 occasions when I'd picked up the manuscript and tried to read it, it all seemed to be written in 3rd century Punic. I'm glad that she's doing well. Her residency requirement will be fulfilled by the end of the month, but she's decided to stay out there until the end of summer vacation. She says the tips are very good. Did you ask her for a picture of her soon-to-be ex-husband? Just before she left, she said she has none. She believes her parents have several, but she refused to write them about it. Said they'd never given up on the marriage, and it would give them false hope. She also said she believed you were overreacting. Wildly Overreacting was the phrase she used. That sounded like my Sadie, only she wasn't mine anymore. Now she was just, "Hey, waitress, bring us another round, and bend a little lower this time." Every man has a jealous bone, and mine was twanging hard on the morning of July 5th. "George, I have no doubt she still cares for you, and it might not be too late to clear this mess up." I thought of Lee Oswald, who wouldn't make his attempt on General Edwin Walker's life for another 9 months. "It's too early," I said. "I beg pardon?" "Nothing. It's good to talk to you, Miss Ellie, but pretty soon the operator's going to come on the line asking for more money, and I'm all out of quarters. I don't suppose you could get down this way for a burger and a shake, could you? At the diner? If so, I'll invite Dick Simmons to join us. He asks about you almost every day." The thought of going back to Jody and seeing my friends from the high school was probably the only thing that could have cheered me up that morning. "Absolutely. Would this evening be too soon? Say 5 o'clock? "It's perfect. We country mice eat early." "Fine. I'll be there. My treat." "I'll match you for it." Al Stevens had hired a girl I knew from Business English, and I was touched by the way she lit up when she saw who was sitting with Ellie and Deke. "Mr. Amberson, wow, it's great to see you. How are you doing?" "Fine, Dory," I said. "Well, order big. You've lost weight." "It's true," Ellie said. "You need a good taking care of." Deke's Mexican tan was gone, which told me he was spending most of his retirement indoors. And whatever weight I'd lost, he'd found. He shook my hand with a hard grip and told me how good it was to see me. There was no artifice in the man, or in Ellie Doherty for that matter. Leaving this place for Mercedes Street, where they celebrated the 4th by blowing up chickens, began to seem increasingly mad to me, no matter what I knew about the future. I certainly hoped Kennedy was worth it. We ate hamburgers, French fries sizzling with grease, and apple pie a la mode. We talked about who was doing what, and had a laugh over Danny Lafferty, who was finally writing his long bruited book. Ellie said that according to Danny's wife, the first chapter was titled, "I Enter the Fray." Toward the end of the meal, as Deke stuffed his pipe with Prince Albert, Ellie lifted a tote she had stored under the table and produced a large book, which she passed above the greasy remains of our meal. "Page 89. And push back from that unsightly puddle of ketchup, if you please. This is strictly on loan, and I want to send it back in the same condition I received it." It was a yearbook called Tiger Tales, and had come from a school a lot more fancy-schmancy than DCHS. Tiger Tales was bound in leather instead of cloth, the pages were thick and glossy, and the ad section at the back was easily 100 pages thick. The institution it memorialized, exalted might be a better word, was Longacre Day School in Savannah. I thumbed through the uniformly vanilla senior section and thought there might be a blackface or two there by the year 1990, maybe. "Holy Joe," I said, "Sadie must have taken a pretty good whack in the wallet when she came to Jody from here." "I believe she was very anxious to get away," Deke said quietly, "and I'm sure she had her reasons." I turned to page 89. It was headed Longacre Science Department. There was a corny group shot of 4 teachers in white lab coats holding bubbling beakers, paging Dr. Jekyll, and below it were 4 studio shots. John Clayton didn't look a bit like Lee Oswald, but he had the same sort of pleasantly forgettable face, and his lips were dimpled at the corners by the same suggestion of a smile. Was that the ghost of amusement? or barely hidden contempt. Hell, maybe it was just the best the obsessive-compulsive bastard could do when the photographer told him to say cheese. The only distinguishing features were hollows at the temples, which almost matched the dimples at the corners of his mouth. The photo wasn't color, but his eyes were light enough to make me pretty sure they were either blue or gray. I turned the book toward my friends. See these indents on the sides of his head? Is that just a natural formation, like a hooked nose or a chin dimple? They said, no, at exactly the same time. It was sort of comical. They're forceps marks, Deke said, made when some doc finally got tired of waiting and dragged him out of his mama. They usually go away, but not always. If his hair wasn't thinning on the sides, you wouldn't see him at all, would you? And he hasn't been around, asking about Sadie? I asked. No. They said it in unison again. Ellen added, no one's been asking after her except for you, George. You damned fool. She smiled, as people do when it's a joke, but not really. I looked at my watch and said, I've kept you folks long enough. I'll be heading on back. Want to take a stroll down to the football field before you go? Deke asked. Coach Borman said to bring you by if I got a chance. He's got them practicing already, of course. In the cool of the evening, at least, Ellie said, getting up. Thank God for small favors. Remember when the Hastings boy got a heat stroke 3 years ago, Deke, and how they thought it was a heart attack at first? I can't imagine why he'd want to see me, I said. I turned one of his prized defensemen to the dark side of the universe. I lowered my voice and whispered hoarsely, Theater hearts. Deke smiled. Yeah, but you saved another one from maybe getting red-shirted at Bama. Or at least that's what Borman thinks, because, my son, that's what Jim Ledoux told him. At first I didn't have any idea what he was talking about. Then I remembered the Sadie Hawkins and grinned. All I did was catch 3 of them passing a bottle of rotgut. I threw it over the fence. Deke had stopped smiling. One of those boys was Vince Knowles. Did you know he was drunk when he rolled that truck of his? No. But it didn't surprise me. Cars and booze have always been a popular and sometimes lethal high school cocktail. Yes, sir. That, combined with whatever you said to those boys at the dance, got Ledoux to swear off drinking. What did you say? Ellie asked. She was fumbling her wallet out of her purse, but I was too lost in the memory of that night to argue with her about the check. Do not fuck up your futures. That was what I'd said. And Jim Ledoux, he of the lazy, I've got the world on a string smile, had actually taken it to heart. We never know which lives we influence or win or why. Not until the future eats the present, anyway. We know when it's too late. I don't remember, I said. Ellie trotted off to pay the check. I said, tell Miss Dougherty to keep an eye out for the man in that picture, Deke. You too. He may not come around. I'm starting to think I could have been wrong about that, but he might. And he's not wrapped too tightly. Deke promised he would. I almost didn't walk over to the football field. Jody was particularly beautiful in the slanting light of that early July evening, and I think part of me wanted to get my ass back to Fort Worth before I lost the will to go there. I wonder how much would have changed if I had skipped that little side trip. Maybe nothing. Maybe a lot. Coach was running a final 2 or 3 plays with the special teams kids while the rest of the players sat on the bench with their helmets off and sweat trickling down their faces. Red 2! Red 2! Coach shouted. He saw Deke and me and lifted a spread hand. 5 minutes. Then he turned back to the small and weary squad still on the field. 1 more time! Let's see you make that daring leap from no ass to poor ass. What do you say? I looked across the field and saw a guy in a sport coat, loud enough to scream. He was trotting up and down the sidelines with earphones on his head and what looked like a salad bowl in his hands. His glasses reminded me of someone. At first I couldn't make the connection, then I did. He looked a little like Silent Mike McKeekern, my own personal Mr. Wizard. "Who's that?" I asked Deke. Deke squinted. "Damn if I know." Coach clapped his hands and told his kids to shower up. He walked over to the bleachers and clapped me on the back. "How's it going, Shakespeare?" "Pretty good," I said, smiling gamely. "Shakespeare, kick in the rear. That's what we used to say when we were kids." He laughed heartily. "We used to say, 'Coach, coach, step on a roach.'" Coach Borman looked puzzled. "Really?" "Nah, just goofing with you," and sort of wishing I'd acted on my first impulse and scooted out of town after supper. "How does the team look?" "Oh, they're good boys. They're going to try hard, but it won't be the same without Jimmy. Did you see the new billboard out there where 109 splits off from Highway 77? Too used to it to notice, I guess." "Well, have a look on the way out, partner. Booster's done it up right. Jimmy's mom about cried when she saw it. I understand I owe you a vote of thanks for getting that young man to swear off the drinking." He removed his cap with the big C on it, armed sweat from his forehead, put it back on, and sighed heavily. "Probably owe that fucking nummy Vince Knowles a vote of thanks, too, but putting him on my prayer list is the best I can do." I recalled that Coach was a Baptist of the hard-shell variety. In addition to prayer lists, he probably believed all that shit about Noah's sons. "No thanks necessary," I said. "Just doing my job." He looked at me keenly. "You ought to still be doing it, not jerking off over some book. Sorry if that's too blunt, but it's how I feel." That's all right. It was. I liked him better for saying it. In another world, he might even have been right. I pointed across the field, where the Silent Mike look-alike was packing his salad bowl into a steel case. His earphones were still hanging around his neck. "Who's that, Coach?" Coach snorted. "Think his name is Hale Duff, or maybe it's Cale. New sports guy at the Big Dam." He was talking about KDAM, Denholm County's one radio station, a teensy sundowner that ran farm reports in the morning, country music in the afternoons, and rock after school let out. The kids enjoyed the station breaks as much as the music. There would be an explosion, followed by an old cowboy type saying, "K-damn, that was a biggin." In the land of ago, this is considered the height of risque wit. "What's that contraption of his, Coach?" Deke asked. "Do you know?" "I know, all right," Coach said, "and if he thinks I'm going to let him use it during a game broadcast, he's out of his sneaker. Think I want everyone who's got a radio hearing me call my boys a bunch of goddamn pussies when they can't deny the rush on 3rd and short?" I turned to him very slowly. "What are you talking about?" "I didn't believe him, so I tried it myself," the coach said. Then, with mounting indignation, "I heard Boof Redford telling one of the freshmen that my balls were bigger than my brains." "Really?" I said. My heartbeat had picked up appreciably. "Duffer there said he built it in his goddamn garage." Coach grumbled. "Said when it's turned up to full gain, you can hear a cat fart on the next block. That's bullshit, of course, but Redford was on the other side of the field when I heard him make his smart remark." The sports guy, who looked all of 24, picked up his steel equipment case and waved with his free hand. Coach waved back, then muttered under his breath, "The game day I let him on my field with that thing will be the day I put a Kennedy sticker on my fucking Dodge." It was almost dark when I got to the intersection of 77 and 109, but a bloated orange moon was rising in the east, and it was good enough to see the billboard. It was Jim Ledoux, smiling with his football helmet in one hand, a pigskin in the other, and a lock of black hair tumbled heroically over his forehead. Above the picture, in star-spangled letters, was "Congratulations to Jim Ledoux, All-State quarterback, 1960 and 1961. Good luck at Alabama. We will never forget you." And below, in red letters that seemed to scream, "Chimla." 2 days later, I walked into Satellite Electronics and waited while my host sold an iPod-sized transistor to a gum-chewing kid. When he was out the door, already pressing the little radio's earpiece into place, Silent Mike turned to me. "Why, it's my old pal Doe! How can I help you today?" Then dropping his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, "More bugged lamps?" "Not today," I said. "Tell me, have you ever heard of something called an omnidirectional microphone?" His lips parted over his teeth in a smile. "My friend," he said, "you have once more come to the right place." Chapter 18. I got a phone put in, and the first person I called was Ellen Docherty, who was happy to give me Sadie's Reno address. "I have the telephone number of the rooming house where she's staying, too," Ellen said, "if you want it." Of course I did, but if I had it, I would eventually give in to temptation and call. Something told me that would be a mistake. "Just the address will be fine." I wrote her a letter as soon as I hung up, hating the stilted, artificially chatty tone, but not knowing how to get past it. The goddamn broom was still between us. And what if she met some high-rolling sugar daddy out there and forgot all about me? Wasn't it possible? She'd certainly know how to give him a good time in bed. She'd been a fast learner and was as agile there as she was on the dance floor. Ah, that was the jealous bone again. And I finished the letter in a rush, knowing I probably sounded plaintive and not caring. Anything to tear through the artificiality and say something honest. "I miss you, and I'm sorry as hell for the way we left things. I just don't know how to make it better now. I have a job to do, and it won't be done until next spring. Maybe not even then, but I think it will be. I hope it will be. Please don't forget me. I love you, Sadie." I signed it George, which seemed to cancel out any poor honesty I'd managed. Beneath it I added, "Just in case you want to call," and my new telephone number. Then I walked down to the Benbrook Library and posted the letter into the big blue mailbox out front. For the time being, it was the best I could do. There were 3 pictures clipped into Al's notebook, printed off various computer sites. One was of George de Mohrenschildt, wearing a banker gray suit with a white hanky in the breast pocket. His hair was combed away from his brow and neatly parted in the accepted executive style of the time. The smile that creased his thickish lips reminded me of Baby Bear's bed, not too hard, not too soft, just right. There was no trace of the authentic crazy, I would soon observe, ripping his shirt open on the porch of 2703 Mercedes Street. Or maybe there was a trace. Something in the dark eyes, an arrogance, a touch of the old fuck you. The second picture was of the infamous shooter's nest, constructed of book cartons, on the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository. The third was of Oswald, dressed in black, holding his mail-order rifle in one hand and a couple of leftist magazines in the other. The revolver he would use to kill Dallas police officer J.D. Tippit during his fucked-up getaway, unless I stopped him, was tucked in Ozzy's belt. This picture would be taken by Marina less than 2 weeks before the attempt on General Walker's life. The location was the enclosed side yard of a 2-apartment building at 214 West Neely Street in Dallas. While I marked time waiting for the Oswalds to move into the shack across the street from mine in Fort Worth, I visited 214 West Neely often. Dallas most assuredly sucked the big one, as my 2011 students were wont to say, but West Neely was in a slightly better neighborhood than Mercedes Street. It stank, of course. In 1962, most of Central Texas smells like a malfunctioning refinery, but the odors of shit and sewage were absent. The street was crumbling but paved, and there were no chickens. A young couple with 3 children currently lived upstairs at 214. After they moved out, the Oswalds would move in. It was the downstairs apartment that concerned me, because when Lee, Marina, and June moved in above, I wanted to be below. In July of '62, the ground floor apartment was occupied by 2 women and a man. The women were fat, slow-moving, and partial to wrinkled, sleeveless dresses. One was in her 60s and walked with a pronounced limp. The other was in her late 30s or early 40s. The facial resemblance pegged them as mother and daughter. The man was skeletal and wheelchair-bound. His hair was a thin white spray. A bag of cloudy pee attached to a fat catheter tube sat in his lap. He smoked constantly, tapping into an ashtray clamped to one of the wheelchair armrests. That summer, I always saw him dressed in the same clothes, red satin basketball shorts that showed his wasted thighs almost to the crotch, a strap-style T-shirt nearly as yellow as the urine in his catheter tube, sneakers held together by duct tape, and a large black cowboy hat with what appeared to be a snakeskin band. On the front of the hat were crossed cavalry swords. Either his wife or his daughter would push him out onto the lawn, where he would sit slumped beneath a tree, still as a statue. I began to lift my hand to him as I cruised slowly by, but he never raised his own in turn, although he came to recognize my car. Maybe he was afraid to return my wave. Maybe he thought he was being evaluated by the angel of death, who made his rounds in Dallas behind the wheel of an aging Ford convertible instead of on a black horse. In a way, I suppose that's what I was. This trio looked like they'd been in residence a while. Were they still going to be in residence next year when I needed the place? I didn't know. Al's notes said nothing about them. For the time being, all I could do was watch and wait. I picked up my new piece of equipment, which Silent Mike had crafted himself. I waited for my telephone to ring. 3 times it did, and I leaped for it each time, hoping. Twice it was Miss Ellie calling to chat. Once it was Deke inviting me to dinner, an invitation I accepted gratefully. Sadie didn't call. On the 3rd of August, a '58 Bel Air sedan pulled into 2703's excuse for a driveway. It was followed by a gleaming Chrysler. The Oswald brothers got out of the Bel Air and stood side by side, not talking. I reached through the drapes long enough to run up my front window, letting in the street noise and a lackluster puff of hot, humid air. Then I ran for the bedroom and brought my new piece of equipment out from under the bed. Silent Mike had cut a hole in the bottom of a Tupperware bowl and taped the omnidirectional mic, which he assured me was top of the line, into it, so it stuck up like a finger. I attached the microphone leads to the connecting points on the back of the tape recorder. There was a plug-in for headphones, which my electronics pal had also claimed were top of the line. I peered out and saw the Oswalds talking to the guy from the Chrysler. He was wearing a Stetson, a rancher's tie, and gaudy stitched boots. Better dressed than my landlord, but of the same tribe. I didn't have to hear the conversation. The man's gestures were textbook. "I know it ain't much, but then you ain't got much, do you, partner?" It had to be a hard scripture for a world traveler like Lee, who believed he was destined for fame, if not necessarily fortune. There was an electrical socket in the baseboard. I plugged in the tape recorder, hoping I wouldn't give myself a shock or blow a fuse. The tape recorder's little red light went on. I donned the earphones and slipped the Tupperware bowl into the gap between the curtains. If they looked over here, they'd be squinting into the sun, and thanks to the shadow cast by the eave above the window, they would see either nothing or an unremarkable white blur that might be anything. I reminded myself to cover the bowl with black friction tape, nevertheless. Always safe, never sorry. And in any case, I could hear nothing. Even the street sounds had been muffled. Oh, yeah, this is great, I thought. This is just fucking brilliant. Thanks a pantload, Silent Mike. Then I noticed the volume control on the tape recorder was sitting at 0. I twisted it all the way to the plus mark and was blasted by voices. I tore the earphones off my head with a curse, turned the volume knob to the halfway point, and tried again. The result was remarkable, like binoculars for the ears. $60 a month strikes me as a little bit steep, sir, Lee Oswald was saying. Considering the Templetons had been paying $10 a month less, it struck me that way too. His voice was respectful, tinged by just a trace of Southern accent. If we could agree on 55. I can respect a man who wants to dicker, but don't even bother trying, Snakeskin Boots said. He rocked back and forth on his stacked heels like a man who's anxious to be gone. I gotta get what I gotta get. If I don't get it from you, I'm gonna get it from someone else. Lee and Robert glanced at each other. I might as well go in and have a look around, Lee said. This a good place, on a family street, Snakeskin Boots said. Y'all want to watch out for that first porch step, though. Needs a smidge of carpentering. I got so many of these places and people so hard on them, that last bunch. Low! Watch it, asshole, I thought. That's Ivy's people you're talking about. They went inside. I lost the voices, then got them again, faintly, when Snakeskin Boots ran up the front room window. It was the one Ivy had said the neighbors across the way could see into, and she was 100% correct on that score. Lee asked what his prospective landlord intended to do about the holes in the walls. There was no indignation in the query, no sarcasm, but no subservience either, in spite of the "sir" appended to every sentence. It was a respectful yet flat mode of address he had probably learned in the Marines. Colorless was the best word for him. He had the face and voice of a man who was good at sliding through the cracks, in public at least. It was Marina who saw his other face and heard his other voice. Snakeskin Boots made vague promises and absolutely guaranteed a new mattress for the big bedroom, on account of how that last bunch had gone and stole the one that had been in there. He reiterated that if Lee didn't want the place, someone else would, as if it hadn't been standing vacant all year, then invited the brothers to inspect the bedrooms. I wondered how they would enjoy Rosette's artistic efforts. I lost their voices, then got them again as they toured the kitchen area. I was happy to see them pass the leaning lamp of Pisa without a glance. Basement? Robert asked. No basement, Snakeskin Boots replied, booming it as if the lack of a basement were an advantage. Apparently he thought it was. Neighborhood like this, all they do is ship water, and the damp, low. Here I lost the vocal track again as he opened the rear door to show them the backyard, which was not a yard at all but an empty field. 5 minutes later they were out front again. This time it was Robert, the elder brother, who tried to dicker. He had no more success than Lee had. Will you give us a minute? Robert asked. Snakeskin Boots looked at his clunky, chromed-up watch and allowed as how he could do that. But I got an appointment over on Church Street, so you fellas need to hurry on and make up your minds. Robert and Lee walked to the rear of Robert's Bel Air, and although they pitched their voices low to keep Snakeskin Boots from hearing, when I tilted the bowl in their direction, I got most of it. Robert was in favor of looking at some more places. Lee said he wanted this one. It would do fine for a start.
Lee, it's a hole, Robert said.
It's throwing your money away, probably. Lee said something I couldn't make out. Robert sighed and raised his hands in surrender. They went back to Snakeskin Boots, who gave Lee's hand a brief pump and praised the wisdom of his choice. He launched into the landlord's scripture, first month, last month, damage deposit. Robert stepped in then, saying there would be no damage deposit until the walls were fixed and the new mattress was installed.
New mattress, sure, Snakeskin Boots said, and I'll see that step fixed so the little woman don't turn her ankle. But if I fix them walls right off, I'd have to boost the rent by $5 a month.
I knew from Al's notes that Lee was going to take the place, and still I expected him to walk away from this outrage. Instead, he took a limp wallet out of his back pocket and removed a thin sheaf of bills. He counted most of them into his new landlord's outstretched hand while Robert walked back to his car, shaking his head in disgust. His eyes turned briefly to my house across the street, then passed on, disinterested. Snakeskin Boots flogged Lee's hand again, then jumped into his Chrysler and drove off fast, leaving a scrunch of dust behind. One of the jump rope girls came barreling up on a rusty scooter.
"You moving into Rosette's house, mister?" she asked Robert.
"No, he is," Robert said, and cocked a thumb at his brother. She pushed her scooter to Lee and asked the man who was going to blow off the right side of Jack Kennedy's head if he had any kids.
"I've got a little girl,"
Lee said. He put his hands on his knees so he could get down to her level.
"She purty?"
"Not as pretty as you, nor as big."
"Can she jump rope?"
"Honey, she can't even walk yet."
"Well, bullpucky on her."
She scooted away in the direction of Winscott Road. The two brothers turned toward the house. This muffled them a little, but when I cranked the volume, I could still make out most of what they were saying.
"This pig in a poke,"
Robert told him.
"When Marina sees it, she'll be on you like flies on a dog turd."
"I'll Rena," Lee said. "But, brother, if I don't from Ma and out of that little apartment, I'm apt to kill her. She can be but loves you, Lee." Robert walked a few steps toward the street. Lee joined him, and their voices came through clear as a bell. "I know it, but she can't help herself. The other night, when me and Rena's going at it, she hollers at us from the fold-out. She's sleeping in the living room, you know.
'Take it easy on that, you two,' she hollers. 'It's too soon for another one. Wait until you can pay for the one you've got.'
I know it. She can be hard. She keeps buying things, brother, says they're for Rena, but shoves 'em up into my face." Lee laughed and walked back to the Bel Air. This time it was his eyes that skated across 2706, and it took all I had to hold still behind the drapes, and to hold the bowl still, too. Robert joined him. They leaned on the back bumper, two men in clean blue shirts and working men's pants. Lee wore a tie, which he now pulled down. "Listen to this. Ma goes to Leonard Brothers and comes back with all these clothes for Rena. She drags out a pair of shorts that are as long as bloomers, only paisley. 'Look, Rennie, aren't they purty?' she says." Lee's imitation of his mother's accent was savage. "What did Rena say?" Robert was smiling. "She says, 'No, mamushka, no, I thank, but I no like. I like this way.' Then she puts her hand on her leg." Lee put the side of his hand on his own, about halfway up the thigh. Robert's smile widened to a grin. "Bet Ma liked that."
"She says, 'Marina, shorts like that are for young girls who parade themselves on the streets looking for boyfriends, not for married women.'"
"You're not to tell her where we are, brother. You are not. We got that straight?" Robert didn't say anything for a few seconds. Perhaps he was remembering a cold day in November of 1960. His mama trotting after him along West 7th, calling out, "Stop, Robert! Don't walk so fast! I'm not done with you!" And although Al's note said nothing on the subject, I doubted if she was done with Lee either. After all, Lee was the son she really cared about, the baby of the family, the one who slept in the same bed with her until he was 11, the one who needed regular checking to see if he'd started getting hair around his balls yet. Those things were in Al's notes. Next to them in the margin were 2 words you'd not ordinarily expect from a short-order cook: hysterical fixation. "We got it straight, Lee, but this ain't a big town. She'll find you." "I'll send her packing if she does. You can count on that." They got into the Bel Air and drove away. The "For Rent" sign was gone from the porch railing. Lee and Marina's new landlord had taken it with him when he went. I walked to the hardware store, bought a roll of friction tape, and covered the Tupperware bowl with it outside and inside. On the whole, I thought it had been a good day. But I had entered the danger zone, and I knew it. On August 10th, around 5 in the afternoon, the Bel Air reappeared, this time pulling a small wooden trailer. It took Lee and Robert less than 10 minutes to carry all of the Oswald's worldly goods into the new manse, being careful to avoid the loose porch board which had still not been fixed. During the moving-in process, Marina stood on the crabgrassy lawn with June in her arms, looking at her new home, with an expression of dismay that needed no translation. This time all 3 of the jump rope girls appeared, 2 walking, the other pushing her scooter. They demanded to see the baby, and Marina complied with a smile. "What's her name?" one of the girls asked. "June," Marina said. Then they all jumped in. "How old is she? Can she talk? Why don't she laugh? Does she have a dolly?" Marina shook her head. She was still smiling. "Sorry, I no speak." The 3 girls pelted off, yelling, "I no speak! I no speak!" One of the surviving Mercedes Street chickens flew out of their way, squawking. Marina watched them go, her smile fading. Lee came out on the lawn to join her. He was stripped to the waist, sweating hard. His skin was fish belly white. His arms were thin and slack. He put an arm around her waist, then bent and kissed June. I thought Marina might point at the house and say, "No like. I no like." She had that much English down. But she only handed Lee the baby and climbed to the porch, tottering for a moment on the loose step, then catching her balance. It occurred to me that Sadie probably would have gone sprawling, then limped on a swollen ankle for the next 10 days. It also occurred to me that Marina was as anxious to get away from Marguerite as her husband was. The 10th was a Friday. On Monday, about 2 hours after Lee had left for another day of putting together aluminum screen doors, a mud-colored station wagon pulled up to the curb in front of 2703. Marguerite Oswald was out on the passenger side almost before it stopped rolling. Today the red kerchief had been replaced by a white one, with black polka dots, but the nurse's shoes were the same, and so was the look of dissatisfied pugnacity. She had found them, just as Robert had said she would. Hound of heaven, I thought, hound of heaven. I was looking out through the crack between the drapes, but saw no point in powering up the mic. This was a story that needed no soundtrack. The friend who had driven her, a portly gal, struggled out from behind the wheel and fanned the neck of her dress. The day was already another scorcher, but Marguerite cared nothing for that. She hustled her chauffeur around to the trunk of the station wagon. Inside was a high chair and a bag of groceries. Marguerite took the former. Her friend hoisted the latter. The jump-rope girl with the scooter came riding up, but Marguerite gave her short shrift. I heard, "Scat, child!" and the jump rope girl rode away with her lower lip pooched out. Marguerite marched up the bald rut that served as a front walk. While she was eyeing the loose step, Marina came out. She was wearing a smock top and the kind of shorts Mrs. Oswald didn't approve of for married women. I wasn't surprised that Marina liked them. She had terrific legs. Her expression was one of startled alarm, and I didn't need my makeshift amplifier to hear her. "No! Mamoshka! Mamoshka, no! Lise, no! Lise, no! Lise—" Then a quick rattle of Russian as Marina expressed what her husband had said in the only way she could. Marguerite Oswald was one of those Americans who believe foreigners are sure to understand you if you just speak slowly and very loudly. "Yes, Lee has his pride," she bugled. She climbed to the porch, deftly avoiding the bad step, and spoke directly into her daughter-in-law's startled face. "Nothing wrong with that, but he can't let my granddaughter pay the price." She was beefy. Marina was willowy. Mamushka steamed inside without a second look. This was followed by a moment of silence, then a longshoreman's bellow. "Where's that little cutie of mine?" Deep in the house, probably in Rosette's old bedroom, June began to wail. The woman who had driven Marguerite gave Marina a tentative smile, then went inside with the bag of groceries. Lee came walking down Mercedes Street from the bus stop at 5:30, banging a black dinner bucket against one thigh. He mounted the steps, forgetting the bad one. It shifted, he tottered, dropped his dinner bucket, then bent to pick it up. "Oh, that'll improve his mood," I thought. He went in. I watched him cross the living room and put his dinner bucket on the kitchen counter. He turned and saw the new high chair. He obviously knew his ma's modus operandi, because next he opened the rusty refrigerator. He was still peering into it when Marina came out of the baby's room. She had a diaper over her shoulder, and the binocs were good enough for me to see there was some spit up on it. She spoke to him smiling, and he turned to her. He had the fair skin that's every easy blusher's bane, and his scowling face was bright red all the way to his thinning hair. He started shouting at her, pointing a finger at the refrigerator. The door still stood open, exhaling vapor. She turned to go back into the baby's room. He caught her by the shoulder, spun her around, and began to shake her. Her head snapped back and forth. I didn't want to watch this, and there was no reason I should. It added nothing to what I needed to know. He was a beater, yes, but she was going to survive him, which was more than John F. Kennedy could say, or Officer Tippit for that matter. So no, I didn't need to see. But sometimes you can't look away. They argued it back and forth, Marina no doubt trying to explain that she didn't know how Marguerite had found them, and that she'd been unable to keep Mamushka out of the house. And of course, Lee finally hit her in the face because he couldn't hit his ma. Even if she'd been there, he wouldn't have been able to raise a fist against her. Marina cried out. He let her go. She spoke to him passionately, her hands held out. He tried to take one of them, and she slapped it away. Then she raised those hands to the ceiling, dropped them, and walked out the front door. Lee started to follow her, then thought better of it. The brothers put 2 ratty old lawn chairs on the porch. Marina sank into one of them. There was a scrape below her left eye, and her cheek was already starting to swell. She stared out into the street and across it. I felt a stab of guilty fear, even though my living room lights were out and I knew she couldn't see me. I was careful to remain still, though, with the binoculars frozen to my face. Lee sat down at the kitchen table and propped his forehead on the heels of his palms. He remained that way for a while, then heard something and went into the smaller of the bedrooms. He came out with June in his arms. and began to walk her around the living room, rubbing her back, soothing her. Marina went inside. June saw her and held out her chubby arms. Marina went to them, and Lee gave her the baby. Then, before she could walk away, he hugged her. She stood silently inside his arms for a moment, then shifted the baby so she could hug him back with one arm. His mouth was buried in her hair, and I was pretty sure I knew what he was saying, the Russian words for, "I'm sorry." I had no doubt that he was. He would be sorry next time, too, and the time after that. Marina took June back into what had been Rosette's bedroom. Lee stood where he was for a moment, then went to the fridge, took something out, and began to eat it. Late the following day, just as Lee and Marina were sitting down to supper, June lay on the living room floor, kicking her legs on a blanket. Marguerite came puffing down the street from the Winscott Road bus stop. This evening she was wearing blue slacks that were unfortunate, considering the generous spread of her butt. She was toting a large cloth bag. Poking out of the top was the red plastic roof of a child's playhouse. She walked up the porch steps, once more deftly avoiding the bad one, and marched in without knocking. I fought against the temptation to get my directional mic. This was another scene I did not need to be privy to, and lost. There's nothing so fascinating as a family argument. I think Leo Tolstoy said that. Or maybe it was Jonathan Franzen. By the time I got it plugged in and aimed through my open window at the open window across the street, the rhubarb was in full swing. Wanted you to know where we were, I would have damn well told you. Veda told me. She's a good girl, Marguerite said placidly. Lee's rage washed over her like a light summer shower. She was unloading mismatched dishes onto the counter with the speed of a blackjack dealer. Marina was looking at her with outright amazement. The playhouse sat on the floor next to June's baby blanket. June kicked her legs and ignored it. Of course she ignored it. What's a 4-month-old going to do with a playhouse? Ma, you have to leave us alone. You have to stop bringing things. I can take care of my family. Marina added her 2 cents worth. Mamushka, lise no. Marguerite laughed merrily. Lise no, lise no. Honey, Lee always say no. This little man been doing it all his life, and it doesn't mean a thing. Ma takes care of him. She pinched his cheek the way a mother would pinch the cheek of a 6-year-old after he has done something naughty but undeniably cute. If Marina had tried that, I'm sure Lee would have knocked her block off. At some point, the jump rope girls had drifted onto the bald excuse for a lawn. They watched the argument as attentively as globe groundlings checking out the newest Shakespeare offering in the standing room section. Only in the play we were watching, the shrew was going to come out on top. What did she make you for dinner, honey? Was it something good? We had stew. Zakoya. That guy Gregory sent some coupons for the ShopRite. His mouth worked. Marguerite waited. Did you want some, Ma? Zakoya, pretty okay, Mamoshka, Marina said with a hopeful smile. No, I couldn't eat anything like that, Marguerite said. Hell, Ma, you don't even know what it is. It was as if he hadn't spoken. It would upset my stomach. Besides, I don't want to be on a city bus after 8 o'clock. There are too many drunk men on them after 8 o'clock. Lee, honey, you need to fix that step before someone breaks a leg. He muttered something, but Marguerite's attention had moved elsewhere. She swooped down like a hawk on a field mouse and grabbed June. With my binoculars, the baby's startled expression was unmistakable. How's my little cutie tonight? How's my dear one? How's my little Davushka? Her little Davushka, scared shitless, began to scream her head off. Lee made a move to take the baby. Marguerite's red lips peeled back from her teeth in what could have been a grin. But only if you wanted to be charitable. It looked more like a snarl to me. It must have to her son, too, because he stepped back. Marina was biting her lip, her eyes wide with dismay. "Ooh, Junie, Judy Mooney Spoony." Marguerite marched back and forth across the threadbare green carpet, ignoring June's increasingly distressed wails, just as she'd ignored Lee's anger. Was she actually feeding on those wails? It looked that way to me. After a while, Marina could bear it no longer. She got up and went to Marguerite, who steamed away from her, holding the baby to her breasts. Even from across the street, I could imagine the sound of her big white nurse's shoes. Clud, clump, clud. Marina followed her. Marguerite, perhaps feeling her point was made, at last surrendered the baby. She pointed at Lee, then spoke to Marina in her loud English instructor's voice. "He gained weight when you were staying with me, because I fixed him all the things he likes, but he's still too damned skinny." Marina was looking at her over the top of the baby's head, her pretty eyes wide. Marguerite rolled her own, either in impatience or outright disgust, and put her face down to Marina's. The leaning lamp of Pisa was turned on, and the light skated across the lenses of Marguerite's cat's-eyes glasses. "Fix him what he'll eat. No soured cream, no yogurt. He's too skinny." "Skinny?" Marina said doubtfully. Safe in her mother's arms, June's weeping was winding down to watery hiccups. "Yes," Marguerite said. Then she whirled to Lee. "Fix that step." With that she left, only pausing to put a large smack on her granddaughter's head. When she walked back toward the bus stop, she was smiling. She looked younger. On the morning after Marguerite brought the playhouse, I was up at 6. I went to the drawn drapes and peeked out through the crack without even thinking about it. Spying on the house across the street had become a habit. Marina was sitting in one of the lawn chairs, smoking a cigarette. She was wearing pink rayon pajamas that were far too big for her. She had a new black eye, and there were spots of blood on the pajama shirt. She smoked slowly, inhaling deeply and staring out at nothing. After a while, she went back inside and made breakfast. Pretty soon, Lee came out and ate it. He didn't look at her. He read a book. "That guy Gregory sent some coupons for the ShopRite," Lee had told his mother, perhaps to explain the meat in the stew, maybe just to inform her that he and Marina weren't alone and friendless in Fort Worth. That appeared to have passed unnoticed by Mamushka, but it didn't pass unnoticed by me. Peter Gregory was the first link in the chain that would lead George de Mohrenschildt to Mercedes Street. Like de Mohrenschildt, Gregory was a Russian expat in the petroleum biz. He was originally from Siberia and taught Russian one night a week at the Fort Worth Library. Lee discovered this and called for an appointment to ask if he, Lee, could possibly get work as a translator. Gregory gave him a test and found his Russian passable. What Gregory was really interested in, what all the expats were interested in, Lee must have felt, was the former Marina Prusakova, a young girl from Minsk who had somehow managed to escape the clutches of the Russian bear, only to wind up in those of an American boar. Lee didn't get the job. Gregory hired Marina instead to give his son, Paul, Russian lessons. It was money the Oswalds desperately needed. It was also something else for Lee to resent. She was tutoring a rich kid twice a week, while he was stuck putting together screen doors. The morning I observed Marina smoking on the porch, Paul Gregory, good-looking and about Marina's age, pulled up in a brand-new Buick. He knocked, and Marina, wearing heavy makeup that made me think of Bobby Jill, opened the door. Either mindful of Lee's possessiveness or because of rules of propriety she had learned back home, she gave him his lesson on the porch. It lasted an hour and a half. June lay between them on her blanket, and when she cried, the two of them took turns holding her. It was a nice little scene, although Mr. Oswald would probably not have thought so. Around noon, Paul's father pulled up behind the Buick. There were 2 men and 2 women with him. They brought groceries. The elder Gregory hugged his son, then kissed Marina on the cheek, the one that wasn't swollen. There was a lot of talk in Russian. The younger Gregory was lost, but Marina was found. She lit up like a neon sign. She invited them in. Soon they were sitting in the living room, drinking iced tea and talking. Marina's hands flew like excited birds. June went from hand to hand and lap to lap. I was fascinated. The Russian émigré community had found the girl-woman who had become their darling. How could she be anything else? She was young, she was a stranger in a strange land. She was beautiful. Of course, Beauty happened to be married to the Beast, a surly young American who hit her bad, and who believed passionately in a system these upper-middle-class folks had just as passionately rejected. Far worse. Yet Lee would accept their groceries with only occasional outbursts of temper, and when they came with furnishings, a new bed, a bright pink crib for the baby, he accepted these too. He hoped the Russians would get him out of the hole he was in, but he didn't like them. And by the time he moved his family to Dallas in November of '62, he must have known his feelings were heartily reciprocated. Why would they like him, he must have thought. He was ideologically pure. They were cowards who had abandoned Mother Russia when she was on her knees in '43, who'd licked the Germans' jackboots and then fled to the United States when the war was over, quickly embracing the American way, which to Oswald meant saber-rattling, minority-oppressing, worker-exploiting crypto-fascism. Some of this I knew from Al's notes. Most of it I saw played out on the stage across the street, or deduced from the only important conversation my lamp bug picked up and recorded. On the evening of August 25th, a Saturday, Marina dolled up in a pretty blue dress and popped June into a corduroy romper with appliqued flowers on the front. Lee, looking sour, emerged from the bedroom in what had to be his only suit. It was a moderately hilarious wool box that could only have been made in Russia. It was a hot night, and I imagined he would be wringing with sweat before it was over. They walked carefully down the porch steps, the bad one still hadn't been fixed, and set off for the bus stop. I got into my car and drove up to the corner of Mercedes Street and Winscott Road. I could see them standing by the telephone pole with its white painted stripe, arguing. Big surprise there. The bus came. The Oswalds got on. I followed just as I had followed Frank Dunning in Derry. History repeats itself is another way of saying the past harmonizes. They got off the bus in a residential neighborhood on the north side of Dallas. I parked and watched them walk down to a small but handsome fieldstone and timber Tudor house. The carriage lamps at the end of the walk glowed softly in the dusk. There was no crabgrass on this lawn. Everything about the place shouted, "America works." Marina led the way to the house with the baby in her arms. Lee, lagging slightly behind, looking lost in his double-breasted jacket, which swung almost to the back of his knees. Marina pushed Lee in front of her and pointed at the bell. He rang it. Peter Gregory and his son came out, and when June put her arms out to Paul, the young man laughed and took her. Lee's mouth twitched downward when he saw this. Another man came out. I recognized him from the group that had arrived on the day of Paul Gregory's first language lesson. And he had been back to the Oswald place 3 or 4 times since, bringing groceries, toys for June, or both. I was pretty sure his name was George Boo. Yes, another George. The past harmonizes in all sorts of ways. And although he was pushing 60, I had an idea he was seriously crushing on Marina. According to the short-order cook who'd gotten me into this, Boo was the one who persuaded Peter Gregory to throw the get-acquainted party. George de Mohrenschildt wasn't there, but he'd hear about it shortly thereafter. Boo would tell de Mohrenschildt about the Oswalds and their peculiar marriage. He would also tell de Mohrenschildt that Lee Oswald had made a scene at the party, praising socialism and the Russian collectives. "The young man strikes me as crazy," Boo would say. De Mohrenschildt, a lifelong connoisseur of crazy, would decide he had to meet this odd couple for himself. Why did Oswald blow his top at Peter Gregory's party, offending the well-meaning expats who might otherwise have helped him? I didn't know for sure, but I had a pretty good idea. There's Marina, charming them all, especially the men, in her blue dress. There's June, pretty as a Woolworth's baby picture in her charity jumper with the sewn-on flowers. And there's Lee, sweating in his ugly suit. He's keeping up with the rapid ebb and flow of Russian better than young Paul Gregory, but in the end, he's still left behind. It must have infuriated him to have to kowtow to these people and to eat their salt. I hope it did. I hope it hurt. I didn't linger. What I cared about was de Mohrenschildt, the next link in the chain. He would arrive on stage soon. Meanwhile, all 3 Oswalds were finally out of 2703 and would be until at least 10 o'clock. Given that the following day was Sunday, maybe even later. I drove back to activate the bug in their living room. Mercedes Street was partying hardy that Saturday night, but the field behind Chez Oswald was silent and deserted. I thought my key would work on the back door as well as the front, but that was a theory I never had to test because the back door was unlocked. During my time in Fort Worth, I never once used the key I'd purchased from Ivy Templeton. Life is full of ironies. The place was heartbreakingly neat. The high chair had been placed between the parents' seats at the little table in the kitchen where they took their meals, the tray wiped gleaming clean. The same was true of the peeling surface of the counter and the sink with its rusty hard water ring. I made a bet with myself that Marina would have left Rosette's jumper-clad girls and went into what was now June's room to check. I had brought a penlight and shined it around the walls. Yes, they were still there, although in the dark they were more ghostly than cheerful. June probably looked at them as she lay in her crib sucking her baccy. I wondered if she would remember them later on some deep level of her mind. Crayola ghost girls. Jimla, I thought, for no reason at all, and shivered. I moved the bureau, attached the tap wire to the lamp's plug, and fed it through the hole I'd drilled in the wall. All fine. But then I had a bad moment. Very bad. When I moved the bureau back into place, it bumped against the wall and the leaning lamp of Pisa toppled. If I'd had time to think, I would have frozen in place and the damn thing would have shattered on the floor. Then what? Remove the bug and leave the pieces? Hope they'd accept the idea that the lamp, unsteady to begin with, had fallen on its own? Most people would buy that. But most people don't have reason to be paranoid about the FBI. Lee might find the hole I'd drilled in the wall. If he did, the butterfly would spread its wings. But I didn't have time to think. I reached out and caught the lamp on the way down. Then I just stood there holding it and shaking. It was hot as an oven in the little house, and I could smell the stink of my own sweat. Would they smell it when they came back? How could they not? I wondered if I were mad. Surely the smart thing would be to remove the bug and then remove myself. I could reconnect with Oswald on April 10th of next year. Watch him try to assassinate General Edwin Walker, and if he was on his own, I could then kill him just as I had Frank Dunning. KISS, K-I-S-S, as they say in Christie's AA meetings. Keep it simple, stupid. Why in God's name was I fucking with a bugged thrift shop lamp when the future of the world was at stake? It was Al Templeton who answered. You're here because the window of uncertainty is still open. You're here because if George de Mohrenschildt is more than he appears, then maybe Oswald wasn't the one. You're here to save Kennedy, and making sure starts now. So put that fucking lamp back where it belongs. I put the lamp back where it belonged, although its unsteadiness worried me. What if Lee knocked it off the bureau himself and saw the bug inside when the ceramic base shattered? For that matter, what if Lee and de Mohrenschildt conversed in this room, but with the lamp off, and in tones too low for my long-distance mic to pick up? Then it all would have been for nothing. You'll never make an omelet thinking that way, buddy. What convinced me was the thought of Sadie. I loved her and she loved me, at least she had. And I'd thrown that away to come here to this shitty street. And by Christ, I wasn't going to leave without at least trying to hear what George de Mohrenschildt had to say for himself. I slipped through the back door and with the penlight clamped in my teeth, connected the tap wire to the tape recorder. I slid the recorder into a rusty Crisco can to protect it from the elements, then concealed it in the little nest of bricks and boards I'd already prepared. Then I went back to my own shitty little house on that shitty little street and began to wait. They never used the lamp until it got almost too dark to see. Saving on the electricity bill, I suppose. Besides, Lee was a working man. He went to bed early, and she went when he did. The first time I checked the tape, what I had was mostly Russian, and draggy Russian at that, given the super slow speed of the recorder. If Marina tried out her English vocabulary, Lee would reprimand her. Nevertheless, he sometimes spoke to June in English if the baby was fussy, always in low, soothing tones. Sometimes he even sang to her. The super-slow recordings made him sound like an orc trying its hand at "Rock-a-bye, baby." Twice I heard him hit Marina, and the second time Russian wasn't good enough to express his rage. "You worthless, nagging cunt. I guess maybe my ma was right about you." This was followed by the slam of a door and the sound of Marina crying. It cut out abruptly as she turned off the lamp. On the evening of September 4th, I saw a kid, 13 or so, come to the Oswald's door with a canvas sack over his shoulder. Lee, barefoot and dressed in a T-shirt and jeans, opened up. They spoke. Lee invited him inside. They spoke some more. At one point, Lee picked up a book and showed it to the kid, who looked at it dubiously. There was no chance of using the directional mic because the weather had turned cool and the windows over there were shut. But the leaning lamp of Pisa was on, and when I retrieved the second tape late the following night, I was treated to an amusing conversation. By the third time I played it, I hardly heard the slow drag of the voices. The kid was selling subscriptions to a newspaper, or maybe it was a magazine, called Grit. He informed the Oswalds that it had all sorts of interesting stuff the New York papers couldn't be bothered with. He labeled this country news, plus sports and gardening tips. It also had what he called fiction stories and comic strips. "You won't get Dixie Dugan in the Times-Herald," he informed them. "My mama loves Dixie." "Well, son, that's fine," Lee said. "You're quite the little businessman, aren't you?" Yes, sir." "Tell me how much you make." "I don't get but 4 cents on every dime, but that ain't the big thing, sir.
Mostly what I like is the prizes. They're way better than the ones you get selling Cloverine salve. Nuts to that. I'm going to get me a .22. My dad said I could have it.
Son, do you know you're being exploited?
Huh?
They take the dimes. You get pennies and the promise of a rifle.
Lee, he a nice boy, Marina said. Be nice. Leave alone.
Lee ignored her.
You need to know what's in this book, son.
Can you read what's on the front?
Oh, yes, sir. It says The Condition of the Working Class by Friedrich Engels.
Angles. It's all about what happens to boys who think they're going to wind up millionaires by selling stuff door to door.
I don't want to be no millionaire, the boy objected. I just want a .22 so I can plink rats at the dump like my friend Hank.
You make pennies selling their newspapers. They make dollars selling your sweat and the sweat of 1 million boys like you. The free market isn't free. You need to educate yourself, son. I did, and I started when I was just your age. Lee gave the Grit newsboy a 10-minute lecture on the evils of capitalism, complete with choice quotes from Karl Marx. The boy listened patiently, then asked,
So, you gonna buy a subscription?
Son, have you listened to a single word I've said?
Yes, sir.
Then you should know that this system has stolen from me, just as it's stealing from you and your family.
You broke? Why didn't you say so?
What I've been trying to do is explain to you why I'm broke.
Well, golly, I could have tried 3 more houses, but now I have to go home because it's almost my curfew.
Good luck, Marina said. The front door squalled open on its old hinges, then rattled shut. It was too tired to thump. There was a long silence. Then Lee said in a flat voice, You see, that's what we're up against. Not long after, the lamp went out. My new phone stayed mostly silent. Deke called once, one of those quick how-you-doing duty calls, but that was all. I told myself I couldn't expect more. School was back in, and the first few weeks were always harum-scarum. Deke was busy because Miss Ellie had unretired him. He told me that, after some grumbling, he had allowed her to put his name on the substitute list. Ellie wasn't calling because she had 5,000 things to do and probably 500 little brush fires to put out. I realized only after Deke hung up that he hadn't mentioned Sadie. And 2 nights after Lee's lecture to the newsboy, I decided I had to talk to her. I had to hear her voice, even if all she had to say was, Please don't call me, George, it's over. As I reached for the phone, it rang. I picked it up and said with complete certainty, Hello, Sadie. Hello, honey. There was a moment of silence, long enough for me to think I'd been wrong after all, that someone is going to say, I'm not Sadie, I'm just some putz who dialed a wrong number. Then she said, How did you know it was me? I almost said harmonics, and she might have understood that, but might wasn't good enough. This was an important call, and I didn't want to screw it up. Desperately didn't want to screw it up. Through most of what followed, there were 2 of me on the phone. George, who was speaking out loud, and Jake on the inside saying all the things George couldn't. Maybe there are always 2 on each end of the conversation when good love hangs in the balance. Because I've been thinking about you all day, I said. I've been thinking of you all summer. How are you? I'm fine. I'm lonely. How about you? How was your summer? Did you get it done? Have you cut your legal ties to your weird husband? Yes, she said. Done deal. Isn't that one of the things you say, George? Done deal? I guess so. How's school? How's the library?
George, are we going to talk like this, or are we going to talk?
All right. I sat down on my lumpy second-hand couch. Let's talk.
Are you okay?
Yes, but I'm unhappy, and I'm very confused. She hesitated, then said, I was working at Harrah's, you probably know that, as a cocktail waitress, and I met somebody.
Oh? Oh, shit.
Yes, a very nice man, charming, a gentleman, just shy of 40. His name is Roger Beaton. He's an aide to the Republican senator from California, Tom Kuchel. He's the minority whip in the Senate. You know, Kuchel, I mean, not Roger. She laughed, but not the way you do when something's funny. Should I be glad you met someone nice? I don't know, George. Are you glad? No.
I want to kill him.
Roger is handsome, she said in a flat, just-the-facts voice. He's pleasant. He went to Yale. He knows how to show a girl a good time. And he's tall. The second me would no longer keep silent. I want to kill him. That made her laugh, and the sound of it was a relief. I'm not telling you this to hurt you or make you feel bad. Really? Then why are you telling me? We went out 3 or 4 times. He kissed me. We made out a little, just necking like kids.
I not only want to kill him, I want to do it slowly.
But it wasn't the same. Maybe it could be in time. Maybe not. He gave me his number in Washington and told me to call him if I... How did he put it? If you get tired of shelving books and carrying a torch for the one that got away. I think that was the gist of it. He says he's going places and that he needs a good woman to go with him. He thought I might be that woman. Of course, men say stuff like that. I'm not as naive as I once was, but sometimes they mean it.
Sadie.
Still, it wasn't quite the same. She sounded thoughtful, absent. And for the first time I wondered if something other than doubt about her personal life might be wrong with her. If she might be sick. On the plus side, there was no broom in evidence. Of course, sometimes men hide the broom, don't they? Johnny did. You did too, George.
Sadie?
Yes? Are you hiding a broom? There was a long moment of silence, much longer than the one when I'd answered the phone with her name, and much longer than I expected. At last she said, I don't know what you mean. You don't sound like yourself, that's all. I told you I'm very confused, and I'm sad, because you're still not ready to tell me the truth, are you? If I could, I would. You know something interesting. You have good friends in Jody, not just me, and none of them know where you live. Sadie, you say it's Dallas, but you're on the Elmhurst Exchange, and Elmhurst is Fort Worth. I'd never thought of that. What else hadn't I thought of? Sadie, all I can tell you is that what I'm doing is very important. Oh, I'm sure it is. And what Senator Kuchel's doing is very important, too. Roger was at pains to tell me that, and to tell me that if I joined him in Washington, I would be more or less sitting at the feet of greatness or in the doorway to history or something like that. Power excites him. It was one of the few things that was hard to like about him. What I still think is, who am I to sit at the feet of greatness? I'm just a divorced librarian. Who am I to stand in the doorway to history? I said. What? What did you say, George? Nothing, hon. Maybe you better not call me that. Sorry, I'm not. What exactly are we talking about? You and me, and whether or not that still makes an us. It would help if you could tell me why you're in Texas, because I know you didn't come to write a book or teach school. Telling you could be dangerous. We're all in danger. she said. "Johnny's right about that. Will I tell you something Roger told me?" "All right. Where did he tell you, Sadie? And were the two of you vertical or horizontal when the conversation took place?" "He'd had a drink or two and he got gossipy. We were in his hotel room, but don't worry, I kept my feet on the floor and all my clothes on. I wasn't worrying. If you weren't, I'm disappointed in you." "All right, I was worried. What did he say?" "He said there's a rumor that there's going to be some sort of major deal in the Caribbean this fall or winter. A flashpoint, he called it. I'm assuming he meant Cuba. He said that idiot JFK is going to put us all in the soup just to show he's got balls." I remembered all the end-of-the-world crap her former husband had poured into her ears. "Anyone who reads the paper can see it coming," he'd told her. "We'll die with sores all over our bodies and coughing up our lungs." Stuff like that leaves an impression, especially when spoken in tones of dry scientific certainty. Leaves an impression. A scar, more like it. "Sadie, that's crap." "Oh?" She sounded nettled. "I suppose you have the inside scoop, and Senator Kutchell doesn't?" "Let's say I do." "Let's not. I'll wait for you to come clean a little longer, but not much. Maybe just because you're a good dancer." "Then let's go dancing," I said a little wildly. "Good night, George." And before I could say anything else, she hung up. I started to call her back, but when the operator said, "Number, please," sanity reasserted itself. I put the phone back in its cradle. She had said what she needed to say. Trying to get her to say more would only make things worse. I tried to tell myself that her call had been nothing but a stratagem to get me off the dime, a speak-for-yourself John Alden kind of thing. It wouldn't work because that wasn't Sadie. It had seemed more like a cry for help. I picked up the phone again, and this time when the operator asked for a number, I gave her one. The phone rang twice on the other end, and then Ellen Dougherty said, "Yes, who is it, please?" "Hi, Miss Ellie, it's me, George." Maybe that moment of silence thing was catching. I waited. Then she said, "Hello, George. I've been neglecting you, haven't I? It's just that I've been awfully busy, sure. I know what the first week or two's like, Ellie. I called because Sadie just called me." "Oh?" She sounded very cautious. "If you told her my number was on a Fort Worth exchange instead of Dallas, it's okay. I wasn't gossiping. I hope you understand that. I thought she had a right to know. I care for Sadie. Of course I care for you too, George, but you're gone. She's not." I did understand, although it hurt. The feeling of being in a space capsule bound for the outer depths recurred. "I'm fine with that, Ellie, and it really wasn't much of a fib. I expect to be moving to Dallas soon." No response. And what could she say? "Perhaps you are, but we both know you're a bit of a liar." I didn't like the way she sounded. Does she seem all right to you? I'm not sure I want to answer that question. If I said no, you might come roaring down to see her, and she doesn't want to see you. Not as things stand. Actually, she had answered my question. Was she okay when she came back? She was fine, glad to see us all. But now she sounds distracted and says she feels sad. Is that so surprising? Miss Ellie spoke with asperity. There are lots of memories here for Sadie, many of them connected to a man she still has feelings for. A nice man and a lovely teacher, but one who arrived flying false colors. That one really hurt. It seemed like something else. She spoke about some sort of coming crisis that she heard about from the Yaley who was sitting in the doorway of history. from someone she met in Nevada. Her husband filled her head with a lot of nonsense. Her head, her pretty little head. Not just asperity now, outright anger. It made me feel small and mean. George, I have a stack of folders a mile high in front of me, and I need to get to them. You cannot psychoanalyze Sadie Dunhill at long distance, and I cannot help you with your love life. The only thing I can do is to advise you to come clean if you care for her. Sooner rather than later. You haven't seen her husband around, I suppose. No! Good night, George. For the second time that night, a woman I cared about hung up on me. That was a new personal record. I went into the bedroom and began to undress. Fine when she arrived. Glad to be back with all her Jody friends. Not so fine now, because she was torn between the handsome, on the fast track to success new guy and the tall, dark stranger with the invisible past. That would probably be the case in a romance novel, but if it was the case here, why hadn't she been down at the mouth when she came back? An unpleasant thought occurred to me. Maybe she was drinking. A lot. Secretly. Wasn't it possible my wife had been a secret heavy drinker for years, before I married her, in fact, and the past harmonizes with itself? It would be easy to dismiss that, to say that Miss Ellie would have spotted the signs, but drunks can be clever. Sometimes it's years before people start to get wise. If Sadie was showing up for work on time, Ellie might not notice that she was doing so with bloodshot eyes and mints on her breath. The idea was probably ridiculous. All my suppositions were suspect, each one colored by how much I still cared for Sadie. I lay back on my bed looking up at the ceiling. In the living room, the oil stove gurgled. It was another cool night. "Let it go, buddy," Al said. "You have to. Remember, you're not here to get the girl, the gold watch, and everything." "Yeah, Al, got it. Besides, she's probably fine. You're the one with the problem." More than just one, actually. And it was a long time before I fell asleep. The following Monday, when I made one of my regular drive-bys of 214 West Neely Street in Dallas, I observed a long gray funeral hack parked in the driveway. The two fat ladies were standing on the porch watching a couple of men in dark suits lift a stretcher into the rear. On it was a sheeted form. On the tottery-looking balcony above the porch, the young couple from the upstairs apartment was also watching. Their youngest child was sleeping in his mother's arms. The wheelchair with the ashtray clamped to the arm stood orphaned under the tree where the old man had spent most of his days last summer. I pulled over and stood by my car until the hearse left. Then, although I realized the timing was rather, shall we say, crass, I crossed the street and walked up the path to the porch. At the foot of the stairs, I tipped my hat. "Ladies, I'm very sorry for your loss." The older of the two, the wife, who was now a widow, I assumed, said, "You've been here before." Indeed I have, I thought of saying. This thing is bigger than pro football. "He saw you." Not accusing, just stating a fact. "I've been looking for an apartment in this neighborhood. Will you be keeping this one?" "No," the younger one said. "He had some insurance, about the only thing he did have, except for some medals in a box." She sniffed. I tell you, it broke my heart a little to see how grief-stricken those two ladies were. "He said you was a ghost," the widow told me. "He said he could see right through you. Of course, he was as crazy as a shithouse mouse. Last 3 years, ever since he had his stroke and they put him on that pea bag. Me and Ida's going back to Oklahoma." Try Moselle, I thought. That's where you're supposed to go when you give up your apartment. "What do you want?" the younger one asked.
We got to take him a suit on down to the funerary home."
"I'd like the number of your landlord," I said. The widow's eyes gleamed. "What'd it be worth to you, mister?"
"I'll give it to you for free,"
said the young woman on the second-floor balcony. The bereaved daughter looked up and told her to shut her fucking mouth. That was the thing about Dallas. Derry, too. Neighborly.
Chapter 19. George de Mohrenschildt made his grand entrance on the afternoon of September 15th, a dark and rainy Saturday. He was behind the wheel of a coffee-colored Cadillac right out of a Chuck Berry song. With him was a man I knew, George Boo, and one I didn't, a skinny whip of a guy with a fuzz of white hair and the ramrod back of a fellow who spent a good deal of time in the military and is still happy about it. De Mohrenschildt went around to the back of the car and opened the trunk. I dashed to get the distance mic. When I came back with my gear, Boo had a folded-up playpen under his arm, and the military-looking guy had an armload of toys. De Mohrenschildt was empty-handed and mounted the steps in front of the other two with his head up and his chest thrown out. He was tall and powerfully built. His graying hair was combed slantwise back from his broad forehead in a way that said, to me at least, "Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair, for I am George." I plugged in the tape recorder, put on the headphones, and tilted the mic-equipped bowl across the street. Marina was out of sight. Lee was sitting on the couch, reading a thick paperback by the light of the lamp on the bureau. When he heard footsteps on the porch, he looked up with a frown and tossed his book on the coffee table. More goddamn expats, he might have been thinking. But he went to answer the knock. He held out his hand to the silver-haired stranger on his porch, but de Mohrenschildt surprised him and me by pulling Lee into his arms and bussing him on both cheeks. Then he held him back by the shoulders. His voice was deep and accented. German rather than Russian, I thought. "Let me look at a young man who has journeyed so far and come back with his ideals intact." Then he pulled Lee into another hug. Oswald's head just showed above the bigger man's shoulder, and I saw something even more surprising. Lee Harvey Oswald was smiling. Marina came out of the baby's room with June in her arms. She exclaimed with pleasure when she saw Boo, and thanked him for the playpen and what she called, in her stilted English, the child's planks. Boo introduced the skinny man as Lawrence Orlov, Colonel Lawrence Orlov, if you please, and de Mohrenschildt as a friend of the Russian community. Boo and Orlov went to work setting the playpen up in the middle of the floor. Marina stood with them, chatting in Russian. Like Boo, Orlov couldn't seem to take his eyes off the young Russian mother. Marina was wearing a smock top and shorts showcasing legs that went up forever. Lee's smile was gone. He was retreating into his usual gloom. Only de Mohrenschildt wouldn't let him. He spotted Lee's paperback, sprang to the coffee table, and picked it up. Atlas shrugged, speaking just to Lee, completely ignoring the others who were admiring the new playpen. "Ayn Rand, what is a young revolutionary doing with this?" "Know your enemy," Lee said, and when de Mohrenschildt burst into a hearty roar of laughter, Lee's smile resurfaced. "And what do you make of Miss Rand's cri de coeur?" That struck a chord when I played the tape back. I listened to the comment twice before it clicked. It was almost exactly the same phrase Mimi Corcoran had used when asking me about the Catcher in the Rye. "I think she swallowed the poison bait," Oswald said. "Now she's making money by selling it to other people." "Exactly, mein Freund. I've never heard it put better. There will come a day when the Rands of the world will answer for their crimes. Do you believe that?"
I know it, Lee said. He spoke matter-of-factly. De Mohrenschildt patted the couch. Sit by me. I want to hear of your adventures in the homeland. But first, Boo and Orloff approached Lee and de Mohrenschildt. There was a lot of back and forth in Russian. Lee looked dubious, but when de Mohrenschildt said something to him, also in Russian, Lee nodded and spoke briefly to Marina. The way he flicked his hand at the door made it pretty clear. Go on, then, go. De Mohrenschildt tossed his car keys to Boo, who fumbled them. De Mohrenschildt and Lee exchanged a look of shared amusement as Boo grubbed them off the dirty green carpet. Then they left, Marina carrying the baby in her arms, and drove off in de Mohrenschildt's boat of a Cadillac. Now we have peace, mein Freund, de Mohrenschildt said, and the men will open their wallets, which is good, yes? I get tired of 'em always opening their wallets, Lee said. Rena's starting to forget that we didn't come back to America just to buy a damn freezer and a bunch of dresses. De Mohrenschildt waved this away. Sweat from the back of the capitalist hog. Man, isn't it enough that you live in this depressing place? Lee said, It sure isn't much, is it? De Mohrenschildt clapped him on the back, almost hard enough to knock the smaller man off the couch. Cheer up. What you take now, you give back 1,000-fold later. Isn't that what you believe? And when Lee nodded, Now, tell me how things stand in Russia, comrade. May I call you comrade, or have you repudiated that form of address? You can call me anything but late to dinner, Oswald said, and laughed. I could see him opening to de Mohrenschildt the way a flower opens to the sun after days of rain. Lee talked about Russia. He was long-winded and pompous. I wasn't very interested in his rap about how the communist bureaucracy had hijacked all the country's wonderful pre-war socialist ideals. He passed over Stalin's Great Purge in the 30s, nor was I interested in his judgment that Nikita Khrushchev was an idiot. You could hear the same idle bullshit about American leaders in any barbershop or shoeshine parlor right here. Oswald might be going to change the course of history in a mere 14 months, but he was a bore. What interested me was the way de Mohrenschildt listened. He did it as the world's more charming and magnetic people do, always asking the right question at the right time, never fidgeting or taking his eyes from the speaker's face, making the other guy feel like the most knowledgeable, brilliant, and intellectually savvy person on the planet. This might have been the first time in his life that Lee had been listened to in such a way. There's only one hope for socialism that I see, Lee finished, and that's Cuba. There, the revolution is still pure. I hope to go there one day. I may become a citizen. De Mohrenschildt nodded gravely. You could do far worse. I have been, many times, before the current administration made it difficult to travel there. It is a beautiful country, and now, thanks to Fidel, it's a beautiful country that belongs to the people who live there. I know it. Lee's face was shining. But, de Mohrenschildt raised a lecturely finger, if you believe the American capitalists will let Fidel, Raul, and Che work their magic without interference, you're living in a dream world. Already the wheels are turning. You know this fellow Walker? My ears picked up. Edwin Walker, the general who got fired? The very one. I know him. Lives in Dallas. Ran for governor and got his ass kicked. Then he goes over to Mississippi to stand with Ross Barnett when James Meredith integrated Ole Miss. He's just another segregationist little Hitler. A racist, certainly, but for him, the segregationist cows and the clan bobos are just a blind. He sees the push for Negro rights as a club to beat at the socialist principles that so haunt him and his ilk. James Meredith, a communist. The NAACP, a front. SNCC, black on top, red inside. Sure, Lee said. It's how they work.
I couldn't tell if de Mohrenschildt was actually invested in the things he was saying, or if he was just winding Lee up for the hell of it.
And what do the Walkers and the Barnetts and the capering revivalist preachers like Billy Graham and Billy James Haggis see as the beating heart of this evil, nigger-loving communist monster? Russia. I know it. And where do they see the grasping hand of communism just 90 miles from the shores of the United States? Cuba. Walker no longer wears the uniform, but his best friend does. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Lee shook his head. His eyes never left de Mohrenschildt's face.
Curtis LeMay, another racist who sees communists behind every bush. What do Walker and LeMay insist that Kennedy do? Bomb Cuba. Then invade Cuba, then make Cuba the 51st state. Their humiliation at the Bay of Pigs has only made them more determined.
De Mohrenschildt made his own exclamation marks by pounding his fist on his thigh.
Men like LeMay and Walker are far more dangerous than the Rand Beach, and not because they have guns, because they have followers. I know the danger, Lee said. I've started organizing a hands-off Cuba group here in Fort Worth. I've got 12 people interested already.
That was bold. To the best of my knowledge, the only thing Lee had been organizing in Fort Worth was a passel of aluminum screen doors, plus the backyard clothes whirligig on the few occasions when Marina could persuade him to hang the baby's diapers on it.
You'd better work fast, de Mohrenschildt said grimly. Cuba's a billboard for revolution. When the suffering people of Nicaragua and Haiti or the Dominican Republic look at Cuba, they see a peaceful, agrarian, socialist society where the dictator has been overturned and the secret police have been sent packing, sometimes with their truncheons stuck up their fat asses.
Lee squalled laughter.
They see the great sugar plantations and the slave labor farms of United Fruit turned over to the farmers. They see Standard Oil sent packing. They see the casinos, all run by the Lenski mob. I know it, Lee said. Shut down. The donkey shows have stopped, mein friend, and the women who used to sell their bodies and their daughters' bodies have found honest work again. A peon who would have died in the streets under the pig Batista can now go to a hospital and be treated like a man. And why? Because under Fidel, the doctor and the peon stand as equals. I know it, Lee said. It was his default position.
De Mohrenschildt leaped from the couch and began to pace around the new playpen.
Do you think Kennedy and his Irish cabal will let that billboard stand? That lighthouse flashing its message of hope?
I sort of like Kennedy, Lee said, as if embarrassed to admit it, in spite of the Bay of Pigs. That was Eisenhower's plan, you know.
Most of the GSA likes President Kennedy. Do you know what I mean by the GSA? I can assure you that the rabid she-weasel who wrote Atlas Shrugged knows. Great, stupid America. That's what I mean. The citizens of the USA will live happy and die content if they have a refrigerator that makes ice, 2 cars in their garage, and 77 Sunset Strip on their boob tubes. Great, stupid America loves Kennedy's smile. Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. He has a wonderful smile. I admit it. But did not Shakespeare say a man can smile and be a villain? Do you know that Kennedy has okayed a CIA plan to assassinate Castro? Yes, they've already tried and failed, thank God, 3 or 4 times. I have this from my oil contacts in Haiti and the DRL, and it's good information.
Lee expressed dismay. But Fidel has a strong friend in Russia. De Mohrenschildt went on, still pacing. It isn't the Russia of Lenin's dreams, or yours or mine. But they may have their own reasons for standing with Fidel if America tries another invasion. And mark my words, Kennedy is apt to try it, and soon. He'll listen to LeMay. He'll listen to Dulles and Angleton of the CIA. All he needs is the right pretext, and then he'll go in just to show the world he's got balls. They went on talking about Cuba. When the Cadillac returned, the rear seat was full of groceries, enough for a month it looked like. Oh, shit, Lee said. They're back. And we're glad to see them, de Mohrenschildt said pleasantly. Stay for dinner, Lee said. Rena's not much of a cook, but I must go. My wife is waiting anxiously for my report, and I'll give her a good one. Bring her next time, shall I? Yeah, sure. They went to the door. Marina was talking with Boo and Orlov as the two men lifted cartons of canned goods from the trunk. But she wasn't just talking. She was flirting a little, too. Boo looked ready to fall on his knees. On the porch, Lee said something about the FBI. De Mohrenschildt asked him how many times. Lee held up 3 fingers. One agent called Fane. He came twice. Another named Hosty. Look them right in the eye and answer the questions, de Mohrenschildt said. You have nothing to fear, Lee. Not just because you are innocent, but because you are in the right. The others were looking at him now, and not just them. The jump rope girls had appeared, standing in the rut that served as a sidewalk on our block of Mercedes Street. De Mohrenschildt had an audience and was declaiming to it. You are ideologically dedicated, young Mr. Oswald, so of course they come. The Hoover gang. For all we know, they're watching now. Perhaps from down the block. Perhaps from that house right across the street. De Mohrenschildt stabbed his finger at my drawn drapes. Lee turned to look. I stood still in the shadows, glad I'd put down the sound-enhancing Tupperware bowl, even though it was now coated with black tape. I know who they are. Haven't they and their CIA first cousins been to visit me on many occasions, trying to browbeat me into informing on my Russian and South American friends? After the war, didn't they call me a closet Nazi? Haven't they claimed I hired the Tonton Macoute to beat and torture my competitors for oil leases in Haiti? Didn't they accuse me of bribing Papa Doc and paying for the Trujillo assassination? Yes, all of that and more. The jump rope girls were staring at him with their mouths open. So was Marina. Once he got going, George de Mohrenschildt swept everything before him. Be courageous, Lee. When they come, stand forward. Show them this. He grasped his shirt and tore it open. Buttons popped off and clattered to the porch. The jump rope girls gasped, too shocked to giggle. Unlike most American men of that time, de Mohrenschildt wore no undershirt. His skin was the color of oiled mahogany. Fatty breasts hung on old muscle. He pounded his right fist above his left nipple. Tell them, here is mine heart. And mine heart is pure, and mine heart belongs to my cause. Tell them even if Hoover rips my heart out of me, it will still beat, and 1,000 others will beat in time, then 10,000, then 100,000, then 1,000,000. Orlov put down the box of canned goods he was holding so he could offer a round of light, satiric applause. Marina's cheeks were flaming with color. Lee's face was the most interesting one. Like Paul of Tarsus on the Damascus Road, he'd had a revelation. The blindness had dropped from his eyes. The Mohrenschildt's preaching and shirt-ripping antics, not so very different from the tent-show shenanigans of the right-wing evangelists he reviled, were deeply troubling to me. I had hoped that if I could listen in on a heart-to-heart between the two men, it might go a long way toward eliminating de Mohrenschildt as a real factor in the Walker attempt, and hence the Kennedy assassination. I'd gotten the heart-to-heart, but it made things worse instead of better. One thing seemed clear. It was time to bid Mercedes Street a not-so-fond adieu. I had rented the ground-floor apartment at 214 West Neely. On the 24th of September, I packed up my aging Ford Sunliner with my few clothes, my books, and my typewriter, and moved them to Dallas. The two fat ladies had left behind a sick-room stenchy pigsty. I did the cleanup myself, thanking God that Al's rabbit hole emerged in a time when aerosol air freshener was available. I bought a portable TV at a yard sale and plunked it down on the kitchen counter next to the stove, which I thought of as the repository of antique grease. As I swept, washed, scrubbed, and sprayed, I watched crime shows like The Untouchables and sitcoms like Car 54, Where Are You? When the thumps and shouts of the kids upstairs quit for the night, I turned in and slept like the dead. There were no dreams. I held on to my place on Mercedes Street, but didn't see much at 2703. Sometimes Marina popped June into a stroller, another gift from her elderly admirer, Mr. Boo, and rolled her up to the warehouse parking lot and back again. In the afternoons, after school let out, the jump rope girls often accompanied them. Marina even jumped herself a couple of times, chanting in Russian. The sight of her mother pogoing up and down with that great cloud of dark hair flying made the baby laugh. The jump rope girls laughed too. Marina didn't mind. She talked a lot with them and never looked irritated when they giggled and corrected her. She looked pleased, in fact. Lee didn't want her to learn English, but she was learning it anyway. Good for her. On October 2nd, 1962, I woke to eerie silence in my Neely Street apartment. No running feet overhead. No young mother yelling at the older two to get ready for school. They had moved out in the middle of the night. I went upstairs and tried my key on their door. It didn't work, but the lock was of the spring variety, and I popped it easily with a coat hanger. I spied an empty bookcase in the living room. I drilled a small hole in the floor, plugged in the second bugged lamp, and fed the tap wire through the hole and into my downstairs apartment. Then I moved the bookcase over it. The bug worked fine, but the reels of the cunning little Japanese tape recorder only turned when prospective tenants came to look at the apartment and happened to try the lamp. There were lookers, but no takers. Until the Oswalds moved in, I had the Neely Street address entirely to myself. After the bumptious carnival that was Mercedes Street, that was a relief, although I kind of missed the jump rope girls. They were my Greek chorus. I slept in my Dallas apartment at night and watched Marina stroll the baby in Fort Worth by day. While I was so occupied, another 60s watershed moment was approaching, but I ignored it. I was preoccupied with the Oswalds, who were undergoing another domestic spasm. Lee came home early from work one day during the second week of October. Marina was out walking June. They spoke at the foot of the driveway across the street. Near the end of the conversation, Marina spoke in English. "What is laid off mean?" He explained in Russian. Marina spread her hands in a what-can-you-do gesture and hugged him. Lee kissed her cheek, then took the baby out of the stroller. June laughed as he held her high over his head, her hands reaching down to tug at his hair. They went inside together. Happy little family bearing up under temporary adversity. That lasted until 5 in the afternoon. I was getting ready to drive back to Neely Street when I spied Marguerite Oswald approaching from the bus stop on Winscott Road. Here comes trouble, I thought, and how right I was. Once again, Marguerite avoided the still unrepaired ha-ha step. Once more she entered without knocking. Fireworks followed immediately. It was a warm evening, and the windows were open over there. I didn't bother with the distance mic. Lee and his mother argued at full volume. He hadn't been laid off from his job at Leslie Welding after all, it seemed. He had just walked away. The boss called Veda Oswald, looking for him, because they were short-handed, and when he got no help from Robert's wife, he called Marguerite. "I lied for you, Lee," Marguerite shouted. "I said you had the flu. Why do you always make me lie for you?" "I don't make you do nothing," he shouted back. They were standing nose to nose in the living room. "I don't make you do nothing, and you do it anyway." "Lee, how are you going to support your family? You need a job." "Oh, I'll get a job. Don't you worry about that, Ma." "Where?" "I don't know." "Oh, Lee, how'll you pay the rent?" "But she's got plenty of friends." He jerked a thumb at Marina, who flinched. "They aren't good for much, but they'll be good for that. You need to get out of here, Ma. Go back home. Let me catch my breath." Marguerite darted to the playpen. "Where'd this here come from?" "The friends I told you about. Half of 'em's rich and the rest are trying. They like to talk to Rena." Lee sneered. "The older ones like to ogle her tits." "Lee!" Shocked voice, but a look on her face that was pleased. Was Mamushka pleased at the fury she heard in her son's voice? "Go on, Ma, give us some peace." "Does she understand that men who give things always want things in return? Does she, Lee? Get the hell out!" Shaking his fists, almost dancing in his impotent rage. Marguerite smiled. "You're upset. Of course you are. I'll come back when you're feeling more in control of yourself, and I'll help. I always want to help." Then abruptly she rushed at Marina and the baby. It was as if she meant to attack them. She covered June's face with kisses, then strode across the room. At the door, she turned and pointed at the playpen. "Tell her to scrub that down, Lee. People's cast-offs always have germs. If the baby gets sick, you'll never be able to afford the doctor." "Ma, go." "I am, just now." Calm as cookies and milk, she twiddled her fingers in a girlish ta-ta gesture, and off she went. Marina approached Lee, holding the baby like a shield. They talked. Then they shouted. Family solidarity was gone with the wind. Marguerite had seen to that. Lee took the baby, rocked her in the crook of one arm, then, with absolutely no warning, punched his wife in the face. Marina went down, bleeding from the mouth and nose and crying loudly. Lee looked at her. The baby was also crying. Lee stroked June's fine hair, kissed her cheek, rocked her some more. Marina came back into view, struggling to her feet. Lee kicked her in the side, and down she went again. I could see nothing but the cloud of her hair. Leave him, I thought, even though I knew she wouldn't. Take the baby and leave him. Go to George Boo, warm his bed if you have to, but get away from that skinny, mother-ridden monster post-haste. But it was Lee who left her, at least temporarily. I never saw him on Mercedes Street again. It was their first separation. Lee went to Dallas to look for work. I don't know where he stayed. According to Al's notes, it was the Y, but that turned out to be wrong. Maybe he found a place in one of the cheap rooming houses downtown. I wasn't concerned. I knew they'd show up together to rent the apartment above me, and for the time being I'd had enough of him. It was a treat not to have to listen to his slowed-down voice saying, "I know it. a dozen times in every conversation. Thanks to George Boo, Marina landed on her feet. Not long after Marguerite's visit and Lee's decampment, Boo and another man arrived in a Chevy truck and moved her out. When the pickup left 2703 Mercedes, mother and daughter were riding in the bed. The pink suitcase Marina had brought from Russia had been lined with blankets, and June lay fast asleep in this makeshift nest. Marina put a steadying hand on the little girl's chest as the truck started rolling. The jump rope girls were watching, and Marina waved to them. They waved back. I found George de Mohrenschildt's address in the Dallas White Pages and followed him several times. I was curious about whom he might meet, although if it were a CIA man, a minion of the Lansky mob, or some other possible conspirator, I doubt I would have known it. All I can say is that he met no one that seemed suspicious to me. He went to work. He went to the Dallas Country Club, where he played tennis or swam with his wife. They went out to a couple of strip clubs. He didn't bother the dancers, but had a penchant for fondling his wife's boobs and butt in public. She didn't seem to mind. On 2 occasions he met with Lee. Once it was at de Mohrenschildt's favorite strip club. Lee seemed uncomfortable with the milieu, and they didn't stay long. The second time they had lunch in a Browder Street coffee shop. There they remained until almost 2 in the afternoon, talking over endless cups of coffee. Lee started to get up, reconsidered, and ordered something else. The waitress brought him a piece of pie, and he handed her something, which she put in her apron pocket after a cursory glance. Instead of following when they left, I approached the waitress and asked if I could see what the young man had given her. "You can have it," she said, and gave me a sheet of yellow paper with black tabloid letters at the top. "Hands off Cuba." It urged interested persons to join the Dallas-Fort Worth branch of this fine organization. Don't let Uncle Sam dupe you. Write to P.O. Box 1919 for details of future meetings. "What did they talk about?" I asked. "Are you a cop?" "No, I tip better than the cops," I said, and handed her a $5 bill. "That stuff," she said, and pointed at the flyer, which Oswald had undoubtedly printed off at his new place of employment. Cuba, like I give a shit. But on the night of October 22nd, less than a week later, President Kennedy was also talking about Cuba. And then everybody gave a shit. It's a blues truism that you never miss your water until the well runs dry. But until the fall of 1962, I didn't realize that also applied to the patter of little feet shaking your ceiling. With the family from upstairs gone, 214 West Neely took on a creepy, haunted house vibe. I missed Sadie and began to worry about her almost obsessively. On second thought, you can strike the almost. Ellie Dougherty and Deke Simmons didn't take my concern about her husband seriously. Sadie herself didn't take it seriously. For all I knew, she thought I was trying to scare her about John Clayton in order to keep her from pushing me entirely out of her life. None of them knew that if you removed the Sadie part, her name was only a syllable away from Doris Dunning. None of them knew about the harmonic effect which I seemed to be creating myself just by my presence in the land of ago. That being the case, who would be to blame if something happened to Sadie? The bad dreams started to come back. The gym lot dreams. I quit keeping tabs on George de Mohrenschildt and started taking long walks that began in the afternoon and didn't finish up back at West Neely Street until 9 or even 10 o'clock at night. I spent them thinking about Lee, now working as a photoprint trainee at a Dallas graphic arts company called Jagger's Child Stovall. Or about Marina, who had taken up temporary residence with a newly divorced woman named Alina Hall. The Hall woman worked for George Boo's dentist, and it was the dentist who had been behind the wheel of the pickup on the day Marina and June moved out of the dump on Mercedes Street. Mostly what I thought about was Sadie, and Sadie, and Sadie. On one of those strolls, feeling thirsty as well as depressed, I stopped into a neighborhood watering hole called the Ivy Room and ordered a beer. The jukebox was off and the patrons were unusually silent. When the waitress put my beer in front of me and immediately turned to face the TV over the bar, I realized that everyone was watching the man I had come to save. He was pale and grave. There were dark circles under his eyes. To halt this offensive build-up, a strict quarantine of all offensive equipment under shipment to Cuba is being initiated. All ships of any kind bound for Cuba, if found to contain cargoes of offensive weapons, will be turned back.
Christ Jesus, said a man in a cowboy hat. What does he think the Ruskies are going to do about that?
Shut up, Bill, the bartender said. We need to hear this.
It shall be the policy of this nation, Kennedy went on, to regard any nuclear missile launched from Cuba against any nation in the Western Hemisphere as an attack by the Soviet Union on the United States, requiring a full retaliatory response upon the Soviet Union.
A woman at the end of the bar moaned and clutched her stomach. The man beside her put an arm around her, and she put her head on his shoulder. What I saw on Kennedy's face was fright and determination in equal measure. What I also saw was life, a total engagement with the job at hand. He was exactly 13 months from his date with the assassin's bullet.
As a necessary military precaution, I have reinforced our base at Guantanamo and evacuated today the dependents of our personnel there.
Drinks for the house on me, Bill the cowboy suddenly proclaimed, because this looks like the end of the road, amigos. He put 2 20s beside his shot glass, but the bartender made no move to pick them up. He was watching Kennedy, who was now calling on Chairman Khrushchev to eliminate this clandestine, reckless, and provocative threat to world peace. The waitress who had served my beer, rode hard and put away wet peroxide blonde of 50 or so, suddenly burst into tears. That decided me. I got off my stool, wove my way around the tables where men and women sat looking at the television like solemn children, and slipped into one of the phone booths next to the skee-ball machine. The operator told me to deposit 40 cents for the first 3 minutes. I dropped in 2 quarters. The payphone bonged mellowly. Faintly, I could still hear Kennedy talking in that nasal New England voice. Now he was accusing Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko of being a liar. No waffling there. "Connecting you now, sir," the operator said. Then she blurted, "Are you listening to the president? If you're not, you should turn on your TV or radio." "I'm listening," I said. Sadie would be too. Sadie, whose husband had spouted a lot of apocalyptic bullshit thinly coated with science. Sadie, whose Yaley political friend had told her something big was going to pop in the Caribbean. A flashpoint, probably Cuba. I had no idea what I was going to say to soothe her, but that wasn't a problem. The phone rang and rang. I didn't like it. Where was she at 8:30 on a Monday night in Jody? At the movies? I didn't believe it. "Sir, your party doesn't answer." "I know it," I said, and grimaced when I heard Lee's pet phrase coming out of my mouth. My quarters clattered into the coin return when I hung up. I started to put them back in, then reconsidered. What good would it do to call Miss Ellie? I was in Miss Ellie's bad books now. Deke's too, probably. They'd tell me to go peddle my papers. When I walked back to the bar, Walter Cronkite was showing U-2 photos of the Soviet missile bases that were under construction.
He said that many members of Congress were urging Kennedy to initiate bombing missions or launch a full-scale invasion immediately. American missile bases and the Strategic Air Command had gone to DEFCON 4 for the first time in history.
American B-52 bombers will soon be circling just outside the Soviet Union's borders,
Cronkite was saying in that deep, portentous voice of his.
And this is obvious to all of us who've covered the last 7 years of this ever more frightening Cold War. The chances for a mistake, a potentially disastrous mistake, grow with each new escalation of—
Now wait!
A man standing by the pool table shouted.
Bomb the living shit out of those commie cocksuckers right now!
There were a few cries of protest at this bloodthirsty sentiment, but they were mostly drowned out in a wave of applause. I left the Ivy Room and jogged back to Neely Street. When I got there, I jumped into my Sunliner and rolled wheels for Jody. My car radio, now working again, broadcast nothing but a heaping dish of doom as I chased my headlights down Highway 77. Even the DJs had caught nuclear flu, saying things like "God bless America" and "keep your powder dry." When the K-Life jock played Johnny Horton caterwauling the Battle Hymn of the Republic, I snapped it off. It was too much like the day after 9/11. I kept the pedal to the metal in spite of the Sunliner's increasingly distressed engine and the way the needle on the engine temp dial kept creeping toward H. The roads were all but deserted, and I turned into Sadie's driveway at just a little past 12:30 on the morning of the 23rd. Her yellow VW Beetle was parked in front of the closed garage doors, and the lights were on downstairs, but there was no answer when I rang the doorbell. I went around back and hammered on the kitchen door, also to no effect. I liked it less and less. She kept a spare key under the back step. I fished it out and let myself in. The unmistakable aroma of whiskey hit my nose, and the stale smell of cigarettes. "Sadie?" Nothing. I crossed the kitchen to the living room. There was an overflowing ashtray on the low table in front of the couch, and liquid soaking into the Life and Look magazine spread out there. I put my fingers into it, then raised them to my nose. Scotch. Fuck. "Sadie!" Now I could smell something else that I remembered well from Christie's binges, the sharp aroma of vomit. I ran down the short hall on the other side of the living room. There were 2 doors facing each other, one giving on her bedroom and the other leading to an office study. The doors were shut, but the bathroom door at the end of the hall was open. The harsh fluorescent light showed vomit splattered on the ring of the toilet bowl. There was more on the pink tile floor and the rim of the bathtub. There was a bottle of pills standing beside the soap dish on the sink. The cap was off. I ran to the bedroom. She was lying crosswise on the mussed coverlet, wearing a slip and one suede moccasin. The other had dropped off onto the floor. Her skin was the color of old candle wax, and she did not appear to be breathing. Then she took a huge snoring gasp and wheezed it back out. Her chest remained flat for a terrifying 4 seconds, then she jerked in another rattle of breath. There was another overflowing ashtray on the night table. A crumpled Winston pack, charred at one end by an imperfectly stubbed-out cigarette, lay on top of the dead soldiers. Beside the ashtray were a half-empty glass and a bottle of Glenlivet. Not much of the scotch was gone, thank God for small favors, but it wasn't really the scotch I was worried about, it was the pills. There was also a brown manila envelope on the table with what looked like photographs spilling out of it, but I didn't glance at them, not then. I got my arms around her and tried to pull her into a sitting position. The slip was silk and slithered through my hands. She thumped back onto the bed and took another of those rasping, labored breaths. Her hair flopped across one closed eye. "Sadie, wake up!" Nothing. I grabbed her by the shoulders and hauled her against the head of the bed. It thumped and shivered. "Leave me alone." Slurry and weak, but better than nothing. "Wake up! Sadie, you have to wake up!" I began to slap lightly at her cheeks. Her eyes remained shut, but her hands came up and tried weakly to fend me off.
Wake up! Wake up, damn it!
Her eyes opened, looked at me without recognition, then shut again, but she was breathing more normally. Now that she was sitting, that terrifying rasp was gone. I went back to the bathroom, dumped her toothbrush out of the pink plastic glass, and turned on the cold tap. While I filled the glass, I looked at the label on the pill bottle, Nembutol. There were 10 or a dozen capsules left, so it hadn't been a suicide attempt, at least not an overt one. I spilled them into the toilet, then ran back to the bedroom. She was sliding down from the sitting position I'd left her in, and with her head cocked forward and her chin down against her breastbone, her respiration had turned raspy again. I put the glass of water on the nightstand and froze for a second as I got a look at one of the photographs sticking out of the envelope. It could have been a woman. What remained of the hair was long, but it was hard to tell for sure. Where the face should have been, there was only raw meat, with a hole near the bottom. The hole appeared to be screaming. I hauled Sadie up, grabbed a handful of her hair, and pulled her head back. She moaned something that might have been, "Oh, that hurts." Then I threw the glass of water in her face. She jerked, and her eyes flew open. "George, what are you doing here? George, why am I wet?"
Wake up! Wake up, Sadie!
I began to slap her face again, but more gently now, almost patting. It wasn't good enough. Her eyes started to slip closed. "Go away."
"Not unless you want me to call an ambulance. That way you can see your name in the paper. The school board would love that. Upsy-daisy!"
I managed to get my hands linked behind her and pulled her off the bed. Her slip rucked up, then fell back into place as she crumpled to her knees on the carpet. Her eyes flew open and she cried out in pain, but I got her on her feet. She swayed back and forth, slapping at my face with more strength.
"Get out! Get out, George!"
"No, ma'am." I put my arm around her waist and got her moving toward the door, half leading and half carrying her. We made the turn toward the bathroom, and then her knees came unhinged. I carried her, which was no mean feat, given her height and size. Thank God for adrenaline. I batted down the toilet ring and got her seated just before my own knees gave out. I was gasping for breath, partly from effort, mostly from fright. She started to tilt toward starboard, and I slapped her bare arm. Smack!
"Sit up!"
I shouted into her face.
"Sit up, Christy! God damn it!"
Her eyes fought open. They were badly bloodshot.
"Who, Christy?"
"Lead singer with the Rolling fucking Stones," I said. "How long have you been taking Nembutol? And how many did you take tonight?"
"Got a scription," she said. "None of your business, George."
"How many? How much did you drink?"
"Go away."
I spun the tub's cold tap all the way, then pulled the pin that turned on the shower. She saw what I meant to do and once again began to slap.
"No, George, no!"
I ignored her. This wasn't the first time that I'd put a partially dressed woman into a cold shower. And some things are like riding a bike. I lifted her over the rim of the tub in a quick clean and jerk I'd feel in the small of my back the next day, then held on tight as the cold water smacked her and she began to flail. She reached out to grab the towel bar, yelling. Her eyes were open now. Beads of water stood in her hair. The slip turned transparent. And even under such circumstances, it was impossible not to feel a moment of lust as those curves came into full view. She tried to get out. I pushed her back. "Stand there, Sadie. Stand there and take it."
How long? It's cold."
"Until I see some color come back into your cheeks."
"Why are you doing this?"
Her teeth were chattering. "Because you almost killed yourself," I shouted. She flinched. Her feet slipped, but she grabbed the towel bar and stayed upright, reflexes returning good. The pills weren't working, so I had a drink, that's all. Let me get out. I'm so cold. Please, George. Please, let me get out. Her hair was clinging to her cheeks now. She looked like a drowned rat, but she was getting some color in her face. Nothing but a thin flush, but it was a start. I turned off the shower, got my arms around her in a hug, and held her as she tottered over the lip of the tub. Water from her soaked slip pattered onto the pink bath mat. I whispered into her ear, "I thought you were dead. When I came in and saw you lying there, I thought you were fucking dead. You will never know how that felt." I let her go. She stared at me with wide, wondering eyes. Then she said, "John was right. Roger, too. He called me tonight before Kennedy's speech from Washington. So what does it matter? By this time next week we'll all be dead. I wish we were." At first I had no idea what she was talking about. I saw Christy standing there, dripping and bedraggled and full of bullshit. And I was utterly furious. "You cowardly bitch," I thought. She must have seen it in my eyes because she drew back. That cleared my head. Could I call her cowardly just because I happened to know what the landscape looked like over the horizon? I took a bath towel from the rack over the toilet and handed it to her. "Strip off, then dry off," I said. "Go out, then. Give me some privacy." "I will if you tell me you're awake." "I'm awake." She looked at me with churlish resentment and, maybe, the tiniest glint of humor. "You certainly know how to make an entrance, George." I turned to the medicine cabinet. "There aren't any more," she said. "What isn't in me is in the commode." Having been married to Christy for 4 years, I looked anyway. Then I flushed the toilet. With that business taken care of, I slipped past her to the bathroom door. "I'll give you 3 minutes," I said. The return address on the manila envelope was John Clayton, 79 East Oglethorpe Avenue, Savannah, Georgia. You certainly couldn't accuse the bastard of flying under false colors or going the anonymous route. The postmark was August 28th, so it had probably been waiting for her when she got back from Reno. She'd had nearly 2 months to brood over the contents. Had she sounded sad and depressed when I'd talked to her on the night of September 6th? Well, no wonder, given the photographs her ex had so thoughtfully sent her. "We're all in danger," she'd said the last time I spoke to her on the phone. "Johnny's right about that." The pictures were of Japanese men, women, and children, victims of the atomic bomb blasts at Hiroshima, Nagasaki, or both. Some were blind. Many were bald. Most were suffering from radiation burns. A few, like the faceless woman, had been charbroiled. One picture showed a quartet of black statues in cringing postures. 4 people had been standing in front of a wall when the bomb went off. The people had been vaporized, and most of the wall had been vaporized too. The only parts that remained were the parts that had been shielded by those standing in front of it. The shapes were black because they were coated in charred flesh. On the back of each picture, he had written the same message in his clear, neat hand. "Coming soon to America. Statistical analysis does not lie." Nice, aren't they? Her voice was flat and lifeless. She was standing in the doorway, bundled into the towel. Her hair fell to her bare shoulders in damp ringlets. "How much did you have to drink, Sadie?" "Only a couple of shots when the pills wouldn't work. I think I tried to tell you that when you were shaking and slapping me. If you expect me to apologize, you'll wait a long time. Barbiturates and booze are a bad combination." "It doesn't matter," she said. "I've been slapped before." That made me think of Marina, and I winced. It wasn't the same, but slapping is slapping, and I had been angry as well as scared. She went to the chair in the corner, sat down, and pulled the towel tighter around her. She looked like a sulky child. "My friend Roger Beaton called. Did I tell you that?" "Yes." "My good friend, Roger." Her eyes dared me to make something of it. I didn't. Ultimately, it was her life. I just wanted to make sure she had a life. "All right, your good friend Roger. He told me to be sure and watch the Irish asshole's speech tonight." That's what he called him. "Then he asked me how far Jody was from Dallas. When I told him, he said that should be far enough, depending on which way the wind's blowing. He's getting out of Washington himself. Lots of people are. But I don't think it'll do him any good. You can't outrun a nuclear war." She began to cry then, harsh and wrenching sobs that shook her whole body. "Those idiots are going to destroy a beautiful world. They're going to kill children. I hate them. I hate them all. Kennedy, Khrushchev, Castro. I hope they all rot in hell." She covered her face with her hands. I knelt like some old-fashioned gentleman preparing to propose and embraced her. She put her arms around my neck and clung to me in what was almost a drowner's grip. Her body was still cold from the shower, but the cheek she laid against my arm was feverish. In that moment, I hated them all, too. John Clayton most of all, for planting this seed in a young woman who was insecure and psychologically vulnerable. He had planted it, watered it, weeded it, and watched it grow. And was Sadie the only one in terror tonight? The only one who had turned to the pills and the booze? How hard and fast were they drinking in the Ivy Room right now? I'd made the stupid assumption that people were going to approach the Cuban Missile Crisis much like any other temporary international dust-up because by the time I went to college, it was just another intersection of names and dates to memorize for the next prelim. That's how things look from the future. To people in the valley, the dark valley of the present, they look different. The pictures were here when I got back from Reno. She looked at me with her bloodshot, haunted eyes. I wanted to throw them away, but I couldn't. I kept looking at them. That's what the bastard wanted. That's why he sent them. She didn't seem to hear. Statistical analysis is his hobby. He says that someday when the computers are good enough, it'll be the most important science, because statistical analysis is never wrong. Not true. In my mind's eye, I saw George de Mohrenschildt, the charmer who was Lee's only friend. There's always a window of uncertainty. I guess the day of Johnny's supercomputers will never come, she said. The people left, if there are any, will be living in caves, and the sky? No more blue. Nuclear darkness. That's what Johnny calls it. He's full of shit, Sadie. Your pal Roger, too. She shook her head. Her bloodshot eyes regarded me sadly. Johnny knew the Russians were going to launch a space satellite. We were just out of college then. He told me in the summer, and sure enough, they put Sputnik up in October. Next, they'll send a dog or a monkey, Johnny said. After that, they'll send a man. Then they'll send 2 men and a bomb. And did they do that? Did they, Sadie? They sent the dog, and they sent the man. The dog's name was Laika, remember? It died up there, poor doggy. They won't have to send up the 2 men and the bomb, will they? They'll use their missiles, and we'll use ours all over a shit-pot island where they make cigars. Do you know what the magicians say? What are you talking about? They say you can fool a scientist, but you can never fool another magician. Your ex may teach science, but he's sure no magician. The Russians, on the other hand, are. You're not making sense. Johnny says the Russians have to fight, and soon, because now they have missile superiority. But they won't for long. That's why they won't back down in Cuba. It's a pretext. Johnny's seen too much newsreel footage of missiles being trundled through Red Square on May Day. What he doesn't know, and what Senator Kuchel doesn't know either probably, is that over half of those missiles don't have engines in them. You can't He doesn't know how many of their ICBMs blow up on their launch pads in Siberia because their rocketry guys are incompetent. He doesn't know that over half the missiles our U-2 planes have photographed are actually painted trees with cardboard fins. It's sleight of hand, Sadie. It fools scientists like Johnny and politicians like Senator Kuchel, but it would never fool another magician. It's not... She fell silent for a moment, biting at her lips. Then she said, "How could you know stuff like that?" "I can't tell you." "Then I can't believe you." Johnny said Kennedy was going to be the nominee of the Democratic Party, even though everybody else thought it was going to be Humphrey on account of Kennedy being a Catholic. He analyzed the states with primaries, ran the numbers, and he was right. He said Johnson would be Kennedy's running mate because Johnson was the only Southerner who'd be acceptable north of the Mason-Dixon line. He was right about that, too. Kennedy got in, and now he's going to kill us all. Statistical analysis doesn't lie. I took a deep breath. "Sadie, I want you to listen to me very carefully. Are you awake enough to do that?" For a moment, there was nothing. Then I felt her nod against my upper arm. "It's now early Tuesday morning. This standoff is going to go on for another 3 days, or maybe it's 4. I can't remember." "What do you mean you can't remember?" "I mean there's nothing about this in Al's notes, and my only college class in American history was almost 20 years ago. It's amazing I can remember as much as I do. We're going to blockade Cuba, but the only Russian ship we'll stop won't have anything in it but food and trade goods. The Russians are going to bluster, but by Thursday or Friday, they're going to be scared to death and looking for a way out. One of the big Russian diplomats will initiate a back-channel meeting with some TV guy. And seemingly from nowhere, the way crossword puzzle answers sometimes come to me, I remembered the name, or almost remembered it. His name is John Scolari, or something like that. "Scully? Are you talking about John Scully on the ABC News?" "Yeah, that's him. This is going to happen Friday or Saturday, while the rest of the world, including your ex and your pal from Yale, is just waiting for the word to stick their heads between their legs and kiss their asses goodbye." She heartened me by giggling. "This Russian will more or less say," here I did a pretty good Russian accent. I'd learned it listening to Lee's wife, also from Boris and Natasha on Rocky and Bullwinkle. "Get word to your president that we want way to back out of this with honor. You agree, take your nuclear missiles out of Turkey. You promise never to invade Cuba. We say okay and dismantle missiles in Cuba." And that, Sadie, is exactly what's going to happen. She wasn't giggling now. She was staring at me with huge saucer eyes. "You're making this up to make me feel better?" I said nothing. "You're not," she whispered. "You really believe it?" "Wrong," I said. "I know it." Big difference. George, nobody knows the future. John Clayton claims to know, and you believe him. Roger from Yale claims to know, and you believe him too. You're jealous of him, aren't you? You're goddamn right. I never slept with him. Never even wanted to. Solemnly she added, "I could never sleep with a man who wears that much cologne." Good to know. I'm still jealous. Should I ask questions about how you... No, I won't answer them. I probably shouldn't have told her as much as I had, but I couldn't stop myself, and in truth, I would do it again. But I will tell you one other thing, and this you can check yourself in a couple of days. Adlai Stevenson and the Russian representative to the UN are going to face off in the General Assembly. Stevenson's going to exhibit huge photos of the missile bases the Russians are building in Cuba and ask the Russian guy to explain what the Russians said wasn't there. The Russian guy is going to say something like, "You must wait, I cannot respond without full translation." And Stevenson, who knows the guy can speak perfect English, is going to say something that'll wind up in the history books along with "Don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes." He's going to tell the Russian guy he can wait until hell freezes over. She looked at me doubtfully, turned to the night table, saw the charred pack of Winstons sitting on top of a hill of crushed butts, and said, "I think I'm out of cigarettes." "You should be okay until morning," I said dryly. "It looks to me like you've front-loaded about a week's supply." "George," her voice was very small, very timid, "will you stay with me tonight? My car's parked in your... If one of the neighborhood neb-noses says something, I'll tell them you came to see me after the president's speech and it wouldn't start." Considering how the Sunliner was running these days, that was plausible. "Does your sudden concern for propriety mean you've stopped worrying about nuclear Armageddon?" "I don't know. I only know I don't want to be alone. I'll even make love with you if that'll get you to stay, but I don't think it would be much good for either of us. My head aches so badly." "You don't have to make love to me, hon. It's not a business deal. I didn't mean..." "Hush. I'll get the aspirin. And look on top of the medicine cabinet, would you? Sometimes I leave a pack of cigarettes there." She had. But by the time she'd taken 3 puffs of the one I lit for her, she was wall-eyed and dozing. I took it from between her fingers and mashed it out on the lower slope of Mount Cancer. Then I took her in my arms and laid back on the pillows. We fell asleep that way. When I woke to the first long light of dawn, the fly of my slacks was unzipped, and a skillful hand was exploring inside my underwear. I turned to her. She was looking at me calmly. "The world is still here, George, and so are we. Come on, but be gentle. My head still aches." I was gentle, and I made it last. We made it last. At the end, she lifted her hips and dug into my shoulder blades. It was her "Oh, dear, oh, my God, oh, sugar" grip. "Anything," she was whispering, her breath in my ear making me shiver as I came. "You can be anything, do anything. Just say you'll stay and that you still love me." Sadie, I never stopped. We had breakfast in her kitchen before I went back to Dallas. I told her it really was Dallas now, and although I didn't have a phone yet, I would give her the number as soon as I had one. She nodded and picked at her eggs. "I meant what I said. I won't ask any more questions about your business." "That's best. Don't ask, don't tell." "Huh? Never mind. Just tell me again that you're up to good rather than no good." "Yes," I said, "I'm one of the good guys." "Will you be able to tell me someday?" "I hope so," I said. "Sadie, those pictures he sent, I tore them up this morning. I don't want to talk about them." "We don't have to. But I need you to tell me that's all the contact you've had with him, that he hasn't been around." "He hasn't been, and the postmark on the envelope was Savannah." I'd noticed that, but I'd also noticed the postmark was almost 2 months old. "He's not big on personal confrontation. He's brave enough in his mind, but I think he's a physical coward." That struck me as a good assessment. Sending the pictures was textbook passive-aggressive behavior. Still, she'd been sure Clayton wouldn't find out where she was now living and teaching, and she'd been wrong about that. The behavior of mentally unstable people is hard to predict, honey. If you saw him, you'd call the police, right? "Yes, George," with a touch of her old impatience. "I need to ask you one question. Then we won't talk about this anymore until you're ready, if you ever are." "Okay." I tried to prepare an answer to the question I was sure would be coming. "Are you from the future, George?" "It's going to sound crazy." "It's been a crazy night. Go ahead." Are you—" She laughed, then started to gather the plates. She went to the sink with them, and with her back turned, she asked, "Are you human? Like from planet Earth?" I went to her, reached around to cup her breasts, and kissed the back of her neck. Totally human. She turned. Her eyes were grave. "Can I ask another?" I sighed. "Shoot. I've got at least 40 minutes before I have to dress for school. Do you happen to have another condom? I think I've discovered the cure for headaches." Chapter 20. So in the end, it only took the threat of nuclear war to bring us back together. How romantic is that? Okay, maybe not. Dick Simmons, the sort of man who took an extra hanky to sad movies, approved heartily. Ellie Doherty did not. Here's a strange thing I've noticed. Women are better at keeping secrets, but men are more comfortable with them. A week or so after the Cuban Missile Crisis ended, Ellie called Sadie into her office and shut the door. Not a good sign. She was typically blunt, asking Sadie if she knew any more about me than she had before. "No," Sadie said. "But you've begun again." "Yes." "Do you even know where he lives?" "No, but I have a telephone number." Ellie rolled her eyes, and who could blame her? "Has he told you anything at all about his past? Whether he's been married before? Because I believe that he has been." Sadie stayed silent. "Has he happened to mention if he's left a dropped calf or two behind somewhere? Because sometimes men do that, and a man who's done it once will not hesitate to—" "Miss Ellie, may I go back to the library now? I've left a student in charge, and while Helen's very responsible, I don't like to leave them too." "Go, go." Ellie flapped a hand at the door. "I thought you liked George," Sadie said as she got up. "I do," Ellie replied, in a tone Sadie told me later that said, "I did." "I'd like him even better, and like him for you better, if I knew what his real name was and what he's up to." "Don't ask, don't tell," Sadie said as she went to the door. "What's that supposed to mean?" "That I love him, that he saved my life. That's all I have to give him in return is my trust, and I intend to give it." Miss Ellie was one of those women accustomed to getting the last word in most situations, but she didn't get it that time. We fell into a pattern that fall and winter. I would drive down to Jody on Friday afternoons. Sometimes on the way I would buy flowers at the florist in Round Hill. Sometimes I'd get my hair cut at the Jody barber shop, which was a great place to catch up on all the local chatter. Also, I'd gotten used to having it short. I could remember wearing it so long it flopped to my eyes, but not why I'd put up with the annoyance. Getting used to jockey shorts over boxers was harder, but after a while my balls no longer claimed to be strangling. We'd usually eat at Al's Diner on those evenings, then go to the football game. And when the football season ended, there was basketball. Sometimes Deke joined us, decked out in his school sweater with Brian the Fightin' Denton Lion on the front. Miss Ellie? Never. Her disapproval did not stop us from going to the Candlewood bungalows after the Friday games. I usually stayed there alone on Saturday nights, and on Sundays I joined Sadie for services at Jody's First Methodist Church. We shared a hymnal and sang many verses of Bringing in the Sheaves. Sowing in the morning, sowing seeds of kindness. The melody and those well-meant sentiments still linger in my head. After church, we'd have the noon meal at her place, and after that I'd drive back to Dallas. Every time I made that drive, it seemed longer, and I liked it less. Finally, on a chilly day in mid-December, my Ford threw a rod as if expressing its own opinion that we were driving in the wrong direction. I wanted to get it fixed. That Sunliner convertible was the only car I ever truly loved. But the guy at Killeen Auto Repair told me it would take a whole new engine, and he just didn't know where he could lay his paws on one. I dug into my relatively sturdy cash reserve and bought a 1959 Chevy, the kind with the bodacious gull-wing tail fins. It was a good car, and Sadie said she absolutely adored it, but for me, it was never quite the same. We spent Christmas night together at the Candlewood. I put a sprig of holly on the dresser and gave her a cardigan. She gave me a pair of loafers that are on my feet now. Some things are meant to keep. We had dinner at her house on Boxing Day, and while I was setting the table, Deke's ranch wagon pulled into the driveway. That surprised me, because Sadie had said nothing about company. I was more surprised to see Miss Ellie on the passenger side. The way she stood with her arms folded, looking at my new car, told me I wasn't the only one who'd been kept in the dark about the guest list. But credit where credit is due. She greeted me with a fair imitation of warmth and kissed me on the cheek. She was wearing a knitted ski cap that made her look like an elderly child and offered me a tight smile of thanks when I whisked it off her head. "I didn't get the memo either," I said. Deke pumped my hand. "Merry Christmas, George. Glad to see you. Gosh, something smells good." He wandered off to the kitchen. A few moments later I heard Sadie laugh and say, "Get your fingers out of that, Deke. Didn't your mama raise you right?" Ellie was slowly undoing the keg buttons of her coat, never taking her eyes from my face. "Is it wise, George?" she asked. "What you and Sadie are doing? Is it wise?" Before I could answer, Sadie swept in with the turkey she'd been fussing over ever since we'd gotten back from the Candlewood bungalows. We sat down and linked hands. "Dear Lord, please bless this food to our bodies," Sadie said, "and please bless our fellowship, one with the other, to our minds and our spirits." I started to let go, but she was still gripping my hand with her left and Ellie's with her right. "And please bless George and Ellie with friendship. Help George remember her kindness, and help Ellie to remember that without George, there would be a girl from this town with a terribly scarred face. I love them both, and it's sad to see mistrust in their eyes. For Jesus' sake, amen." "Amen," Deke said heartily. "Good prayer." He winked at Ellie. I think part of Ellie wanted to get up and leave. It might have been the reference to Bobby Jill that stopped her, or maybe it was how much she'd come to respect her new school librarian. Maybe it even had a little to do with me. I like to think so. Sadie was looking at Miss Ellie with her old anxiety. "That turkey looks absolutely wonderful," Ellie said, and handed me her plate. "Would you help me to a drumstick, George? And don't spare the stuffing." Sadie could be vulnerable, and Sadie could be clumsy. But Sadie could also be very, very brave. How I loved her. Lee, Marina, and June went to the de Morenschilds to see in the new year. I was left to my own lonely devices, but when Sadie called and asked if I'd take her to the New Year's Eve dance at Jody's Bountiful Grange, I hesitated. "I know what you're thinking," she said, "but this'll be better than last year. We'll make it better, George." So there we were at 8 o'clock, once more dancing beneath sagging nets of balloons. This year's band was called the Dominoes. They featured a 4-man horn section instead of the Dick Dale-style surf guitars that had dominated the previous year's dance, but they also knew how to lay it down. There were the same 2 bowls of pink lemonade and ginger ale, one soft and one spiked. There were the same smokers clustered beneath the fire escape in the chill air, but it was better than last year. There was a great sense of relief and happiness. The world had passed under a nuclear shadow in October, but then it had passed back out again. I heard several approving comments about how Kennedy had made the bad old Russian bear back down. Around 9 o'clock, during a slow dance, Sadie suddenly screamed and broke away from me. I was sure she'd spotted John Clayton, and my heart jumped into my throat. But that had been a scream of pure happiness, because the two newcomers she'd spotted were Mike Coslaw, looking absurdly handsome in a tweed topcoat, and Bobby Jill Allnett. Sadie ran to them and tripped over someone's foot. Mike caught her and swung her around. Bobby Jill waved to me, a little shyly. I shook Mike's hand and kissed Bobby Jill on the cheek. The disfiguring scar was now a faint pink line. "Doctor says it'll be all gone by next summer," she said. "He called me his fastest healing patient, thanks to you." "I got a part in Death of a Salesman, Mr. A," Mike said. "I'm playing Biff." "Typecasting," I said. "Just watch out for flying pies." I saw him talking to the band's lead singer during one of the breaks and knew perfectly well what was coming. When they got back on the stand, the singer said, "I've got a special request. Do we have a George Amberson and Sadie Dunhill in the house? George and Sadie? Come on up here, George and Sadie. Out of your seats and onto your feet." We walked toward the bandstand through a storm of applause. Sadie was laughing and blushing. She shook her fist at Mike. He grinned. The boy was leaving his face. The man was coming in. A little shyly, but coming. The singer counted off, and the brass section swung into that downbeat I still hear in my dreams. Ba-da-da-ba-da-dee-da-dum. I held my hands out to her. She shook her head, but began to swing her hips a little just the same. "Go get him, Miss Sadie," Bobby Jill shouted. "Do the thing." The crowd joined in. "Go, go, go." She gave in and took my hands. We danced. At midnight, the band played Auld Lang Syne, different arrangement from last year, same sweet song, and the balloons came drifting down. All around us, couples were kissing and embracing. We did the same. "Happy New Year, Joe." She pulled back from me, frowning. "What's wrong?" I'd had a sudden image of the Texas School Book Depository, an ugly brick square with windows like eyes. This was the year it would become an American icon. "It won't. I'll never let you get that far, Lee. You'll never be in that 6th-floor window. That's my promise." "George?" "Goose walked over my grave, I guess," I said. "Happy New Year." I went to kiss her, but she held me back for a moment. "It's almost here, isn't it, what you came to do?" "Yes," I said. "But it's not tonight. For tonight, it's just us. So kiss me, honey, and dance with me." I had two lives in late 1962 and early 1963. The good one was in Jody and at the Candlewood in Killeen. The other was in Dallas. Lee and Marina got back together. Their first stop in Dallas was a dump just around the corner from West Neely. DeMoor & helped them move in. George Boo wasn't in evidence. Neither were any of the other Russian emigres. Lee had driven them away. They hated him, Al had written in his notes, and below that, he wanted them to. The crumbling red brick at 604 Elsbeth Street had been divided into 4 or 5 apartments bursting with poor folks who worked hard, drank hard, and produced hordes of snot-nosed, yelling kids. The place actually made the Oswald's Fort Worth domicile look good.
I didn't need electronic assistance to monitor the deteriorating condition of their marriage. Marina continued to wear shorts even after the weather turned cool, as if to taunt him with her bruises and her sex appeal, of course. June usually sat between them in her stroller. She no longer cried much during their shouting matches, only watched, sucking her thumb or her pacifier. One day in November of 1962, I came back from the library and observed Lee and Marina on the corner of West Neely and Elsbeth shouting at each other. Several people, mostly women at that hour of the day, had come out on their porches to watch. June sat in the stroller wrapped in a fuzzy pink blanket, silent and forgotten. They were arguing in Russian, but the latest bone of contention was clear enough from Lee's jabbing finger. She was wearing a straight black skirt. I don't know if they were called pencil skirts back then or not. And the zipper on her left hip was halfway down. Probably it just snagged in the cloth, but listening to him rave, you would have thought she was trolling for men. She brushed back her hair, pointed at June, then waved a hand at the house they were now inhabiting, the broken gutters dripping black water, the trash and beer cans on the bald front lawn, and screamed at him in English, "You say happy lies, then bring wife and baby to this pigsty." He flushed all the way to his hairline and clutched his arms across his thin chest as if to anchor his hands and keep them from doing damage. He might have succeeded, that time at least, if she hadn't laughed, then twirled one finger around her ear in a gesture that must be common to all cultures. She started to turn away. He hauled her back, bumping the stroller and almost overturning it. Then he slugged her. She fell down on the cracked sidewalk and covered her face when he bent over her. "No, Lee, no more hit me." He didn't hit her. He yanked her to her feet and shook her instead. Her head snapped and rolled. "You!" a rusty voice said from my left. It made me jump. "You, boy!" It was an elderly woman on a walker. She was standing on her porch in a pink flannel nightgown with a quilted jacket over it. Her graying hair stood straight up, making me think of Elsa Lanchester's 20,000-volt home permanent in The Bride of Frankenstein. "That man is beating on that woman. Go down there and put a stop to it." "No, ma'am," I said. My voice was unsteady. I thought of adding, "I won't come between a man and his wife," but that would have been a lie. The truth was that I wouldn't do anything that might disturb the future. "You coward," she said. "Call the cops," I almost said, but bit it back just in time. If it wasn't in the old lady's head and I put it there, that could also change the course of the future. Did the cops come, ever? Al's notebook didn't say. All I knew was that Oswald would never be jugged for spousal abuse. I suppose in that time and that place few men were. He was dragging her up the front walk with one hand and yanking the stroller with the other. The old woman gave me a final withering glance, then clumped back into her house. The other spectators were doing the same. Show over. From my living room, I trained my binoculars on the red brick monstrosity cat-a-corner from me. 2 hours later, just as I was about to give up the surveillance, Marina emerged with a small pink suitcase in one hand and the blanket-wrapped baby in the other. She had changed the offending skirt for slacks and what appeared to be 2 sweaters. The day had turned cold. She hurried down the street, several times looking back over her shoulder for Lee. When I was sure he wasn't going to follow her, I did. She went as far as Mr. Car Wash, 4 blocks down West Davis, and used the pay telephone there. I sat across the street at the bus stop with a newspaper spread out in front of me. 20 minutes later, trusty old George Boo showed up. She spoke to him earnestly. He led her around to the passenger side of the car and opened the door for her. She smiled and pecked him on the corner of the mouth. I'm sure he treasured both. Then he got in behind the wheel, and they drove away.
That night there was another argument in front of the Elsbeth Street house, and once again most of the immediate neighborhood turned out to watch. Feeling there was safety in numbers, I joined them. Someone, almost certainly Boo, had sent George and Jean de Mohrenschildt to get the rest of Marina's things. Boo probably figured they were the only ones who'd be able to get in without physical restraints being imposed on Lee. "Be damned if I'll hand anything over," Lee shouted, oblivious of the rapt neighbors, taking in every word. Cords stood out on his neck. His face was once more a bright, steaming red. How he must have hated that tendency to blush like a little girl who's been caught passing love notes. De Mohrenschildt took the reasonable approach. "Think, mein Freund, this way, there's still a chance. If she sends the police—" He gave a shrug and lifted his hands to the sky. "Give me an hour, then," Lee said. He was showing teeth, but that expression was the farthest thing in the world from a smile. "It'll give me a chance to put a knife through every one of her dresses and break every one of the toys those fat cats sent to buy my daughter." "What's going on?" a young man asked me. He was about 20 and had pulled up on a Schwinn. Domestic argument, I guess. Osmond, or whatever his name, right? Russian lady left him? About time, I'd say. And that guy there's crazy. He's a commie, you know it? I think I heard something about that. Lee was marching up the porch steps with his head back and his spine straight, Napoleon retreating from Moscow, when Jean de Mohrenschildt called to him sharply, "Stop it, you stupid Nick!" Lee turned to her, his eyes wide, unbelieving and hurt. He looked at de Mohrenschildt, his expression saying, "Can't you control your wife?" But de Mohrenschildt said nothing. He looked amused, like a jaded theater-goer watching a play that's actually not too bad. Not great, not Shakespeare, but a perfectly acceptable time-passer. Jean, if you love your wife, Lee, for God's sake, stop acting like a spoiled brat. Behave. You can't talk to me like that. Under stress, his southern accent grew stronger. I can, I will, I do, she said. Let us get her things, or I'll call the police myself. Lee said, Tell her to shut up and mind her business, George. De Mohrenschildt laughed cheerily. Today you are our business, Lee. Then he grew serious. I'm losing respect for you, comrade. Let us in now. If you value my friendship, as I value yours, let us in now. Lee's shoulders slumped, and he stood aside. Jean marched up the steps, not even sparing him a glance. But de Mohrenschildt stopped and enveloped Lee, who was now painfully thin, in a powerful embrace. After a moment or two, Oswald hugged him back. I realized, with a mixture of pity and revulsion, that the boy, that was all he was really, had begun weeping. What are they? The young man with the bike asked. Couple of queers? They're queer, all right, I said. Just not the way you mean. Later that month, I returned from one of my weekends with Sadie to discover Marina and June back in residence at the shithole on Elsbeth Street. For a little while, the family seemed at peace. Lee went to work, now creating photographic enlargements instead of aluminum screen doors, and came home, sometimes with flowers. Marina greeted him with kisses. Once she showed him the front lawn where she had picked up all the garbage, and he applauded her. That made her laugh, and when she did, I saw that her teeth had been fixed. I don't know how much George Boo had to do with that, but my guess is plenty. I watched this scene from the corner and was, once more, startled by the rusty voice of the old lady with the walker.
"It won't last, you know."
"Could be right," I said.
"He's probably gonna kill her. I've seen it before."
Below her electric hair, her eyes surveyed me with cold contempt.
"And you won't step in to do nothing, will you, Sonny Biscuit?"
"I will," I told her. "If things get bad enough, I will step in." That was a promise I meant to keep, although not on Marina's behalf. The day after Sadie's Boxing Day dinner, there was a note from Oswald in my mailbox, although it was signed A. Hiddell. This alias was in Al's notes. The A stood for Alec, Marina's pet name for him during their Minsk days. The communication didn't disturb me, since everyone on the street seemed to have gotten one just like it. The flyers had been printed on hot pink paper, probably filched from Oswald's current place of employment, and I saw a dozen or more flapping up the gutters. The residents of Dallas's Oak Cliff neighborhood were not known for putting litter in its place. "Protest Channel 9 fascism. Home of segregationist Billy James Hargis. Protest fascist ex-general Edwin Walker. During the Thursday night telecast of the Billy James Hargis so-called Christian Crusade, Channel 9 will give airtime to General Edwin Walker, a right-wing fascist who has encouraged JFK to invade the peaceful peoples of Cuba and who has fomented anti-black, anti-integration hate speak all over the South. If you have doubts about the accuracy of this information, check the TV guide. These two men stand for everything we fought against in World War II, and their fascist ravings have no place on the airwaves. Edwin Walker was one of the white supremacists who tried to bar James Meredith from attending Ole Miss. If you love America, protest the free airtime given to men who preach hate and violence. Write a letter. Better still, come to Channel 9 on December 27 and sit in. A. Hiddell, President of Hands Off Cuba, Dallas-Fort Worth Branch." I briefly pondered the misspellings, then folded the flyer and put it in the box where I kept my manuscripts. If there was a protest at the station, it wasn't reported in the Slimes Herald the day after the Hargis-Walker telecast. I doubt that anyone turned up, including Lee himself. I certainly didn't. But I tuned into Channel 9 on Thursday night, anxious to see the man Lee, probably Lee, was soon going to try to kill. At first it was just Hargis, sitting behind an office-set desk and pretending to scribble important notes while a canned choir sang the Battle Hymn of the Republic. He was a fattish fellow with a lot of plastered-back black hair. As the choir faded out, he put down his pen, looked into the camera, and said, "Welcome to the Christian Crusade, neighbors. I come with good news. Jesus loves you. Yes, he does, every last one of you. Won't you join me in prayer?" Hargis bent the Almighty's ear for at least 10 minutes. He covered the usual stuff, thanking God for the chance to spread the gospel and instructing him to bless those who'd sent in love offerings. Then he got down to business, asking God to arm his chosen people with the sword and buckler of righteousness so we could defeat communism, which had reared its ugly head just 90 miles off the shores of Florida. He asked God to grant President Kennedy the wisdom, which Hargis, being closer to the big guy, already possessed, to go in there and root out the tares of godlessness. He also demanded that God put an end to the growing communist threat on American college campuses. Folk music seemed to have something to do with it, but Hargis kind of lost the thread on that part. He finished by thanking God for his guest tonight, the hero of Anzio and the Chosin Reservoir, General Edwin A. Walker. Walker appeared not in uniform, but in a khaki suit that closely resembled one. The creases in his pants looked sharp enough to shave with. His stony face reminded me of the cowboy actor Randolph Scott. He shook Hargiss's hand, and they talked about communism, which was rife not just on the college campuses, but in the halls of Congress, and the scientific community as well. They touched on fluoridation. Then they schmoozed about Cuba, which Walker called the cancer of the Caribbean. I could see why Walker had failed so badly in his run for the Texas governorship the year before. At the front of a high school class, he would have put the kids to sleep even in period 1 when they were freshest. But Hargiss moved him along, smoothly, interjecting, "Praise Jesus," and "God's witness, brother," whenever things got a little sticky. They discussed an upcoming barnstorm crusade through the South called Operation Midnight Ride, and then Hargiss invited Walker to clear the air concerning certain scurrilous charges of segregationism that have surfaced in the New York press and elsewhere. Walker finally forgot he was on television and came to life. "You know, that's nothing but a truckload of commie propaganda." "I know it," Hargiss exclaimed, "and God wants you to tell it, brother. I spent my life in the U.S. Army, and I'll be a soldier in my heart until the day I die." If Lee had his way, that would be in roughly 3 months. "As a soldier, I always did my duty. When President Eisenhower ordered me to Little Rock during the civil disturbances of 1957, this had to do with the forced integration of Central High School, as you know, I did my duty. But, Billy, I'm also a soldier of God, a Christian soldier. Praise Jesus. And as a Christian, I know that forced integration is just flat out wrong. It's Constitution wrong, states' rights wrong, and Bible wrong." "Tell it," Hargiss said, and wiped a tear from his cheek, or maybe it was sweat that had oozed through his makeup. "Do I hate the Negro race? Those who say that, and those who worked to drive me from the military service I loved, are liars and communists. You know better. The men I served with know better, and God knows better." He leaned forward in the guest's chair. "Do you think the Negro teachers in Alabama and Arkansas and Louisiana and the great state of Texas want integration? They do not. They see it as a slap in the face to their own skills and hard work. Do you think that Negro students want to go to school with whites naturally better equipped for reading, writing, and arithmetic? Do you think real Americans want the sort of race mongrelization that will result from this sort of mingling? Of course they don't. Praise Jesus." I thought about the sign I'd seen in North Carolina, the one pointing to a path bordered with poison ivy. "Colored," it had said. Walker didn't deserve killing, but he could certainly do with a brisk shaking. I'd give anyone a big old praise Jesus on that one. My attention had wandered, but something Walker was now saying brought it back in a hurry. It was God, not General Edwin Walker, who ordained the Negro position in his world when he gave them a different skin color and a different set of talents, more athletic talents. What does the Bible tell us about this difference? And why the Negro race has been cursed to so much pain and travail? We only have to look at the 9th chapter of Genesis, Billy. Praise God for his holy word. Walker closed his eyes and raised his right hand, as if testifying in court. "And Noah drank of the wine, and was drunken, and lay uncovered. Ham saw the nakedness of his father, and told them who stood without. But Shem and Japheth, one father of the Arab race, one father of the white race. I know you know this, Billy, but not everybody does. Not everybody has the good old Bible learning we got at our mother's knees. Praise God for Christian mothers. You tell it. Shem and Japheth didn't look. And when Noah awoke and found out what had been going on, he said, 'Cursed be Canaan,'
He shall be a servant even unto servants, a hewer of wood and a drawer of I snapped the TV off. What I saw of Lee and Marina during January and February of 1963 made me think of a T-shirt Christy sometimes used to wear during the last year of our marriage. There was a fiercely grinning pirate on the front with this message below him: "The beatings will continue until morale improves." Plenty of beatings took place at 604 Elsbeth Street that winter. We in the neighborhood heard Lee's shouting and Marina's cries, sometimes of anger, sometimes of pain. Nobody did anything, and that included me. Not that she was the only wife to take regular beatings in Oak Cliff. The Friday and Saturday night fights seemed to be a local tradition. All I remember wanting during those dismal gray months was for the squalid, endless soap opera to be over so I could be with Sadie full time. I would verify that Lee was solo when he attempted to kill General Walker, then conclude my business. Oswald acting alone once didn't necessarily mean he'd been acting alone both times, but it was the best I could do. With the I's dotted and the T's crossed, most of them anyway, I would pick my time and place and shoot Lee Oswald as coldly as I had shot Frank Dunning. Time passed, slowly, but it passed. And then one day, not long before the Oswalds moved into the apartment on Neely Street above my own, I saw Marina talking to the old lady with the walker and the Elsa Lanchester hair. They were both smiling. The old lady asked her something. Marina laughed, nodded, and held her hands out in front of her stomach. I stood at my window with the curtain drawn back, my binoculars in one hand and my mouth hanging open. Al's notes had said nothing about this development, either because he didn't know or didn't care. But I cared. The wife of the man I'd waited for 4 years to kill was once again pregnant. Chapter 21. The Oswalds became my upstairs neighbors on March 2nd, 1963. They hand-carried their possessions, mostly in liquor store cartons, from the crumbling brick box on Elsbeth Street. Soon the wheels of the little Japanese tape recorder were turning on a regular basis, but mostly I listened in with the earphones. That way the conversations upstairs were normal instead of slowed down, but of course I couldn't understand much of it anyway. The week after the Oswalds moved into their new digs, I visited one of the pawn shops on Greenville Avenue to buy a gun. The first revolver the pawnbroker showed me was the same Colt .38 model I'd bought in Derry. "This is excellent protection against muggers and homebreakers," the pawnbroker said. "Dead accurate up to 20 yards. 15, I said. I heard 15. The Pawnee raised his eyebrows. "Okay, say 15. Anyone stupid enough to try mugging me out of my cash is going to be a lot closer than that. That's how the pitch goes. To brace you is going to be in at close quarters, so what do you say?" My first impulse, just to break that sense of chiming but slightly discordant harmony, was to tell him I wanted something else, maybe a .45. But breaking the harmony might be a bad idea, who knew? What I did know was that the .38 I'd bought in Derry had done the job. "How much?" "I'll let you have it for 12. That was $2 more than I'd paid in Derry, but of course that had been 4.5 years ago. Adjusting for inflation, 12 seemed about right. I told him to add a box of bullets, and he had a deal. When the broker saw me putting the gun and the ammo in the briefcase I'd brought along for that purpose, he said, "Why don't you let me sell you a holster, son? You don't sound like you're from around here, and you probably don't know, but you can carry legal in Texas. No permit needed if you don't have a felony record. You got a felony record?" "No, but I don't expect to be mugged in broad daylight." The broker offered a dark smile.
On Greenville Avenue, you can never tell what's going to happen. Man blew his own head off just a block and a half from here a few years ago. Really? Yes, sir. Outside a bar called the Desert Rose. Over a woman, of course. Don't that figure? I guess, I said, although sometimes it's politics. No. At the bottom, it's always a woman, son. I'd found a parking space 4 blocks west of the pawn shop, and in order to get back to my new to me anyway, car, I had to pass Faith Financial, where I'd laid my bet on the Miracle Pirates in the fall of 1960. The Sharpie who'd paid off my $1,200 was standing out front having a smoke. He was wearing his green eye shade. His eyes passed over me, but seemingly without interest or recognition. That was on a Friday afternoon, and I drove straight from Greenville Avenue to Killeen, where Sadie met me at the Candlewood Bungalows. We spent the night, as was our habit that winter. The next day, she drove back to Jody, where I joined her on Sunday for church. After the benediction, during the part where we shook hands with the people all around us, saying, "Peace be with you," my thoughts turned not comfortably to the gun, now stowed in the trunk of my car. Over the Sunday noon meal, Sadie asked, "How much longer until you do what you have to do?" "If everything goes the way I hope, not much more than a month." "And if it doesn't?" I scrubbed my hands through my hair and went to the window. "Then I don't know." "Anything else on your mind?" "Yes," she said calmly. "There's cherry cobbler for afters. Would you like whipped cream on yours?" "Very much," I said. "I love you, honey." "You better," she said, getting up to fetch dessert, "because I'm kind of out on a limb here." I stayed at the window. A car came rolling slowly down the street. "An oldie but a goodie," as the jocks on K-Life said, and I felt that harmonic chime again. But I was always feeling it now, and sometimes it meant nothing. One of Christie's AA slogans came to my mind, FEAR, fear, standing for false evidence appearing real. This time a click of association came, though. The car was a white over red Plymouth Fury, like the one I'd seen in the parking lot of the Warumbo Mill, not far from the drying shed where the rabbit hole into 1958 came out. I remembered touching the trunk to make sure it was real. This one had an Arkansas plate instead of a Maine one, but still, that chime, that harmonic chime. Sometimes I felt that if I knew what that chime meant, I'd know everything. Probably stupid, but true. The yellow card man knew, I thought. He knew, and it killed him. My latest harmonic signaled left, turned at the stop sign, and disappeared toward Main Street. "Come eat dessert, you," Sadie said from behind me, and I jumped. The AAs say FEAR, fear, stands for something else as well. Fuck everything and run. When I got back to Neely Street that night, I put on the earphones and listened to the latest recording. I expected nothing but Russian, but this time I got English as well, and splashing sounds. Marina speaks Russian. Lee: "I can't, Mama. I'm in the tub with Junie." More splashing and laughter. Lee's and the baby's high chortle. Lee: "Mama, we got water on the floor." Junie splash. "Bad girl." Marina: "Mop it up. I busy. Busy." But she is also laughing. Lee: "I can't. You want the baby to—" Russian. Marina speaks Russian, scolding and laughing at the same time. More splashing. Marina is humming some pop song from K-Life. It sounds sweet. Lee: "Mama,
bring us our toys.
Marina, Da, always you must have the toys. Splashing, loud. The door to the bathroom must be all the way open now. Marina speaks Russian. Lee, pouty little boy's voice. Mama, you forgot our rubber ball. Big splash. The baby screams with delight. Marina, there, all toys for Prince and Princessa. Laughter from all three. Their joy turns me cold. Lee, Mama, bring us a Russian word. We have water on our ear. Marina, laughing. Oh, my God. What next? I lay awake a long time that night, thinking of the three of them. Happy for once. And why not? 214 West Neely wasn't much, but it was still a step up. Maybe they were even sleeping in the same bed. June, for once, happy, instead of scared to death. And now a fourth in the bed as well. The one growing in Marina's belly. Things began to move faster as they had in Derry, only now Time's arrow was flying toward April 10th instead of Halloween. Al's notes, which I had depended on to get me this far, became less helpful. Leading up to the attempt on Walker's life, they concentrated almost solely on Lee's actions and movements, and that winter there was a lot more to their lives, Marina's in particular. For one thing, she had finally made a friend. Not a sugar daddy wannabe like George Boo, but a woman friend. Her name was Ruth Payne, and she was a Quaker lady. Russian speaker, Al had noted in a laconic style not much like his earlier notes. Met at party 2-63. Marina separated from Lee and living with the Payne woman at the time of the Kennedy assassination. And then, as if it were no more than an afterthought, Lee stored MC in Payne garage, wrapped in blanket. By MC, he meant the mail-order Mannlicher Carcano rifle with which Lee planned to kill General Walker. I don't know who threw the party where Lee and Marina met the Paynes. I don't know who introduced them. De Mohrenschildt? Boo? Probably one or the other, because by then the rest of the emigres were giving the Oswalds a wide berth. Hubby was a sneering know-it-all. Wifey, a punching bag, who'd passed up God knew how many chances to leave him for good. What I do know is Marina Oswald's potential escape hatch arrived behind the wheel of a Chevrolet station wagon, white over red, on a rainy day in the middle of March. She parked at the curb and looked around dubiously, as if not sure she'd come to the right address. Ruth Payne was tall, although not as tall as Sadie, and painfully thin. Her brownish hair was banged over a huge expanse of forehead in front and flipped in back, a style that did not flatter her. She wore rimless glasses on a nose splashed with freckles. To me, peering through a crack in the curtains, she looked like the kind of woman who steered clear of meat and marched in ban-the-bomb demonstrations. And that was pretty much who Ruth Payne was, I think. A woman who was New Age before New Age was cool. Marina must have been watching for her because she came clattering down the outside stairs with the baby in her arms. A blanket flipped up over June's head to protect her from the drifting drizzle. Ruth Payne smiled tentatively and spoke carefully, putting a space between each word. "Hello, Mrs. Oswald. I'm Ruth Payne. Do you remember me?" "Da," Marina said. "Yes." Then she added something in Russian. Ruth replied in the same language, although haltingly. Marina invited her in. I waited until I heard the creak of their footsteps above me, then donned the earphones connected to the lamp bug. What I heard was a conversation in mixed English and Russian. Marina corrected Ruth several times, sometimes with laughter. I understood enough to figure out why Ruth Payne had come. Like Paul Gregory, she wanted Russian lessons. I understood something else from her frequent laughter and increasingly easy conversation. They liked each other. I was glad for Marina. If I killed Oswald after his attempt on General Walker, the new AG Ruth Payne might take her in. I could hope. Ruth only came twice to Neely Street for her lessons. After that, Marina and June got in the station wagon and Ruth drove them away. Probably to her home in the posh, at least by Oak Cliff standards, suburb of Irving. That address wasn't in Al's notes. He seemed to care little about Marina's relationship with Ruth, probably because he expected to finish Lee long before that rifle ended up in the Payne's garage. But I found it in the phone directory, 2515 West 5th Street. One overcast March afternoon, about 2 hours after Marina and Ruth had departed, Lee and George de Mohrenschildt showed up in de Mohrenschildt's car. Lee got out carrying a brown paper sack with a sombrero and Pepino's Best Mexican printed on the side. De Mohrenschildt had a six-pack of Dos Equis. They went up the outside staircase, talking and laughing. I grabbed the earphones, heart pumping. At first there was nothing, but then one of them turned on the lamp. After that, I might have been in the room with them, an unseen third. Please don't conspire to kill Walker, I thought. Please don't make my job harder than it already is. Pardon the mess, Lee said. She doesn't do anything much these days but sleep, watch TV, and talk about that woman she's given lessons to. De Mohrenschildt spoke for a while about some oil leases he was trying to get hold of in Haiti, and spoke harshly of the repressive Duvalier regime. At the end of the day, trucks drive through the marketplace and pick up the dead. Many of them are children who've starved to death. Castro in the front will put an end to that, Lee said grimly. May Providence hasten the day. There was the clink of bottles, probably to toast the idea of Providence hastening the day. How is work, comrade? And how is it you're not there this afternoon? He wasn't there, Lee said, because he wanted to be here. Simple as that. He just punched out and walked away. What can they do about it? I'm the best damn photoprint technician old Bobby Stovall's got, and he knows it. The foreman, his name is... I couldn't make it out. Grave? Says, quit trying to play labor organizer, Lee. You know what I do? I laugh and say, okay, Svenayop, and walk away. He's a pig dick, and everyone knows it. Still, it was clear Lee liked his job, although he complained about the paternalistic attitude and how seniority counted for more than talent. At one point he said, you know, in Minsk, on a level playing field, I'd be running the place in a year. I know you would, my son. It's completely evident. Playing him up, winding him up, I was sure of it. I didn't like it. Did you see the paper this morning? Lee asked. I saw nothing but telegrams and memos this morning. Why do you think I'm here, if not to get away from my desk? Walker did it, Lee said. He joined up with Hargiss's crusade. Or maybe it's Walker's crusade, and Hargis joined up. I can't tell. That fucking midnight ride thing. Anyway, those two ninnies are going to tour the whole South telling people that the NAACP's a communist front. They'll set integration and voting rights back 20 years. Sure, and fomenting hate. How long before the massacres start? Or until someone shoots Ralph Abernathy and Dr. King. Of course King will be shot, de Mohrenschildt said, almost laughing. I was standing up, my hands pressing the earphones tight to the sides of my head, sweat trickling down my face. This was dangerous ground indeed. The very edge of conspiracy. It's only a matter of time. One of them used the church key on another bottle of Mexican beer, and Lee said, someone should stop those two bastards. You're wrong to call our General Walker a nini, de Mohrenschildt said in a lecturely tone. Hargis, yes, okay. Hargis is a joke. What I hear is that he is, like so many of his ilk, a man of twisted sexual appetites, willing to diddle a little girl's cunt in the morning and a little boy's asshole in the afternoon. Man, that's sick! Lee's voice broke like an adolescent's on the last word. Then he laughed. But Walker, eh? There's a very different kettle of shrimp. He's high in the John Birch Society. Those Jew-hating fascists. And I can see a day, not long hence, when he may run it. Once he has the confidence and approval of the other right-wing nut groups, he may even run for office again. But this time, not for governor of Texas. I suspect he has his sights aimed higher. The Senate, perhaps, even the White House. That could never happen, but Lee sounded unsure. It's unlikely to happen, de Mohrenschildt corrected, but never underestimate the American bourgeoisie's capacity to embrace fascism under the name of populism, or the power of television. Without TV, Kennedy would never have beaten Nixon. Kennedy and his iron fist, Lee said. His approval of the current president seemed to have gone the way of blue suede shoes. He won't never rest as long as Fidel's shitting in Batista's commode. And never underestimate the terror white America feels at the idea of a society in which racial equality has become the law of the land. Nigger, 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 beaner, 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 Lee burst out with a rage so great it was nearly anguish. That's all I hear at work. I'm sure. When the morning news says the great state of Texas, what they mean is the hate state of Texas. And people listen. For a man like Walker, a war hero like Walker, a buffoon like Haggis is nothing but the stepping stone. The way von Hindenburg was a stepping stone for Hitler. With the right public relations people to smooth him out, Walker could go far. Do you know what I think? That the men who knocked off General Edwin Racist America Walker would be doing society a favor. I dropped heavily into a chair beside the table where the little tape recorder sat, its reel spinning. If you really believe, Lee began, and then there was a loud buzz that made me snatch the headphones off. There were no cries of alarm or outrage from upstairs, no swift movement of feet, so unless they were very good at covering up on the spur of the moment, I thought I could assume the lamp bug hadn't been discovered. I put the headphones back on. Nothing. I tried the distance mic, standing on a chair and holding the Tupperware bowl almost against the ceiling. With it I could hear Lee talking and de Mohrenschildt's occasional replies, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. My ear in the Oswald apartment had gone deaf. The past is obdurate. After another 10 minutes of conversation, maybe about politics, maybe about the annoying nature of wives, maybe about newly hatching plans to kill General Edwin Walker, de Mohrenschildt bounded down the outside stairs and drove away. Lee's footfalls crossed above my head, clump, clud, clump. I followed them into my bedroom and trained the distance mic on the place where they stopped. Nothing. Nothing. Then the faint but unmistakable sound of snoring. When Ruth Payne dropped off Marina and June, 2 hours later, he was still sleeping the sleep of Dos Equis. Marina didn't wake him. I wouldn't have woken the bad-tempered little son of a bitch either. Oswald began to miss a lot more work after that day. If Marina knew, she didn't care. Maybe she didn't even notice. She was absorbed with her new friend, Ruth. The beatings had abated a little, not because morale had improved, but because Lee was out almost as frequently as she was. He often took his camera. Thanks to Al's notes, I knew where he was going and what he was doing. One day, after he'd left for the bus stop, I jumped into my car and drove to Oak Lawn Avenue. I wanted to beat Lee's crosstown bus, and I did, handily. There was plenty of slant-style parking on both sides of Oak Lawn, but my red gull-winged Chevy was distinctive, and I didn't want to risk Lee seeing it. I put it around the corner on Wycliffe Avenue, in the parking lot of an Alpha Beta grocery. Then I strolled down to Turtle Creek Boulevard. The houses there were neo-haciendas with arches and stucco siding. There were palm-lined drives, big lawns, even a fountain or two. In front of 4011, a trim man who bore a striking resemblance to the cowboy actor Randolph Scott was at work with a push mower. Edwin Walker saw me looking at him and struck a curt half-salute from the side of his brow. I returned the gesture. Lee Oswald's target resumed mowing, and I moved on. The streets making up the Dallas block I was interested in were Turtle Creek Boulevard, where the General lived, Wycliffe Avenue, where I'd parked, Avondale Avenue, which was where I went after returning Walker's wave, and Oak Lawn, a street of small businesses that ran directly behind the General's house. Oak Lawn was the one I was most interested in because it was going to be Lee's line of approach and route of escape on the night of April 10th. I stood in front of Texas Shoes and Boots, the collar of my denim jacket raised and my hands stuffed in my pockets. About 3 minutes after I took up this position, the bus stopped at the corner of Oak Lawn and Wycliffe. 2 women with cloth shopping bags got off immediately when the doors flopped open. Then Lee descended to the sidewalk. He carried a brown paper bag, like a workman's lunch sack. There was a big stone church on the corner. Lee sauntered over to the iron railing running in front of it, read the notice board, took a small notepad out of his hip pocket and jotted something down. After that, he headed in my direction, tucking the notebook into his pocket as he walked. I hadn't expected that. Al had believed Lee was going to stash his rifle near the railroad tracks on the other side of Oak Lawn Avenue, a good half a mile away. But maybe the notes were wrong, because Lee didn't even glance in that direction. He was 70 or 80 yards away and closing in fast on my position. He's going to notice me, and he's going to speak to me, I thought. He's going to say, "Aren't you the guy who lives downstairs? What are you doing here?" If he did, the future would skew off in a new direction. Not good. I stared at the shoes and boots in the show window with sweat dampening the nape of my neck and rolling down my back. When I finally took a chance and shifted my eyes to the left, Lee was gone. It was like a magic trick. I sauntered up the street. I wished I'd put on a cap, maybe even some sunglasses. Why hadn't I? What kind of half-assed secret agent was I, anyway? I came to a coffee shop about halfway along the block, the sign in the window advertising breakfast all day. Lee wasn't inside. Beyond the coffee shop was the mouth of an alley. I walked slowly across it, glanced to my right, and saw him. His back was to me. He had taken his camera out of the paper sack, but wasn't shooting with it, at least not yet. He was examining trash cans. He pulled off the lids, looked inside, then replaced them. Every bone in my body, by which I mean every instinct in my brain, I suppose, was urging me to move on before he turned and saw me, but a powerful fascination held me in place a little longer. I think it would have held most people. How many opportunities do we have, after all, to watch a guy as he goes about the business of planning a cold-blooded murder? He moved a little deeper into the alley, then stopped at a circular iron plate set in a plug of concrete. He tried to lift it. No go. The alley was unpaved, badly potholed, and about 200 yards long. Halfway down its length, the chain link guarding weedy backyards and vacant lots gave way to high board fences draped in ivy that looked less than vibrant after a cold and dismal winter. Lee pushed a mat of it aside and tried a board. It swung out, and he peered into the hole behind it. Axioms about how you have to break eggs to make an omelet were all very fine. But I felt I'd pressed my luck enough. I walked on. At the end of the block, I stopped at the church that had caught Lee's interest. It was the Oak Lawn Church of Latter-day Saints. The notice board said there were regular services every Sunday morning and special newcomer services every Wednesday night at 7 p.m., with a social hour to follow. Refreshments would be served. April 10th was a Wednesday, and Lee's plan, assuming it wasn't de Mohrenschildt's, now seemed clear enough. Hide the gun in the alley ahead of time, then wait until the newcomer's service, and the social hour, of course, was over. He'd be able to hear the worshippers when they came out, laughing and talking as they headed for the bus stop. The buses ran on the quarter hour. There was always one coming along. Lee would take his shot, hide the gun behind the loose board again, not near the train tracks, then mingle with the church folk. When the next bus came, he'd be gone. I glanced to my right just in time to see him emerging from the alley. The camera was back in the paper sack. He went to the bus stop and leaned against the post. A man came along and asked him something. Soon they were in conversation. Batting the breeze with a stranger? Or was this perhaps another friend of de Mohrenschildt's? Just some guy on the street? Or a co-conspirator? Maybe even the famous unknown shooter who, according to the conspiracy theorists, had been lurking on the grassy knoll near Dealey Plaza when Kennedy's motorcade approached. I told myself that was crazy, but it was impossible to know for sure. That was the hell of it. There was no way of knowing anything for sure, and wouldn't be until I saw with my own eyes that Oswald was alone on April 10th. Even that wouldn't be enough to put all my doubts to rest, but it would be enough to proceed on. Enough to kill Junie's father. The bus came growling up to the stop. Secret Agent X-19, also known as Lee Harvey Oswald, the renowned Marxist and wife-beater, got on. When the bus was out of sight, I went back to the alley and walked its length. At the end, it widened out into a big unfenced backyard. There was a 57 or 58 Chevy Biscayne parked beside a natural gas pumping station. There was a barbecue pot standing on a tripod. Beyond the Barbie was the backside of a big, dark brown house, the general's house. I looked down and saw a fresh drag mark in the dirt. A garbage can stood at one end of it. I hadn't seen Lee move the can, but I knew he had. On the night of the 10th, he meant to rest the rifle barrel on it. On Monday, March 25th, Lee came walking up Neely Street carrying a long package wrapped in brown paper. Peering through a tiny crack in the curtains, I could see the words registered and insured stamped on it in big red letters. For the first time I thought he seemed furtive and nervous, actually looking around at his exterior surroundings instead of at the spooky furniture deep in his head. I knew what was in the package, a 6.5 millimeter Carcano rifle, also known as a Mannlicher Carcano, complete with scope, purchased from Klein's Sporting Goods in Chicago. 5 minutes after he climbed the outside stairs to the second floor, the gun Lee would use to change history was in a closet above my head. Marina took the famous pictures of him holding it just outside my living room window 6 days later, but I didn't see it. That was a Sunday, and I was in Jody. As the 10th grew closer, Those weekends with Sadie had become the most important, the dearest things in my life. I came awake with a jerk, hearing someone mutter, "Still not too late," under his breath. I realized it was me, and shut up. Sadie murmured some thick protest and turned over in bed. The familiar squeak of the springs locked me in place and time. The Candlewood Bungalows, April 5th, 1963. I fumbled my watch from the nightstand and peered at the luminous numbers. It was 2:15 in the morning, which meant it was actually the 6th of April. Still not too late. Not too late for what? To back off? To let well enough alone? Or bad enough? Come to that. The idea of backing off was attractive, God knew. If I went ahead and things went wrong, this could be my last night with Sadie. Ever. Even if you do have to kill him, you don't have to do it right away. True enough. Oswald was going to relocate to New Orleans for a while after the attempt on the General's life. Another shitty apartment, one I'd already visited, but not for 2 weeks. That would give me plenty of time to stop his clock. But I sensed it would be a mistake to wait very long. I might find reasons to keep on waiting. The best one was beside me in this bed, long, lovely, and smoothly naked. Maybe she was just another trap laid by the obdurate past. But that didn't matter, because I loved her. And I could envision a scenario all too clearly where I'd have to run after killing Oswald. Run where? Back to Maine, of course, hoping I could stay ahead of the cops just long enough to get to the rabbit hole and escape into a future where Sadie Dunhill would be, well, about 80 years old. If she were alive at all. Given her cigarette habit, that would be like rolling 6 the hard way. I got up and went to the window. Only a few of the bungalows were occupied on this early spring weekend. There was a mud or manure-splattered pickup truck with a trailer full of what looked like farm implements behind it, an Indian motorcycle with a sidecar, a couple of station wagons, and a 2-tone Plymouth Fury. The moon was sliding in and out of thin clouds, and it wasn't possible to make out the color of the car's lower half by that stuttery light, but I was pretty sure I knew what it was anyway. I pulled on my pants, undershirt, and shoes. Then I slipped out of the cabin and walked across the courtyard. The chilly air bit at my bed-warm skin, but I barely felt it. Yes, the car was a Fury. And yes, it was white over red. But this one wasn't from Maine or Arkansas. The plate was Oklahoma, and the decal in the rear window read, "Go Sooners." I peeked in and saw a scatter of textbooks. Some student, maybe headed south to visit his folks on spring break, or a couple of horny teachers taking advantage of the Candlewood's liberal guest policy. Just another not quite on-key chime as the past harmonized with itself. I touched the trunk, as I had back in Lisbon Falls, then returned to the bungalow. Sadie had pushed the sheet down to her waist, and when I came in, the draft of cool air woke her up. She sat holding the sheet over her breasts, then let it drop when she saw it was me. "Can't sleep, honey?" I had a bad dream and went out for some air. "What was it?" I unbuttoned my jeans, kicked off my loafers. "Can't remember." "Try. My mother always used to say if you tell your dreams, they won't come true." I got into bed with her wearing nothing but my undershirt. "My mother used to say if you kiss your honey, they won't come true." "Did she actually say that?" "No." "Well," she said thoughtfully, "it sounds possible. Let's try it." We tried it. One thing led to another. Afterward, she lit a cigarette. I lay watching the smoke drift up and turn blue in the occasional moonlight coming through the half-drawn curtains. I'd never leave the curtains that way at Neely Street, I thought. At Neely Street in my other life, I'm always alone, but still careful to close them all the way, except when I'm peeking, that is, lurking. Just then I didn't like myself very much. George? I sighed. That's not my name. I know. I looked at her. She inhaled deeply, enjoying her cigarette guiltlessly, as people do in the land of ago. I don't have any inside information, if that's what you're thinking, but it stands to reason. The rest of your past is made up, after all. And I'm glad. I don't like George all that much. It's kind of, what's that word you use sometimes? Kind of dorky. How does Jake suit you? As in Jacob? Yes. I like it. She turned to me. In the Bible, Jacob wrestled an angel. And you're wrestling too, aren't you? I suppose I am, but not with an angel. Although Lee Oswald didn't make much of a devil either. I like George de Mohrenschildt better for the devil role. In the Bible, Satan's a tempter who makes the offer and then stands aside. I hoped de Mohrenschildt was like that. Sadie snubbed her cigarette. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were dark. Are you going to be hurt? I don't know. Are you going away? Because if you have to go away, I'm not sure I can stand it. I would have died before I said it when I was there, but Reno was a nightmare. Losing you for good? She shook her head slowly. No, I'm not sure I could stand that. I want to marry you, I said. My God, she said softly. Just when I'm ready to say it'll never happen, Jake alias George says right now? Not right now, but if the next week goes the way I hope it does, will you? Of course, but I do have to ask one teensy question. Am I single? Legally single? Is that what you want to know? She nodded. I am, I said. She let out a comic sigh and grinned like a kid. Then she sobered. Can I help you? Let me help you. The thought turned me cold, and she must have seen it. Her lower lip crept into her mouth. She bit down on it with her teeth. That bad, then, she said musingly. Let's put it this way. I'm currently close to a big machine full of sharp teeth, and it's running full speed. I won't allow you next to me while I'm monkeying with it. When is it? She asked. I don't know, your date with Destiny? Still to be determined. I had a feeling that I'd said too much already, but since I'd come this far, I decided to go a little farther. Something's going to happen this Wednesday night. Something I have to witness. Then I'll decide. Is there no way I can help you? I don't think so, honey. If it turns out I can. Thanks, I said. I appreciate that. And you really will marry me? Now that I know your name is Jake? Of course. On Monday morning around 10 o'clock, the station wagon pulled up at the curb and Marina went off to Irving with Ruth Payne. I had an errand of my own to run and was just about to leave the apartment when I heard the thump of footsteps descending the outside stairs. It was Lee, looking pale and grim. His hair was mussy and his face was stippled with a bad breakout of post-adolescent acne. He was wearing jeans and an absurd trench coat that flapped around his shins. He walked with one arm across his chest, as if his ribs hurt, or as if he had something under his coat. Before the attempt, Lee sighted in his new rifle somewhere out by Love Field, Al had written. I didn't care where he sighted it in. What I cared about was how close I'd just come to meeting him face to face. I'd made the careless assumption that I'd missed him going off to work, and why wasn't he at work on a Monday morning, come to that? I dismissed the question and went out carrying my school briefcase. Inside were the never-to-be-finished novel, Al's notes, and the work in progress describing my adventures in the land of ago. If Lee wasn't alone on the night of April 10th, I might be spotted and killed by one of his co-conspirators, maybe even de Mohrenschildt himself. I still thought the odds of that were unlikely, but the odds of having to run away after killing Oswald were better. So were the odds of being captured and arrested for murder. I didn't want anyone, the police for instance, finding Al's notes or my memoir if either of those things happened. The important thing to me on that 8th of April was to get my paperwork out of the apartment and far away from the confused and aggressive young man who lived upstairs. I drove to the First Corn Bank of Dallas and was not surprised to see that the bank official who helped me bore a striking resemblance to the hometown trust banker who had helped me in Lisbon Falls. This guy's name was Link instead of Deucin, but he still looked like the old-time Cuban band leader, Xavier Cugat. I inquired about safe deposit boxes. Soon enough, the manuscripts were in box 775. I drove back to Neely Street and had a moment of severe panic when I couldn't find the goddamn key to the box. Relax, I told myself. It's in your pocket somewhere, and even if it isn't, your new pal, Richard Link, will be happy to give you a duplicate. Might cost you all of $1. As if the thought had summoned it, I found the key hiding way down in the corner of my pocket under my change. I put it on my key ring, where it would be safe. If I did have to run back to the rabbit hole and stepped into the past again after I returned to the present, I'd still have it, although everything that had happened in the last 4.5 years would reset. The manuscripts now in the safe deposit box would be lost in time. That was probably good news. The bad news was that Sadie would be too. Chapter 22. The afternoon of April 10th was clear and warm, a foretaste of summer. I dressed in slacks and one of the sports coats I'd bought during my year teaching at Denholm Consolidated. The .38 police special, fully loaded, went into my briefcase. I don't remember being nervous. Now that the time had come, I felt like a man encased in a cold envelope. I checked my watch. 3:30. My plan was to once more park in the Alpha Beta lot on Wycliffe Avenue. I could be there by 4:15 at the latest, even if the crosstown traffic was heavy. I'd scope out the alley. If it was empty, as I expected it would be at that hour, I'd check the hole behind the loose board. If Al's notes were right about Lee stashing the Carcano in advance, even though he'd been wrong about the place, it would be there. I'd go back to my car for a while, watching the bus stop just in case Lee showed up early. When the 7 p.m. newcomer service started at the Mormon church, I'd stroll to the coffee shop that served breakfast all day and take a seat by the window. I would eat food I wasn't hungry for, dawdling, making it last, watching the buses arrive and hoping that when Lee finally got off one, he'd be alone. I would also be hoping not to see George de Mohrenschildt's boat of a car. That, at least, was the plan. I picked up my briefcase, glancing at my watch again as I did so, 3:33. The Chevy was gassed and ready to go. If I'd gone out and gotten into it then, as I'd planned to, my phone would have rung in an empty apartment, but I didn't, because someone knocked at the door just as I reached for the knob. I opened it, and Marina Oswald was standing there. For a moment I just gaped, unable to move or speak. Mostly it was her unexpected presence, but there was something else as well. Until she was standing right in front of me, I hadn't realized how much her wide blue eyes looked like Sadie's. Marina either ignored my surprised expression or didn't notice it. She had problems of her own. "Please excuse, have you seen my Hubka?" She bit her lips and shook her head a little. Hubspun? She attempted to smile, and she had those nicely refurbished teeth to smile with, but it still wasn't very successful. Sorry, sir, don't speak good English. Belarus. I heard someone, I guess it was me, ask if she was talking about the man who lived upstairs. Yes, please, my husband Lee. We live upstairs. This our Malushka, our baby. She pointed at June, who sat at the bottom of the steps in her walker, contentedly sucking on a pacifier. He go out now all times since he lose his work. She tried the smile again, and when her eyes crinkled, a tear spilled from the corner of the left one and tracked down her cheek. So, old Bobby Stovall could get along without his best photoprint technician after all, it seemed. I haven't seen him, Mrs. Oswald almost jumped out, but I held it back in time. And that was good, because how would I know? They got no home delivery, it seemed. There were 2 mailboxes on the porch, but their name wasn't on either of them. Neither was mine. I got no home delivery either. Oswald, she said, and held out her hand. I shook it, more convinced than ever that this was a dream I was having, but her small dry palm was all too real. Marina Oswald, I am pleased to meet you, sir. I'm sorry, Mrs. Oswald, I haven't seen him today. Not true. I'd seen him go out just after noon, not long after Ruth Payne's station wagon swept Marina and June away to Irving. I'm worried for him, she said. I don't know. Sorry. Don't mean bother for you. She smiled again, the sweetest, saddest smile, and wiped the tears slowly from her face. If I see him... Now she looked alarmed. No, say nothing. He don't like me talk to strangers. He come home supper, maybe, for sure. She walked down the steps and spoke Russian to the baby, who laughed and held out her chubby arms to her mother. Goodbye, Mr. Sir. Many thanks. You say nothing? Okay, I said. Mum's the word. She didn't get that, but nodded and looked relieved when I put my finger across my lips. I closed the door, sweating heavily. Somewhere I could hear not just one butterfly flapping its wings, but a whole cloud of them. Maybe it's nothing. I watched Marina push June's stroller down the sidewalk toward the bus stop, where she probably meant to wait for her husband, who was up to something. That much she knew. It had been all over her face. I reached for the doorknob when she was out of sight, and that was when the phone rang. I almost didn't answer it, but there were only a few people with my number, and one of them was a woman I cared about very much. Hello? Hello, Mr. Amberson, a man said. He had a soft southern accent. I'm not sure if I knew who he was right away. I can't remember. I think I did. Someone here has something to say to you. I lived 2 lives in late 1962 and early 1963, one in Dallas and one in Jody. They came together at 3:39 on the afternoon of April 10th. In my ear, Sadie began screaming. She lived in a single-story prefab ranch on Bee Tree Lane, part of a 4 or 5 block development of houses just like it on the west side of Jody. An aerial photograph of the neighborhood in a 2011 history book might have been captioned Mid-Century Starter Homes. She arrived there around 3 o'clock that afternoon, following an after-school meeting with her student library aides. I doubt if she noticed the white over red Plymouth Fury parked at the curb a little way down the block. Across the street, 4 or 5 houses down, Mrs. Holloway was washing her car, a Renault Dauphine that the rest of the neighbors eyed with suspicion. Sadie waved to her when she got out of her VW Bug. Mrs. Holloway waved back.
The only owners of foreign and somehow alien cars on the block, they were casually collegial. Sadie went up the walk to her front door and stood there for a moment, frowning. It was ajar. Had she left it that way? She went in and closed it behind her. It didn't catch because the lock had been forced, but she didn't notice. By then, her whole attention was fixed on the wall over the sofa. There, written in her own lipstick, were 2 words in letters 3 feet high. Dirty cunt. She should have run then. But her dismay and outrage were so great that she had no room for fear. She knew who had done it. But surely Johnny was gone. The man she had married had little taste for physical confrontation. Oh, there had been plenty of harsh words and that one slap, but nothing else. Besides, her underwear was all over the floor. It made a rough trail from the living room down the short hall to her bedroom. All of it. Full slips, half slips, bras, panties, the girdle she didn't need but sometimes wore had been slashed. At the end of the hall, the door to the bathroom stood open. The towel rack had been ripped down. Printed on the tile where it had been, also in her lipstick, was another message. Filthy fucker. The door of her bedroom was also open. She went to it and stood in it with no sense at all that Johnny Clayton was standing behind it with a knife in one hand and a Smith & Wesson Victory .38 in the other. The revolver he carried that day was the same make and model as the one Lee Oswald would use to take the life of Dallas policeman J.D. Tippit. Her little vanity bag lay open on her bed, the contents, mostly makeup, scattered across the coverlet. The accordion doors of her closet were folded open. Some of her clothes still drooped sadly from their hangers. Most were on the floor. All of them had been slashed. Johnny, you bastard. She wanted to scream those words, but the shock was too great. She could only whisper. She started for the closet, but didn't get far. An arm curled around her neck, and a small circle of steel pressed hard against her temple. Don't move. Don't fight. If you do, I'll kill you. She tried to pull away, and he lashed her upside the head with the revolver's short barrel. At the same time, the arm around her neck tightened. She saw the knife in the fist at the end of the arm that was choking her and stopped struggling. It was Johnny. She recognized the voice. But it really wasn't Johnny. He had changed. I should have listened to him, she thought, meaning me. Why didn't I listen? He marched her into the living room, arms still around her throat, then spun her and shoved her down on the couch, where she flopped, legs splayed. Pull down your dress. I can see your garters, you whore. He was wearing bib overalls. That alone was enough to make her feel like she was dreaming, and had dyed his hair a weird orange blonde. She almost laughed. He sat down on the hassock in front of her. The gun was aimed at her midsection. We're going to call your cock boy. I don't know what... Amberson? The one you play hide the salami with in the hot sheets place over Killeen. I know all about it. I've been watching you a long time. Johnny, if you leave now, I won't call the police, I promise, even though you spoiled my clothes. Whore clothes, he said dismissively. I don't know his number. Her address book, the one she usually kept in her little office next to the typewriter, was lying open next to the phone. I do. It's on the first page. I looked under C for cockboy first, but it wasn't there. I'll place the call so you don't get any ideas about saying something to the operator. Then you talk to him. I won't, Johnny, not if you mean to hurt him. He leaned forward. His weird orange blonde hair flopped into his eyes, and he brushed it away with the hand holding the gun. Then he used the knife hand to pluck the phone out of its cradle. The gun remained pointed steadily at her midsection. Here's the thing, Sadie, he said. And now he sounded almost rational. I'm going to kill one of you, The other can live. You decide which one it's going to be." He meant every word. She could see it on his face. What if he isn't home?" He chuckled at her stupidity. "Then you die, Sadie." She must have thought, I can buy some time. It's at least 3 hours from Dallas to Jody, more if the traffic's heavy. Time enough for Johnny to come to his senses. Maybe. Or for his attention to lapse just long enough for me to throw something at him and run out the door. He dialed 0 without looking at the address book. His memory for numbers had always been just short of perfect, and asked for Westbrook 7, 5430. Listened, said, "Thank you, operator." Then silence. Somewhere over 100 miles north, a telephone was ringing. She must have wondered how many rings Johnny would allow before hanging up and shooting her in the stomach. Then his listening expression changed. He brightened, even smiled a little. His teeth were as white as ever, she observed, and why not? He'd always brushed them at least half a dozen times a day. "Hello, Mr. Amberson. Someone here has something to say to you." He got off the hassock and handed Sadie the phone. As she put it to her ear, he slashed out with the knife, quick as a striking snake, and sliced open the side of her face. "What did you do to her?" I shouted. "What did you do, you bastard?" "Hush, Mr. Amberson." He sounded amused. Sadie was no longer screaming, but I could hear her sobbing. "She's all right. She's bleeding pretty heavily, but that'll stop." He paused, then spoke in a tone of judicious consideration. "Of course, she's not going to be pretty anymore. Now she looks like what she is, just a cheap $4 whore. My mother said she was, and my mother was right." "Let her go, Clayton," I said. "Please." "I want to let her go. Now that I've marked her, I want to. But here's what I already told her, Mr. Amberson. I'm going to kill one of you. She cost me my job, you know. I had to quit and go into an electrical treatment hospital, or they were going to have me arrested." He paused. "I pushed a girl down the stairs. She tried to touch me, all this dirty bitch's fault. This one, right here, bleeding into her lap. I got her blood on my hands, too. I will need disinfectant." And he laughed. "Clayton, I'll give you 3.5 hours, until 7:30. Then I'll put 2 bullets in her, one in her stomach and one in her filthy cunt." In the background, I heard Sadie scream, "Don't you do it, Jacob!" "Shut up!" Clayton yelled at her. "Shut your mouth." Then, to me, chillingly conversational, "Who's Jacob?" "Me," I said. "It's my middle name. Does she call you that in bed when she sucks your cock boy?" "Clayton," I said. "Johnny, think what you're doing." "I've been thinking about it for over a year. They gave me shock treatments in the electric hospital, you know. They said they'd stop the dreams, but they didn't. They made them worse." "How bad is she cut? Let me talk to her." "No." "If you let me talk to her, maybe I'll do what you're asking. If you don't, I most certainly won't. Are you too fogged out from your shock treatments to understand that?" It seemed he wasn't. There was a shuffling sound in my ear, then Sadie was on. Her voice was thin and trembling. "It's bad, but it's not going to kill me." Her voice dropped. "He just missed my eye." Then Clayton was back. "See? Your little tramp is fine. Now, you just jump in your hot rod Chevrolet and get out here, just as fast as the wheels will roll. How would that be? But listen to me carefully, Mr. George Jacob Amberson, cockboy.
If you call the police, if I see a single blue or red light, I will kill this bitch and then myself. Do you believe that? Yes. Good. I'm seeing an equation here where the values balance, the cock boy and the whore girl. I'm in the middle. I'm the equals sign, Amberson. But you have to decide which value gets canceled out. It's your call. No, she screamed. Don't. If you come out here, he'll kill both of us. The phone clicked in my ear. I've told the truth so far, and I'm going to tell the truth here, even though it casts me in the worst possible light. My first thought as my numb hand replaced the phone in its cradle was that he was wrong. The values didn't balance. In one pan of the scales was a pretty high school librarian. In the other was a man who knew the future and had, theoretically at least, the power to change it. For a second, part of me actually thought about sacrificing Sadie and going across town to watch the alley running between Oaklawn Avenue and Turtle Creek Boulevard to find out if the man who changed American history was on his own. Then I got into my Chevy and headed for Jody. Once I got out on Highway 77, I pegged the speedometer at 70, and I kept it there. While I was driving, I thumbed the latches on my briefcase, took out my gun, and dropped it into the inner pocket of my sport coat. I realized I'd have to involve Deke in this. He was old and no longer steady on his feet, but there was simply no one else. He would want to be involved, I told myself. He loved Sadie. I saw it in his face every time he looked at her. And he's had his life, my cold mind said. She hasn't. Anyway, he'll have the same chance the lunatic gave you. He doesn't have to come. But he would. Sometimes the things presented to us as choices aren't choices at all. I never wished so much for my long-gone cell as I did on that drive from Dallas to Jody. The best I could do was a gas station phone booth on SR 109, about a half a mile beyond the football billboard. On the other end, the phone rang 3 times. 4, 5. Just as I was about to hang up, Deke said, "Hello? Hello?" He sounded irritated and out of breath. "Deke, it's George." "Hey, boy." Now, tonight's version of Bill Turkett from that popular and long-running play The Homicidal Husband sounded delighted instead of irritated. "I was out in my little garden beside the house. I almost let it ring, but then—" "Be quiet and listen. Something very bad's happened. Is still happening. Sadie's been hurt. Already. Maybe a lot." There was a brief pause. When he spoke again, Deke sounded younger, like the tough man he had undoubtedly been 40 years and 2 wives ago. Or maybe that was just hope. Tonight, hope and a man in his late 60s was all I had. "You're talking about her husband, aren't you? This is my fault. I think I saw him, but that was weeks ago, and his hair was much longer than in the yearbook picture. Not the same color either. It was almost orange." A momentary pause, and then a word I had never heard from him before. "Fuck." I told him what Clayton wanted and what I proposed to do. The plan was simple enough. Did the past harmonize with itself? Fine, I would let it. I knew Deke might have a heart attack. Turkett had, but I wasn't going to let that stop me. I wasn't going to let anything stop me. It was Sadie. I waited for him to ask if it wouldn't be better to turn this over to the police, but of course he knew better. Doug Reams, the Jody constable, had poor eyesight, wore a brace on one leg, and was even older than Deke. Nor did Deke ask why I hadn't called the state police from Dallas. If he had, I would have told him I believed Clayton was serious about killing Sadie if he saw a single flashing light. It was true, but not the real reason. I wanted to take care of the son of a bitch myself. I was very angry. "What time does he expect you, George?" "No later than 7:30. And it's now 1:15 by my watch, which gives us a smidge of time. The street behind B-Tree is Apple something. I disremember just what. That's where you'll be?" "Right, the house behind hers." "I can meet you there in 5 minutes." "Sure, if you drive like a lunatic, make it 10.
And bring a prop, something he can see from the living room window if he looks out. I don't know, maybe.
Will a casserole dish do?
Fine. See you there in 10. Before I could hang up, he said,
Do you have a gun?
Yes. His reply was close to a dog's growl.
Good.
The street behind Doris Dunning's house had been Wymore Lane. The street behind Sadie's house was Apple Blossom Way. 202 Wymore had been for sale. 140 Apple Blossom Way had no for sale sign on the lawn, but it was dark and the lawn was shaggy, dotted with dandelions. I parked in front and looked at my watch, 6:50. 2 minutes later, Deke pulled his ranch wagon up behind my Chevy and got out. He was wearing jeans, a plaid shirt, and a string tie. In his hands, he was holding a casserole dish with a flower on the side. It had a glass lid and looked to contain 3 or 4 quarts of chop suey.
Deke, I can't thank you in... I don't deserve thanks. I deserve a swift kick in the pants. The day I saw him, he was coming out of the Western Auto just as I was going in. It had to have been Clayton. It was a windy day. A gust blew his hair back, and I saw those hollows at his temples for just a second. But the hair, long and not the same color. He was dressed in cowboy clothes. Shit fire. He shook his head. I'm getting old. If Sadie's hurt, I'll never forgive myself.
Are you feeling all right? No chest pains or anything like that? He looked at me as if I were crazy.
Are we going to stand here discussing my health, or are we going to try to get Sadie out of the trouble she's in?
We're going to do more than try. Go around the block to her house. While you're doing that, I'll cut through this backyard, then push through the hedge and into Sadie's. I was thinking about the Dunning house on Cossett Street, of course, but even as I said it, I remembered that there was a hedge at the foot of Sadie's tiny backyard. I'd seen it many times. You knock and say something cheery, loud enough for me to hear. By then, I'll be in the kitchen.
What if the back door's locked?
She keeps a key under the step.
Okay.
Deke thought for a moment, frowning, then raised his head.
I'll say Avon calling, special casserole delivery, and raise the dish so he can see me through the living room window if he looks. Will that do?
Yes. All I want you to do is distract him for a few seconds.
Don't you shoot if there's any chance you might hit Sadie. Tackle the bastard. You'll do okay. The guy I saw was skinny as a rail.
We looked at each other bleakly. Such a plan would work on Gunsmoke or Maverick, but this was real life. And in real life, the good guys and gals sometimes get their asses kicked or killed. The yard behind the house on Apple Blossom Way wasn't quite the same as the one behind the Dunning place, but there were similarities. For one, there was a doghouse, although no sign reading "Your pooch belongs here." Instead, painted in a child's unsteady hand over the round door-shaped entrance were the words "Butch's House" and "No trick-or-treating kiddies." Wrong season. The hedge, however, looked exactly the same. I pushed through it, barely noticing the scratches the stiff branches scrawled on my arms. I crossed Sadie's backyard in a running crouch and tried the door. Locked. I felt beneath the step, sure that the key would be gone, because the past harmonized, but the past was obdurate. It was there. I fished it out, put it in the lock, and applied slow, increasing pressure. There was a faint thump from inside the door when the latch sprang back. I stiffened, waiting for a yell of alarm. None came. There were lights on in the living room, but I heard no voices. Maybe Sadie was dead already and Clayton was gone. God, please no. Once I eased the door open, however, I heard him. He was talking in a loud and monotonous drone, sounding like Billy James Hargis on tranquilizers. He was telling her what a whore she was and how she'd ruined his life. Or maybe it was the girl who had tried to touch him he was talking about. To Johnny Clayton, they were all the same, sex-hungry disease carriers. You had to lay down the law. And, of course, the broom. I slipped off my shoes and put them on the linoleum. The light was on over the sink. I checked my shadow to make sure it wasn't going to precede me into the doorway. I took my gun out of my sport coat pocket and started across the kitchen, meaning to stand beside the doorway to the living room until I heard Avon calling. Then I would go in a rush. Only that isn't what happened. When Deke called out, there was nothing cheery about it. That was a cry of shocked fury. And it wasn't outside the front door, it was right in the house. "Oh, my God, Sadie!" After that, things happened very, very fast. Clayton had forced the front door lock so it wouldn't latch. Sadie didn't notice, but Deke did. Instead of knocking, he pushed it open and stepped inside with the casserole dish in his hands. Clayton was still sitting on the hassock, and the gun was still pointed at Sadie, but he had put the knife down on the floor beside him. Deke said later he didn't even know Clayton had a knife. I doubt if he really even noticed the gun. His attention was fixed on Sadie. The top of her blue dress was now a muddy maroon. Her arm and the side of the sofa where it dangled were both covered with blood. But worst of all was her face, which was turned toward him. Her left cheek hung in two flaps, like a torn curtain. "Oh, my God, Sadie!" The cry was spontaneous, nothing but pure shock. Clayton turned, upper lip lifted in a snarl. He raised the gun. I saw this as I burst through the doorway between the kitchen and the living room, and I saw Sadie piston out one foot, kicking the hassock. Clayton fired, but the bullet went into the ceiling. As he tried to get up, Deke threw the casserole dish. The cover lifted off. Noodles, hamburger, green peppers, and tomato sauce sprayed in a fan. The dish, still more than half full, hit Clayton's right arm. Chop suey poured out. The gun went flying. I saw the blood. I saw Sadie's ruined face. I saw Clayton crouched on the blood-spotted rug and raise my own gun. "No!" Sadie screamed. "No, don't! Please don't!" It cleared my mind like a slap. If I killed him, I would become the subject of police scrutiny no matter how justified the killing might be. My George Amberson identity would fall apart, and any chance I had of stopping the assassination in November would be gone. And really, how justified would it be? The man was disarmed. Or so I thought, because I didn't see the knife either. It was hidden by the overturned hassock. Even if it had been out in the open, I might have missed it. I put the gun back in my pocket and hauled him to his feet. "You can't hit me." Spit flew from his lips. His eyes fluttered like those of a man having a seizure. His urine let go. I heard it pattering to the carpet. "I'm a mental patient. I'm not responsible. I can't be held responsible. I have a certificate. It's in the glove compartment of my car. I'll show it to you." The whine of his voice, the abject terror in his face now that he was disarmed, the way his dyed orange-blonde hair hung around his face in clumps, even the smell of chop suey, all of these things enraged me. But mostly, it was Sadie, cowering on the couch and drenched in blood. Her hair had come loose, and on the left side it hung in a clot beside her grievously wounded face. She would wear her scar in the same place Bobby Jill wore the ghost of hers. Of course she would. The past harmonizes. But Sadie's wound looked, oh, so much worse. I slapped him across the right side of his face, hard enough to knock spittle flying from the left side of his mouth. "You crazy fuck! That's for the broom!" I went back the other way, this time knocking the spit from the right side of his mouth and relishing his howl in the bitter, unhappy way that is reserved only for the worst things, the ones where the evil is too great to be taken back or ever forgiven. "That's for Sadie." I balled my fist. In some other world, Deke was yelling into the phone. And was he rubbing his chest the way Turcotte had rubbed his? No, at least not yet. In that same other world, Sadie was moaning. "And this is for me." I drove my fist forward, and I said I would tell the truth, every bit of it. When his nose splintered,
His scream of pain was music to my ears. I let him go, and he collapsed to the floor. Then I turned to Sadie. She tried to get off the couch, then fell back. She tried to hold her arms out to me, but she couldn't do that either. They dropped into the sodden mess of her dress. Her eyes started to roll up, and I was sure she was going to faint, but she held on. "You came," she whispered. "Oh, Jake, you came for me. You both did."
"Beatree Lane!"
Deke shouted into the phone.
"No, I don't know the number. I can't remember it, but you'll see an old man with chop suey on his shoes standing outside and waving his arms. Hurry! She's lost a lot of blood."
"Sit still," I said. "Don't try to—" Her eyes widened. She was looking over my shoulder.
"Look out! Jake, look out!"
I turned, fumbling in my pocket for the gun. Deke also turned, holding the telephone receiver in both of his arthritis-knotted hands like a club. But although Clayton had picked up the knife he'd used to disfigure Sadie, his days of attacking anyone were over. Anyone but himself, that is. It was another scene I'd played before, this one on Greenville Avenue, not long after I'd come to Texas. There was no muddy waters blasting from the desert rose, but here was another badly hurt woman and another man bleeding from another broken nose, his shirt untucked and flapping almost to his knees. He was holding a knife instead of a gun, but otherwise it was just the same. "No, Clayton," I shouted. "Put it down!" His eyes, visible through clumps of orange hair, were bulging as he stared at the dazed, half-fainting woman on the couch.
"Is this what you want, Sadie?" he shouted. "If this is what you want, I'll give you what you want."
Grinning desperately, he raised the knife to his throat and cut.